legal. It's by being as transparent as possible. And it seems like Jared Kushner was just as transparent as Anthony Blinken. So why would you put upon Jared Kushner such a big blame if you are not going to put it upon Anthony Blinken? That's the whole thing.
Well, I don't even know what Anthony Blinken did right now.
So Anthony Blinken,
he's saying his position was retired. He's saying that his position, the way he acquired it, was the corruptness through previously working with Biden. I'm assuming, right?
He literally owns a lobbying company while he was in the Barack Obama administration. So he weaseled in there while he was a lobbyist. He paid himself into that position, Barack Obama administration. Then it grew so much while he was through the Barack Obama administration and after. Then he became the Secretary of State.
I might be crazy, but doesn't
and the defense contracts all paid off.
Like every politician has their own like PAC. They have their own super PAC, and they lobby to try to get.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, but this is
so
every politician fundraises and has a PAC and.
I was about to say, doesn't every position? I mean, from like an obscure like viewpoint, doesn't every politician like get their position by money? Like they have to fundraise, they have to campaign, they have to network, they have to make ads, like.
Yeah, exactly. So so that's what I'm saying. You guys need to give.
Jared Kushner though wasn't that circumstance. That wasn't circumstance. The money that he was given wasn't from like campaigning or wasn't from networking. We don't even know if it was from the business dealings in the Middle East because it was made by a I don't even think it was by an unnamed Middle Eastern investor, right?
Yeah, see, I have no idea, but like, you think Anthony Blinken will tell you who's fucking he's lobbying for exactly? He's not gonna tell you.
Well,
this is true, everything underneath the table.
I just don't see a connection between these. That's what I'm trying to say.
There's no connection at all. I'm just telling you, like you guys claimed, everyone has these dealings.
But those dealings don't have a connection. I don't see those alike.
We're not talking about PAC. I thought you meant everyone does these dealings.
But again, those dealings seem very
different.
Everyone
has extra businesses, extra stuff on the side, and so. I'm showing you here, if you're going to hate on Jared Kushner, we're also going to have to hate on Anthony Blinken just equally.
But they're two entirely different situations.
Huh? No, they're not.
They seem. What's comparable between those two situations?
Because Anthony Blinken's position is much worse because he's been for years lobbying and basically.
That's how they get those positions.
And now he's in the highest position. So all this networking is actually paying off, and it's clear all of this is for money. Like, it's actually much worse corruption case than what you would show for Jared. At least for Jared, you could show that it's his expertise. He built the business, and now it's paying off. But Anthony Blinken, it's clear as day. This guy is just he flatters himself. Is like, oh, all I have is these connections in Washington D.C. I can get into the Oval Office. Like, it's on his website.
How is it not the much more easy comparison to make to be like, well, this person did work with Biden previously, so Biden probably knew they were a person that like wanted this.
So that's what I told you. I told you Trump did the same thing. Jared Kushner is his right hand.
There was a direct, but Jared Kushner is also his son-in-law. Like, do you think that? Do you think that had a play in it? Do you think nepotism had a play in that?
So would you have a problem if? So the only problem here is that he's directly family related.
No, I'm just saying. Make sure you realize that these situations don't seem comparable. These seem like two very different situations. The main problem with Jared Kushner is that the direct area he was influencing paid him an absurd amount of money, where he was supposed to be unbiased in that area.
Yeah, but these are the closest two people I can find to each other. So it's almost the same situation. Jared Kushner has a business outside of the outside of the
Middle East,
outside of Washington. Same thing as Anthony Blinken. Anthony Blinken got in a position that's very effective, almost directly in link with his lobbying company. So it's a defense contract lobbyer, and he now is a Secretary of State. Same thing as Jared Kushner. Jared Kushner sat in the for the Middle East operations, and now he's getting money from the Middle East. And then I can also there's so many links. It's one of the best cases I can link to each other.
I'm not barely.
And I know there's some differences, but they're so alike that we need to investigate both of them, equally. I think.
Where did he go?
What do you think, non-fan? It was just an idea I had. I was asking him about. I was asking maybe this is a good rebuttal for this question about Jared Kushner.
Maybe I don't. So what are you saying Anthony Blinken did? Are you saying Anthony Blinken, when you say lobbying, what do you mean by lobbying?
He said the Discord crashed. When I say lobbying, Anthony Blinken literally has a company, and he's been lobbying for about 12 years now.
Okay, what is
for
this
defense
company? Is this company like defense manufacturing? Is that what you're saying?
No, it's just defense contracting.
Okay, I'm back.
It
Well,
just
defense
has.
contracting.
I don't know if Isaac found it already, but
I don't. If Anthony Blinken has a defense contracting company and he is using his position as Secretary of State to give himself favorable contracts, then it may be almost comparable to the Jared
it's a
Kushner
consulting
situation.
firm. It's a consulting firm.
Consulting
So
firm.
it's a lobbying company. So it's a consulting firm, like it's a lobby. It's called West Exec Advisors LLC, and a lot of his employees used to be on the Barack Obama administration. It's extremely peculiar. A lot of his employees in his firm and a lot of the founders of this firm, West Exec Advisors, are
conflict of interest. It might be. I haven't
working
heard
right
of this
now. Either
before.
work with the
So
Barack Obama administration or are working right now with the Joe Biden administration. It's like really weird. So, for example, the former President Barack Obama's Under Secretary of State for Public Diplomacy and Public Affairs is now a current employee of the West Exec Advisors LLC.
Okay, I got my camera was messing up. I'm back. What are we talking about?
we're talking about Anthony Blinken
God
still.
bless you.
Still, I feel okay.
God
So I'm
bless
just gonna give.
I
feel
want
like
to
the
know
problem.
if this is a good argument against this Jared Kushner thing.
It's hard to make it comparable because there's no nepotism claim which has a stake in it. There's no claim of was there fraudulent dealings. Like you brought up the claim as just the position. You need to also point to some corrupt dealings while he was at that position, right? It's not corrupt if they never do anything with that position. I mean, unless it's corrupt by how they acquired it. But how he acquired it looks like he acquired it because he had previously worked under Biden, and it seems like Biden probably chose him for it again.
Listen to this. In an interview with The Intercept, Florney, which is a co-founder of this firm, it's Michelle Flournoy. She's connected directly to defense contractors. Look her up, Michelle Flournoy. She says in a explained West executive seeks to employ people recently coming out of government, quote unquote, with quote unquote current knowledge, expertise, contacts, and networks, end quote. The firm and its partners avoid becoming registered lobbyists or foreign agents so that they can re-enter government service without delays. It does not disclose its clients, whose names are restricted from disclosure by non-disclosure agreements. The firm is named after West Executive Avenue, a street near the West Wing. It's like clear-cut, direct, insane, deep. Damn, you got 100 followers?
Oh, the blue hair, yeah.
Not fun. You need to teach me some of those fucking tricks you got. How the fuck you make the Discord look so good and on your videos? Man, your channel will blow up.
Oh, thank you, Minar. Hey, wait. Well, we gotta talk about this. I'll explain my secrets. It's just a thing called reactive Fujitech. But also, speaking of blowing up, Minar, you've hinted at in DMs with Isaac a debate with Destiny. Do you wanna talk about that?
Bro, so I'll show you the Discord message. You guys know Non-Smoker. He's kind of a debater guy. He does a lot of modding. I've done debates with him in the past. It's been cool. I think I've debated once. This was a
I'm
long
muted.
time ago.
Why did no one let me know? I've been speaking into the abyss.
I debated. What's that dude? His name is weird, man. But you would know him. He looks like Bam Margera.
I don't know who that is. Too young, probably.
You know Bam Margera?
I don't know.
He's a
I
skateboarder.
see it. I'm looking at him.
He's a skateboarder, and he looks
The dude
exactly
in
like him
Jackass?
in politics. Huh?
The dude that was in Jackass?
Yeah. So there's a politics guy that looks like him, long hair with same eyes, and he's like a prominent guy. I forgot his name. Fuck, I bet you he's streaming right now. But yeah, I debated with him with Non-Smoker. Anyways, so Non-Smoker sends me this thing. It says Manara important. Are you available this Thursday at 8 p.m.? If you can, if not, can you clear your schedule? He's like, fuck you, man. You gotta be free. I
That's
can get
true.
you on a panel.
He knows your content, Manar. It's true. Everyone agrees.
He said, I
Manar's
can get you on.
content.
Yeah, I mean, I would have been amazing. Yeah, it would have been like, man, me and Destiny, we don't agree on anything. Look, I can get you on a panel with me to debate Destiny about Biden. So but then I don't know. I responded a couple of hours later, and he said, "Dog, I'm sorry, they filled up. I'll get you on the next one."
But the truth is, he knew that you would have destroyed Destiny, and Destiny he was like, "Bro, I saw this dude Manar's content. I'm actually afraid of him." That's what happened. We all know.
You think so? That sounds.
I mean, bro,
really
I'm just saying. It sounds like he ducked. Sounds like he's ducking.
That
Oh my god,
probable,
you should antagonize him.
I mean, if the universe created itself, that sounds like a very.
You need to drop a video. You need to drop a video. Okay, here's an actual good strategy. Destiny is ducking me, and you just make a video going through his policies and talking shit about him, and then you clip it in his community, and his community will take it like wildfire, and it'll get to him, and you can probably agitate him into debating you.
Bro, if I knew how to,
I'd recommend that.
Like you guys, I would do it, but I don't know how to do that shit.
How to do what?
All I have is this picture. I'm gonna make this picture go viral. Make a whole 10-minute video about this one picture.
I need to stop on your stream. My Discord overlays. I mean, my OBS is going into an infinite loop.
Oh yeah.
Anyways, what do you guys think about the position? I think that was a really good argument there.
It was really hard to follow. Not because like it was like it's just not comparable. And like any of the circumstances that you mentioned, you need to bring up something that's comparable. Like the easiest one is Ukraine. Like Hunter to Jared Kushner will always be that argument. It's always going to be. But yeah, it's just hard to connect this one because there doesn't seem like there was any corruptness that you can directly point to. That's another difficulty part about it. You need to have something prepared other than just his name. You need to have an action.
What's the corruption you can point to for Jared Kushner besides the
fact that
the deal he got?
So the fact that someone who was directly engaging in peace talks over an area and he was hired to be non-biased in that area, and then afterwards got just some insane amounts of money, okay, from that direct area.
I think it was
from
$2 billion.
A party. Yeah, from one of the parties and the deals he was directly overseeing. That points to some very, very, very sketchy stuff, right?
Okay, can I mention something, guys? So if you guys are very concerned about, like, for example, a Middle Eastern dude investing with Jared Kushner, and you guys are, I'm sure this is concerning because I guess he can affect the dealings and affect the foreign affairs, right? Relations.
That looks better, doesn't it?
I know, yeah, but again, this isn't a big talking point for Democrats. It's usually just a it's the same thing happening on both sides. If you want to get down to that argument.
Well, look, I'm looking at it right now. It says here under financial disclosure filed by Biden transition team in December 2020, Secretary of State nominee Anthony Blinken declared the clients of West Executive included investment giant Blackstone, Bank of America, Facebook, Uber, SoftBank, pharmaceutical company Gilead, the investment bank Lazard, Boeing, AT&T, the Royal Bank of Canada. These are some of the investment firms that are directly investing into Anthony Blinken's company, co-founding company, and now Anthony Blinken is Secretary of State. If you're worried about one Middle Eastern dude investing in a financial firm, what about this guy affecting foreign affairs based on what these companies are telling him to do?
He doesn't have stake in that. Like the people who are influencing him he doesn't have stake in those arguments. Like the Secretary of State, is that what he is? That's a position, right? He's not directly overseeing peace talks between Facebook and Blackstone.
No, Secretary of State has a lot of power. It's basically what Hillary Clinton was.
But I'm just saying he's not overseeing direct peace talks between Facebook and Blackstone. The problem was that Jared Kushner was directly seeing over.
He's the foreign defense face. So the foreign face of defense for America. So
and then again, if there are some sketchy actions, it should be easy for you to find those. That's what I'm saying. It will be a strong argument if you can find some direct actions to point to.
Yeah, but I didn't think that we're gonna need that. I thought that this is all we need because I don't know if we can show like direct dealings that Jared Kushner are extremely shady. I think he would protect himself from that too. Like,
I think everyone would agree that if you were previously looking over and overseeing peace talks between two countries, and a party from that country gave you $2 billion after you left your office, people would agree that's a very sketchy thing. Like, that's a direct action people can point to. Like, there's nothing, like, there's obviously no, like, blood with knife on it, right? Like, they're not going to find him committing the murder as they do it, but they do have something to tie to it.
Can I say that the corruption is, for example, that this company, West Executive Advisors, is a company that hires people coming out of administrations and uses their political prowess.
I mean, that makes sense.
More contracts. Is that kind of corruption?
Kind of. The easier answer is going to be that those people. The easier answer is going to be that those people probably had experience handling contracts on the political side of it, so they were probably experienced, and they were probably like some skills were needed. Like they probably, I'm gonna assume the military company doesn't have like all of the political insight to know what to do. They don't have they don't know how to go through all the what's it called, yellow tape, blue tape. Like there's a lot of things that happen politically, right? So on top of that, like it's obviously that if you are in a job that influences and direct deals with politics overall, it's probably best interest to hire people that understand the political side of it. Like we see that happen with like most industries.
Interesting, but do you share with me the concern?
If you could show an action, usually
concerning patterns.
If you need an action, right? You need to show something that he's done to like point at. That's the problem. Is I can't see anything. Man,
he hired so many people once it's a rotating.
Once they left office, he did it the correct way. He didn't hire people while they were in office.
He hires them, but then sometimes they come back into office, and then
that happens.
He directly now can affect office. And then what he does also is he's got so many different investment firms.
This is a relatively chill conversation right now.
Usually
we've had more heated, hardcore debates.
Usually, when people get to like political offices, if they have like a big part of a company, they usually divest in that company to show that those companies' interests won't be a part of them. I know Biden made a big deal about this because Trump wouldn't divest in his realtor companies when he was in office. Right, they usually it's the norm to divest from these companies that could have sway in like your decisions to make it sure you're as unbiased as can be. I'm not saying that they did that, but I would assume that if they got rehired afterwards, they would divest their share, leave their job, leave their office. I assume that's how it was handled. The problem is that you don't have an action in the contrary. That's what we're looking for here.
Yeah, it's interesting. Now I have to look at more details because that was just something I was looking at superficially. I was just gonna say maybe you would agree with me. Both of them now seems like this is business as usual in the Washington D.C. I guess people get hired and fired, and they open their own companies, and
it does seem like the norm.
Connections to
what's against the norm. The against the norm part is like the Jared Kushner money and how he got to that position, right? Like it's arguable that he got to that position from nepotism, and it's arguable that he got paid $2 billion afterwards because of his dealings that he did there, right? Those are two things that are plausible. I'm not saying that they were done. I'm not saying that it looks like they were done. I'm just saying it's plausible that those actions were undertaken, and that's like the scariest part of the argument.
All right. Let me read a little bit more about this. I want to look into articles about if Anthony Blinken might be corrupt. And non-fan, you have any?
So you want to chat on fan while you looks into it?
Huh? I'll send you this.
Again, in order you'd have to point to some dealing he did.
Sorry, go ahead.
You just have to be able to point to some dealing he did, and that dealing would have to be made like Blinken was acting like as the official capacity of the Secretary of State. I don't know. There not only are valid concerns, especially when it comes to like defense stuff. Like there are, Congress members, right, have investments in defense contractors. Even
Nancy Pelosi, the best stockbroker in the business. Okay.
Yeah. Well, no. Nancy Pelosi's husband. Okay.
Sorry, my bad. Yeah.
Yeah. They're not. They can't share information.
That's and they funny. Don't obviously. Rokana's wife is pretty good too.
Why would they do that?
Bro, I'm good at the stocks. What do you mean? All I had to do was shove some money into crypto.
I actually followed Nancy Pelosi when she bought Nvidia, and I made like a good $50 off of their things. I'm just saying, okay. Something tells. Sorry, Mr. Pelosi. Yeah. Whenever they bought Nvidia, they bought a big amount of Nvidia, and Nvidia jumped that day because
she's just a really good investor. I don't know what you mean.
One second, I gotta respond.
I don't know. I'm reading here. There's so much corruption. Like, for example, here I'll give you one. Uh, doesn't senior officials in the national security space come from a handful of strategic consulting firms? Hint, hint. The This is Executive Advisors. West Exec. Let's call them West Exec. Okay. That profited from political connections during the Trump years. Potential conflicts of interest in key national security fields like Middle East policy, arms sales, and ransomware throw into question the capacity of America to lead globally on ethics and good governance. So this is what a dozen of officials have a problem with Trump for. But then you look at the Biden administration, doesn't seem to grasp that its shadow lobbying undermines global anti-corruption efforts. Business partners of Biden's top diplomats, Secretary of State Tony Blinken, top diplomat by the way, guys, continue to snag powerful roles in the administration. The most recent example is Dan Shapiro, who is under consideration to the Middle East envoy. So basically, this is exactly like Jared Kushner, but 100 million times worse. It's not the president, it's the president's top diplomat that's picking and choosing who's coming in to become the Middle East envoy. At least before that, it was Trump. Now it's Tony Blinken that makes the decision to who becomes the Middle East envoy. Isn't the Middle East envoy the same position that Jared Kushner had? Anyway, Shapiro served as Obama's ambassador to Israel. He has since worked in Israel.
Anthony Blinken gets to make those decisions, right? Like that's his job to make those decisions. I would assume that's what Anthony Blinken
Any
does.
Nepotism?
Right?
Ben, where is he?
Yeah, that's his family, bro.
But speaking of, not to derail this a little bit, but I know you looked into Donald Trump being like racist. Did you end up looking into like the actual factual stuff on that?
I could say that he's. I wouldn't say 100% because that's almost.
I have a list I can give you.
But so during, you could probably argue he is racist.
Yeah, under the Nixon administration, he was sued.
He does not like Muslims, right, Manar? You would at least agree to that.
You got something against him,
bro. They're telling me I got wrecked on the morality debate. Did I really lose the morality?
I'd have to watch it. Okay, I'll watch it on.
Wait,
the one we had, Manar?
No, that was a different one. I'd done so many different ones. But it was a whole different one.
Just to put a bow on it, yeah. Under the Nixon administration, Trump Management Corporation got sued because there was evidence that he refused to rent to black tenants. There was the Central Park 5. He put out news articles saying like bring back the death penalty, like literally kill them. And then once it got found out, there was DNA evidence that proved them innocent. Even after that, he still said they're guilty. Like I think it was like while he was running, he was asked if he still thinks they're guilty. He said yes. Even though there is direct DNA evidence that said the contrary now. Yeah. I mean, those are the two biggest I really need.
Sure. I can give you that. Personally speaking, I think
Trump was pretty racist.
Has something sick with him that I do not agree with. And this is something that you see a lot of older people have. It's the sickness. It's like this old mentality. I don't know. I hope I'm not like that, but they're very belligerent and very racist. A lot of these older folks.
I mean, hey, looks like Biden's doing pretty well for his old age. We just don't look at what he did in Congress in the 1980s. Okay.
I don't want to bring it up, but yeah, his younger days, I guess his older days.
People point to the crime bill that he made, but that wasn't that racist.
Now he's transsexual, so he doesn't care.
He did say something about school becoming a racial jungle. That was a pretty crazy era.
You know what I don't get though is that like it seems like conservatives for a while did not care about like racial inequities in policing at all until suddenly when Biden's running for president and Biden orchestrated a crime bill. They are suddenly now willing to admit that crime bill did have disproportionate effects on black people.
Yeah.
But I never understand. It's like, who do you think is better going to address those issues, Biden or Trump?
Yeah. So my problem is, man, Biden just seems like he's sleeping. Like he's not mentioning anything.
I mean,
compared to Trump is literally sleeping in court.
You remember back in the old days when Trump would wake up every morning and do a fucking press conference himself? That was.
I mean, that's just because he loved hearing himself talk.
Bro.
Yeah, that's.
That's just because he loves hearing himself
press
talk.
I know, but that was the good old days.
But also, I know. Okay, let's take the Etch-a-Sketch, right? Let's shake it clean, okay?
Man. And now we don't even see Biden doing shit. It just feels like.
I mean, he's always been press secretaries. But Let's shake everything clean, right? Let's shake the Etch-a-Sketch.
Go ahead.
Let's shake the Etch-a-Sketch. Okay, so all clean slate. Okay, what do you look for in a president? Like, what do you personally look for? What are your biggest qualities that you want to see?
Man, I'm the wrong person to ask, man, because
I just want to know. I just want to know.
I'm an Arab, so I need somebody really honest, noble. I need somebody that his country can vouch for him, his community can vouch for him. I want somebody that has no scandals. If you have a scandal, I think you're like a sex scandal, let alone like a regular money scandal. If you have like a sex scandal, like where's the honest people anymore? Like if you're gonna be leading me in my position, you're gonna be in a position of power over me. I need to be able to trust you. I need transparency from you. I need to be able to make sure that you're not a corrupt person. And all of these guys seem fucking corrupt as fuck. Like
I
everyone
assume
has
you
scandals.
also want them to be a follower, like want to follow Islam or accepting of Islam. I assume is a big thing to you as well.
I mean, this is if I'm in a secular community, this is what I should be. This I'm not even gonna get there. Like I'm not even completely gonna get there because this is totally different. This is like if I can put Sharia law, of course, I would only look at the smartest one of us, the only the Hafiz of the Quran. Like you think I'm gonna let somebody leading me and he doesn't know any, he can misstep on the Quran. Like if I test him and I say, hey, which verse is this? And the verse 25, 23, after he says this, what does he say? And he fails. I think he's loses that position. I mean, he has is a very big. You know what I mean? I have a lot of. He needs to get win a lot of testing from me, and so that's another discussion totally. But what I'm trying to give you guys is your own secular communities. You would at least look at something like honesty as the number one, virtue, character, something you need to look at, because what else can give you what the next 4 years is going to look like for you guys? I mean, if he's corrupt and he has these business dealings, why are you so sad? Why are you surprised when you figure out that he didn't drain the swamp and none of your politics went through?
Do you want them? What are strengths you look for then? Because I know those are a lot of like negatives. Do you want them to be like economically? Do you want them to be like free trade? Do you want them to be like more made in America? Like, what do you look for?
I want them to be, first of all, virtuous people. So I want to make sure that they've started businesses and completely did everything the right way, even though it was hard. They did it completely the right way. I want to be able to make sure, yeah, they've been sued. Of course, everyone gets sued, but I want to make sure that they're not doing anything wrong and they passed these sues or they've been dismissed or whatever. So I actually have a big litmus test. I mean, if you're going to be leading my country, it's a big thing. You're going to have to be prowess in every way. You have to be a fucking doctor. You have to be a very knowledgeable person in science. You have to be a very knowledgeable person in finance. You have to be a very knowledgeable person in public speaking and character. You have to be a tall person. I don't want a short fucking leader. Like shit like that, man. I know it's kind of sounds ridiculous, but you're gonna be leading me. You gotta be showing me that you are worthy of leading me. You know what I mean? I'm not
be able to look towards the leader.
Death. And now you might know a little bit about why this country is very dismissive of everybody and why they can see a glimmer of hope on Trump. Maybe they don't see him that he's going to be the guy that leads them through the battlefield. But at least he's the beginning. They can grasp onto something. They have nothing else to grasp onto. What is it, Kamala Harris? Do you want him to hold on to her? Yuck. Or you want him to hold on to Biden? Yikes. He's going to fall if anybody touches him.
So I generalized the things you gave me. So I feel like the biggest qualities you look for in this are honesty, trustworthy, accepting of religion, and virtuous. Would that be like a good summary?
Not necessarily accepting of religion, but I would say virtuous, and it's gonna come out of there. Yeah.
Okay, so his virtuousness would make him accepting, not directly.
Yeah, if he's a virtuous person, it doesn't make him moral decisions. Basically, it's very hard for him to do so.
So when you said that you wanted him to be accepted by his country and accepted by his community, I mean not to switch to the general point. I feel like a lot of these are just so against Trump.
No. For example, you have to be a prominent figure and in the community, which is what Trump is.
Well, let's go like point by point. You said like
liked. Yeah,
you said trusted as well.
And how can you say Trump is not respected? He has some of the best. He has some of the biggest network with some of the biggest folks in the world.
But then look at the two things you said. You said trusted by his country and trusted by his community. The people he previously worked with like disavow him and like talk about all the evil things he's done. They've even pursued criminal prosecution. Then when it comes to, like his country trusting him, his country's currently taking him to court, right? Like both of those things are like negative to him.
The way I look at it is this is yeah, sure. Maybe I might actually agree with you that Trump is actually a very bad president. Yeah, but what's your other? Give me the other.
The other alternative.
Give me an alternative. Yeah. Okay. Let's.
Okay.
Yeah, you win.
Joe Brandon,
Trump is
baby.
bad. What's the alternative?
So while I agree, Biden does have some shortcomings. Okay, I would agree with you there. I feel like when you look at like one, he's like he has the experience. Like actually, let me go to my dick sucking page. Okay, Biden has like extensive experience in the government. He's served vice president from 2009 to 2017. He was been a U.S. senator for 36 years. Like when you look at like he knows how to like he knows what he's doing, right? Like I don't think when it comes to him, he's going to run us into the ground like Trump did with his deficit spending. When it looks on, I know you're going to disagree with me on this, but on social issues, he was the one who actually pushed for gay marriage being legalized, not Obama, which is funny because Obama has the claims of dating a man now on conspiracy theory websites. So but he was the one who like was the big push for that against Biden, right? I mean against Obama. And then when you look at like how he handled COVID-19, I think he handled it a lot better than Trump did. And I feel like it's an unfair judgment to judge people on how they speak, right? Like if we judge people on how they spoke, like we would consider Stephen Hawking an idiot, right? Like we've never, I don't understand what the unfair judgment of we've never judged people on how they speak. I agree him falling, that man, we need to get that man on a gym regimen, okay? That's something I would be for, okay? But optically, he does not look strong. I agree with you, but I don't think optically not looking strong has ever been a reason to hand wave like what a person says. Like if we did that, like we'd cut off so much of the world.
I feel like most of his actual decisions have signaled strength, like his handling of Israel, especially with the like Iran attacks, his handling of Ukraine and giving them all the funding they need. I feel like we've done a decent job at signaling strength through his actions, at least. Even if you think optically Biden looks weak because he's old.
Okay, you guys talked about how he has some extensive experience, and this extensive experience is why he should be in office because it really can
career politician,
develop into something big. But my question is, where do we see him using this extensive experience in the past 4 years? Can you guys point?
He was able to pass an infrastructure bill that Donald Trump couldn't pass. Like in Donald Trump's 4 years of trying to pass it,
the infrastructure bill shows his inexperience. He came into the office.
And got a bill passed that Trump couldn't.
That Trump couldn't for 4 years. And it was a bipartisan bill too. He had thinner margins than Trump.
Can I finish, guys? He came into office saying he's the bipartisan guy, and he's gonna bring bipartisanship into office. The infrastructure bill took almost a year to get passed, all because of one motherfucker and Christina Sinema, whatever her name is. And he couldn't even unify his own party, let alone try to unify the bipartisanship. So I'm trying to. Can you explain to me what is this experience looking like? I can't see this experience being presented in any way, shape, or form the past 4 years.
The easiest answer is that like when you're talking about bipartisan, you're talking about both parties coming to the table, which Trump was.
He couldn't even get his own party to agree with each other.
Wait. Trump had a majority in Congress and he couldn't get stuff passed. Biden against the same. Actually, did he? I think he did. Okay, I might be wrong, but even either way, I'm talking about in Congress. I think Trump had a majority in all. He might not have. Okay,
for his first 2 years, he did.
Yeah. Okay. So Trump at one point had a majority in Congress and he still couldn't pass that bill. Biden against a majority that is against him got that bill passed. That same bill. So he's shown that he can make both sides come to the table.
You talking about the infrastructure bill?
Yes.
Bro,
that was a bill Trump couldn't pass.
6 months to almost 12 months, 6 to 12 months.
Still got passed. Yes,
and
but
all
it did.
Because of one motherfucker that Biden had direct relationship with and loved and kept touted such big words about him, but kept saying that he can't really influence too hard. I mean, Biden really didn't do anything. All his expertise was useless. Actually, it feels like Biden wasn't the one that solved that issue. It was the capitulation. No, it was the capitulation of the progressives that solved that issue.
True. And who caused that capitulation? Donald Trump couldn't. On the other side.
No, but the problem is you guys are. The biggest thing you guys like about Biden's expertise, you cannot show he presented it in any way. He actually failed in every way when he tried to present his expertise, whatever, his bipartisanship. He can't even get his own party to agree with him. It was disgusting, man. It was a capitulation by the progressives. It was actually very disheartening. You guys remember? It was the moment we knew that Biden didn't give a fuck about us, and the Democrats and even the progressives themselves didn't give a fuck about us because they started talking such good words about Biden immediately afterwards. It was kind of really fucking disheartening.
So, but again, though, it's like it's crazy. Like you can say that what he did, like if it was bad bipartisanship, I mean, there's a case to be made, but it was still bipartisanship that was gotten done, right? When you look at it, like Trump couldn't get it passed. That's what I point to. So, like when you look at the bipartisanship being done, you can say that it's bad, but it's still better than Trump. And I agree that is a horrible way to characterize presidential elections. But under this one, we're in a two-party system. You only have two options. You're going to look at who's the better option.
But what I was looking at the infrastructure bill, I saw that there was so many opportunities that Biden could have, for example, increased funding, allowed for more, like basically could have not forced the progressive to capitulate and fixed it himself. And it seemed like all this expertise was utilized for nothing. I don't think he was the one to even solve the problem. So what's the use? Like you can't even give it upon him. This infrastructure bill is not even contributed to him, and it was supposedly his biggest accomplishment. He came to office saying this is going to be the biggest bill in history, and he's going to solve world hunger
wants
or
that to
child
happen,
hunger,
though.
whatever
That's what Menard wants.
by 50%. Did nothing of the sort.
I mean, America is like leading the world in like aid packages currently. Isn't that the case? Like by $300 million compared to like the next one, which is like 90.
For what?
I'm pretty sure by aid packages by like millions. I think America is currently at like 319, and then
yeah,
and then the next up is the entirety of the European Union, and it's at like 90.
Yeah. I would say America is about 330. You're right. But under Trump, I don't know how he was able to do it, but he was able to create a very strong economy. Unemployment was really down. I know
only
he
had
had
Arabs.
the pandemic.
So the way he did stuff though was not the way we're supposed to do it. He took funding from the DOJ to get funding to his border wall because he couldn't get a bill passed through Congress, right? Like what he's doing doesn't look like a good person at all. Whenever like if you had a manager and they couldn't get corporate to help them on something and they instead stole it from somewhere else and then did it anyway to piss off corporate, like that's not a good manager.
You're right. There are some points you can call out Biden that he seemed like he wasn't a politician at all. It seemed like he was almost like a mafia boss. Like it was my way or the highway. Get the fuck out of here.
That was Trump I was describing.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Okay, you said
you're
Biden.
right. We could say that Trump looked like that and forced like that, but I would argue that that's why people liked him. It seemed like
that's the problem today is that people like him because of him being a criminal.
It seemed like he was the only force that's actually ready to put himself on the line to say the thing that nobody will ever say and stand in the way of the like I guess I don't want to say it in a bad way like that, but the oppression, like the opposite. I'm not saying oppression like oppression.
Yeah,
like
I got you.
And stand in the way of it and force and say no, it's gonna go my way. I don't care what you think. And I know it's totally not political, it's not diplomatic in any way, but I feel like it was very attractive. People actually
it's fairly political. It's authoritarian like is how it is, and that's is why people like him, is because people do like the fascists in him. Like it's crazy that the Republicans are like supporting the most fascist president candidate we've seen in like the last 80 years, right? Like it's crazy. These are the same Republicans that if you showed them if you showed them the word fascist, they'd be upset, and they don't know today that they're supporting one.
If it was like that in every single way, form, or shape, I would tell you you're right. This is an authoritarian person.
Definitely.
But it seems like he was really the decision maker. He was the final sayer in a couple of bills and stuff, but it was rarely that he was influencing something really big. He picked and chose actually his fights. He was very, very strategic.
True, and every time he chose one, it ended up probably being illegal, right? Like we saw that with the Georgia Rico case. We're seeing that now with Mar-a-Lago. It seems like you're right. He did pick his battles, but every time he had a battle, it was done illegally, right? I agree. Comparing him to a mobster was probably the best comparison you could think of. You're right. He is powerful and he does stuff illegally. But the president, should we say
illegal? Because I was looking at this, for example, the Muslim ban.
I'm not calling a Muslim ban. I'm calling about Georgia Rico.
It was illegal, but it looks like the Supreme Court
was able
like
an unhinged
one of his,
Nazi kleptocrat symbiosis.
I'm not calling that. I think they challenged the idea that he could make that executive order, and they found that he couldn't, which is probably right.
We're thinking about the same Ukraine.
So that's pretty impressive.
The interim government did have some bad people in it. Luckily, that interim government lasted, I think, less than a year before
that wasn't
they
like a criminal
out.
challenge against him. That was against like his action as president, right? Like against the 88 indictments that he's currently facing. We're seeing different
legal precedents. The only legal precedents we have when it comes to Trump, really, and indictments against him, and some indictments against him
are the 88 federal indictments.
Yeah, and it seems like some of them actually are bogus. Like basically, they're even the Supreme Court can claim that this is a dismissal of a case.
I haven't seen any single one be characterized as bogus. Which one are you referring to when you say
well,
that?
no, like not bogus, but like being saying that hey, don't no, this is not actually illegal. You're actually completely legal in the way you.
I haven't seen anyone say that either. I even when he was
That's what
arguing in
the
front of the
Supreme Court upheld one of his executive orders.
that was
That
there they were challenging whether he had the power to do that action, not whether that action was inherently illegal. It's the same thing with the Supreme Court going on
Supreme Court
currently.
actually ruled that he was committing an illegal thing.
No, the Supreme Court ruled that his action was illegal, like he had the power to do that. It wasn't whether the substance of that bill was legal or illegal, is whether the action that he took to get that bill using that executive order, was the way he did that legal or illegal. That was what they were pushing. Did it violate the Constitution? I think was another question. But again, they're just challenging whether he had the power to do that with an executive order.
Okay, but can you tell me anything that they found that he was completely illegal in doing? Like, what is something that was challenged through the court, completely won all appealings, and is now a precedence?
I mean, there's the fraud trial he's currently undertaking, the one that he lost and was ordered to pay.
Appealed.
True, it's being appealed, but it's still guilty, right? You don't call it. It's not under appeal until it's accepted as under appeal. It's still guilty.
Something that's totally done that they found about him that has
totally
nothing to do with his past. This is the new thing. And it has to do with Russia collusion, something that's like 100% guaranteed he's illegal. Because we keep talking about how he's committed this illegal thing, committed that illegal thing. I'm saying you might be able to claim it's illegal, but not necessarily. It seems like every time it's challenged, he's able to figure out a weasel out a way using his fucking genius lawyers to claim that either.
Let me tell you about them genius lawyers. Okay?
Yeah, how many lawyers are now co-defendants?
So yeah, most of his lawyers are now against him when it comes to those court trials because they've taken plea deals, okay, to testify against him to get lesser sentences. On top of that, first, that you're really telling me like where is he guilty currently? He's pushing court case he's currently in until election because he wants to pardon himself of those because he's fucked if those go to trial. So first there's that. And then secondly, when it comes down to it, like he is guilty on that one, on the fraud trial. Like he said, point to something where he's guilty. He's guilty. Like of course it's under appeal, but that doesn't matter, right? It's not. I don't even think it's been accepted as under appeal. I think the motion has just been put in, and of course the motion is going to put in. Like that's just a normal thing. Like in spaces like these, how many like times do you see a boxer lose a fight and then instantly appeal the fight just because they're afraid to lose?
Bro, but that's the right thing to do. Your fucking criminal courts are.
I'm not saying that it's.
You don't need evidence, especially if it's a civil case too. Holy shit, it's not even a criminal case. Let alone in a criminal case, you even necessarily need to appeal because criminal cases you actually get a better appeal case. I think.
How do you feel about the fact that he's? How do you feel about the fact that he's like pushing back all of his trials until after like the election day so he could pardon himself as a potential option?
How do you feel about your ex-president being fucking ransomed and blackmailed in the court justice system and lawfared against? Like you need to answer that.
I believe in our justice system, so I think that if a jury finds him guilty or if a president finds him guilty, that the evidence that was provided by the state was probably strong enough to find him guilty. It's the way our justice system works. Either have faith in it or you don't.
It's really horrifying. You're not scared that they're gonna go after Biden after he leaves office, and then after Barack Obama.
If they can find something, isn't it like? Don't you ever question like, why is it only Trump who has all these cases under his belt? Like even Nixon, who arguably did a lot of illegal things.
This is your president. They're going after him for a fucking
ex-president, okay, and
hopefully not president. Star and some fucking a building like.
Well, true, but those are civil cases. Those are brought civilly, right?
Oh wow! Thanks for the follow.
You can sue anyone for anything.
Why do you believe in the justice system? Hey, listen, we have one of the best justice systems in the world, baby. Defendants get a lot of rights. You're innocent until proven guilty. You have a right to a trial by jury. It has to be beyond a reasonable doubt. You can appeal.
You just described it has done.
I mean, there are issues with it.
And even when they got to the highest,
there are issues with it for sure. But we have a lot of goddamn rights here. Okay. It is pretty easy to lose a sexual assault civil case if you're a public figure that admits to sexually assaulting people and has done it many times, yeah.
He's a criminal. He's like, yeah, he's been guilty, but it's under appeal. That means you need to relax. Like a lot of appeal.
So under appeal means nothing. Okay, under appeal means just that they didn't like the decision. Like, of course they didn't. And also, when you say the Supreme Court supports him, do you have faith in the justice system or not? Because you seem to flip flop on those whether.
Yeah, I mean, he does have rights. He He does. He could. If he came back to the U.S., he would be given a trial. Now he will argue that trial isn't fair because Julian Assange's position is that he isn't actually given a fair trial because he's not allowed to say the reason why he leaked the documents. For whatever reason, the way the law is written, it doesn't give him the power to state why he leaked the documents, basically, which I think is kind of dumb. Yeah, but like even he does have the right to a fair trial. Yes, even he has those rights. And also, like, there are checks and balances. The president can pardon Assange if he wanted to. If he wanted to, the president could just do that. There are checks and balances. So even where the justice system fails, there are checks and balances that make sure that certain things don't happen. Yeah.
So what we're going to do is we're going to have the people see what you've done and see if the people think you are guilty. So that's what it comes down to.
But can't you show precedents of cases that basically they didn't have enough witnesses, they needed a little bit more evidence, they needed something a little bit more? You can show a lot of cases like that, and a lot of these cases had much more evidence than this girl. Holy shit!
What do you mean
this
by
girl
that?
doesn't even have
he
a
hasn't
DNA
stood
kit.
trial.
No, she doesn't even
not in
remember
the
the
US.
date, so no police report of that date. How do you believe somebody that doesn't even make a police report of them being assaulted like this?
I don't personally believe them because I've never heard their argument. I believe that a jury found them guilty, and I believe that the jury was shown enough reasonable evidence to find them guilty.
So
I agree with you.
No, when you give me the evidence,
what do you mean
and I'm
skewed
a
trial? I
reasonable
mentioned
person,
the
I'm a
one
logical
thing,
person, would you
which
say
is
I'm a
his
logical
position that
person,
they
or
don't
do
let him get a fair trial just because
in some forms you have a lot of secular beliefs.
I knew
so
you
can't state
obviously,
why he
well,
leaked
yeah,
the
you have a lot of
documents,
secular beliefs, so obviously some of it's not logical.
You're
It's
gonna
secular.
fucking roast me, anyways.
Well, to believe in God isn't like there's no
Yeah.
logical conclusion. Yeah. Not that it's illogical, but it's not like that's not a logical conclusion you come to in that circumstance, right? That's because you have faith, which is like a good thing and a bad thing. Like you can say it's either.
Well, I forgot what I was talking about. I laughed too
You
hard.
said, "Am I a logical person?" Because you viewed the evidence, and that's where we ended off.
So yeah, if you're a logical person, you look at the evidence and you say, okay, is this evidence something I can trust? Then you are a logical person. You've tested yourself. It seems like you're a logical person. You look at the history of how people do courts. You look at their evidences and their preponderance or evidence and their needs. And you've seen before, it's almost impossible to get a person on one witness. Every single court chooses two witnesses.
That the presidential pardon is literally a check on the judicial system. That is what the presidential pardon exists for. It is a check on the judicial system. I don't know. They go to 8th grade civics and they teach you that.
You should be able to
what happened to my kid Gideox? I mean, he still pops in from time to time.
You need to be able to look at his phone records and pinpoint that he was in that location at the same time. Stuff like that.
You buy that theory? What do you mean I buy that theory? That is a statement of fact. The presidential pardon is a check on the justice system. Maybe what's the argument against that?
And so this is ridiculous.
That's what it is.
I can look at a claim.
You can say maybe it's not used. It is very person by person, favorite pending case. That doesn't change the fact that it is a check on the justice system. Just because the president may abuse that check on the justice system doesn't mean it's not a check on the justice system.
Believe in that system.
But what you described is like this is what you would look for. I mean, they do have that. There's a process where they go through what evidence they have and they bring it up. If let's say I am the defense and I say, hey, this is to the prosecution. I'm like, this is evidence I'm going to provide, and they're like, well, we don't disagree with it. We disagree with this evidence. They will bring that up to the judge on a separate time period and be like, hey, this is like they'll have a court meeting without a jury and they'll say why they think this evidence should be included, and then the prosecution will say why it shouldn't be.
No, they're both streamers. They're Minar and
whether
Isaac.
they can rule that in or out. And that's even happened during court cases because I know that was a big part of the
really
Kenosha Kyle Rittenhouse trial was that they were trying to show some video of him, I think, hitting a woman as like a character reference to show that he's like a bad person.
Lots of monsters.
And the judge was like, I don't think that has any stake in this case,
because
so I'm going to disallow that.
Well, either he believed they're innocent or he was just doing it for his own personal gain. But again, just because they abuse it doesn't mean it's not a check on the judicial system. That's what it is.
Basically, what I want to get to is, yes, everyone's corrupt. You have to understand, I'm coming from a position, I'm actually completely centrist on this position. This is actually one position you will find me as a centrist on, is that I will accept any president that you can prove to me is a good president. And the only one I can see that's done better, when I compare Trump versus Biden, I see corruption in both. I see really shady histories. I see really disgusting.
You can say that. That's fine. Doesn't change the fact that it's a check on the judicial system. I don't necessarily have a problem with presidential pardons. I don't know.
Anyways, so their characters.
But there's no evidence for Joe, though. Right?
I haven't thought about it.
Donald Trump is a direct. video.
You're right. No evidence.
Okay.
Yeah, except that his son is a crackhead. Whatever.
True, actually true.
That's not
Okay.
evidence. As if that's not evidence. You know, the guy has issues.
Yeah, but
The guy
he
has
has like you can point to that. True. Yeah.
Anyways, so the thing is, and even he calls him his fucking father, Pedo Pete, in his phone. I mean, that's fucking crazy. Anyways, so my position here is
it is in fact based off British common law. I think it's based on the king being able to pardon people.
I'm actually neutral. Like both presidents are trash.
The founders did take inspiration from
both presidents.
the British
I don't
system.
want to be lead me. I will never let them lead me. But when I actually compare now, if we're talking about the, I'm a reasonable person. I'm a logical person. I'm looking into the deep meats and potato. I'm also a hungry person, but I'm looking into the falafel, the hummus, and the falafel of the situation.
Gotcha.
I'm getting into the falafel of the hummus of the situation, and what I'm looking at is Trump through his 4 years looks so much fucking sexier, looks so much better for the American people, did so much more in the political front face as the face of America, as the face of foreign politics for America. He did so much good things when it comes to foreign affairs wise. Israel loved him, Saudi Arabia loved him, Russia loved him. Everyone really appreciated them, even North Korea, which is unbelievable. One of our biggest enemies. We've been sanctioning them to oblivion for many years. China loved him. I'm just saying, man, it seems like when we compare the two, one guy is a corrupt guy that is just sitting and oozing out corruption, whereas the other guy, at least he has a
Dude, I can't
semblance
believe
of
Israel loved him. Why did Israel love him? Oh, because he supported Israel's annexation of the Golan Heights and he moved the embassy to Jerusalem?
Like a press conference? Are you kidding me?
What?
Is that the only president that ever did that? Like, I mean,
there was radio. One of the ones was famous for doing radio talks every night. I don't remember who it is. My history.
Well, yeah, like it's so rare to see something like that, and you would see him every morning.
Can I pose you a hypothetical?
So strong, and he would tweet all the time. You would feel connected to him. You would feel like you could actually talk to him, and he would advocate for you. Whereas this guy, he just seems like he's floating in space. So if we're gonna compare the two, let's get there. Let's not talk about this guy's more corrupt. Let's talk about their accomplishments necessarily, because I agree with you. Both of them are trash. Character-wise, they're trash.
Hosting a debate on your stream thing because it's an interesting conversation that I'm being in.
So let's say you're at a party, right, and you're with your friend,
and they drag me into this.
Oh my god. Is it one of your parties, blue-haired parties?
No. It's okay.
It's the woke party.
I'm not being those allegations. It's the woke party.
The no t-shirt party, no clothes party.
Jesus Christ, no.
You never heard
let's say
of
you're at a party. Let's say you're at a. I mean, I've heard everyone's heard of them. Okay. What's the? It's in. There's a really good horror movie where it's a comedy horror movie. It's with Marlon Wayans, and there's a really good joke about that. But let's say you're at a party with your friend, okay, and a registered pedophile comes to the party, okay, and then another registered pedophile comes to the party, and then another registered child predator comes to the party, okay, and your friend is hanging out with all three of them. You're not gonna look at that and be like, wow, he's so nice. Even the pedophiles like him. You're gonna be like, why the fuck is he with those pedophiles? I feel like the same is when it comes to our enemies. Shouldn't the same be the same? Why is he being so friendly with our enemies and leaving behind the UK? Why is he pulling out of the Paris peace agreement that we've agreed to? Why is he pulling out, like, when it comes to our friends, why is he being mean to our friends and nice to our enemies? I feel like it's crazy how Republicans will have that view of he was speaking with our enemies nicely. Like, if I see a dude hanging out with pedophiles at a barbecue, I'm not gonna be like, wow, he's so friendly. I'm gonna be like, what the fuck?
Wait. Are you calling North Korea a pedophile?
No, I'm saying that they're our enemy, right? We don't have a good view on them.
We shouldn't be buddy with them.
The problem is you are an arm of power. So you as a citizen, you have no power. So of course you're gonna stay away from the pedophile. But you as the counselor, you're the advisor, you're the judge. You're gonna get close to the guy. You're gonna be face to face with him. You're gonna talk to him. You're gonna tell him you're gonna enforce upon him your laws. So yeah, this is a different class.
But none of those were done.
Sorry?
Yeah, like what did North Korea? What happened to North Korea after Trump did the I
think we talked about this is just going to be a reoccurring argument because we've already had this argument. But again, yeah, at the same time he was there, they were demolishing communally built buildings between North and South Korea, right? Like they unveiled a new ballistic missile while he was actually, I think it was like a day after he left. They unveiled it, right? Like this is it's not like he got anything done.
The only thing he accomplished was a photo op, which just ended up legitimizing Kim Jong-un. It just ended up legitimizing him as a leader, and nothing actually got done.
Who was better at actually trying to denuclearize?
No, I think he's Syrian.
Korea. Was it Biden or is it Trump? Biden, who hasn't even said one word about Korea this whole fucking 4 years, or Trump, they actually strengthened the relationship. Went
He
and
doesn't
met
want to
with the guy,
legitimize
told
them.
them, "Hey, listen, we want to make a deal with you. I'm serious about this. Let's get there. Let's you and the South Korea get to meet each other." I mean, he did something unbelievable. I can't believe this.
True. I'll give you that. Yeah, I give that as a pro. The problem is right after I give him also the con of he didn't get anything done though. Like it was a pretty cool photo, right? But
that's true. But we always look at the pioneers like Martin Luther King. We're gonna say, "What the fuck? He's a loser."
He got a lot of, but he got shit done. He got bills done.
As that statue, you know.
But listen, but you understand that he got so much done, right? Like that's why we look to him. That's why he is the pioneer. That's why you named him and not Malcolm X.
That wasn't necessary. You're trying to say, let's leave these drug dealers or whatever pedophiles, leave them alone. I'm sure I'm demonetized at this point. Fuck you, man. He said that.
True.
Yeah.
True. Yeah.
He said it like 100 times, bro.
Don't worry. Just I said I might have, but it was fine. Okay.
Non-friends producer and his editing team is gonna.
Yeah, his Mossad agent. His Mossad agent is already DMing him to run.
Oh yeah.
But anyways, I don't even remember what we were talking about.
But yeah, I feel like that the way easier point to that these.
I mean, this is one of the more chill. This is more of a conversation than the debate right now.
I'm afraid he's not gonna get shit done, right? I'm afraid
that. Yeah, so North Korea, we look at him as a pioneer. We look at him as he did something. You're trying to say, let's leave these guys. These are drug dealers. These are pedos. Leave them alone. Trump was like, that's Biden's approach.
What he did basically was point a light and say, hey guys, look at this drug dealer. No one talked to them is what he did, right? Like that's even worse.
He's like, hey, hello? Hey, I heard you've been doing some bad things. We need to talk.
Holy and then nothing got done. So all he did was point a light at them, right? Like,
he literally like handed Kim Jong-un a W because Kim Jong-un was able to.
Sorry, go.
Kim Jong-un was literally able to deliver this photo op to his people. Like it was a W for Kim Jong-un.
It's amazing. Yeah, why not? Because
we shouldn't be giving Kim Jong-un W's.
Yeah, America's been sanctioning and destroying North Korea. Trump was like, man, listen, this political way is not working. I know a better way. I'm a business guy. I wrote books on this shit. You guys hired me because I'm a business guy.
But isn't it crazy to call him a business guy, but he didn't get a deal done?
Sorry?
You would at least expect a business guy to get like a deal on the table, right?
I don't know, man. Did he not have a deal?
Rodman has a better chance.
Like he had a deal and then it squashed. I think there was some kind of treaty or some kind of promise, and then
there was a deal to exchange. There was a deal to exchange. I think prisoners of war and dead soldiers. I think was part of it.
I'm sure that actually went through.
I think it did, but again, that's literally nothing. Like you're just, no offense to those dead people. You're bringing back dead people.
You know what happened was when Biden came, he fucking literally squashed it. I think.
Of course, because he said let's delegitimize this power. Let's say we don't.
Yeah. That's the first thing he did is he started removing the executive orders that Trump had placed to try to, especially when it comes
with that oil pipeline too. Yeah, because he's big on the.
Yeah, like he stopped the Syrian order to return troops. Yeah, I remember.
He also, how do you feel? Because I don't want to be wrong, okay? I'm not trying to get canceled on Twitter. You're Syrian, aren't you?
Who?
You.
Did I do what? I'm Syrian.
Are you? I'm sorry. Yeah, okay, yeah. So, like, then how do you feel that he was, like, directly banning people from, like, shouldn't that have, like, a stronger connection?
The guys don't get.
Oh, no. Okay, never mind then. Never mind.
Can I say it without you guys calling the CIA and FBI?
What do you, bro? I mean, they might be here. We're talking about politics, bro.
I don't know.
I would say I wouldn't. Not on stream.
Bro, I'm directly connected with the cartel. Bro, I speak.
Also,
God, they're coming to your door. They're coming to your door tomorrow.
We've talked about this before.
No, look, I have cousins on Facebook with the president, and I have cousins on Facebook against the president. They make memes against each other.
That's crazy.
It's not only warfare; it's meme warfare as well. Anyways, what?
But I feel like that should be like a really strong reason why you should not like that president, right? Like he's very racist against Muslims. Like that should be a big connection.
He's a racist piece of shit. Yeah. No. Yeah. But what's the better fucking arm? Kamala Harris? What are you gonna give me? Kamala Harris? Is that what you're gonna give me? Fuck that.
Hopefully not. Yeah. I haven't looked into her policies. A lot of people hate. I need to look into her policies. I haven't done. I'm gonna do a research stream on her policies. I've heard
research her. She's disgusting. Like she could have at least showed fucking semblance of her politics and diplomacy when she said we need a ceasefire. And she should have just shut the fuck up there, and she would have sounded so dramatic and cool. Then she had to say for 6 months and ruined everything, proving that she's a fakester. But this is the thing.
Well,
they have to prove. They have to show you when they're in public. They have to prove that they're fakesters, and that's why, man, it's so crazy because they could easily just. Because I know that a lot of it is like
aesthetic. It's one of my biggest pet peeves. Yeah, one of my biggest pet peeves is a lot of people, especially in the Democratic side of the argument, love the aesthetic of being a Democrat, but don't like the actual policy behind it. Yep, I hate these type of people. Manara, I shouldn't send you the clip.
Is this better?
Too, though.
Yes, you need to look optically good. The problem is though is when you use your optics to further a movement that you're not optically putting out.
Thank you for giving me audio. Listen, nobody ever fucking gives me tells me when the audio's off.
You saw the clip, Minar.
No, what's wrong?
I kind of yelled at someone a while ago because of that reasoning, right?
Yeah, you tell me about that story. What happened? Yeah, he
hold on.
Sorry, what happened? Yeah,
hold on.
Sorry, what happened?
What's wrong with it? Yeah, seems relatively fine. And it's too early for this shit. Oh, yeah, it's fine. Okay. I don't know. No one ever tells me my audio's off, and when I go to edit, it's like, oh, my audio's fucked. I'm like, why didn't someone in chat say something? I appreciate when you guys say something.
But, and then I see that, and then I get poked, like it's just one poke was the trolling. Then he pokes me again, calling me a Nazi, or sorry, implying I was a Nazi. By the way, he still says, well, I didn't call you a Nazi. It's very obvious that's what his goal was, okay? But he implied I'm a Nazi, and I still did not even break. I still didn't I didn't poke back. Then he goes, then Nonfon actually goes, do you got any response to that, Isaac? Stoking the flame a little, but in a funny way. Okay, it's his content. I expect it. I don't know.
Oh, wait, you're talking about NOK Live.
I actually was better than that. Yeah, I was actually better than that. I didn't blow up right then, Minar, even though I really should have. I said, no, I'm good. I still held back. And then after that, he goes, so you're not, do you mean no, I'm good? Like, you're not going to say you're a Nazi, or no, I'm good as you aren't one? Poked me one more fucking time, and then I broke, okay? And then I said, no, I'm fine, is the way I view people like you're the scum of the earth.
Bro, what's wrong with these people, bro? I meet them a lot. They don't have arguments. They literally say and then they start ad hominem you.
You would like NOK Life Minar. He's a fellow Muslim.
Nah, just remember though, he uses it as an aesthetic and not as belief.
I know some bitches, they're like, leave Israel, yeah, because you're white. I'm like, no, my God, no.
No. Yes, actually, Minar, we will probably agree on this. Yeah, I can't. My biggest thing is I can't stand when people use aesthetic to forward movements that they're not informed on, or they're not like they don't have actual belief behind, because all they do is make my side look bad. It's literally gone to the point where I was talking about this on my last stream, where I was like, I think I need to find like somewhere else other than like, I don't even want to call myself a Democrat or a liberal, because Jesus Christ, half these people are just so fucking annoying in the way they actually go by their policies.
I think I'm comfortable saying I'm a conservative, but I would never say I'm a right wing.
It's crazy. I'm gonna have to fucking dig out the Bull Moose party. Fucking.
Bro, I remember I was with Sample. I was in a debate with Non-Fan. First time I talked to Sample Text, and this dude with a P. I don't know his full name, but it was a P, and he was talking about, you're from New York and you're in Israel. What are you doing in Israel or something? And I was like, man, get the fuck out.
Oh, Pedamillo.
No, all you do is because all you do is make my movement look bad. Yeah, I have the exact same.
Yeah. He comes in trying to fucking become a racist pig. He's like, where are you from? The first question. I'm like, fuck off, man. This is your first question is where are you from? No, leave.
Yeah, we don't want to make common ground here. There's some bridge building to do between us. Yeah, I can't stand people like that unironically. It's my biggest pet peeve. Like I've said it.
I want to talk ideas. I want to get into the meat and potatoes of the thing. So when you guys see that Trump is better than Biden when it comes to the stimulation of the economy, how does that make you feel?
Okay, Non-Fon is a big econ person, so now you're walking into a trap. Not like he knows more than you. It's just econ is like so boring that we're gonna just have to hear econ for the next like 5 minutes if we let him speak on econ.
Listen, it's early, man. I just woke up. Okay, I gotta.
Let's do it briefly. Please don't do the scientific debate.
But I know that whenever it comes down to it, I don't know how true this is. Non-Fon will either correct me or agree with me that usually the economy isn't directly impacted by the president, and if that it was directly impacted by what he did, we would be able to point towards something specifically, and we are unable to do that, it seems like. But Non-Fon, you're just giving an open road right now.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, the president doesn't have that much control over shit because the interest rates are decided by the Fed and fiscal policy is decided mostly by Congress. The one thing I will say, the stimulus package that Biden did charge seemed to be pretty good. You can talk about some of the excess inflation that may have been caused by them, but I think the trade-off was overwhelmingly worth it. It definitely stimulated the U.S. economy. Right now, we have the highest growth rate in the G7 and the lowest inflation in the G7. And we've been under 4% unemployment for like 2 years straight now. A lot of that was because of the stimulus package. Secondly, a lot of the inflation had to be supply side. Yeah, thanks, Isaac. He's sleeping on a stream. We did a ton of stimulus in 2008. We did $1.7 trillion in quantitative easing. We spent $700 billion to bail out the banks, and interest rates were near zero. Despite this, we saw very little inflation. Obviously, a lot of the inflation during COVID was supply side from supply chain disruptions, like Chinese factories that shut down during COVID.
All right, let's dive deep into this a little bit. A little bit of your positions here. So you said let's talk a little bit about the funding and the economy. No, please, Isaac, don't.
No, you're good.
Honestly,
You're good.
it's gonna be very fucking quick. I
It's just a
promise.
meme. It's just a meme. No,
Because
you're good.
you
You're
guys
good. I
can
just
talk
meme about
about
it a
character
lot.
all you want.
Yeah.
We can talk
I just
about
meme
this
about it.
guy's more corrupt than that guy, but we need to prove that in a court of law. Whereas here, we can actually look at the
I mean,
economy
the court of law is
and
pretty easy
how
to
it looks
prove.
like. Okay, so can we start, for example, with the stimulation of the economy? Like, for example, the way Trump recovered post COVID was fucking remarkable. He recovered his economy almost perfectly, and then I would argue that his stimulation package is actually bigger than Biden's stimulation package because Biden only gave us 1,400, whereas Trump was going to promise us $2,000 checks and actually more checks. He actually gave us the $600 check, and then he was going to give us more. But then Biden came over and screwed everything up. If you guys remember.
Yeah, if I'm
What
correct,
do you mean
I
screwed
mean,
everything up?
also,
The only
what do
difference
you mean
between
by?
Biden and Trump when it came that stimulation was the college tuition forgiveness, which he never gave us. So now I would argue that Trump's economy would have recovered much longer. The recovery would have been longer and would have phased out a little bit later than it did under Biden. Under Biden, it phased out much quicker, the recovery, and it went back down. You know what I mean?
The funniest part about this argument is that when it comes to like, sorry, this is kind of a derailment, but when it comes to Trump, like one of the biggest things you could actually point to for him is like the way he did push for like multiple companies to be working towards a vaccine and the way he did make those big pushes. But it's funny that Republicans have become so anti-vaccine that you actually just can't point to that as a Republican. He did pretty well in that aspect. He brought a lot of companies like, we're making this, basically, we're going to make whatever they produce public. And he did a lot of good stuff around that. But now Republicans won't touch like what he did with the vaccine by with the 10-inch pull because the way he initially handled it, it's also horrible.
The Democrats became unfucking constitutional. Like they went and mandated a medical procedure. Like, of course, all the Republicans are
Bro, there's
pissed off.
anti-Roma
Okay, yeah, you
policies
created a
everywhere.
great
I'm sure there were some in
Trump
Ukraine.
created a
Nightbot
great
didn't like
vaccine.
it though.
I doubt ever that Trump would have mandated that shit on all of us. That's crazy. That sounds insane to me. Whereas the
Your
Democrats went
voice
and
sounds
mandated it. Are you
is
kidding
post-sleep.
me?
Your
Made it like
voice.
not only mandated lockdowns, which Trump opposed in emphatically, also mandate upon us this medical procedure, and then start giving rules upon the institutions that were hiring us so they can start kicking us out of society if we're not vaccinated. It's absolutely disgusting. You didn't see that the democratic institutions, what they did when it came to the vaccine. Of course, they're inherently going to be spectacle when it comes to the vaccine. They fucking ruined their whole reputation and the trust of the people. That's my argument against that, man. Holy moly, man!
I don't know.
The way the Democrats handled the vaccine was insane. That the
France
governmental
literally pays
lockdown,
Roma people to leave. You know that, right? They have a program where they literally pay Roma people to leave.
but also ruined fucking businesses.
Discrimination against Roma people
so
is
much
a
damage.
huge
They had
problem
to
in all of
re-stimulate the
Europe.
economy with this CARES package that failed, went all the way up to the top and gave no. Basically, all you got was the unemployment, $600 extra for unemployment.
I'm pretty sure the general outlook though on the lockdowns is that like the countries that did have like pretty heavy lockdowns did look the best during and after COVID when it came to recovery.
Yeah, but I can show you also there's evidence that countries that didn't do any lockdowns did just as good as countries.
True, but those countries are going to be like the countries you're going to do are very like selectively chosen. They're
Guys,
we're
not anti-Roma here.
Like
Guys, no, we're not anti-Roma here.
like countries that don't have high population density. Like those are the ones you're going to point to. You can't point to another country like America that
I can't deal with this shit right now, man.
And it's because that every country like America that didn't have extensive lockdowns had a lot of people die.
I don't know. I can just no, man. I think they used this per capita per square meter, and they did that study that way, and they were able to show that the lockdowns actually didn't really do anything. Actually, they were able to show that they extended morbidity. Might have had a causal not or correlative way to the correlative connection with the deaths, increasing of the deaths, because people couldn't get to the hospitals. They were locked in their homes. They were exasperating their stress and mental health issues, and exasperated it was not a causal, but there was a not necessarily completely causal relationship, but it was a correlating relationship. There's a little bit of correlation between the increasing of death and the lockdowns as well. So actually, countries that were not locked down, did better. Not only did they do okay, they did better. How can you prove that though? It doesn't even matter about the capita when it comes to that they did better than the countries that were completely vaccinated and locked in completely. Like this is no, they
Well,
already looked in the studies.
the thing is, those countries probably had different like social and like the way those countries are built are probably majorly different. That's why I said like when you can't point to another country that's like America when it comes to population density that didn't have these lockdowns and did it better or the same effect as America. When you look at countries around the same population density as America, they seem to have done the same things and the effects have been the same. It seemed like that lockdowns did help. And the only study that's ever point to that they were not effective is this Johns Hopkins study, which isn't even a Johns Hopkins study. It was made by a professor from Johns Hopkins study, and it's just a joke of a study when you look into it.
Yeah, but you have to agree with me that this is it's looking really bad there. That there's a reason for these guys to be skeptical of the Democratic Party. The institutions were very quick to judge and very quick to mandate and change laws and create an emergency and force laws upon us, and it was very scary. And even Trump said he didn't agree with those laws. So you can agree that these Republicans have a reason to be skeptical.
I mean, kind of every action that's been taken to like show their skepticism hasn't really led anywhere, right? Like, can you point to some like a big thing where they caught them and they had them? Like, we finally got you here. Like, what can you point to for that?
Yeah, like what about Anthony Fauci?
You mean Anthony Fauci, who Donald Trump, during the time of the vaccine, was on stage during like the presidential debate saying that while they don't agree, he thinks that his decisions being taken are pretty well. He thinks that while they don't agree, that they both have made pretty strong decisions on the vaccine. Like until he went office, he had no problem with Anthony Fauci.
If you actually noticed at the beginning, Fauci was really good when it came to the vaccine, and then he kind of switched. Almost when he got switched.
Is it that he switched, or is it that public opinion switch when Donald Trump left office? Because Donald Trump was
all I remember was he was actually advocating against the masking, and saying that, and he was actually advocating for natural procurement of the disease, and then naturally your immune system is actually strong enough now, and natural immune systems are. He was advocating for that
you're talking
over vaccination.
You're talking about herd immunity.
Then he switched up
natural
completely.
immunity. Yeah.
Yes, you're talking
and
about.
Then he switched up. So maybe Trump was looking at that side of Fauci, and he wasn't looking at the other side that switched up, because he actually completely switched up 180. He was crazy.
Kind of. So I actually know a lot about this because I was just watching the 2020 debate between Donald Trump and Biden. The reason that Fauci switched up was not because like he changed his opinions or he's bought out. Is because studies shown that if we try to go for herd immunity with this, the effects would be dire, right? Like, what was the death? What is the death rate now? What is the death rate of COVID?
But you agree with no. But no. They already looked at the death rate. It was like
61 per 100,000. 61 per 100,000.
Remember COVID when it came out was the biggest thing, right? 1,700,000. That's it. Of all of Americans died, and I'll show you the average.
And 80% of them were unvaccinated.
No. Let me finish. The average year of the COVIDian, the guy that died from COVID,
gotcha,
was fucking 77 years old.
But again,
I'm not joking. Look that one up.
That is true. Yeah, that's probably true. The average people who did die were. But is your case to be that whenever there's viruses that affect old people, we should just let them affect the old people?
Yes. No. This is okay. Why do you mandate it on the young children? No, they were mandating. No, they were forcing mandates on like 3-year-olds. No. This is
because herd immunity, Minar.
Ridicule this argument. Because trying to ridicule this argument. This is a big argument. The Democratic Party overstepped their boundary and their authority. And they started mandating this and trying to come up with studies to say that this is advocating to advocate for this for 3-year-olds. The CDC girl, the Jewish girl, remember the girl that wears the red big nose, looks Indian. I forget her name.
Yeah,
No,
not exactly. But I will say, you do understand that.
No. She was advocating. She was trying to advocate for kids under the age of 6 to start getting vaccinated, and it's going to affect them good. It was disgusting, man. You're going to forget about that? They were trying to force
I don't personally remember, but I also remember that the vaccine was proven to reduce.
And then it was proven that the death rate were babies and children. For babies, basically anybody under the age of 50 was like 0.00.
So from what I remember,
but the death rate is low. But I think the big concern of children is that they could carry the disease, and I think another big concern is that children would usually carry it and be like asymptomatic, so they wouldn't even know that they had it. And they could carry it and spread it to old people.
But you would think if you guys are going to argue through science, and you guys are the scientific intellectuals, You would think when the science proves to you that all the incidents are above 50, so only vaccinate the 50. If the vaccination is super effective, you should only vaccinate the people over 50. So even if they do get in contact with people that were COVIDian, those guys seem like they're gonna not die from it, so they don't need vaccination. But then we need to
But the
stop the
concern
spread.
is
So that's
the
what the
child
vaccine
will
did.
get it and give it to
You guys
someone
have
over
to give
50 who
me
could
the
die.
only reason you would force everyone to be vaccinated, even the child, is that because the vaccine was not effective. That's what you would have to come and correlate with that. Because there's no other reason you would need to vaccinate the whole universe if a vaccine is effective and all you need is to vaccinate the
Manar,
person.
what's a vaccine? I just want to make sure that we're already messing. What's the point of a vaccine?
My understanding is a vaccine. It protects the person that is vaccinated from getting the the disease.
Yeah, it doesn't. So that's been a very common misconception. It's never been for total immunity. It's been to reduce the symptoms, to reduce the deaths, and to reduce the contagiousness of it. Right. That's always been the effects. Right.
Well,
Vaccines have
what
never
does that
been.
argument have to do with vaccinating the universe? You
So if you
vaccinate
vaccinate
Manar,
people,
an
you're
argument to
reducing.
vaccinate the grandpa and the grandma, not
Yeah.
to vaccinate the
So
baby.
the argument's going to be that vaccine doesn't protect you, right? So if you vaccinate the old people and their kids come and visit them, and the kids aren't vaccinated, they're at a higher rate to give the virus to the old people, right? That's the problem. That was the reason that we pushed for everyone to get vaccinated, right?
Yeah, but if you're arguing that the vaccine is effective in reducing death and morbidity,
And it is easily.
then
80% of people who died were unvaccinated.
And why is
That's
the baby getting vaccinated? He's not going to die. He's not
because
going to
they
get
can
sick.
carry it, Manar, and give it to other people. It's called herd immunity. I'm playing Minecraft right now, but I urge you to go to the Wikipedia page for herd immunity, Manar.
No, but you cannot explain why we necessarily need herd immunity.
So wait,
if it only killed 1.7 million people, it's basically like a pneumonia or a flu. It's like basically you're trying to say we need to vaccinate everyone from cars because car deaths are 1 million a year. That's literally what you're saying. And actually,
wait. That's perfect. Yeah,
huh?
You're right. Do you know why there's a license belt? Do you know why driving with a belt is illegal?
Is you need to chemically castrate the car from driving over 60 miles an hour. That's what you're.
Do you know why Do you know why speeding and driving with a seatbelt are both considered legal actions that you must undertake? Because we figured out that less people die if we do that.
Yeah. You know, another way you can not die too by not fucking speeding 200 miles an hour. So how about we chemically?
Oh wait, that's also.
I feel like we should allow religious exceptions to polygamy. That's my position, guys.
Fuel pumping. And
listen, I'm a red-blood American. You're gonna tell my fellow Muslim Americans that they can't have 3 wives.
The problem with
driving analogy.
Fuck you. First Amendment.
Fix the car. The death problem with the cars by.
My man Manar can have as many wives as he wants, as his religion permits him to have.
So the problem with a lot of these is that you can't. You can always make it. You can always choose what other people. You can always choose what you're going to do, but you can't choose what other people do. So the reason that speeding is illegal is because while we think that some people might make the choice to speed legally, some won't. That's why we make those bills, because other people will choose not to follow them. It's the same thing. Like you can even make the same case with vaccine mandates, right? It's safer for you if other people don't speed. It's safer for you to go outside if other people take the vaccine. It's the same thing.
Okay, but that's a medical procedure. We have laws against mandating medical procedures.
And
we have laws against mandating medical procedures?
I mean, maybe.
I
don't know.
We've had vaccine mandates to go to public school for a while. Yeah.
I think just the vaccine ID is literally unconstitutional.
Well, true, but you had to. I mean, you can say that, but to enter public school, I had to get my polio shot. I had to get my HPV shot, and you have to get one. I think it's one more shot before you can go to school.
Sure. I agree with you. Yeah, there's for the authorities. Yeah, but they were you needed a fucking vaccine ID to go to the mall. Like you needed a vaccine.
Well, I think Biden wanted to do the OSHA mandate, right, which was struck down as unconstitutional. Which is that's what the Supreme Court exists for. That's what checks and balances exist for.
That's something different because no job in the world will ask you, hey, they will say, I don't know, do they even ask you about tuberculosis anymore? They don't even ask you. It's only when it's a medical. What job in the world asks you?
I have to get. Paper? So I want to be.
No job in the world asks you for your vaccine paper. It's completely unconstitutional.
I have to take some tuberculosis test before I can get into this job I want to get into now. So I do know that there are stuff like that.
It's a medical field.
No, it's not a medical field. I can tell you what if you want, I'll just DM you. I'll just DM you what it is. I can tell you what it is.
I think for obvious reasons, I don't want to reveal it. You're right. But other than that, it's very rare that jobs mandate to come up with vaccination, and even then they protect. They protect the information heavily. They don't
Actually,
sit
yeah,
there
I can just say
and,
I can just say the field without giving the exact. I want to
and
go
say,
into
"Oh,
teaching.
this guy got fired yesterday because he wasn't vaccinated. To make sure you guys were vaccinated." That's not how
Yeah.
they do it.
I want to go into teaching. So to go into teaching, I have to do some
That's
tuberculosis
true. Yeah,
test.
yeah, yeah. Because
Yeah.
you're around kids and they're gonna have.
Exactly. Yeah. So it's the
Yeah.
same idea.
Yeah, but the very specific cases, and then this is not mandated to the
So
public. It's
do you
mandated to
see the
certain areas, and
do
you
you see the
basically
connection
you're
though?
electing. No, no, no. You're electing. You're saying, hey, if I want a position there, you're electing to say, okay, I'm sure I'm gonna have to make these vaccinations, but you know at least, hey, there's other positions that don't require this, so I can at least I have these options there. But what imagine there's nothing. You're forcefully you have to get vaccinated to go eat. You have to get
Did you have to get
vaccinated to
wait?
eat. That's
Do you have
scary.
to get vaccinated to eat in general though? No. Did you have to be vaccinated to go to school? No. There were
What if it
options
becomes
for
like
you.
that?
Uh,
But the
That's a slippery
school thing
slope
is for
argument though.
kids. It's
You're
about
saying
to
that
become like that. Yeah, they made it like that. They were gonna show they were gonna ask you for vaccine IDs to go to the cinema. What are you talking about?
what I'm saying is though is what you're appealing to like a slippery slope right now. Where you're saying like why would we go to this when it could lead to this? The problem is though as it was though there
It
wasn't really a
wasn't
big
super
problem.
stupid. It already
If you
happened.
didn't
Honestly.
if you don't agree with getting a vaccine to go to school, go to homeschool, go to online schools. If you
Exactly. So there's options, but what happened? That this is even for kids. The kids, okay, I understand. The
Oh
the
my
school
kids had a
is a
god.
bunch
choice.
of
They
kids
could go
next
to
to each
homeschool. They could
other.
go to online school. There was
I
so many they could
understand.
go to.
I understand why schools make that. It's a
Okay.
medical precaution because there's a bunch of kids around each other, and if you're not
Yes.
polioized, then you might get the polio. Yeah, that makes sense to me. But this is a totally different thing to mandate that. Hey, and you're right. We have options. If the kid doesn't want to get vaccinated, now he's basically. This is actually a little bit harsh, but yeah, he's not allowed to go to school. But there are certain schools that will allow him to come in non-vaccinated, and you
And
can
that's the
also
school's
have the
choice.
option of homeschooling.
Yeah.
But this is a very dramatic effect to the child. We all agree it's going to be a very dramatic effect to the child, and it's going to change the way he's growing up and his behavior towards others. So this is already very dramatic, and we can recognize it. So I don't know why we're trying to claim that this is something we should normalize to mandate something and force
I don't.
basically a double class system.
But again, there was no mandate
This
that you
this
can point
this
to.
group that's outcasted from society
What's the
and has
mandate
to
that you're pointing or talking
go
about?
fucking go home and study. Whereas this group is running around the recess outside together and building networks and communities, and they're the ones basically participating in the society.
So what mandate do you point to though when you say that?
Sorry,
What mandate do you point to when you say that there was
I
a
point
mandate?
to for example, the mandate that you are not for to go to work. You were not only in the medical field anymore.
That was
As a
struck down.
manufacturing, I was a CNC machinist, and they were forcing me. And of course, the CNC machinists were all fucking men. We all stood up, and they couldn't even force it upon us. But
So
they
wait,
were trying to force.
even in your circumstance, I didn't force it. Is what I'm
Holy
hearing.
shit! You know how many people I know got vaccinated because they're not in the machining department like us. In the
But
end,
wasn't
only us, the machining department, weren't. We didn't necessarily need to show vaccination, but a lot of people around me, the whole company got vaccinated.
And I'm gonna say this, and it might come off as a little rude, but unfortunately, if your job wants to vaccinate you and you don't want to get vaccinated, go find another job.
The opinionator says I have to kill you.
The opinionators, yeah, he's why? What did I do this time?
He says that you won't listen to reason. There's only one option left, and he
Yeah,
left a
Jesus.
dagger for
But
me to
again,
grab.
yeah, but again, you had other options though. It's not like they said mandate. Like it wasn't like a mandate. Like we will kill you if you don't get the vaccine. It was like if you want a job in this field, you have to get vaccinated.
even the OSHA mandate
Yeah,
was
yeah,
struck
no,
down?
no,
There
no,
was
no,
never
but-
actually the OSHA mandate. It was struck down 6-3 in the Supreme Court, I think.
No. What happened was even when companies didn't require it, like even not just the medical field, people fucking left so heartfeltly and so in big numbers. Look at New York and the whole state of New York. How many people? 70,000 nurses left altogether because of the vaccine mandate. You're gonna tell me it wasn't a problem? It wasn't being mandated upon them. Even the medical community, which is normally supposed to be vaccinated, didn't agree with this vaccine mandate. But now you mandated it upon every other
But
industry
again,
that's not even
there was
supposed to be mandated, that
options.
doesn't deal with anybody. And those people now are supposed to accept this. The people that are supposed to be mandated to get these vaccinations didn't accept it, but we're supposed to accept it. There was something shady happening. They were making they were not listening to the science. They were vaccinating everyone, even unnecessarily, when the science showed that only very few people that were dying, and it was very easily pinpoint who was dying, and they really butchered the whole thing. So I understand why the Republicans have no trust And to be honest, I don't trust the Republicans either. But holy shit, that was a failure of the Democrats.
But again, though, if there was a mandate, they would have been left with no other choice but to take the vaccine. But you even yourself pointed out circumstances in which they didn't end up taking the vaccine. Like, it was never like a hold them down and force them to take the vaccine.
Yeah,
it
what
was like,
happened was
if
it
you want to
turns
work
out
in this
that it was
field.
completely. Yeah, what happened was it turns out what they were doing was completely unconstitutional.
Yep.
And there was a lot of lawsuits being thrown out, and they got really threatened, the corporations, and they were like, "Holy shit, we need to back off. I don't think this federal government is going to protect us." And they started backing off from people. Yes, so that's what happened. And Trump actually swore an oath that he. I don't know how many for exactly for the medical thing, but I think he swore an oath. I don't remember if it was for the January 6th thing, saying he will pay the duties for everybody.
Trump a risk
He
lord?
those people, though,
or,
sadly.
In a way.
it was for if you don't get vaccinated, I'll pay
In
for
a way.
your lawyer fees. I
In
don't
a
remember, but it was something like
Probably
that. Like,
non-consensual way.
That's probably January
He
6th.
is a
even
he's
though
a
he
risk
didn't end
lord.
up, even though he didn't, and he could have pardoned those people, by the way, on January 6th, which is still crazy that he didn't. I can't.
But
understand why
he had to save it for
because
this
he was
year.
in office.
No, but they hadn't been sentenced yet. They only been
True,
sentenced
but
after he
neither
left.
was Nixon when he got pardoned.
No, the president
Okay,
can
that's very
basically the
interesting.
pardon is pretty broad. You can
Yeah.
you can pardon like
I'm not
anybody.
gonna
You can
lie,
pardon
towards
them
the end, I think
conditionally.
towards the end, I think what happened was he was being lied to left and right, and there was a lot of like there was something weird happening.
The Iranian
like, his
president
whole
is
team
dead,
was
Poland.
switching up,
It did
and
happen.
that he
He
was a
is dead.
criminal,
It was
yeah.
not.
I
It
mean,
was
can
not
you
just a
blame
hard
him?
landing. It was a
He
crash
just let
landing.
But wait, can you
sorry,
blame? Why is that the
invasion?
option you go to? He just let an invasion on the Capitol, and you think that like they're gonna go
No,
to
but the
like
CIA
CIA?
invaded. FBI and CIA invaded into the White House. The deep state invaded in, and they
Oh
started
my
lying
God.
to
And
him.
he had his
There's
followers.
a
And he had his followers.
lot of proof that the FBI lied to him through the new
because they thought he was a
basically there's
criminal.
new reporting.
And for good reason, he was. I'm gonna be
They tried to
skeptical.
say we're
If my
investigating you, but yeah, that's a little bit fucking crazy.
if
that
my
you're
manager
investigating a president while he's being president.
if my manager advocates someone to murder one of my coworkers, I'm going to be skeptical of my manager. He advocated for them to. He was advocating against Mike Pence when his followers were spouting out, "Hang Mike Pence, hang Mike Pence." Like if my manager was like basically saying, "Go get your coworker," right? Go protest, go fight for our country, fight like hell. If he was saying those things, and he went to the office, I mean, and he came back to the office the next day, I'm gonna look at the dude a little weird.
I don't know, man. It just seems like you guys are kind of picking and choosing here.
What? No, let me be clear. I don't support Biden full-heartedly. I just think when it comes down to it, Trump is just so much worse.
But how? He's
RFK
better on the economy. He's better when it
Yeah.
comes to foreign affairs. He's better when
So
it comes to his actual.
Okay. Do you agree with? Wait. Do you agree with his Muslim ban? Do you agree with his Muslim ban?
Okay, but the Biden's
Wait.
fucking racist too.
Do you agree? Do you agree with him moving the embassy to Jerusalem and him saying that the annexation of the Golan Heights is pretty okay?
No, I think he did a terrible thing there.
Yeah. So then, what do you point to?
And
for
also
foreign,
the Iran nuclear deal that he pulled out of and
the
replaced
Afghanistan
with nothing.
pullout, like the Afghanistan pullout, like.
I already gave it to you. This the APAC is too strong and captured everybody, but he was better in every other way. Like Saudi Arabia, you're gonna tell me the way Saudi Arabia doesn't even pick up our phone calls anymore. You're gonna try to equate
but
that
like
to how
Iran
when
attacked Saudi
Trump
Arabia
was in
under Trump,
office.
and Trump did nothing,
When
right?
Trump was in office, we were able to fill up our reserves. You guys forget about our ships in the ocean, our oil reserves that are now depleted completely because of Biden. You guys forgot about that. Trump filled up for us. You forgot about the amazing reception that Saudi Arabia loved and gave Trump. You forgot about how America was becoming a net importer for fuel for the first time ever. Because of the expansion of so much fueling and fracking that Trump did. I'm not going to say that. I mean, this is great.
Well,
so the first time ever, and now we're depleted completely from energy, and we have no fucking oil reserves, and it's disgusting.
Number one,
man.
Biden against pressure from his own party opened up more drilling. The U.S. is now producing more oil than any country in the history of the earth. We are the number one oil producer. Our oil production's at an all-time high. Secondly, do you think it?
No. Hey! Not fun. One thing to that. Our oil reserves in the ocean, have they not been depleted? Yes or no? They were
don't
full
know.
under Trump.
I don't know if that's
they're
relevant.
now depleted.
If I'm correct though, didn't he open those up because of the high rates that we were getting on oil? Like I agree with what he did. Oil rates were getting high. Didn't he use those reserves to help combat inflation for oil?
He's the one that filled up the reserves. What are you guys talking about? He had an
No, I'm talking about
agenda. He
Biden.
said, "I'm gonna fill up the reserves." Everyone called him crazy.
Yeah.
Why are you doing that?
Wait.
And then Biden went and depleted the reserves again.
Well, do you know why it's called a reserve? It's because you're reserving that oil for when times get bad. They reserved it until
Yeah, the
inflation was
times
high,
got
and then
horrible. Look at
inflation went
gas now.
high.
It's $5.
Yeah, and then he released it. That's why he released it. Yeah, so you should agree with the use of it.
Yeah,
They reserved the oil because they were knowing at some point inflation is going to get high. And then inflation got high, and then they released it.
He's depleting, but that's Trump's effort. That was completely Trump's agenda. There's literally everyone told him, "Stop! Don't do it. What are you doing? You don't need."
You know why they told him stop? Don't do it when it came to oil, though.
Trump himself saying, "No, I want to fill up all my reserves. I want America to posture as a strong nation that doesn't need nobody." This is Trump himself. This is his agenda. And then Biden went and ruined everything. Ruined us.
But again, though, you agree though that inflation on oil was getting high, so we probably should have released it, right? Do you think he should have let oil keep going
Trump,
up?
We had a record low oil, like we had like $1.
I mean, of course, inflation is naturally going to go up through time.
What are you talking about?
Yeah, of course, naturally prices are going to go up over time. Also,
you cannot tell me prices can go up in 5 years, and this is something we should accept. 5 years, it all took 5 years. It's 5 years since $1.79 gallon. What are you talking about?
So 5 years ago, we used to have
unreasonable.
So 5 years ago,
oil prices have come down too. Again, we are now making more oil than any country in the history of ever.
49 in Texas. Well, go ahead. Sorry.
Okay. Also, but to make a big point though, but the reason also people were telling him no when it came to oil was because he was pushing for a big oil drill that he knew Biden would have struck down when he was in office. It would be really stupid of you to pursue a bill when you don't know how the election is going to go out that you know your predecessor would shut down. Right? If I had a manager, if I was working under a manager, okay, I'm sorry for using the manager hypothetical, and he learned that the next manager coming in hated napkins, and he buys 100 boxes of napkins, and the next person comes in and throws them out. Everyone expects that. He knew that Biden was coming in on a pro-climate change, a pro-environment stance, and he pushed for oil in places that are arguably not good, like fracking and all that, right? That was the big claim against it, was that the oil pipeline wasn't going to be good for the environment. So, of course, someone who's pro on the environment, when they came in, was going to cancel that. And everyone knew that. That's why they told him, hey, you probably shouldn't do this until after the election.
No, man. What happened was this guy, you're speculating there. You have no idea what happened there. What
I'm saying is the same thing as advisors told him. The people who were advising him told him the same exact thing.
What?
That if Biden came into office, he would have stroked down the pipe. Strike down? What the fuck is the past tense of strike?
Struck down.
Struck. He would have struck down the pipeline. Everyone knew that was going to happen, and that's exactly what happened the minute he walked into office. It was because it wasn't good for the environment, arguably.
Who struck down Biden?
Yes. What's the pipeline?
Are you talking about the Nord Stream?
Maybe. I don't know.
No, I don't think it was the Nord. I think it was the Keystone pipeline, right?
Keystone. It was Keystone.
I think we're talking about the Keystone, yeah.
Okay,
but Biden also approved the Willow Project, right? Remember when every fucking progressive was mad because Biden approved the Willow Project? Like, Biden has been relatively lenient on oil production against pressure from his own party, even.
True. Isn't America currently energy efficient? I mean,
energy independent. I'm pretty sure, yeah.
Yeah. Sure,
this is hilarious. So Non-Fun is arguing that Biden is the best guy on energy. He's increasing fracking, and he's increasing all these contracts for more oil, and he's becoming we're becoming net importer again. And then Isaac is saying, no, we're really good anti-oil. We need to reduce our reserves, and we need to.
Come on, you're regressing a little. You're going back to straw mans. I said you're regressing. You're going back to straw mans.
Well, what was your argument then?
My point was that
you're trying to say that we should have been weak on energy, and then Non-Fans trying to say we were really good on energy.
My point was that everyone knew that Trump's idea of the Keystone Pipeline was going to get struck down as soon as Biden entered office. A bad manager is a manager.
Keystone was a controversial pipeline. It wasn't because it was a bad deal. It was a fucking trash pipeline that was fucking had holes everywhere.
And again, yeah. So then why did Trump push for it? If that's your opinion on it.
You're right. I don't know. It sounds like a complete corruption thing. Maybe he was lied to. Maybe he thought it will increase. I know he was in a phase where he was trying to increase the independence of America when it comes to energy, and he was actually extremely successful. That's all I know. Now were some dealings that were shady.
The thing he pushed for got struck down instantly. Was he successful? I said, was he really successful? The oil pipeline he pushed for got struck down at the minute he left.
My understanding wasn't that the Biden administration stopped the Keystone Pipeline.
I'm pretty sure it was. Let me see.
I think Biden did stop the Keystone Pipeline, but I mean,
because
again,
Barack Obama didn't give a fuck about it. Barack Obama let it go. It actually happened underneath Barack Obama, if you guys remember.
Yeah, and they figured out the problems with it under that
Trump,
time.
Trump was like, "Fuck it, it's already built. I'm not gonna ruin everything."
If I remember correctly, it wasn't built. I looked into this in my own time. I remember because I argued with one of my friends on this. Okay.
Yeah, in 2015, the U.S. State Department.
In his first day in office, Joe Biden revoked the permit for the pipeline. On his first day in office, everyone knew he was going to. The permit for its expansion and being built was revoked on Biden's, like, when he stepped into the office.
Yeah, but this is this Barack Obama's and Biden's pipeline. What are you guys talking about?
I'm saying that it's a bad precedent to
set. Keystone XL is Barack Obama's pipeline. This is his invention underneath with Vice President Biden.
It's his invention.
All I'm saying is that they knew that under Biden this would have been struck down because I'm assuming that under the Obama administration they found out that it was bad on the environment.
Yeah, underneath the Obama administration was
in
bad.
2015, the Obama administration rejected the pipeline, citing its economic and environmental concerns. So under the Obama administration, they realized that it was wrong and ended it. Trump brought it back up, even though they knew that Biden, if he came into office, would have struck it back down, because why wouldn't he? He just did 2 years prior. In 2015, he struck it down. In 2016, Trump starts it. In 2019, okay, we know that Biden's going to be a serious candidate. So we know that if he comes into office, he's going to strike that bitch down instantly. Because he just did previously.
An executive order to allow Keystone XL to move forward after Barack Obama did hold off in 2015. Yep.
Also, at the time of its cancellation,
just a part of it. He refused to grant the cross-border permit necessary to build the.
At the time of cancellation, it was 8% done. 8%, and that's under like what? It considerably, arguably, work in between October 2007 to January 2021.
Trump completely reversed the Barack Obama administration determination and would not serve the national interest. When that failed, thanks to a lawsuit brought by the NRDC and the other group, Trump reissued a cross-border permit himself. Then the Trump administration would do something to undercut us outside of court. I don't know. Went to the court again. Fucking hell, man.
Well, it's been canceled now. And as of now, the
pipeline is canceled. Oh, because
what I'm saying is on
June
9th, it didn't get canceled underneath Trump.
So on June 9, 2021, it was abandoned by its developer about 2 months. Wait, January.
Yeah,
3 months after Joe Biden revoked it. Yeah.
Resources withdrew its 10-year application to build the largest star stands.
It was abandoned by its developer, and at the prime, he said 8% of it was done. 8%. It was definitely an inefficient plan.
Yeah, but it wasn't Trump's. I mean, maybe he got misguided there, but it wasn't like Trump is the one that started this. Maybe he saw like, hey, let me look at what
he was the direct one who started it, though. They canceled it in the Obama administration, and then he revived it. Like he was the direct one who did that.
It just seems like we're speculating on this story specifically.
It's right here. It's right here. In 2015, they ended it. In 2017, he restarted it. In 2021, Biden ended it. The creator said it was 8% done. Everything I just said is factually correct.
Yeah, okay, you're right. I agree with you that Barack Obama had it work a little bit, and then he refused.
Then he axed it because of the environment.
He didn't refuse the whole thing. He just refused the cross-border permit. So that means the rest of the pipeline has been being built. The only thing in question here is that Trump did was allow the cross-border.
What I'm seeing is he rejected the pipeline project as a totality, like as a whole. He rejected the product. I mean, the project.
No. Yeah, exactly. So I don't think but right now I don't think the whole Keystone pipeline is shut down. I think it's just the cross-border permit or the cross-border part of it.
What the Keystone pipeline? There's multiple Keystone pipelines, right? Isn't it the Keystone XL or whatever that we're having this conversation over? Yeah.
Yes.
Sure. Yeah. What happened to the Keystone XL? It's still in operation, no?
That's not what I'm seeing. It was the proposed fourth pipeline that got canceled, called the Keystone XL.
What is the Keystone XL pipeline extension proposed by TC Energy in 2008? It's an expansion of company's existing Keystone pipeline system, which was been operating since 2010. So under Obama, the pipeline promised to dramatically increase capacity to process the 168 billion barrels of crude oil locked up under Canada's boreal forest. It was expected to transport the oil would be sent chiefly overseas, not to gasoline pumps in the United States. Interesting. I don't know. It just seems like this is a pipeline. The only problem, President Trump and the pipeline, when the Barack Obama stopped,
so from what I see also,
office,
so he on 2017 he signed a new permit to allow the Keystone Pipeline to be built again. In 2018, a U.S. district judge revoked the permit because it violated Administrative Procedure Acts, National Environmental Acts, and Endangered Species Act. And then the next year, Trump revoked the prior permit and tried to issue a new one. So it seems like every single time he tried to push for this, it kept getting blocked.
Yeah, this is he actually made an executive order just for the Keystone Pipeline. It seems like his actual cabinet really wanted this to go through. I don't know what was the deal with his administration.
And again,
I guess they proved it. I guess the way they showed it to him is like it's going to increase jobs. I don't know.
Yes, that was a big thing in protection.
Yeah, that makes sense because it's 120,000 jobs. I mean,
because I remember when Biden axed it, that was a big point of criticism is that he lost like a lot of jobs, right? But don't worry, something else was going on during that time to also lose us a lot of jobs.
Yeah, that's 100,000 jobs. I mean, that's a lot of jobs. So maybe Trump was like trying to say he wasn't really looking at the pollution and the climate effect of it.
Sure.
He was looking, or maybe he was looking at the climate effect of it and still was like, hey, maybe you're right. Maybe he did look at it and was like, hey, I don't care. Fuck it. 100,000 jobs is worth it. I don't know, but it seems like he did it for his own personal appeal to increase in public. I know it kind of hurt him in the end, which is ironic, but I think he just did it to bolster his own numbers. I'm not sure.
Also, from what I'm seeing, the Canadian part would be still be in production, but the U.S. part was abandoned.
So the permit that he did.
Yes, the second permit he delivered got struck down by the District Court of Appeals, or the District Circuit Court is what I'm seeing. District Judge Brian Morrison issued a suspension of the pipeline construction after the plaintiffs, blah, 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 alleged the project was improperly reauthorized back in 2017. The judge agreed
he did live in the U.S. Does he not live in the U.S.? I thought he
did. Therefore, reverting the appointment. In 2020, May 28th, the Circuit of Appeals, Ninth Court, denied a motion to stay the district judge ruling. This prompted some random person to file an application for stay to the Supreme Court. The application was granted a hearing. And then a month later, the Supreme Court of the United States ordered all Keystone work to be halted, and that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, so
and
what
then
happened
on January,
is,
he revoked it on his first day.
What I believe could have happened is, be careful, maybe the Barack Obama administration or Biden administration just didn't want that part, but they were okay with the whole pipeline. I mean, it's been under their arm, and it's been being built, and they gave it permit. Plus, Biden.
They stopped it when they found they stopped production when they figured out it was hurting, the environment, is what it says. No, but that's why they revoked it.
The Keystone XL completely is not. No, wait. The production of that border, Keystone.
Yes,
XL.
The production of that pipeline, because it would have hurt endangered species and the environment.
Okay, but be careful, man, because I think it's gonna restart. I'm actually gonna put that on hold because this is my opinion on this.
Considering that the entire project's been abandoned by the developer itself, I don't think so.
I don't know, man. I think they're gonna find somebody with enough incentive, comes monetarily speaking, and maybe they force the developer out to push his own friends in. And so,
I mean, if you're saying that you think that another pipeline might be constructed, I would agree.
I think what's happening is he's waiting for his next 4 years, which makes sense because it's such a detrimental thing. Because imagine he actually says, yes, I'm gonna allow this permit to go through. It would be such a detrimental thing to his case that he would never be reelected. So that makes sense.
I mean, that's what he ran on. In 2016, he ran on bringing it back alive.
What?
Bro, that's base, bro.
Remember, it was stopped by the Obama administration.
That's it.
He ran on.
I respect the knowledge of that, man.
That's Trump.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah. So
that's
Trump
why I'm streaming. I'm streaming to recruit wives.
Biden also might be
and it's going to get struck down every single time he tries to. He tried twice, and both times
I don't know, man, because the Barack Obama, maybe it's just that one pipeline they don't like, but they did a lot of pipelines. They did a lot of permitting.
Yeah, I'm not saying
Biden's been allowing a lot of permitting.
Yeah. The pipelines directly aren't bad. It's that pipeline's path probably did a lot to the environment, especially to endangered species, for it to be cited, right? It was just that act. So why did Trump keep pushing it?
Specific pipeline, but that's a specific pipeline issue. Maybe Trump. I don't know why Trump pushed so hard. It's clear to me.
I know, right? That's what I'm saying. I don't understand either.
It's clear to me. It's only for the jobs. It's clear. and he didn't
then just
care
make a
about
new
the
pipeline.
pollution. Huh? He
Just make a new pipeline.
Huh?
I said, if
We've
that's
also,
the case,
if you're concerned about jobs, like we've been at record low unemployment under Biden for like most of his term.
No way. You can't say that at the same time the Fed is raising interest rates. You cannot say that.
Wait.
What
do you mean?
Interest rates
comparable.
The Fed is raising interest rates to try to bring down inflation, yet we're still seeing job growth. We're still seeing low unemployment.
This is a causal relationship. You increase interest rates, you increase unemployment rate. Unemployment rates. Yep. This is a causal relationship.
That is true. Yes, but
oh god, the e-commerce.
what's your point? You understand we're raising interest rates to try to bring down the inflation you hate so much.
My point is, don't claim Biden's economy is good because don't claim the unemployment numbers, because you cannot claim that when you're literally destroying the economy and those numbers right now.
Would you rather the interest rates be lower?
Yes.
So you would rather higher inflation?
Continue to rise.
If you reduce interest rates, you increase
inflation.
Rate. And do you increase inflation? Let me think about it. Do you increase inflation? Why do you increase
That's why they do it.
Well, yeah.
Why inflation increases with that?
Sorry, decreases under.
Part of it is because of the Phillips curve. Well, that is now disputed, I guess.
He's just yapping for nothing.
But basically, decreasing interest rates increases demand. Basically.
So Phillips curve saying what? That
don't worry about the Phillips curve. Don't worry about the Phillips curve right now because it's way too. I get hate for defending it. Okay,
it's controversial. He's non-fun is too liberal. Okay, he's on his way to get his 20th vaccine. And he talks about the Phillips curve every time. It's so cringe. Okay, Phillips curve is cringe.
Okay, don't worry about the Phillips curve. Just all that really matters is that lowering interest rates increases demand because it's cheaper to borrow things. It's cheaper. Everything's cheaper.
Increases demand. Of course, yes.
Yeah, and that increases inflation. The reason why we raise interest rates is to try to decrease inflation. Because demand goes up, supply doesn't go up, therefore prices go up. Demand pull inflation.
That should be deflation. That should increase deflation. That should be a deflationary thing.
What do you mean?
So
I know you disagree, Cuptadoc. I know.
Think if
I can't do the MMT shit right now.
If wages go up.
Well, don't worry about wages right now. Just worry about.
Go up, if interest rate goes up, unemployment goes up. So if interest rate goes down, unemployment goes down. So now you have more people to hire. And so wages will go down.
What are you?
Wait a minute. I'm not understanding. Why is it an inflationary? It would be deflationary. It wouldn't be inflationary.
What would be? Decreasing interest rates?
If you're talking about the Phillips curve.
Don't worry about the Phillips curve right now.
The Phillips curve is correlated. It's just a connection between unemployment.
If we reduce interest rates, we reduce unemployment. That's true. Okay.
Yeah.
You agree with me? Okay. And then if unemployment is reduced, that means economy is prospering more.
Well, it can be. I mean, there are trade-offs, but yes, basically. But why are we talking? Don't worry about the Phillips curve. All that matters is you understand decreasing interest rates will increase demand, right?
Decreasing interest rates
increase demand. It makes it cheaper for companies to invest, which drives up demand for capital goods.
Yeah.
So it increases demand. Supply doesn't increase, at least not for a while. Therefore, it's called demand pull inflation. The price of stuff goes up because it becomes cheaper for people.
Wait. So that sounds like a deflationary thing, because then the price of things go up, but that means the value of the thing goes up too. So that means if you own that thing, you just increase the value of your ownership. So it seems like if you're the owner of the thing, then it's deflationary for you because your money.
Yeah, but you're also raising the cost of like durable goods and non-durable goods. I mean,
how can you raise the cost? Actually, it reduces the cost because look at this: unemployment goes up, unemployment goes down. Federal rates go down. Unemployment goes down. Unemployment goes down. You have more reduction in costs. Actually, it's a reduction in costs because unemployment is down now. You don't have to invest so much in labor because now there's more competition in labor, so it reduces your cost, and then you have more, and then you start producing. I don't know how that's actually inflationary in any way. I don't know if it's linked in any way. I can't see the linkage. I'm trying to link them. I can't. I don't think this is inflationary. If anything, it would be deflationary because if you're the owner of the asset and it's growing up in value.
Yeah, but we're not just talking about
assets.
I know very little about
the economy. Yeah, I know very little about the economy. But let me give my explanation on this. Okay. So from my understanding, okay, lowering interest rates means people are more inclined to get loans, more inclined to buy houses, more inclined to spend, right? So if people are more inclined to collect money because you are able to under lower interest rates, it would make sense that people are more likely to spend money, therefore reducing the supply.
Yeah, but this money is correlating. It's like circulating in the economy. So that money is going to come back to you. The same $50, unless it's taxed to oblivion, it's coming back
unless
to you.
There's inflation, then the $50 isn't worth what $50 used to be worth.
Yeah, but that has no direct relationship with our relationship that we're talking about. This relationship of inflation and unemployment has nothing to do. Interest rate and unemployment has nothing to do with the inflation rates or at all. I don't believe it at all. This sounds crazy because the other way, man, the way that this makes no sense to me. How can you relate unemployment with increase of inflation? There's so many different variables that you need to be looking at. It just doesn't make sense. Like, let's try to put an example of a house. So now there's people, there's more less unemployment, so there's more people getting hired, so wages go down, so actually the prices of the houses are going to go up because more people are competing for that house because everyone is getting employed. So it seems like the price of the house go up. So,
Benar, do you accept that if demand goes up, if aggregate demand goes up, there will be inflation? There will be demand pull inflation.
No, I don't know how that correlates.
You don't think if demand... So, I guess we can draw a supply and demand graph for you.
I'm trying to give me one example in the real world that I can look at. Is it like...
Just look up demand pull inflation.
More? Like, would you say a company investing more and prospering and growing its business is inflationary? Like, that's crazy. It just makes no
demand sense. Increasing is inflationary. So businesses investing more can be inflationary in the short term. It might be deflationary in the long term. Here, if you look up demand pull inflation.
Maybe that's what I'm getting to. Yeah, maybe that's what I'm getting to. I'm talking about the long term. I don't know where... Look, I don't know. It just seems to me that they're actually not related with one another. Here?
Well, all these trade-offs are talking about in the short term because long-term inflation is usually a monetary issue. But
I think inflation. Yeah, I think inflation is a totally different thing. I think inflation is a printing of the money. It has to do with the
long term. It's monetary.
Yeah, but it has nothing to do with this relationship between the Feds and unemployment. It has to do with the relationship between the Feds and printing money.
But in the short term, it does have to do with the relationship between interest rates, and demand.
I haven't seen the link. I haven't been able to link them.
You can look at the charts I sent in general. You can see.
Let me look.
Basic supply and demand graph. Demand increases, prices are going to go up. You can try asking ChatGPT. I'm sure ChatGPT can explain it.
I'm trying to understand if I have unemployment. If demand,
I don't know. I can ask Manar about his ideal woman later, I guess.
Let's say lumber is up. So if the Feds go down in rates, then unemployment goes down. Then the price of wood goes up.
Just think about it this way: if interest rates are low, people can afford to borrow, right, to buy a house. Therefore, there's more demand for houses. Therefore, all the inputs for housing also have more demand, like lumber. You need lumber to build a house. So demand for lumber is going up. and the price of lumber will therefore go up. It's inflationary. It's demand pull inflation.
Wow, very interesting. Very interesting. I'm a little bit unclear on that.
Yeah, I try not to understand any of it. I stay away from econ, or I can't do it.
Yeah. I tried. I can't get there because I can see a link between Fed and unemployment. I can see a link between printing money and increasing of inflation. I can see a link between increasing of the value of something and the deflationary effect of that, because now your money is more valuable. Actually, it's deflationary. Like maybe if we're holding on to cash, it's inflationary. But if you're holding onto the assets and the economy is prospering and unemployment is down and you're holding onto assets, it seems like a deflationary thing because all your money is going to go up.
Well, the economy can prosper even with higher inflation. Like usually, growth and inflation are like correlated. Like the higher growth you have, usually the higher inflation you're going to experience. But not us, baby. Lowest inflation in the G7, highest real GDP growth in the G7, baby. Hell yeah.
Wow. Yeah. I'm not gonna be able to agree with you on that. I can agree with you. I think
On
the
the
only thing
facts? Okay, listen. It seems like the most of the stuff he presents is
I
like
can agree with
factually
you that
sound.
inflation is directly related to the Fed and the Treasury, but I cannot say that it's linked to unemployment. Like that's weird.
Unemployment. Wait, what?
True.
You mean inflation?
True. Reject the Phillips curve.
Yeah, I say inflation can be linked to the Treasury, but I can never link it to unemployment.
On God, you tell
listen,
him. Yeah,
Minar,
tell him
it would take so long to go over all the Phillips curve stuff. But basically, okay, the Phillips curve really is about wages and inflation, okay? And we kind of just use unemployment as a proxy for wages, okay, on the macroeconomic level. Income is a shifter of demand, okay? So if consumers have more income, demand shifts positively to the right. It increases. So if consumers have more demand, prices will increase because consumer demand will shift to the right, causing demand pull inflation. Basically, that's what the Phillips curve says. But unemployment is probably not the best way to measure that. It's complicated, okay? Don't worry about the Phillips curve right now. Well, actually, what matters is that the Fed thinks the Phillips curve is real, and because the Fed thinks the Phillips curve is real, it ends up acting as if the Phillips curve is real, which means like if we try to target lower inflation, there will be higher employment because the Fed intentionally raises unemployment because they think doing so will bring down inflation.
Interesting. I'm not even. Yeah. Okay. Say that last part one last time.
Okay. Basically, because the Fed acts as if the Phillips curve is real, there is a relationship because the Fed will intentionally bring up inflation or bring down unemployment, because they act as if it's real, basically.
Okay. Interesting. Okay.
Like right now, they're trying to give Americans less jobs because inflation is still too high. So like when we have a job report come in that's unexpectedly hot, there's an unexpectedly high number of jobs. The Fed thinks that's a bad thing.
So what you're advocating for, Isaac, you're looking, huh? I don't know how Isaac follows me, bro.
I'm a supporter of you, bro. I'm a supporter, bro. You know I'm a supporter. And for reference, non-fun, I'm in non-smokers chat yelling that Minar would destroy these people, and they're afraid to let Minar in to try to get him to the call.
Who is non-smoker, by the way?
I didn't know he does a lot.
He's just another one. He's just another one.
What's his like position?
No, I don't know. He seems more like a moderator. He seems like he more like hosts panels. I assume he has his own position.
Okay.
But yeah, I see him like when he hosts panels, but I don't know. I'm currently like red pilled on Twitch creators right now, where I'm just I want to focus more on actually researching stuff than getting on panels and debating people all the time. Because Jesus Christ, I told you, bro, I'm so getting annoyed with my. Half of these people, I feel like on this panel, probably if I went to their stream, wouldn't have a actual have anything showing of like them actually doing research, but call me crazy, okay?
Yeah.
Well, are you talking about? Do you think it's like it's gonna be like conspiracy theories, like, or do you think it's like?
No,
Really
I mean I think that every single person on there is just like just. Yeah, I think everyone on there is just there to like spew their message, right? Like they already have their opinion on everything. They didn't like go through any like work to like show it. I think that's what it is.
Oh,
Okay.
this non-smoker
Yeah,
guy
I
looks
agree
like
this
a.
game.
I agree with you. This is why I need to go there because I would destroy them. They only have one argument or maybe maximum two, and that's it. And you can just defeat that so easily. And
Again, I don't feel like Minar. I feel like you even personally don't dislike Biden as much as like you should.
no,
Like you
no,
shouldn't
no,
dislike
no. My
Trump
problem is
more.
I'm actually this is actually very special case because this is your country. So I'm actually gonna sit in the sideline. I'm gonna respect American exceptionalism and how you guys like to do things, and you guys like to do it in a way where you do democratic elections. So all I do is I scrutinize these elections. I'm not going to scrutinize. I'm done. I'm tired of scrutinizing Trump over Biden. I mean, both of them are fucking disgusting. They're both ugly looking. But we're getting to a different picture now, where you guys are now. Your law system shouldn't be trusted. Your politicians are all corrupt. Your actual incentives when it comes to the electoral class is completely monetarily based. It has nothing to do with the American people anymore. And so I'm just very disheartened when it comes to America, to be honest with you. Like, so I'm gonna sit in the middle when it comes to this position. I'll let you guys battle that out, Trump or Biden. But from what, as an objective observer, as the best as I can be, I can see that Trump is much better than Biden.
I haven't been watching the stream. Is anyone listening with audio? Have they even mentioned Minar, or are they just ignoring him? Like
No,
I
he's
kind
they're
of doubt
ignoring
it.
me.
Well, they're probably actually talking about the panel stuff right now. I doubt they would just take a break to read chat.
Yeah, maybe non-smoker will like smile, but that's about it.
Have you talked to non-smoker before, Minar?
Yeah. I've done debates with him before.
What
He
does
liked me
non-smoker
a lot.
believe?
He's like he's a teacher, and he's been doing it for a long time, like 15 years, I think. And he's not red pill completely, but he's pretty smart, very well educated. He's kind of like me. He's on my side. He would be looking at the facts directly. He's not necessarily like latched onto a certain position. If you can prove to him that Biden is really strong, then he might accept Biden. But it's very hard for you to prove that, though.
This guy
okay,
looks
I'm
like
gonna say
a
this.
communist.
I
It
don't know
looks
this
like.
person, but every time someone says like I could be convinced, 99% of the time they actually couldn't be convinced. They're just saying that to not seem audience
Like, I mean,
captured.
you can convince me. Like, if you were able to answer this Anthony Blinken relation with the Biden administration and Barack Obama administration, and also Jared Kushner, like, if you were able to answer that, I would have been convinced. I would have been like, holy shit, maybe Jared Kushner is so much worse. But when
But the
I can
problem is,
speak
here's
to
the thing though.
Anthony Blinken,
Democrats don't even bring up Jared Kushner. The only reason they bring up Jared Kushner is because fucking Republicans bring up Hunter Biden. That's the only reason it's brought up.
okay, yeah, you're right. Like, they don't even care about him exactly because this is something.
Yeah, they're
that
not the first one,
they
and
cannot
it's not.
defend.
It's not that they don't care. It's more that it's funny. They use it to point out the hypocrisy of the Republican Party. Like, how many times have you seen the Republican Party advocate for the jailing of Hunter Biden? Yet when it comes to Jared Kushner, I don't see anything on mainstream news about him.
Yeah, I actually rarely see anything. I feel like he has full
Yep.
ownership of the media space, kind of like his dad.
It's the same thing. It's the same thing with the Georgia RICO case. Do you know how many Trump supporters I talk to, and they'll be like, "Well, January 6th wasn't an insurrection," and I'm like, I'll agree with you, okay? Just because arguing what is and what isn't an insurrection is probably fairly difficult. I want to argue about the Georgia RICO case. The what? Like whenever he tried to install fake electors in different states to sway the election his way illegally, I'm like, what's that? And it's like, how do you not know about that? Yes,
Yeah, but
he tried.
the fake electors one,
Yep,
Yeah,
Georgia
the fake
RICO.
electors. Yep.
isn't that the same one, the Fulton County one?
What's the Fulton County one? I don't know the
I don't-
counties off the top
Fulton
of my head.
County, isn't that the same one that the girl was fucking her district attorney, or is that a
No,
different one? I thought that was the same
I
one.
don't think it is because I'm 99% sure the Jack Smith is the RICO case.
Okay, I need to look
Yeah.
into that because I'm pretty sure that one was election fraud too.
Yeah, January 6th. The January 6th case was also, yeah. No, the bigger point is Also, the district attorney being taken off that case doesn't mean the case is like mute at this point. It just means that they're getting a new prosecution, probably, right?
Yeah.
There's no reason to ruin a case just because someone was fucking someone. They did everything correctly legally. They realized that there could be some conflict of interest, and they took themselves off the case.
I don't know, man. For the defense to create a defense that, hey, your prosecutor is doing shit.
It's fucking another person. Yeah, that's crazy.
And for the fucking judge to say, yo, I actually think I agree with you, it's big. It's like
well, the main reason the judges did, I'm just speculating now, but I assume the main reason the judge did that is because they don't want to leave any room for a mistrial. That's the main thing I'm assuming what's happening. But also, now with like every single court case, you can't really push for like show proof, show like evidence, because those court cases are currently being done at the slowest possible rate so that Trump, when he gets into office, can pardon himself from I think it's the federal crimes, right? Because you can't pardon state crimes.
Yeah, because he can't pardon himself for the state crimes, yeah.
So then you have to start asking yourself, what the fuck's he going to do with the state crimes? Because he's obviously guilty. That's not even disputable, okay? So I personally...
But I think, like, even if he's president, it would basically become, like, too costly for, like, the prosecution to, like, really try to...
Man, you guys
effectively prosecute him.
How do you you guys have no problem with the RICO case? Your fucking ex-president is getting charged with a RICO case. You don't
because he's obviously guilty of the crime. The evidence they presented is pretty damning.
His co-defendants have already pleaded guilty.
Do you know why? Do you know why they're called RICO? Do you know why the cases are called RICO?
Do you know that they don't do them except for mafia members?
You know why that is? It's because
RICO cases are saved. Stopped doing it because it's so fucking brutal.
Yep, RICO cases have one of the highest prosecution rate. They're only used when it's someone of high class for a crime that they know has been committed. You're right.
Yeah, right.
They are brutal.
As if they're not used as an intimidation tactic for the ex-mobs to tattletale on each other.
True.
So they don't get 300 years in prison. No,
but what's funny is Rudy Giuliani, whatever the fuck his name is, okay, he was like one of the trailblazers.
He's the that started the fucking RICO.
Yeah, and now he has one against him.
Yeah, fucking.
Which is just really funny.
How the fucking tables turn, fucking pig.
But again, anyway, we say RICO cases for the most dangerous people.
Anyway, this is something you should be scrutinizing as an American, that your fucking ex-president is being RICO.
We're a democracy, not a fascist country. We don't follow our leaders to every...
We should have rule of law, yeah.
That's not fair. No, this is something that's not fair. This was stopped. This was such a non-fair act that it was completely stopped. It was only, they said it was a myth, it was a legend. We only did it for this certain period.
They're still
doing now you're bringing it back up. That means you were liars. That means
RICO cases were never stopped. Young Thug, isn't it Young Thug who's currently undertaking a RICO case? Isn't that where that bar came from? Where it's called a case RICO because it's on lock? Like, what's the bar from?
The idea that the RICO is just being tossed out on anybody.
Yeah, Young Thug.
I'm gonna get RICO'd is fucking crazy.
Wait, being RICO'd isn't for anything. It's for racketeering and corrupt organizations, which is what they currently think Young Thug was a part of, and Trump.
The idea that a RICO case has more weight than any regular case is not true. Actually, RICO case just is a different classification of the basically.
It's like saved. It's saved for people of high status.
You're prosecuting a terrorist, basically.
Yeah, but it's
a different classification to the victim.
It's not. Well, wait, but it's not. It's not classification. It's not prosecuting the terrorists. It's prosecuting the first terrorists. It's prosecuting the leader of these groups. It is very important.
No, my understanding was RICO was thrown out to every gangster. The way it was getting used
probably
in
for
New York,
racketeering.
They were using it to every single mafia kid, everyone. They're like, hey, if you don't tattletale, you're gonna get RICO'd 300 years, 200 years. A lot of them went like 100 years and they died. A lot of them 100 years.
I'm just saying that when you point to RICO cases, they are usually the high leaders of these organizations that are being tried in them.
No. My history of RICO, the way I fucking looked and studied RICO, was an abomination of the court system. It was clearly a way to embezzle information from.
It's a way to fight organized crime.
From the mafia men, it wasn't only forced upon the leaders; it was forced upon everybody that wouldn't talk, and they were basically embezzling their information. So it's a way to torture somebody to increase their to make them, force them to comply to you, and this is not actually justice. Like my understanding is they actually claim that we will never use it against anyone that is not a gangster and a mobster. Don't worry, guys.
It was never
crazy, but we won't use it. That was
from what I remember. It was never specifically mentioned. I'm reading the Wikipedia, so it's ironic that you just said that because even in the wiki, it says that this wasn't specifically made for mobs, even though that was the common view on it. It was not. I can't even find the dollar line. Let me do Control Find. Addition, no.
So true. Thank you.
No.
The opinion.
Oh, I literally just read something that was Although its in prime intent was to deal with organized crime, Blake said that the Congress never intended it merely to apply to the mob.
Oh, thanks for following.
We don't want one rule set of rules for people whose collars are blue and whose names end in vowels, and another set for those whose collars are white and have Ivy League diplomas. It was never for a specific set of people, is what they're saying. Never for a specific group of people.
Yeah. What does that make? What does that point out?
I'm just saying that was the main. It's for racketeering, but also it's not like they ever stopped. Like the Young Thug case is a big RICO case. Apparently there's been one as recent as 2015 for FIFA. FIFA got indicted. The football company was indicted under RICO for 47 counts of racketeering, wire fraud, and money laundering conspiracies.
It sounds ridiculous, man, that your president's getting RICO. You should be scrutinizing
I think it is ridiculous, yes, that we let someone into presidential office who committed these crimes. I agree.
Okay, at least we agree that...
I figure you guys should know the opinionator came to my chat and said both you and Isaac are beta males who defend the corrupt establishment. Minar is an alpha red pill truth teller.
Damn.
Beta.
Damn, I'm alpha.
We need the wolf picture.
I'm an
also,
alpha.
I'm streaming League, bro. I'm streaming League.
In the end, Isaac, you can pick and choose case by case. In the end, when we look at the bigger picture, Trump's economy is better. It lasted longer. The guy looks sexier.
Wait,
do I get longer because we
do I get money for the ad revenue that plays on
he's in my chat now.
On my own Twitch?
Bro's fighting from behind the screen.
Bro, what did you guys do?
I don't know. I like Opinionator. It's pretty funny.
I know Opinionator was on your side. I don't know how I switched them.
What? No, I don't think he ever was.
I have no clue if Opinionator is trolling or not. I don't know.
No. The first thing he did when he came to my chat was talk shit. That's why I like him.
Oh, okay.
Shit. I thought he was on your side.
No. The first thing he did was call my brother Brown. Oh, wait, that might not have been him. There was someone really funny. There's a really funny commenter I had, and he came in, and he was like, I can just tell off this person's opinions that they're brown. And it was really funny because it was my brother. And if you can see the shade I am, I'm currently a shade of mayo.
Sounds like your brother is married to a Lebanese.
No, my brother is single. Unfortunately, I don't think he's ever been in a relationship. Poor man.
Younger brother?
Older, unfortunately. Again.
Oh no.
Minar, I'll set down a time y'all two can talk, bro. You can alpha pill him.
That'd be a really funny stream. Brother's a virgin. Nothing's gonna save you guys.
Probably. Whoa! Who said I am though? Okay.
Whoa. Bernard, my chat earlier wanted me to ask you what your ideal woman is, by the way.
She looks like... Okay, I'll tell you what it is.
Bernard, don't get yourself in trouble. Don't get yourself in trouble.
Britney Spears. I don't care if I get divorced. Britney Spears at 19.
At 19, bro?
I mean, yeah.
Literally the ideal woman. Like, she has the cute face.
What about Megan Fox? Not to be misogynist, okay? Not to be misogynist. What about Megan Fox from Transformers? Isn't that the big one people point to? Is that her, like, ideal woman?
No, man. Britney Spears was special. I'm not gonna lie. She was like the sensation. She was like the sexy, cute girl.
I love you describing her like she's the one that got away. That's
Wallah, Britney Spears, if I was in her time, wow. Well, now you guys are pissing me off. I actually don't want to be married. That means I'm gonna have to lose all these girls.
Bro. You know what, Minar? You know what my most pro-Muslim take is? I don't think that polygamy should be. I think there should be religious exceptions to polygamy. I don't see why we're allowed to ban polygamy for Muslims and like Mormons who want to marry multiple people.
Yeah, like you put rules upon it. Like the guy has to have enough money or a certain status. You know, you can put rules upon it, or the girls actually want it. But yeah, once the special
the girls should have to want it, but.
You should give him, because think about it. The other solution is he gets girlfriends and it ruins the family. And
yeah,
you see what I mean?
I mean, kind of. I might be different on this. But isn't legal like illegal? I mean, marriage in America isn't like a big church thing. It's more of a more legal thing. So it makes sense that they're gonna have like a lot of legal restrictions. Like, I agree that they probably should be able to get married like on paper, But when it comes to filing like their taxes, are you saying that
Oh
they should
yeah.
be able to jointly file all
Well,
of that
obviously
income as one?
taxes is going to be. They should. Yeah, you should probably only be able to claim one person on your taxes,
actually,
right? But
you guys are based on that. I actually like that position. It's a pretty.
well, I don't
it's
know if
not
Isaac
major.
agrees, but
Well, I agree from like on paper standpoint, yeah, like they should be able to be classified as married. I don't like the idea legally for like taxes though, because there would be pretty much a lot of loopholes.
No. I don't agree with the secular marriage. No, that's horrible. But anyways, because this is horrible, man. This is the way to destroy religious marriage is to force secular people to, I don't know, force them into a contract with one another and then call it marriage. That's a complete
True. What do you think
ruining.
about Tim Kraus? Tim, what the fuck his name is? Not Tim Crowder. That's a mix of two. Tim Pool, bro. Tim Pool said that if people want to get divorced, they should have to meet under a judge, and the judge should have to say they're okay to be divorced. That is fucking so authoritarian. It's crazy.
Because the problem is for us, you cannot just get divorced for anything. You have a right to divorce, but you have to have a good reason for the divorce. You have to.
That dude's a libertarian, by the way. The dude that said that. It's
yeah,
crazy for a
they're
dude
kind of
who says
wild.
he's libertarian for him to say, "I think that the government should have a say in what goes on in your bedroom."
I don't know about his position. I know in my position that's actually consistent with my position because you do have a right to divorce, but you have to be able to. Yeah, so yeah,
You have to be able to show it though.
religious
Yeah,
position. Bro, you're so
that
bad,
does
bro.
seem secular.
Why did you keep
Whoa,
fighting? Why did you keep fighting?
Because I was dead. It was either I die or I keep walking and Kindred catches me. Kindred's high mobility, okay? So I either pop my heel and live, or I either just die and get a fast back. It was a fast back, okay? I bought items and I'm back. Yeah, that's what. Listen, I never die. I only do fast backs.
Iron Elo.
Whoa! Don't
Iron
disrespect.
Elo tactics.
I don't know what the hop on then.
You know what the big difference between you and me is, Manar? I don't mean this as like an insult. This is just true. Listen, I'm a tolerant guy. If you want to go off and form your little Muslim town, and you marry multiple people, I'm chill with that, dude. I'm so chill with that. You can go to your Muslim majority town where you can marry multiple people.
Wait, how do Mormons do it? Mormons have many women.
No, they're not allowed to legally, but that is part of their religion, I think.
How do they do it? Yeah.
I don't know.
I know it is. I used to watch this show called Keeping Up with Fuck. It was some like reality TV show where they would help women escape Mormons. My dad used to watch it a lot, so I was forced to as a kid.
I think I don't know what the exact rules are, but you're not legally allowed to marry multiple people, so.
Yeah, non-fan, but that's the religious perspective. Like what you are.
True. The problem is
true, and I'm tolerant, bro. They're allowed to go to Utah.
What he's describing is the religious perspective to be tolerant of everyone. Because if you are a liberal, you would not be tolerant of every religion. How? Because if they break your laws, you would not give them exceptions. Like for example, when it comes to marriage, do you give a religious exception when it comes to child support? No, you don't. Even though it's against a person's religion,
the problem is
child support because he already gave dowry. Let me just finish my position. A person already believes he's supposed to do the right thing, so he gives his dowry up and pays for it in full early. And now, after everything's done, he's done everything right. Now you're going to force upon him this child support institution, which is a complete secular institution, has nothing to do with religious in any way. You cannot look at any scripture that calls for this child support thing. And then in the rates that you guys are calling for, and then what happens is you destroy the whole marriage. Like you forced upon this guy this secular contract, secular institution, in his religious contract, and I don't like that at all. I think that that's breaking, that's like overstepping boundaries that you don't have as a state. You shouldn't have the ability to not give religious exceptions to something like child support. But that's what they do. They don't give you a religious exception for child support. So you as a libertarian, you're not tolerant.
Oh, I'm not a libertarian. I don't know who said they were, but I'm not. Yeah. I don't like
there are limits to tolerance, of course. None of this is absolute.
No, but let me finish. The religious perspective would be tolerant of other people's ideologies and would abolish child support and would allow people to live and marry in different under different churches and they're underneath their own contracts. Whereas the libertarian perspective would force us to go get married in the government and force us, even though we get married in the church.
The libertarian perspective is
no, Minar, but you don't want gay marriage to be legal, right? I'm also not a libertarian, but yeah.
Yeah, that's not the libertarian perspective. The libertarian perspective is not having their government interact with them in like any way as much as they can. That's a libertarian's perspective, as much as I understand it.
But my understanding is so how does the libertarian, if he's a secular person, how does he get married?
He probably just gets married like in the
At a
form of
courthouse.
him like confessing under
The
under God,
courthouse.
but
So he
true,
likes
but
the
in his
government.
perfect
He
world, he
does allow the
wouldn't.
government to take over the contract of marriage.
In his perfect
Enforce
world,
the
he
marriage
would.
contract, which is a huge
Yeah.
contract. I don't know how they can claim that they're small government and then they give the fucking government the biggest contract of their life, their children and their wife. Like, this is
Harush, shout out
crazy
to
how a
Temple.
libertarian can claim he's pro small government.
What you're saying
This
is actually
is
entirely
the
correct.
thing that the religious people were able to fix this. They forced enforcement arm upon the church. They forced the contract upon the church and the temple, not upon the state. So the state has nothing to do with the divorce and with the marriage. The state only has to do with the violence that happens within.
The problem
But
is
they have
though.
nothing to do with the kids. They have nothing to do with taking over the mother, the father, none of that, and the rights of the children and the rights of the wealth of the individuals within the family. That all has to do with the church, and you guys ruined it as libertarians. You guys took it away from the church, forced it upon the state, and now look at what we have. We have child support enforced upon all
I
of
mean, you
us.
can still get
Yeah, the
married in
problem
the
is
church, obviously. But
true, and also the problem
Yeah,
is though
but,
is that
but
these
it's
are
not a legal
heavily.
marriage.
Yeah, well, the problem is though these are heavily like religious things that you were talking about, and we made them legal things as well. Like that's probably what like where the problem stems from, right? Like if there was no taxation on top of marriage, if there was no better joint filing, if there wasn't like these legal implementations that came with marriage, you were right. All these things probably could be true. That is like a pretty big problem. Is that
The church can
our
dive in
country?
with all of those. The church can say, "Hey, these guys have promised a contract, and they're married together." And that's it. Once you can provide the contract, they're married together, then that's it. The church is able to provide that authentication necessary, and now you can prove that they're married together. You're gonna tax them that way. But the church used to be
Kinda.
that authoritarian arm that was basically over the whole area, representative of the whole area when it comes to marriage. And now it's the government, which is the representative of the whole like county,
Yep,
for example, when it
you are
used to be the
correct.
church.
That's how
And
America was
now
built.
it's really bad. Now you don't actually have anyway. Now the church has no power. Even if they claim, yeah, these guys are married, the church is like, no, it doesn't matter. Under our contract, he broke our contract. So even though they're married under your contract, now it doesn't matter. He's liable for child support for this for his life.
Why is my support? Your mid mic just died at the end.
yeah,
By the
you're
way.
yeah.
Why is my mid? Why is my support mid? But again, the problem is though is that that's not like what America is built on. Like that's an un-American way to view it, right? America was built on the separation of church and state. The problem is though is that people still wanted these things like marriage, so obviously we had to turn to them legally instead of religiously because we were built on that separation.
What is this un-American argument? Like, what does America
Because
stand for?
America's built on separation of church
and
and state.
illegality and just like.
Well, I mean, America was built on separation of church and state, though. So yeah, it's a big thing.
I know. America was built on secularism, but it was built upon the foundation of scientific foundation because of secularism. They were like, okay, we don't want church and state, but now we're going to force upon us the scientific, empirical
From what I
evidences now
remember,
are
we
forced upon us.
just
You guys are not even looking at that now. Like it's killing people's, it's ruining people's life. It's deteriorating your community. These child support institutions, they're really not effective in post-marriage for when it comes to men. Yeah, maybe it protects the woman for the rest of her life. She can become a hoe and not need anybody to a man to take care of her. But it really ruins everybody else's relationships. Like you guys are seculars, but you're not even using science-based evidence when it comes to your institutions that are forcing these laws upon us. Like, what is the scientific evidence that child support should be forced upon us? What's the scientific evidence?
I didn't expect us to go into red pill today, but the reason that child support is usually given to the mother is because through marriage, the mother has had to make sacrifices for their job, and that is kind of the payment that they're giving back, right? Like, would you rather the mother? Wait, would you rather the mother not go to work? True.
What?
Would you?
Your mic, it's using your bad mic.
Would you rather the mother have a job and like not give her child like proper care, or would you what would you rather have? Like that's the trade-off, is that you're making this person not be unable to make career advancements. So obviously you're going to give them the back pay for the work they did for you and for the loss of the expertise and the position they could be in life if they didn't have a child and be married with you. Because you did get that benefit. You did get to advance in your job, right? And stereotypical marriage, right, through like the 1980s, like that was always a stereotype. Okay?
This is such a bad argument, by the way.
I mean, that's what the argument is, right? I agree that we're getting to a point where we are seeing women getting advanced in career fields, and we are seeing that people are going to what's it called? Fuck, where's it go where you drop your kid off?
Daycare.
Daycares. We are seeing people go to daycares instead of actually parenting at home. But I think you would view that as a negative, Manar, knowing what I know about you.
Yeah, brain rot, red pill debate.
Do you think it's a good thing that families have to?
Community, the second the government took over marriage, you guys ruined everything. It used to be that the woman, the only way she can protect herself and to take care for the man to take care of her was that she has to get married to him. Now she can just go fuck a random dude, have his kid, and now force the government to go take care of this. I mean, you understand how much of a fucking toxic relationship it is to fuck a random girl one night, have her baby, and now you're stuck with her for the rest of your life. You understand the toxicity getting built up. They go end up killing each other.
But do you also understand
what you guys are advocating for? What I advocate for is a religious concept where you accept everyone. If you guys want to get married, you have to go through the church. The government is not allowed to get into this contract. I don't care if we need to protect the woman. I don't give a fuck. The woman, if she wants to get protected.
In Islam, if you give your maid a baby, aren't you supposed to marry them?
And fucking cheats or divorces her husband because of irreconcilable issues with whatever.
By the way, Red Radius.
What a load of bullshit that is.
Actually, well, I don't know. I was going to say you could probably get in on this if you wanted to, but I don't know for sure. I feel like you would be allowed to, but I would have to check because this is my
let her leave. Why are you gonna
my server, I guess.
At least, no. This is the problem. You should be advocating that there should be religious exceptions, but you can't. Non-Fawn just acted like he's the tolerant one, and he will allow anyone to live in a religious perspective however they want. Well, this is anti my religion. This child support institution is not a religious institution. It's a complete secular institution. It doesn't exist in a single scripture.
Thanks for stopping
and you're
by.
forcing it upon me. You're ruining my relationship with my own kids post-marriage. What the deal is supposed to be? She's supposed to be scared for her life, so she keeps staying with me. Now you ruined that whole dynamic. Now she can go fuck Joe Schmo, and I gotta pay for her to divorce me. This is crazy.
If I'm crazy, Manar, I might be. Your religion's actually more forward on that than America is. If you give your maid a child, aren't you supposed to marry that maid?
No, first of all, you already committed adultery, so you already ruined your family's name.
No.
Now, maybe
let's say you're unmarried. Let's say you're unmarried.
Maybe the family will force that upon you because they don't want to take care of this child by themselves. They want that dude to be responsible. They don't want him to run, and so they will force that upon you because the government doesn't. But really, in the end, what happens is the stupid family is stuck with the shitty girl's responsibilities, and she's stuck.
But yeah, Manar. But in a situation where oh, I'm about to get stuck. One second.
What?
I said, "What's that?" About to get stuck. I'm being cornered.
Oh yeah,
okay.
run.
So in a situation,
gray screen.
Okay, sure. Okay, that's more disrespectful than anything you've ever said to me. Okay, right there. But in Islam, isn't it the case that if you are unmarried and you give your maid a child, aren't you supposed to marry that maid?
No. There's no forcement. No, there's no.
I swear you sent me a scripture that was like that once.
No. What we were looking at, what God allows you to marry, and it was basically what your right hand possesses. So you couldn't go and marry any slave anybody captured. It was only the slaves that were underneath your rule, or the woman that you marry. Basically, that's what the scripture we're looking at.
But if I remember, yeah, but aren't you supposed to take care of them? Wasn't that like one of the things if they had your child, you're supposed to take care of them?
No.
So are you able to leave people?
Never dives that deep. If anything dives that deep, it's the prophet and his hadith, and I don't think he dives that deep when it comes. Oh, the girl has to marry her rapist. I don't think that's actually acceptable because they might murder him. What do you mean they're gonna marry? She can't marry him if he's gonna be dead. Like they might murder him if they find him guilty.
My thing would be though, but in your religion, you're supposed to take care of like your children, aren't you? I would assume, right?
Not the rapist.
No. If you have a child with someone, you're supposed to take care of that child, correct?
Yeah, that's why the woman gets married early, because in our culture, the woman is going to be the one taking care of the child. So let's say, for example, if this woman gets impregnated outside of marriage, she already brought shame to the whole family, and I don't know, the whole family is going to shun her. But if they do decide to save her, they might advocate, hey, go marry this guy so we can save some face. But if she fails on that too and he runs, then now they're stuck raising the kid a lot of families are not going to accept raising the kid. They're just going to toss the girl out with the kid. So, but how is the government supposed to fix that? Oh, yeah, let's just go shove him in say, hey, because you fucked her once, even though you guys did everything wrong, she could have married you before. She didn't want to wait, and now we're gonna go ahead and force you to pay for 18 years of her life, even though you have no ability to say if you want to have this child or not, and she has every say. Like, she literally, if she wants to kill this child, she can. You have no, like, look at it the other way. Let's say, what is the man's rights? Like, tell me, how is this not the most racist, most biggest fucking shit in the world? Non-fan is trying to advocate that you guys are tolerant. You guys are the biggest bigots in the universe.
Wait.
True. Wait, Menard, can I just briefly explain like my actual point I was making?
Let me finish my point, guys. You guys are fucking bigots. What law in history advocates for only men to be fucking prosecuted underneath this law? What a disgusting racist law.
Okay, yep, I'm bigoted.
Women.
Okay, wait, Menard, please. I just gotta briefly explain my thing.
I'll prove to you it's racist. It's racist.
Women can also pay child support.
That is also true, woman.
Child support, exactly. It's a fucking racist. It's a sexist law. 95% of it are all men that have to pay child support.
And what percent of people do you think are the major money makers in relationships?
This is a disgrace to you. You're the one claiming that you have a beautiful criminal justice system. This is a disgrace to you. It's a racist, sexist system that you're advocating for. 95% of the people found guilty for child support are men. And 95% of the people who have to pay for it are men. And let alone, let's not get to alimony. What is that? 99.5%? Holy shit. What is more sexist and more racist than the judicial system when it comes to family court? Tell me. Tell me one thing in the universe that you can point at that Trump, and by you're the one talking about Trump's sexism. What about this? This is our true evidence-based, precedence-based judicial law saying that, yes, we can discriminate against men because for some reason, even though men can become women, but we believe that only men should pay child support, so we're going to make 95% of men pay child support. Disgusting disgrace of a system. You guys are the one touting that I'm bigot and you're the tolerant ones.
I'm not saying you're a bigot, guys. I've not said that about you. Okay, me and you have been misogynists together, bro. We've connected on no.
I'm so pissed about this because I can't give my wife a fucking baby because I'm scared that fucking dumbass girl. I don't know what can happen to her. You know, my mom divorced my dad.
You could get a prenup,
like,
yeah.
You know, you can get contractual obligations.
What can happen to these fucking
True. Listen, I would advocate for getting a prenup. Like, then do that. If you don't trust it, get a prenup. Okay. Obviously, you have to have that conversation.
Don't even protect you. Like, especially post marriage. Apparently, you can act like she was in duress or some shit. Like, turns out like
but it's really hard to.
I'm pretty sure. Yeah. There'd have to be some pretty extreme circumstances.
I really don't like it because what happens is I lose all my rights. I have no religious exceptions, so I'm forced to basically destroy my own religious convictions.
Okay, wait. Could I briefly explain the justification for it? Okay, it's a your right to swing your fist ends where it hits my face, right? The thing about child support is that the argument is like it harms the woman not to be paid child support, right? And it harms the child because the child's not going to have a good enough living. The difference I was pointing out is that in my ideal society, you are perfectly free to go off and form your little Muslim town, and you can marry as many people as you want. I don't give a fuck because that doesn't harm me. But in your ideal society, my understanding, you can correct me if I'm wrong, is that like you wouldn't allow gay people to marry, for example. You wouldn't allow gay people in San Francisco to form their little gay town and marry all gay together.
No.
That was the difference I was pointing to.
Also, non-font. A big criticism of that view on life was, I'm just pointing out, is the problem with combining intolerant people with tolerant people is that the intolerant people will take control over
there's a paradox of tolerance, which is why tolerance isn't absolute. But I was just
and that's what I'm actually promising you. That's well, at least for us, we'll say, hey, as long as you guys are not over this
seen by two people.
No, as long as everybody is now like, let's say, for example, this is how I would do the test. Prove to me this in religious scripture this is allowed, then I can allow this for you to be married. Like, prove to me through your church that this is allowed. If you can, then this is allowed. So that would be the litmus test. So that's how Muslims used to control other people's land. So whenever they conquered so much land so fast what did they do? They didn't roll over them all. What they did was a lot of them capitulated immediately. They said, okay,
listen, okay, I'm just saying I'm a relatively tolerant guy. Manar is literally in favor of the theocracy. I'm not even among like liberals that tolerant of a guy. Listen, okay, I read Sam Harris. Okay, I understand the paradox of tolerance. I understand the dangerous ideas that certain people have, and like I would agree with Sam Harris on a lot of things about even specifically Muslims and the ideas that Muslims have that are potentially harmful to society that shouldn't necessarily always be tolerated. But like,
you keep your own religious convictions. We don't touch your religious convictions.
I'm just pointing out the difference between my ideal society, which is like a democratic, secular one, when Manar is perfectly free to go form his little Muslim town and do what he wants so long as it doesn't harm other people, versus Manar's society, which is an Islamic theocracy, where people aren't allowed to do, the gay people in San Francisco aren't allowed to be all gay together.
Wouldn't stop it, then maybe they would advocate to stop it. But it would always be stopped by the church, usually, because there's no religious entity that you can prove and show scripture for that advocated for sodomy, because it's a not natural thing that it destroys society. So it makes sense the religions never advocated for it. So basically, you can't actually prove it through church and scripture. So this would be our threshold. But you can see throughout the Islamic history, we conquered lands, we gave them their rights, they kept their churches, we never toppled them, we never told them, you're forced to become Muslim. We did force them, hey, if you don't pay the jizya and you're not Muslim, then you're gonna fight us and you're gonna die. And whoever survives is gonna
based Red Radius. See, God had to make it tempting though. God had to make it tempting. He had to make it a little bit tempting.
Muslim or die. It was become Muslim.
So his true followers would learn to resist the temptation. That's it. Yeah.
So they were allowed that religious freedom. It's actually, I would argue, more because they had their own churches. Enforce their own laws. Like the Muslim law never showed up on any states or any cities that accepted jizya. The second the state accepted jizya, as long as they paid jizya, they did not care about that state.
I love that clip so much.
Of course, it wouldn't like. Manar's
probably heard it before.
Muslims or disgracing the population, and a lot of people disgracing basically society. They would interfere.
I want to see if I can bring it up. It's funny.
So that was the only system I can point to where an actual government, which is the Muslim government, let another government rule over its own party and its own society by itself with its own laws, even after they've been captured. I can't see that in any other time. Roman Empire used to just destroy the people, fuck all the girls, and just change the whole name of the country. And they would change the name of the city.
But you understand essentially what you're advocating there for is a theocracy, right?
What I'm advocating for is a theocracy. Yes, I think, yeah, but I think you're advocating for that too, because if you want to be a tolerant person, you have to advocate for theocracy, because the only intolerants are non-theocrats. The only intolerants are the libertarians.
He's kind of right. When there's a legal problem between both your gay town and your Islam town, do you set up a justice system above that, or do you make them decide? Like, what do you do in yours?
Well, I mean, you would have to. I mean, I'm a secularist, right? So we are going to set up a secular government, which I understand Manar thinks that's inherently intolerant of his religion, I guess, but...
Well, it would have to be, but when a decision comes up, it would have to be inherently tolerant to one of those religions if they have a disagreement, right?
Well, it's, again, tolerance isn't... I understand what you're saying, but tolerance isn't absolute, right? I don't believe in absolute tolerance, is what I'm...
So let's say the Islam, let's say the Islam...
provide exceptions?
Let's say the Islam town.
Exceptions. I proved it. Child support. Look at that. No exceptions. Zero exception. Even if you're a pair of, you could be a quadriplegic, 4 arms and 4 legs cannot move, and you still have to pay child support.
I mean, what if he's loaded, bro? He could be making bank on motivational speakers.
Also, from what I know about child support, usually it comes from who is the breadwinner. So if that paraplegic dude was the breadwinner, hey, bro, he can give some bread up, okay?
Yeah, exactly.
Bro, it's very rare women have to pay child support. It's such a sexist
True, but I'm gonna ask you again,
because women usually aren't the breadwinners.
What do you think percentage of household by income? Like, what do you think is the majority of who do you think is the main income owner in any family?
No, that's true. That was true 50 years ago, but now we're seeing that
today,
women are such a big. They're actually outperforming outperforming men in every criteria when it
schools,
comes
they
to
are.
scholarships. Like when it comes to school, they're outperforming men. When it comes to scholarships, they're outperforming men. When it comes to enrollment in school, they're outperforming men. When it comes to graduation, they're outperforming men. When it comes to getting hired, it feels like they're outperforming men after
I don't know
college.
about that.
I swear, it feels like they're outperforming men every
Maybe
way.
in
Like
educated
men,
jobs because they're
and
better.
now still men and and it's still 90% of for child support for men.
Probably because it's still, because I'm gonna make a claim here and I could be wrong. Probably because it's still 95% of the men that are the breadwinners. Do you understand that by saying 95, you inherently show that it's not racist or sexist, because that means that 5% of women are paying child support over the men?
But no, because the exception doesn't make the rule. If the overall people that are getting affected are black people, would you say that traffic stops are inherently non-racial, non-racist? If 95% of traffic stops are affecting black people, you would say, whoa, what the fuck? If 95% of these black traffic stops are all indicting black people, would say, whoa. Either the black people are the problem, which obviously that's racist, or the law has a problem with it, and that's what's happening. The law has a problem with it, and you guys are not. It's not catching up. It's not catching up with the times. For some reason, girls still believe there's a patriarchy when there's no patriarchy. I mean, they're outperforming men in every criteria, and they're acting like they're still being victimized.
I'm not here to defend women, but
that means if they're outperforming men and they're still victimized, when are they never going to be victimized? Do you see what I mean? That means men are going to be stepped on.
Do you think women are outperforming men in income though?
Also, yeah, as of right now, they still earn 16% less than men.
That's true. Income, but that's because they choose these shit jobs. Like a man will go choose to be in the oil rig and work 75 hours a week, whereas she wants to become a daycare worker at $12 an hour. Go fuck yourself.
But in the same breath, in the same breath, you said women are getting the better jobs.
No.
Earlier, you said that women are getting more jobs in STEM.
Intellectually speaking, you cannot. They're outperforming men. So maybe, but look, the problem is a college degree does not correlate with a good job. You're right.
That's entirely false.
We're seeing them. They're graduating more than men, but they're not getting better jobs.
What you just said is entirely false.
They choose these trash jobs not because they don't have opportunities. It's because they don't want these jobs. They don't want to be an oil rig person that makes 100K. Right after school, even though working 60 hours a week, because they don't want to do that. They want to go and be in an
because people who are on oil rigs don't go to college. That's why. But also on top of that,
but even when they do graduate, they don't even go and do their field. They usually are HR workers or teachers, or it's something has nothing to do with their graduation. Like they graduate psychology or liberal arts degree, and then they're surprised they're a barista. Like, come on, man. Like,
but that's just what you're saying is just contrary to the facts.
So just data-wise,
look at it. Hey, well, look, I'll prove to you. Look at girls. Overwhelmingly, men enroll in STEM fields, whereas girls enroll in liberal arts degrees. If they really care about money and the future, you would see them enrolling in these STEM fields. This is where the money is at: engineering, doctors. Well, what you're seeing them, the only part when they get into STEM is mostly in medicine. But most of that, other than that, it's all HR, it's all liberal arts, it's all like social and humanitarian bullshit. They don't care about making money. They care about being happy and something else. Their incentive is different. That's why we cannot say, oh, they make less money. They don't actually care about it. Even after they graduate, they pick these 20-hour a week positions that fucking do nothing. And yeah. And they get married to a rich dude. I mean, fuck, these girls.
I mean, though, on average, though, people with college degrees are going to make $1 million over the people without them.
It literally, even this liberal arts degree basically doubles your lifetime income.
Yeah, but also, you know what? Also,
and also, weren't you just saying that women were getting more positions in STEM? I don't.
No.
No, he was saying women were getting more positions in college jobs, but not good jobs like STEM. Is what he was. I think he was pointing
at.
Okay.
They don't, like if you guys are trying to argue, oh, they're not making money. My argument is even they are graduating more than men, but they're picking shit degrees. And also, even when they do graduate in good degrees, like let's say she becomes an engineer, becomes an engineer for 2 years, then she goes and she leaves, she gets pregnant, and now she's I don't know, she does part-time beauty and some sales person. I don't know, some bullshit. You know what I mean? That's what happens to every girl. She graduates. It's 2 to 5 years maximum. After that, she has kids and she leaves her whole career.
Wait, exactly. That's what I was about to say. She has kids and she leaves her whole career. Yes, you understand that women are usually the one that make the sacrifice when they have a child. There's a lot of data behind this. Women's average yearly income drops significantly after having the first child, and it never recovers. The woman is usually the one making the sacrifice when it comes to childcare.
Whatever, man. So would you say a man working 16 hours a week a day is not making a sacrifice? Like how is the woman like who
The
do you? Okay, let me
sacrifice
ask
to
you
her
this.
career when
Who
it
do you
comes to
blame? Let me
money,
ask
when
you
it
this.
comes
Let
to
me ask
earning
you this.
money.
Let me ask you this. Let me ask you this. Sorry, that was a bad question. Let me ask you this question. This is a
Yeah.
better answer. This one is a mother. Who's to blame if the kid cannot if who's to okay, let's say there's two kids in the house, and the mother fed only one kid because there's no food, and pick and choose between which kid to feed, so she fed this kid over that kid. Who do you blame? Do you blame the mother for picking the older kid to feed over the younger kid, or do you blame the father that he didn't provide for them so she can feed both of them adequately? Who do you blame?
You would blame the mother. I mean, I would assume if they have enough food to adequately feed
If
both
you
of them,
don't have
yeah.
enough food, it was
Oh,
let's say she had to pick and choose because the father didn't bring up the food. So who's to blame? Is it her to be blamed that she picked the other one of these kids to be fed over the other, or is it the blame of the father that he's the reason that these kids are not eating, or one of the kids not eating because he didn't
I
provide
mean,
enough?
that's a
it's
weird.
the fault of the parents. I mean, I
Come
would
on,
guess it would be the father for not, it's
it's
supplying
always the
supplying the
father.
food.
I want to get you.
But you
I want to get you guys
understand the
to
point
full
of child
agreement.
support is
The
that the
blame is
father does
always
have
going to
to
be on the
pay to
father.
support his
The
child.
father has a responsibility. No, the father has a responsibility over the family. That's why you can blame the father. You would never blame the mother. You would never say, "Why the fuck didn't the mother go and work?" You guys didn't question. You're like, why isn't she going to work?" No, you immediately were like, "Whoa, the father should be the one providing the money. He didn't provide the money. There's no food. So how can you blame the mother? She's a poor girl sitting there." So that's what I'm proving to you guys that the mother is not necessarily actually the one that has all the problems falling upon it. It's actually the father that has all the responsibility. It seems to you because she's spending most of the time with the kids that it's the mother, like the you know what I mean? It's the mother, but it's actually the father has all the
Well, I'm just
responsibility
saying,
upon him.
monetarily, usually the sacrifice falls on a woman. Usually the career sacrifice falls on a woman, which is why child support exists. It's to pay monetarily to the mother.
For the
Because
sacrifice
usually,
that they did.
yeah, usually she had to give up money in her career.
I know, but they're gladly do that. Like when a mother has a kid anyway, she doesn't want to go on work. She looks for a guy to sit down and takes care of her. Like she doesn't want somebody. She doesn't want to get up and go work. Like already
Yes.
she knows like I'm gonna have a kid, so I want to be able to spend my time with the kid. Like, do you guys really believe a woman wants to have a kid and then wants to leave the kid? And all women would love to raise the kid up to 18. But what happens? They get forced to leave at 2 years after 2 years. So if she is able to, she would love for somebody to take care of her for the rest of her life. So this is actually not a real argument because I don't know what a woman
Then
advocates to leave the kid and go
why are we seeing the exact opposite? Why are we seeing women like go for other jobs and try to advocate for getting their kids in like child service areas like daycares? Like why are we seeing that then?
Yeah, what we're seeing is we're seeing. I think this is my opinion. I could be wrong. I think there's a propaganda campaign happening, and I've actually tested it, and it seems to be true. This bear versus man question, for
Oh
example,
Jesus.
this is clear as day. This is clear as day. Social programming affecting the brains of our girls. They have been socially programmed to
That they
hate
want it.
men.
I think there's been way more social programming that women are forced to be mothers and that they have to give up their jobs.
No, actually, I would actually argue against that. For example, let's say the example of this girl that she was 19 and her sister is 18, and her sister got a sister got a scholarship going to college. Everyone is praising the 18-year-old sister, whereas the older sister, they say, "Oh my God, no, she's pregnant. She lost all her future. Her future is gone. Now she has to sit at home. We can't even send her to school. We got to take care of this baby. No, all her opportunities gone. This poor
True, but
girl
that's
because she got
criticism off
pregnant
their age,
early."
not off them
I
being
would
a
actually
female with a
argue that
child.
the 18-year-old's being praised for going to college and becoming an independent woman, whereas the other girls being disgraced, brought down for becoming a
R-
mother, saying that she's
Probably.
bringing shame to the family. Yeah.
Yeah, but that's off of circumstances, not off them being a woman with a child. That's because they can't go to school because they're pregnant. That was like the criticism
No, I'm
there.
saying that that's a social programming. The social programming that's happening is it's making women hate being mothers.
That's because at the time of
They
being
think they're
18, yeah,
looked
you probably
down
shouldn't be a
upon if they're
mother.
mothers, and they're looked up upon if they were boss babes that went to school and build up $100,000 in debt.
But do you think it's been like that like the last 10 years or like the last 80?
No, I would say it's been like that the last 40 to 50 years because women used to
40 to
celebrate
50?
motherhood, and now
I don't know.
Now they're actually basically disgraced. Like if a woman gets pregnant early, they'll tell her, "Hey, you lost your future, baby. I'm sorry. Pack up your bags. Pack up your bags. Now you're a single mother." And the whole family looks down upon her. They're sad to her. Whereas, let's say she's 18, instead of getting pregnant, she's getting fucked by randos left and right. She's not pregnant. She's getting fucked by randos. She's not married. She has a 35, 40 body count. But she got a college degree. Oh, look, her family's so happy. Whatever, man.
I don't even know where the disagreement is right now, quite frankly.
Proof that the social society doesn't actually care about these women becoming successful people. They want to care about programming them away from their innate nature, which is to have kids. They make them feel bad to get pregnant early. They make them feel like they ruin their lives. All propaganda, all the TVs about her ruining her life if she gets pregnant. How she needs to get birth control as early as possible. The therapist is telling her that. Her doctor is telling her that. Her TV is telling her that. Her teacher is telling her that. What are you talking about?
So, Manar, let's say you have a kid, right? At 18, okay? And then you are a single parent raising that kid. Or do you think you're more able to go to college?
Minutes. I gotta take my baby out to a nice dinner. It's gonna be IHOP tonight, baby. Let's go.
Don't let him watch the stream. Don't let him watch the Britney Spears comment. You would hear about that the entire dinner. Okay, let me just. But yeah, man. First, when you come back, okay, I'm telling you, next stream, it better be me and you playing League. But no,
no problem. But yeah, go ahead. Let's finish up.
But again, though, I feel like when you look at it, though, I just sent statistics, even as it showed back there, like the women weren't like in the career fields as much as they are today. And on top of it, yeah, I feel like it's a natural trade-off.
If I come back later today, would you play with me League?
Fuck yeah, of course.
Okay. I might come back in like 3 hours, but go ahead.
I'll start, bro. Don't worry. I'll sit in that practice tool. I'll sit in that practice tool, bro. Since you want to critique all my gameplay,
I'll try my best. I'll try to speed up, but yeah, go ahead. What was you saying?
I was saying that when you just look at it, like even the statistics show that like women haven't always been like as progressed in careers as they are like in this like 10-year group, right? Like, and so maybe maybe you're right. There should be like advocacy for a change, but the problem is when it comes to child support, it's not like it's predetermined that it is male. I do agree that there are probably some social norms that lead judges to sway in the weight of female, and that probably is wrong. We should probably focus off of who makes the most money, who is the primary caregiver of the child, and I would agree. But it's not like the law is set up like that to be discriminatory towards men in the aspect of they think that they're the ones always making money, and they think they're the only ones that aren't being child caretakers. Yeah, but it's the way society worked.
You have to agree with me. Yeah, it's the way society works. But if we care about a society that's secular, the only other standard we have to look at it, if it's secular, it's not the religious standard, not the religious moral standard. We have to look at the science-based moral standard.
If you actually look into the stats of it, it's like
that women
people claim shit's biased against men. So like I think a lot of cases lead to like voluntary agreements. I think only like a very small amount of court cases actually lead to any type of mandated agreement. Usually it's pretty voluntary.
And we see all these statistics basically lining up with single motherhood is basically the destruction of society, and single fatherhood.
Yep. I would agree on that aspect.
See, yeah. So even though it's bad, single fatherhood is bad. It's actually as equatable to a double household. Like it's actually the outcomes from the kids is as equatable to a double household. So you would think if you're a law that doesn't care about religion standards and you have your own standard, which is a science-based standard, you would look at the scientific statistical data and proclaim that now, legally speaking, the man should be the one prioritize time with the kid. Especially after the age of 5, for example, with this mother is actually basically obsolete to the kid. It's actually detrimental to the kid. Now we need a man to be there. So you would think that this legal system would actually follow that now men are being given more child support and given the priority when the kids. But what you're seeing is this racist system being perpetuated. And now it's all being perpetuated based on preconceived.
My understanding is that in the vast majority of cases, the man voluntarily gives up custody to the child. That's usually what happens.
Also, in 89% of cases, the caregiver to children is the woman. In 89.9.
What? 89.9 what? Yeah, they get
89.9% of the time. No, in 89.9% of the time, the woman is the primary caregiver in the home for the child.
Yeah. Oh, primary caregiver. Yeah, because the guy has to go and feed the children. Yeah, and she.
So doesn't that line up with your 95%? Aren't those statistics pretty close?
Like the man, but I advocate that the man takes care of the kids, but I don't advocate the woman leaves him and then he's stuck with a child support bill for the rest of his life. That's not religious. That's not in any scripture. That's not based on
True, yeah.
anything. No scientific data can actually advocate for this. I don't know where that came from. The system, secular system. Can somebody explain to me why this child support system is being pushed? Like, what is the scientific data behind it?
It's just supposed to be what's in the best interest of the child. Yeah, I don't know if it's based on. I don't know exactly where it came from, but
it's probably in the best interest of the child to be with a primary caregiver of that child and to have money to live. So that's where that comes from.
Would you say the best interest of the child is for the mother shut the fuck up and stay with the father because we see, or the best interest of the child is to be given to the father completely, and the mother should be paying child support, so the father should become the caregiver. Basically, that's how I would argue. If it's a science-based legal system, it's not a science-based legal system. It's a preconceived conditioning based legal system. Is really what I'm saying.
Didn't you just argue that women are always gonna are in your religion and in biology, aren't they supposed to be the caretaker of the child?
Yeah,
Didn't you argue that a little bit ago?
But
then who should they leave the child in the care of?
Yeah, I don't know.
No, wait. In a situation,
so why is 95% of the child support going to women if all women and men are equal?
Wait. I'm just arguing for your. I'm arguing from your POV though.
But no,
do you think that?
How can you use argument? How can you use my argument of the religious system for your system? Your system is a secular
that's what you're advocating for.
It shouldn't be like this. It shouldn't be using as a religious
and
standard.
It's not.
Which is most men. No, it's not using scientific standards. Not using anything besides
what scientific standard?
Because the scientific standard says that women are actually getting hired
performing
more.
16% under women and men in jobs right now. That's what the
and it drops even more after the first child.
They're all taking care of themselves, so they can provide for themselves. So why the fuck is the man?
I'm seeing 16% less on average.
I mean, you can look at the graph I sent in the chat.
If all women. No, but it doesn't correlate. You have a secular society, so all your women are free. So why the fuck 99% of the men are paying for child support? That means either all your women are lazy, or in general, women do not provide. So this is you're strengthening my religious arguments. Your system is a failed system.
Minar, who do you think should raise the child if it had to be down to a choice? The man or the woman?
Woman, for sure, but that's not what you're advocaate for. Your system
wait.
That men and women are interchangeable.
All I'm saying is,
it's whoever qualifies more for the position.
And we agree. True, that's exactly what it is. That's why it's 95 and not 100.
Which is why the women are usually...
If a man is seen to be more necessary and more good for the kid, which is what the scientific data is showing, that men create better offspring, if they're left alone single,
I think you need a man and a woman.
Advocating, then all the child support should be going for the men. But no, what you're seeing is the women are getting all the child support. Why? Because you're using a sexist ideology. You're being sexist. You guys are acting like all men and women are the same, but then you're being sexist and discriminating against them, forcing them to take care of all the bills. So you guys are sexist when you feel like it. See, this is what I'm talking about. A completely intolerant system.
I am sexist when I feel like it.
Who do you think? So wait, if we agree that women are the better caretakers, if we agree that women are the primary caretakers, why do you think it should be any different for who should to give care to the child? Where's the switch? If you agree that women are the better caretakers or the primary caretakers most of the time, then shouldn't the case be that most of the time the women should stay the caretakers?
No, yeah, I agree, but your society...
the society agrees. That's what society thinks.
No, your society doesn't agree, actually. The standard your society is looking at is actually disproving that fact. It actually disproves that women are the better caretakers. It proves that men are better caretakers, actually, when they're left alone with the children. It proves that men are able to provide longer. It proves that men are capable to make more money. So it actually proves that the men should be the primary caretakers of the children. So you cannot use my argument against me, because that's my argument. If you use the religious
He's on his fucking Islamic
problem.
Shit, bro. I don't know, man.
The woman is capable of doing everything the man is. So why the fuck does the man have the responsibility of taking care of the woman? Who can answer that except God? I don't know. God forced that upon the man. Whereas in your society, the woman can do anything that the man can do. And what you do is you force that the man capitulate to the woman, so you have no responsibility and authority over the woman, but still you have to capitulate and pay for the woman to survive and to go fuck other dudes in the end. So he has no authority over the woman, and he has all responsibility over the woman. So your system has a fallacious system. My system at least gives authority over the woman, but gives the responsibility for the man. Whereas your system removes all authority from the man and gives all responsibility to the man. So at least my system is not fallacious like yours.
I think the problem, though, I think you're running into is that your system would be more extreme than ours. If it,
But my system is actually
in Islam. In Islam, I think you would agree that women are the primary caretakers. So if a situation came down to it, they would always think the woman should be the caretaker,
in Islam,
extreme circumstances.
In Islam, there's no child support. Can you believe that? So when she decides to divorce you,
there's
her ass is kicked out into the fucking road. Just with her and your babies, you usually fight for them, you keep them, but her ass gets kicked out. It's none of your business. What the fuck? You already gave her a dowry.
Also, I could be wrong. You are supposed to protect your children. They do.
You also have to take care of her.
They do have child support in a roundabout way, though. Aren't you supposed to take care of your child?
Bro, you take care of the child. Why are you paying her? Why you take care of the child? She brings him over. You pay.
True, but taking care of a child means many things. Taking care could mean financially supporting them.
Paying her, sending her money to her bank account. You pay the child by giving the child money or by giving him food. You're not paying her. None of her business. What the fuck? I'm still alive. You don't just no. This is the problem for you guys. Is you have a system that removes all rights from the man and then forces responsibility upon the man.
Even your statistics showed that 5% of the time they win.
But you have to take care of them. This is crazy.
But wait, you even cited yourself. 5% of the time, the men are given child support. That's crazy. It's so against them that they do win some of the times, even though they're not the primary caregiver in the average circumstance.
Yeah, so those are exceptions. It could be that there's such a big exception.
5% is a pretty big exception, though.
Like the woman, it could be that the women are so ridiculously overpaid that the judge could not, in his right mind, or maybe it was appealed. I'm sure it was appealed. But the idea that this is something, no, of course, yeah, man. Hey, man, don't worry. Go, divorce your wife and go. Let's see which one of you is gonna get child support. As if it's gonna be a surprise that when you know that you as a man.
Well, it's always gonna be who's the primary caregiver. I feel like. Well, I'm saying is there are circumstances. It's not based off of what the gender is. It's off of who is the primary caregiver. That's who gets custody of the child.
Entar, come talk to me with respect. You disrespectful.
Also, I remember I could be wrong, but most of the time, the reason that child support's given is because isn't the father trying to give up custody of the child in the circumstances?
Usually the child voluntarily, or the dad voluntarily gives up custody, and it's part of the agreement.
Yeah, exactly. He should be
because
to have his right.
It's cheaper. Wants
to leave me, I'm leaving you. Get the fuck out of here.
It's cheaper, but also it's cheaper to give $600 a month to $800 a month than to pay for that child's life. I think we would agree.
No, it's illegal. Hey, we'll talk about this a lot more. It's actually
we can dig into this.
You cannot find in any single scripture. There literally is
our rights don't run off of scriptures, though.
That you guys made it a complete legal thing. No, and it's not only that. You garnish his wages. It's fucking crazy. So you go chase him. So he leaves the country. No, you go chase him, and you go and start chasing his money.
That usually happens when people commit crimes. Yes.
I couldn't believe it.
It is a crime to. Is it a?
It's
a crime.
But you have to understand that there's a lot of nuance when it comes to these courts and these systems, and you have to be able to give leeways. And if you do not give leeways and you do not give exceptions, this is what I'm asking for. You have to be able to give exceptions. If I can prove religiously I don't need to pay child support, if I can prove that I wasn't the one in the wrong here, if I can prove I can provide for my children in another way, why am I still having to pay child support against my religious convictions?
The problem with a lot of religious exemptions is people use them even when they're not a part of that religious exemption, right? Like, do you know how many Republicans claim that they were Christians so they didn't have to get the vaccine in some circumstances? Like, that's what we saw. Like, I'm not advocating for or against religious exemptions. You're probably right in some aspect, but not completely all the way into the extreme. But that's because, again, I'm going to say it again. When it comes to marriage, that's a very legal thing, right? That's why our America built up marriage as a legality thing, not a religious thing. And we were built on the idea of separation of church and state, right?
Yep.
Like, it's a big thing.
Yeah, it's a totally different thing. And so that's why I think there's all I want to say is maybe there's something for America to learn from different governments and different systems, different legal systems, because they've been working traditionally for a long time. So maybe they have some kind of merit. The idea that you're just in the modern world, so you throw everything and you rely on scientific evidence. And then when I prove to you, scientifically speaking, the data conflicts.
I don't think data conflicts are, though. It's very hard. I might be wrong, but
because all women are being hired. Not my business that they fucking pick trash positions.
Yet they still make 16% on average.
Tell me it's my fault I make 65K because I fucking graduated from engineering and I worked my ass off as a machinist for 12 years. You're gonna tell me it's my fault that this bitch, she fucking just graduated liberal arts degree, zero information, zero knowledge in anything, doesn't know anything, didn't do anything except a barista. She deserves 65K too. Why? That you cannot advocate. That makes no sense, man. I worked my ass off for her. You cannot put the blame on me that I make more than her because I worked my ass off and she's fucking lazy. That's none of my business. She's lazy. She's a piece of shit. She doesn't make money. It's none of my business. I had to work my ass off. Same position. Say we have the same exact ability to make everything. Everything is open for me. Actually, she has a better. She probably has more chance of getting the position I'm applying for than me because of DEI and all these inclusion bullshit. So I cannot sit here and claim that she makes less money than me because of systemic bullshit. No, there's no systemic problems at all. She makes less money than me literally because she's lazier than me. That's it. And she's dumber than me. There's no other reason.
You're making the same argument against systematic racism. Like that's the same argument that you hear with like, oh, well, black people don't have systematic racial injustice. They just commit crime more. Like that's it's such a bad.
Yeah, black people are lazy. If they don't want to fight, if black people have been proven they don't make enough money, they're fucking lazy. It's none of my business, man. The fuck? What's none of my business? Why the fuck are you lazy? You're gonna tell me it's systemic? Honestly, no. The black person has no actual argument for systemic racism because then the Mexican has an argument. Mexican has no argument for systemic racism. Then the Chinese has an argument. Chinese has no argument for systemic racism. Who the fuck has the argument? Nobody has the argument. I'm definitely not the black person. That's for sure. The black person is lazy if he's gonna try to say that he's systemically being oppressed. Bullshit. You're lazy. Bullshit. You have every opportunity open to you. Give me one opportunity. You literally sue the person. If you believe your hiring manager did not hire you because you're black, you literally have a lawsuit case against them. Like there's nothing more blatant than this. You can go to an interview and sue somebody. He didn't even promise you the position. You can still sue him. What do you mean there's no opportunity that this black person has that me as an Arab, I have more than him? What the fuck? Besides because I'm smarter.
So why do you think you're smarter?
Well, it's none of my business if he's stupid. The average in America is overweight compared to the rest of the world. The average in America is fucking low IQ compared to the rest of the world. Maybe he's just an average American.
Well, on average, I don't think Americans are stupid. Like, don't people fly to America for education? Like, I'm pretty sure that's a thing that's.
I'm pretty sure compared to the rest of the world, we're good. Maybe the rich countries you might be a little bit behind, but
yeah, no, I'm sure the middle schooler is worse in America, but I know the high schooler is worse for sure. But non-fan might agree with me. The middle schooler is dumber than any other middle schooler in the world.
Maybe I don't know, but
I think my point's going to be though is that whenever we see these like racial injustice, like what they point to is they're saying that look at this bill, look how it disproportionately affects black people. Are you going to make the claim that disproportionately affects black people because they disproportionately commit this crime because of their race, or maybe because of the?
It's hard. It's hard for you to just look at something and say it's because they're black. You have to look at the actual nuance of the case. Like
yes,
maybe every single case there was a gun too. So are we gonna say it was black or because they had guns? Which one is the bigger evidence based?
You are right. You can't look at it as a whole and say it's because by race, because that would be wrong. So then why do you look at it by sex and say the exact same? Why do you look at it by race and say, well, it's because of their race?
That's probably the only thing you can look at. That you can look at race and say, hey, the mother is more nurturing and the father, I guess even that, sure, I can show you some feminine dudes now. But this is, I don't know what this argument is. I don't even know where we're going.
I'm saying that you're making the claim, you're on one breath saying this claim is bad to do because it is like wrong. And then in the same breath, you're making the same claim but over another group of people. You said that you're right when it does come to systematic racism, we do have to look at like the external factors and that we can't just look at the factors of what is going on and we can't just make the claim that it is based off of race. But then when it gets to the women, you're like, well, obviously it's based off their sex. Like they're choosing the wrong jobs. They're doing this and this. Like you're making the same type of arguments you hear conservatives make about systematic racism.
Oh, you tell me then why else are they being picked? Because of systemic racism?
Why? Wait, which one? What are you talking about? This
why are women not being
picked?
Why are
women getting the last job?
Because systemic racism. You really believe black people when they say they're being systemically racist against? You really believe them?
Do I? Yes, I believe in systematic racism. Call me crazy, okay?
You really believe in systemic racism?
Yes.
How? Yep. How can you prove systemic racism? Prove it.
So they've done. You mentioned earlier they've done studies where they literally send resumes to employers anonymously, and
my side, I can prove, for example, the child support system is completely racist and systemic. I can prove that.
Okay, that's fine. But they've done studies where they send a bunch of resumes to employers, and they have found bias against black-sounding names. They've done studies. There was the big Veil of Darkness study where they found black people are way more likely to be pulled over during the daytime, where the cop could see their skin color. that was analyzing like 100 million traffic stops. There was another study in North Carolina that I think analyzed like 15 million traffic stops and found that black people were more likely to be pulled over, but actually less likely to have contraband in their car.
Only during the daytime, though. Only during the daytime where they.
In Mexico, when I drove, I got pulled over 3 times, and I'm a gringo because I'm a gringo. Yeah, every country's like that. Hey,
so then you agree. Wait, then you agree. It's based off race. You just made the
Sure.
Okay.
Based on race.
Yeah, that's the problem. We should try.
That's not systemic. That's not the system. They're not. Hey, they're not like, hey, this is black people. That could be an individual case. Like, individually speaking, they're racist, but that's not the system. Like, show me in the system it says pull up unproportionately black people. Like, you have to be able to show that.
Oh.
But if you're gonna show that individually speaking, these people are just picking up black people, and it has nothing to do with the systemic thing. That's literally the whole argument for the IDF. You cannot prove intention, so we're going to be able to keep doing whatever we want to keep doing. And that's the same thing. You cannot prove intention.
It's called systematic racism because it's systematic. It's not direct racism.
It's not intentional.
Obviously, there's not calls to directly.
No, it has to be systemic. You have to be able to prove there's systems of pushing it forward.
Disproportionately affect. Not that the intent was to disproportionately affect, though. You need to show that it does disproportionately affect these types of people.
No, you have to. No. That's racism. Systemic racism. You have to prove there's a system created to oppress
that is disproportionately affecting, but it doesn't have to be created with the intent to oppress these people. This is just like a semantic argument, but yeah, it doesn't mean that it was intended to do these effects. Right? Like the crack cocaine bill, the crime bill was made to make crack cocaine. Was it crack cocaine more time than was crystal more than powder? Yes, right. The problem with that is that it disproportionately affected black people because they were more likely to acquire it cheaper because of the. Okay.
Let me ask you this. Let's say the laws are now harder. And I need to go out of this after this, guys. Let's say the laws are harder for drugs. Okay? The laws are really, really strong for drugs. Is it racist that now we're hanging out that we look throughout the whole city and then we find out that all of the drugs are mostly concentrated? Now, there are drugs up north and there are drugs up east, but they're mostly all concentrated in the southwest area where the blacks and the Mexicans are living. And so we're going to be doing most of our patrols in that area. And of course, when we do most of our patrols in the area, of course, we're going to be catching much more plaque and grabbing those. Does it seem to you that there's a system, or is it that, the investigation forced us to go there, and this is actually paying off because once we went there, we started catching.
You understand the CIA did, like, they're proven to have done this, flood black communities with like cocaine to destabilize them, right?
Also, that argument doesn't work for some of the things I mentioned earlier, where like black people are more likely to be pulled over but less likely to have contraband.
Also, it was really funny in the study. I don't know if we're referencing the same study. In the studies, by the way, they were more likely to be pulled over during the daytime.
Yeah, that was the veil of darkness study.
My example is saying it makes sense why they're patrolling more in the blacks area because the blacks area has more drugs. Not that the blacks there's a system being oppressing them. No, it's that there's more drugs in that black people area, and so there's more patrolling, and so you see more people getting caught in that area because usually, if you're just patrolling the whole city and you have no goal, it's hard for you to find, like, besides infractions, I guess. Whereas this guy, I guess he's also catching infractions, but they're all happening in the patrolling area, which is that ghetto area.
So if you wait, so this is kind of a circular argument though, because you're saying, well, obviously there's more crime in these areas, so obviously they're going to patrol them more. But the reason there's more crime in those areas is because they're over patrolling them and catching those crimes more and more, right?
Interesting. We'll get there tomorrow.
Like, if there's 20,
you'd also have to take a step back and say, okay, well, why is it that black people are committing more crime? Is it something genetic, or does it perhaps have to do with namely poverty is going to be the big thing?
Yep, poverty is the biggest contributor to crime. That and desperation.
All right, sounds good. Guys, I want to stay here, but I gotta get out of here.
No, you're good. Yeah, you're good. You go on your day. Go on your day, bro. On God. Don't let us hold you up.
Hey, Isaac, I'm gonna. Man, I can't wait to kick your ass.
Whoa!
You got me on the game. I swear, I'm pissed because I was out of it for so long.
I'm gonna get non-fun to play. I've been trying to convince him. I'm gonna get him.
Bro, the game is fucking amazing. They changed everything. They changed the jungle. They changed items.
Yep.
They changed runes.
Yep, you can now get Pokemon.
I don't know any of those words means. That's a bunch of nonsense, bro.
He's hearing moon runes over here. Yeah, he's hearing moon runes over here.
All right,
you'll like it.
See you tomorrow, okay? Take care, non-fun. Take care, Isaac.
See, man. Stay safe.
Peace,
Stay
boys.
safe, bro.
Well, I did not expect that arc to go the way it did, but listen, I still like him. Okay, I love
Yeah,
Minar, bro. He's my
Minar's fun, man.
He's also content, but that was you got like 3 videos out of that. Okay.
I could, yeah. I got some good shorts. Got some good YouTube videos.
Shorts.
I'm upset. My the last video I did reacting to Destiny got like 2,000 views, but this new one has not blown up, unfortunately. I think I might have uploaded it too late, honestly.
You didn't hit the algorithm.
Yeah, I didn't do it in time.
I was on a podcast and they were talking about it. I know there's an effect where a creator will get like one good big video, and then they'll start expecting every video to get to that number, and then when it doesn't, they like get upset.
Oh well, yeah. I mean that happens. But I was expecting, well, because it was like reacting to Destiny, and that's what seemed to work. I was like, oh, this video will probably do pretty well because it's literally the same thing. But yeah. But you know what? That Trump debate that we had with Minar got 100 views. That was pretty cool.
Bro, I left like 9 times during that. I was in 2 debates unironically at once because I went out and talked to my parents about what I was talking about, and then they wanted to debate me on it. So then I was unironically going back and forth and debating. Yeah.
Awesome,
one of these
dude.
days, I think I'm gonna do what Hassan does, and on Thanksgiving, I'm gonna debate them on stream because that'd be really
Oh
funny.
yeah.
I had a few things. What was I gonna say? Because I know I wanted to talk to you. Yeah. Yeah. I was gonna talk about this, but I did want to wait until we gonna have Minar. Bro. I don't agree. I agree with people politically on a lot of things, but then when I look at like the people in this space who agree with me politically, I just don't like them as a person based off what they've done. Like,
I mean,
oh
yeah.
my
Do you mean like
God.
the more left-leaning people that seem to be kind of?
Some of them are crazy. Some of them even agree with me, and some of them will be. Listen, I'm not one to snitch, okay? Because they did invite me here over goodwill, but bro, some people are just genuinely misogynist on their own alone time. And like maybe I'm too much of a feminist, bro, but it's crazy.
I mean,
Oh
listen,
my God.
it's the Twitch streaming space, right? Like the majority of people, if you have time to spend a ton of time Twitch streaming like I do, you're probably an incel, okay? Probably a solid correlation there.
But I just wanna advocate, bro, for like maybe we could have these ideas and also not be a terrible human, okay? And I'm trying. I've tried to. I think I said this a few times with you guys, but I never mentioned it like directly. Yeah, I'm trying to do less debates now because I want to focus on researching more because I feel like Jesus Christ. How many people do you see on debate panels, and then how many people do you see do fucking research streams?
Research streams. Yeah,
It's disproportionately insane. Like, listen, I'll give you. I never like complimenting you, non-fun, but goddamn, you'll actually do research streams, okay? And I genuinely want to do a stream where I look at everyone who's live on politics, and I want to click their VODs and be like, let me see if we can find them researching, or if all they do is like spew their political message. Because Jesus Christ, even though I agree with you on your political message, it just doesn't look good, and personally, I hate it.
Yeah.
Oh my.
Listen, I'm hoping the Destiny research streams. Okay. Well, I mean, he's already done a shit ton of them, I guess. But those will.
And also, even those people scrutinize him. Like they would rather hear him debate with like crazy people.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. It just drives me insane sometimes. One of these days, okay. One of these days, I'm gonna go off the hinges. Actually, I already did, but that was for other reasons. Okay. One of these times, I'm gonna go off the hinges again. I'm gonna be on a panel. I'm gonna yell at all these people and be like, "Listen, none of you guys have researched any of this. You're just saying what."
Yeah, it's like you've read news articles and watched YouTube videos.
It drives me insane.
People, yeah.
But at the same time, I can't like. I'm in like a really weird spot because I can't just actively protest against these people because they have like my political ideology. But also, I don't like what these people are doing. I can't get a good grasp on it. I'm trying to think about it.
By the way, you're close to reaching Twitch affiliate now, aren't you? You gotta be, man.
I should tomorrow. I should get it tomorrow.
Hell yeah.
Yeah. The only thing I was not on was the days thing because I didn't stream 7 calendar days.
Oh yeah.
I was thinking about making my first stream and reading the Twitch rules to know we don't violate them.
Dude, well, as long as you're left leaning, they don't seem to care. You know, Frogan and Hassan can say the C word that I'm not gonna say.
You're gonna attempt to say because you're not that left. Come on. Now.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, it's wild. And Sean the Black can say his stuff about calling for violence against Destiny.
Oh yeah, my goal right now is like I'm literally just gonna dig into like everything about this election. So then when it gets to November, I can go onto these panels and just actually know what I'm talking about because I feel like that's I'm like done. I don't even want to talk about Palestine. I don't want to do any of that. I just want to research this. Okay. I don't know if you noticed my last stream, but I literally was just reading stuff about rights.
Yeah, I saw. Yeah,
because I want to. Yeah, I want to work on Of course, bro. Gotta have the notion, okay? But I want to basically because I want to get down like the point, like it's easy to say what laws Trump has violated. It's harder to say how he violated them.
Yeah.
So I want to get that down and packed.
It's also you have to understand it well because all these Trump supporters can throw out like 10 unhinged like conspiracy theories, and then somehow the onus is on you to like prove them wrong, and it's annoying.
Prove everyone. Yeah. That one. Yeah, it's driving me insane that like I'm genuinely more mad at my party currently than like the opposite. Because at least I expect the opposite to be unhinged.
Yeah, you expect.
I guess
like
yeah, I guess I was just naive. Like I was expecting the left side to be less extreme, but I mean, yeah, there's extremists on every side. I should have expected that. So League. So what do we got to do to get you download? Okay.
I mean, it's a free game, right?
Exactly. You're literally losing nothing by downloading.
There's an opportunity cost to everything, bro.
God damn it, bro spouting no sandwich is free. Get out of your econ, okay?
Exactly. No sandwich is free.
Okay, well.
There's an opportunity cost.
I'm just saying, the opportunity is not a cost, though. It's a profit. You're gonna get the League community to love you.
Am I though? Is that gonna happen though? Is that?
Of course.
Do I want the League community to love me? I don't know.
Of course you do.
I don't have good impressions of the League community.
What do you mean? Tyler 1. Dante.
There is Tyler 1, I guess, and
not the pedophiles.
I guess I'm playing Minecraft right now. That game probably has more pedophiles than League.
Actually, that would be a good debate panel. Which one has more pedophiles, Minecraft or League? God damn, every week there's a new Minecraft one.
Yeah, there are quite a few Minecraft allegations. Maybe there'll be less allegations against me if I play League instead of Minecraft. Who knows?
That'd be crazy. I will say, what the fuck was I gonna say? Bro, I think at some point we gotta make a good Minecraft server, okay?
Yeah.
But I've been thinking, I can't do the same thing, okay? I can't do an SMP because that's what everyone else has done. There has to be something different, okay? And I've been trying to brainstorm some ideas of like how can you throw politics into Minecraft, which is impossible as I've done more and more research. But Jesus Christ, I want to do something where I can combine these two spaces, and I think it would be really cool.
Yeah, I mean, you could kind of do it. I mean, you can make a role playing thing. I had a server one time.
I'll give you my current idea.
Okay.
Go. Let me hear the idea. Let me hear your server.
I'm saying like there have been times on our server like me and my friends that like split into factions. I remember one time, this was like in 8th grade or whatever. So don't make fun of me for this, okay?
Of course.
Me and my friends jokingly made like a communist faction, and we were against all the exploitation of the villagers that everyone else was doing. And we tried to free the villagers that our friends had for their villager farm. So I mean, you could try to do something with like factions.
So I will give you my idea, but you will have to sign this NDA. I'll send you it over Discord. Okay.
Okay. I'll make sure.
It's such a good idea that I have to make sure that no one can hear it before I tell you it on your stream. I need you to sign this NDA. Okay. Pull that up.
Yeah, okay.
I sent to you by DMs. Sign that on stream just so we know.
Yeah. Hold on. Let me.
Yeah, you're good, dude.
There we go. Yep, it's not my name.
All right, cool. All right, now that we're here, okay. Here's my current idea, okay? And I think it's a really cool idea. So I'd actually host a server, like not like a peer-to-peer thing, like an actual server. And the idea would be is that I get creators from every like political ideology. So I get Manara, obviously. I get me, you. I'd try to get Blur. I'd try to get Warrior Insight. Some of my OG homies, okay. And what I would do is I would make them the president or leader of their town. And basically, they get to govern it, and the server's open. So their viewers join their town, they follow their laws, and they get to set them up. So, and I try to get some like economy mods as much as you love econ, okay?
Hell yeah.
Some economy mods. So maybe okay. Like a bad clip comes out where Blur talks some shit about Manar, and Manar in return raises the tariffs on the exports from Blur's community. Because the idea is that I would make it so that some communities have exclusive access to some resources. So you have to make deals with other countries to add like a whole like shipping thing in. And I've been thinking about this idea, and it seems really interesting to me. But I've been looking at mods to make it work. And once I do, it will be interesting. Okay. But I do like the idea of
that sounds like some good content, man.
Exactly.
And we can all leech off your hard work.
Wars.
Hell yeah.
And well, yeah, okay, that is true. But that's just everything in this space, bro. Oh my god,
That's
I've been in this space
true.
for a while. I have never been invited to any talk ever. I have invited people to every talk I've ever been in. Jesus Christ, it feels so. It feels like there's like 5 people who create the stuff, okay, and then everyone else just joins, which isn't a bad thing. I do the same thing. It's just some people don't like have that inclination. You can really see who made the plans in the friend group and who didn't based on this. But no, I like that idea. The one problem I'm running into is like, so you can't make. I'm just gonna, I'll literally spew my ideas, okay? The problem is with the Democratic one though is you can't have a democracy unless they can vote on the people. But then if they vote on the people, there's gonna be a time where a viewer wins, and like that could go very bad very quickly.
Yeah.
But I guess if it's a democracy, though, you kind of have to live with that. That is this way of democracy. But all it would take is like Minar sending in like 8 of his people and he could sway the vote. But that would be a whole other country, bro. We could have the Russia 2020 gate, bro, in Minecraft. I realized that what I was describing is a problem in American politics today. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, Minar influence in the election,
bro. I'd be a Donald Trump. Minar, he has a sway on the election. He's sending Islams, okay, over here. And they're voting without IDs, okay, because non-fawn doesn't want
we need voter ID in Minecraft.
IDs. He's afraid that the people they're sending over are gonna vote for him. This is corrupt. Okay, I'll look into it though. I've been thinking about that. I've been thinking about starting that soon. I need to get some good mods. I need to go to people who actually have servers. Speaking of, this is what now I can ask this. Why the fuck do you have like the Pixelmon mod, but you don't use it?
I don't know. I just haven't. Yeah. Listen. I fought one Pokemon. My guy's level 11. Okay.
That's it though, and I've seen you on the server so much. Yes, I have. But no, it will not work. Okay. For the last like 4 days, every time I've seen you open up my Discord, it says you're in Essential. Okay.
Bro, not true.
I was thinking about using Essential because it would work like monetarily wise, but also if I want people to be able to do it with like their people, it would be a lot harder to do. Essential. I would have to have hosting, which kind of sucks, but I mean, there's no other alternative that makes sense. Also, if I want it to be good content wise. Here's my other problem, okay? Because this is the natural progression of a Minecraft server that I've noticed with my friend group. Maybe it's with every friend group, okay? The problem with having a Minecraft server 24/7 open is that what you see is that some people will play it like an hour a day or 3 hours one day and then not play a day. And then you'll see you'll see a group of other people grind 12 hours in the first playthrough and have like that. So that's another idea. Why are we not? By the way, why are we in call? Why are we just in Menards? We need to move to call.
I don't know. But probably should. But
okay. So my idea has been, I was having the idea to have it open on a specific time zone. So obviously I'm gonna be central, very very discriminatory towards people not in America. Okay, because the time zones are probably gonna be bad. Yeah. But I was thinking about doing it's gonna be open from 12 to 6 every day for us, noon to 6. Okay. And I think that's the best idea I have right now. But if you have any criticism, feel free.
I mean, that would probably work because I usually when me and my friends set up a Minecraft server, usually I'm the one that gets a little ahead.
In the first, and the problem with that though is when those people come back, they're behind, and then
I'm actually behind in this one though because I've been I've been editing, bro. I've been content maxing, so I'll leave the game open, but in reality, I'm just editing YouTube videos.
Yeah, I love how you have your own stream open on your world. I will have to get that mod because that's funny as hell. What mod
awesome.
is that? Is that just like a TV mod?
I don't remember what it's called, but it adds TVs and projectors, and you can play certain whitelisted URLs. Unfortunately, well, this is actually good for you. It does not let you play porn videos. We did try, but
that's the first thing. God damn, bro, thought he was on kick. You could definitely find some, bro, off the grid, bro, that you could get to. Okay, Pornhub.
If you search naked yoga on YouTube, in our state. Yeah. Oh yeah, I know. Yeah, the age verification.
So, I'm like, bro, I'm not putting that shit in. I might be of age, okay, but I don't give a fuck. Okay, I'm not putting my ID connected to what porn I'm watching. You got me.
Yeah, I know.
Up.
I mean, you can just use a VPN. But
I mean, I didn't say I stopped watching porn. I said I stopped watching Pornhub. Okay? X videos on top. Okay. Yeah, but I've been looking into that. I'll have to think of something because I also don't know who. I assume Minar has to play Minecraft. He's a gamer. Okay. My fear is that I won't be able. My idea. Okay, right now, again, just speaking as I'm thinking, I would try to section off the. First thing is, should I make the map? I did this once with my friends. Okay, so again, also have experience doing SMPs because of course Dream SMP fucking made everyone want to do SMPs.
Oh yeah.
We did a map of the world, and I think that's a good idea for this one too. I think it'd be a pretty cool idea. There's like a 3,000. It's like 1 to 3,000 scale Earth map. I think that would be pretty cool. That's one idea I have, and then a conflicting idea I have is giving like a giant square, and then switching and then making the square the political like ideology table. You know what I'm talking about? So the bottom left is given compass, to the so the bottom left of the map's given to like this group, then the top right, you like vice versa. You get what I mean? So but then as time would go on, as it expands with people and with other things, you would see that you would have to expand the server. So in the bottom left, it would be split into 4 squares with the people who believe in that ideology go there, right there. It seems like a cool idea. I just implementing it seems like hell. But hey, listen, if I don't, no one will. Okay.
Yeah.
Who else will be preaching for the proletarian, bro, in Minecraft if it isn't me?
Well, I mean, you did make me sign the NDA, so I mean.
Peru, you're locked. That is legally binding. Yeah. Okay, I actually spoke to my lawyer. He said
it might be, bro. I mean,
I think I'm missing the exact. I said, fuck. What are the 3 things that make it binding? Understanding the contract, being under the right circumstances, and understanding the terms. Right.
I don't know. I don't know shit about this.
Bro,
I don't know.
Have you never watched Suits, bro? Watch Suits.
It's the greatest TV show. Suits.
That's actually sad that you haven't. It's such a good TV show.
I've seen clips of it on YouTube Shorts.
That's actually how it's been growing really bad. It was like it stopped producing a while ago, but it's actually at like its peak high because of fucking TikTok.
Just like the Young Sheldon clips. I guess Young Sheldon just ended, but
bro, they killed him. I mean,
everyone knew he was gonna die, but yeah.
Bro, I could have hoped. Okay, I had hope. I hope it wasn't canon. And now they got that fucking spinoff that doesn't look that good. I was a big Big Bang Theory kid as a kid. I unironically to this day believe that listen, you're about to hate me. I unironically believe to this day, because I used to be able to do it, that if you show me a clip from a Big Bang Theory, I can tell you the exact plot of the episode.
Awesome.
So yeah, if you want to test that, bro, listen, I used to be able to do that. I still think I can, because I do it every once in a while. I'll walk by my family watching it. I'll be like, by the way, this is the episode where this happens.
Why did you watch so much Big Bang Theory?
Cause I was I was not a popular kid, if you can tell. I might have played football, okay, but I was not in with the groups, unfortunately. I can tell that you were obviously a jock.
Watch Big Bang Theory? Oh yeah, I was obviously the most popular kid in school. Yeah.
Yeah. Fun fact: I had a kid today. I had someone who used to watch my content, or someone who used to know me in high school, text me and like, bro, I saw your Twitch, bro. You're actually getting views. Like, I saw 100 on your VOD. That's like kind of cool, man. And I was like, yeah. And they're like, yo, so like, how do you do Twitch? I've been wanting to do it. I'm like, you just stream.
Yeah, you download OBS and you hit the button.
I was like, I'm way too small for this to be being told to me. Okay.
Yeah. I think I might have told you my fucking former teacher found my channel and like watched one of my debates. Yeah.
I'm the direct opposite. I invited my teacher on to do a podcast in July episode with me, and I hope he takes it. Cause his name was actually, I was about to dox him. Okay, so his name was something. Okay, and then we called him his name, but like combined with goat, because he was our goat. Okay.
Yeah. Dude, that debate started.
Can you go to Blue Hair so we can finally make the Blue Haired podcast?
Maybe, bro. I don't want to, bro.
I don't want to. I stand on business, okay? I got unironically at work a few bro. Okay, this is actually a crazy story because I haven't told anyone the story yet. I was at work and a dude walked by me and said, "Good morning, freak." This is a true story. So me being the responsible man I am, walked away. Okay, but also, I'm still not 100% sure he said freak because it was one of those. I had a headphone in, so it was like I heard "Good morning," and I was like, "What the?"
Oh yeah.
And I walked away and I was like, "Wait a minute, did bro just call me a freak?"
I don't want to have. I don't know if I want to have blue hair for the fucking family camp that I have to go to every year.
What do you, bro? Also, that is incredibly white. But also, isn't that kind of like a flex on him?
Maybe, I don't know.
Why your hair blue? Joe
Listen,
motherfucking Biden.
They don't like me. Oh, true. They don't like me there. It's a Christian camp. Okay, it's a YMCA.
Oh, fuck.
It's a YMCA camp. You know.
Ain't no way, bros. Why? Okay, aren't you like 18? Why are you still going to camp? Are you a counselor now?
I still live at home. Like I don't.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean you're contractually obligated to go to camp.
I guess.
Is that what that means?
Not technically contractually obligated to go, but my parents are probably want me to go.
I don't know, but it's not like a crazy ask. Wait, is your family very religious?
No. I guess my mom is like nominally Christian. She used to make us go to church, but not anymore. But she doesn't take it very seriously or anything.
And why are they pushing you to go? If it's not the religious reason,
I mean, it's not like a super.
Do they
Christian
want you to
camp.
go outside?
Yeah, they do want me to go outside. It's the 1 week a year I go outside. It's not like
I'm thinking about doing some IRL videos soon. I bought a kit for it. I'm gonna do some IRL videos soon. Right. It's gonna be hype.
What are you gonna do IRL? Like go to fucking protest?
I'm gonna do that obviously, but on top of that, I'm a very athletic person. I am a jack of all trades, like not in like a good way, and like in a way where I'm not nerdy enough to be with nerds and like not jockey enough to be with jocks. So I played football.
Oh sure,
right?
yeah.
I watched Big Bang Theory. Right, horrible combination. I like fishing. I like football. I like basketball. You know, what I mean, it's just. So I'm probably gonna do like a lot of stuff with that. I think a really cool podcast idea would be like fishing while talking, because like that's just like that's some spiritual shit, right? That seems like a cool idea. So I've been thinking about that. The problem with that though is this is the big problem, okay? Because my podcast would already be in. I think I told you this. I found an office that I can pay for like hour slots in that are really cheap, and it's a really formal looking office. And I was going to use that to make in-person podcasts. But the problem is I'm not in like college, so bro, I don't know anyone that I can talk to in this way. And also, I'm not trying to get like jumped, okay? I'm not making my political ideologies open off the rip, okay?
No,
And
go
I'm
to
not on, like,
random student protests and say, "Hey, come to this location at this time to do my podcast."
Come to a third location or a second location with me. Like that seems like such a scary idea. But once I get it, so I have the kit ready. But so once I get it all figured out, that's what I'll end up doing. It's also doing.
You two need to be whipped into shape. No more Big Bang Theory and Funko Pops.
Listen, I don't like Funko Pops. They seem like a collector items that are just expensive with no actual utility. And even though I say that, and I spent like 2K on Magic cards, but
what the hell?
But at least Magic cards you can play Magic the Gathering with. Yeah,
I guess that's true.
Yeah. One of these days, okay. One of these days, I'm gonna convince you to go outside. You're gonna go fishing with me one of these days.
I go fishing semi-frequently. We live near a lake, so I can go fishing anytime I want, man.
Is it like a good lake, or is it like only like bluegill lake?
It's I mean, it's got bass sometimes.
Wait, why did you say it like that? Why did you say it like a admission of guilt? Like
it has them. They're in there. You can catch them sometimes. There's some catfish too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You describe it like it's like Bigfoot.
I mean, they're there.
I mean, people I've heard stories of them being there. the legends were told.
It may. I mean, yeah, it's like 80% like sunfish, but you can catch bass sometimes.
That's a good idea.
I bet these two stick out their gats for the Rizzler. True, accurate.
Yes, sir. Certified, bro. I got that certified gat. Okay, that's the next stream. It's gonna be me in a gym shaking that ass.
True.
That's another thing I want to do. I want to do gym streams.
Gym? What the fuck would you do during gym streams?
Fucking work out and then also talk politics. But also, I gotta prove I'm not some weak liberal. Okay, I gotta show these liberal sissy hams are good for something.
Yeah.
I want to go. Actually, what I don't want to get into the gym as much as I am today. I'm just working out to work out. I want to get into climbing. Climbing looks so cool. It's also a really good back workout, and I'm pretty good at what's it called? Calisthenics. I think you saw. I can do some pretty good pull-ups.
I used to be into rock climbing a little bit.
Yo,
didn't Ludwig say that rock climbing was a cult?
Oh, is it?
I'm pretty sure Ludwig used to be into rock climbing, and he I think he said he stopped because he said rock climbing was a cult.
I mean, that might be true. Okay, I just want to climb, bro. I just have a manly need to just climb shit. Okay, is that too much to ask?
I mean, no, that's our most basic instinct, man. That's the monkey instinct in us, man.
Me go monk mode, okay? That's what I say.
Yeah. Dude, I used to be, when I went to, in like middle school, I was killer on the monkey bars, bro. I was the best fucking monkey bars person out there.
Okay, well, monkey bars is a little...
What?
Nothing.
What's wrong with the monkey bars?
Nothing.
Bro, I love the fucking monkey bars. Bro, I was like
just
skipping
saying, like,
bars and
I
shit.
To see like you're a climber. You know what I mean? Like to say like you're a climber. Gym stream.
I mean, it was middle school, so I wasn't.
Listen,
I mean,
I know I have to yell your chatter. Okay, I know it looks scrawny. Okay, but I'm pretty good at some general weights. Obviously, I can't lift a lot, but when it comes to like pull-ups, I can do a pretty good amount. I try to work on like calisthenics. Like my fear, okay, is I am on a cliff one day and I can't lift myself up off that bitch. That is the one thing. Unironically, that is what made me get into like pull-ups and shit. I was like, I need to be able to do a muscle up, okay? Because I don't want to be in the like falling off a cliff one day and I die because I'm unathletic. That's not gonna be me. You know what I mean? It's like the same thing as like whenever a school shooter comes in, you know you're gonna save the day. It's like the same type of shit. Like it's a circumstance that'll never happen. Yeah. But I'm making sure I'm ready when he does. Okay.
Vagina voice, true.
I like the opinionator. He caught. Was it you? Oh, yeah, I don't remember opinionator. Was it you who made the speculation that my brother was brown?
I think
I could be wrong, and I don't want to mischaracterize you, okay? But I need to know if it was you. There was another dude that was like you, because like you guys all have the same opinions on stuff. No offense, but I need to remember if it was you or another dude. Also, listen, it's better to be a mangina boy than a MAGA boy. Let me say that, okay? Maybe that should be the podcast name, bro. Mangina boys. That's gonna get promoted so well. Advertisers are gonna love that.
I'm not gonna. So what have you been up to? Oh well, made this podcast called the Mangina Boys. Yeah, I was part of the reason I was never popular in school, but I was a little bit respected in my economics class. A lot because I knew half the shit about economics before I even went to the class, but also because we would go on walks in that class, and there were pull-up bars like on the trails that we went on. Yeah, and I was able to do my one-arm pull-ups and impress everyone.
Yes, sir. You with me, bro? You and me in the same boat. Do you think you can still do them? I bet you could.
Yeah, I definitely can. Yeah.
Yeah, because I walked into the gym for the first time. So during my move, I moved like late last year. I was like, I don't think I could do pull-ups anymore. And then when I moved here, there was a gym, and I was like, let me see. And I did. Was able to do normal pull-ups easily. I couldn't do single pull-ups anymore, and I couldn't do shoulder pull-ups anymore. But I'm back to that now. But I was also super, super, super unhealthy for like 3 months before that. I'm a league player, bro. It's like it's in the genes.
I mean, I think exactly. This is why. See, I'm already like league player level, sitting on my computer 10 hours a day.
Don't you want the defense of?
But the defense right now is at least I don't play league.
But the defense should be, I do play league, and then like the Chad face.
I don't know, man. I don't know. I guess I don't know. I would have to but what if I play league and I'm bad in it, and then it's like I don't even.
Oh, you're going to be.
I don't have any justification at all. Well, I'm not good at like 90% of video games I play.
Oh, that's crazy.
For the amount of time I play them, you'd really think I'd be better.
I'm like that with strategy. I love strategy games. Like I love Civ 6. I love Hearts of Iron. I love like all these like turn-based strategy games.
Yeah,
bro. I am so ass at them, and like I've literally thought to myself, I'm like, how do I spend so much time in these games and I'm still not good at them? It's like hard, it's like soul crushing. You know what I mean? I don't know if you ever experienced that, but Jesus Christ, I'm like, bro, how am I not good at this game? I spend so much time. I've given you so much from me.
I'm fucking goated at Garfield Kart Furious Racing though. What?
You really need to touch grass.
What's the problem? What's the issue?
You just need to touch grass. You should play. Is that one of your bro versus bro games? It would be a pretty hype game.
Do you have it?
No, but I assume it's like $5, right? It can't be that much.
I don't know. It might be more. It's $15 because.
I mean, that's not
because
bad.
Of course it is.
Yeah.
Hold on, where's my controller? I need to play some Garfield Kart Race.
No.
What's the issue,
We need to play as League. I think did I make one? I think I didn't make one on my 5 League because I didn't want to force you to play League. But now that you've advocated for some sort of approval of it, I am changing one of my 5 to League.
God damn it.
Yeah. Well, there's that, or there is the funnier option of we could do a Linus Tech Tips bro versus bro. That was a really funny one if you've ever seen that one.
Hey, what do you mean? What did they do?
They did. So Linus Tech Tips is like, no offense to him, because he's like a really technologically advanced dude. He's kind of like he's like an old man. So their bro versus bro was in person, and it was all board games.
Oh.
Can you do a 1v1 in League? How does a 1v1 in League work? I don't know.
Yeah. You just 1-on-1. There's 2 different ways. You either play the same champ or you randomize. And then it's first to either get a first kill, get the first tower, or get 100 minion kills.
I do, God.
So there's 3 win cons, yeah.
Maybe I should download League so I can
90% of the time.
Fucking practice.
Yeah, I'd love to see
there's no way. There's no way I could ever.
You don't win. Yeah, you don't win. It's the same reason I'm not practicing in like listen, I could spend time on I don't think Fallout 76 has like a aggro mode, or else I would be fucked.
No, it doesn't.
Right?
No.
Okay, thank God for that. When it comes to your games, bro, I'm just going pray. Because half of them, I can't tell you one of my games because I don't know if you have experience on this because I didn't check. One of my games is Rocket League. Have you ever played that?
A little. I'm not good at it, but yeah, it's actually technically my most played Steam game. But
funny story, same actually. I think it's behind Gary's mod. It used to be like my greatest game. I used to be goated at it. I used to literally get invited to like college invitationals. I was so good at this fucking game. The problem is I was put in like a bad situation because I only played with keyboard and mouse, and I was too stubborn to switch as I played it. So obviously when you get to those higher like ranks or higher levels, like you're just gonna be beat by the controller dude most of the time because they have 360 degrees movements and you have like 8.
Oh yeah.
But I used to be pretty good at it. Now I played it the other day and I got absolutely dumpstered on. I played like one competitive game because I was like, let me make sure Multiverses would be in there. I don't know if you've ever played Multiverses.
I did when it was when you actually could play it.
Yeah, it's coming back out 28th. I love that game. Okay, unironically, one of my favorite games. I'm going to play it when
May
it drops.
28th, like in 7 days.
May 28th, it comes back. Yes.
Oh, hell yeah.
Yeah. I'm trying to get Scotty Sire to not dodge my rematch. Okay, I beat him last time. I wanted him to run that shit back.
Bro, I'm
so that game
so
would be on my
fucking good
list.
at this game right now.
I was a goated fan. Bro is not. Bro, you can't. Do you actually enjoy playing this?
Bro, this game's fucking awesome, dude. I 100% of this game. Hell yeah. I need to make the Discord overlay smaller so you can see my goated moves, bro.
Yeah, really. Or you should just make it cover up the entire screen. That is actually unironically the better option. Make it so we don't have to see any of this, okay? Also,
but it's awesome,
can we
bro.
talk about just randomly? I usually try to wait to talk directly about people until they leave because I'm such a backstabby person, like every the Twitch creator. No,
based.
Can we talk about how fucking Menard just became? Bro, I didn't expect that from Menard at the end.
What, the red pill child support stuff?
No, the racism. I expected
the systematic racism stuff. Yeah. I mean, Menard's Menard. I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah, I just didn't think I'd expect that.
Oh fuck. Oh no, I'm gonna get second place because this game sucks.
Why?
Because they got the red shell equivalent.
Bro can't dodge it?
I used to be able to. I don't know if you can dodge it without certain
need
items.
A mushroom in Mario Kart. Yeah, that's how it is in Mario Kart. Is you need a mushroom. You need to time it. Fucking, is it like frame perfect? I think. Yeah. Yeah,
it's wild. This game actually takes more skill than Mario Kart when you think about it. Don't fact check that.
Of course. Yeah. Listen, I'll add it to my list. Okay. I can add it. Okay, I mean, it can be one of your games. I do think. I was trying to think of the problem with the games, right? Is because personally, whenever I'm making them, I'm like, yeah, the problem is one, has to be like pretty accessible. Should try to make them free.
Yeah.
And then I was like, but I don't know. There's so many there's not a lot of options when you split them like down that middle. But I was able to find a good amount. I liked every game I picked. I think Minecraft was a really good one.
Wait, did you pick Minecraft?
Was that a neutral? I think it's a really good.
It might be neutral.
So I did pick Minecraft. I hope I didn't make it a Minecraft one because we both play it. So I was like, that one should be a really good neutral. I did used to be a Minecraft YouTuber, but I mean, obviously, so did you. Like, we were both alive during the Minecraft fucking era of the world. It's obvious.
Yeah.
That's like saying, did you breathe in 2012? Like, obviously, okay. But so it's going to be interesting to see. Okay, it is going to be interesting to see. I can give you another flex of mine from my YouTube content creation days. I was on Technoblade's team and during the Potato War. That is a flex I can give.
I don't remember that. What that is? The Potato War? What was
Technoblade and I'm a Squid Kid had a war. 1 second. Okay, no one was there. There was officially ghosts in my house. No, they did it. There was in Hypixel Skyblock. There was a Potato War to see. You would love Hypixel Skyblock because there's actually people who only analyze the economy of that. But it's very ADHD brain. Like you have to grind to get like very extra bonuses. But
yeah I played a little bit of it before.
Yeah. So there was a race to see who could make the most potatoes, and yeah, it was a big ass war. You should watch. There's a 3-video series on it. It's really good. It's made by Technoblade. If you know Technoblade, one of the biggest people in that space. It was a pretty good time. Then Ripperoni, Cancer.
Yeah.
But during the Potato War era, I was part of that team. We would have to go watch fucking I'm a Squid Kid's fucking world to see how much potatoes he's able to output in an hour. But there's a lot of that.
Who won?
I was in. Who won? Techno. He fucked on him. But
all because of you, right?
I mean, yeah, me putting into that fucking Google sheet how much potatoes he was able to produce did make the entire difference. I do agree.
I'm fucking rusty, dude. I should be crushing these people.
Bro's gonna lose in the bro versus bro on his own game.
That's definitely gonna happen.
Yeah. For reference, I don't even play Mario Kart.
I don't really. I played a little Mario Kart Wii.
Yeah, I have a Switch, so I should play these games. I just don't find them that interesting, unfortunately.
Well, why would anyone play Mario Kart when it's literally just a rip off of Garfield Kart?
Yeah, obviously Garfield Kart was made first.
Yeah. The parallels just wouldn't make sense otherwise. Obviously, Garfield Kart. Or, sorry, Mario Kart is ripping off Garfield Kart. This game sucks.
I do have one problem. I bought a mic that's attachable to my phone. The problem I was seeing, though, is after 5 minutes of recording, the audio corrupted. And I don't know if it was the mic or the app. And I think it would have to be the app, because I don't see what could happen on the microphone side that it would specifically corrupt after 5 minutes.
Oh, yeah. By the way,
that 5 minutes is a very specific time. I have
to get one for my family camp. Because that family camp is like a YMCA camp, so they don't have internet, bro. But I'm gonna do is I'm gonna
be off the earth.
Yeah, well, there is you can access Wi-Fi at the one office that they have. It's not very fast.
Okay, stuff at 2 bits per second.
Dude, I couldn't stream. I considered streaming, but I was but people would be pissed at me because I'd be taking up all of the bandwidth.
The bandwidth? They wouldn't know. They wouldn't know though. They unironically wouldn't know. That's
How would
what
they
I always
know?
Think about.
But the office is
because these people aren't intelligent enough when it comes to the network to understand you're taking away all the network.
But they would literally they would have the thing is small enough where they would literally have to see me streaming. And they'd be like, "Oh, you're."
True, but they would just be like, "Wow, it's really slow today. It probably has nothing to do with the streaming."
These are
they can't.
There are other kids my age. They're gonna know, man.
Pay them off. Yeah, that is fucked. That's really gonna fuck with you. I think I talked to you about this. One of my friends, one of the people one of the second podcasts I think I did with a dude called Warrior Insight, and he left for a week, and he just can't get that growth back. He had a really good TikTok channel.
Oh, was it only a week? Fuck.
Yeah, I think it was more I don't know how long it was, but he was gone for I'll say 1 to 3 weeks. Okay, I'm not exact times, and he lost. I think he genuinely lost his entire thing.
I think
he's basically
there's
restarting.
2 things I'm planning on doing. I think restream as a feature where I can schedule live streams of my past videos. Yeah. So what I'm gonna do 2 things. One, I'm just gonna schedule videos of past debates I had, at random times.
Guys, right? Remember me? I'm still cool.
Yeah, and then I'm gonna while I'm there, I'll be making shorts. I'll I'll bring a tripod and a microphone.
You should use a hotspot. Did you ever think about that? Using a hotspot to stream?
But there's no place to where the hotspot would even get signal.
Fuck yeah. All right, here's the plan. You need to burn the camp down before it can start.
So I think I'm gonna try to make at least one short a day while there, and I'll upload it to YouTube and TikTok and everything, and hopefully it'll.
You should do a Keemstar.
What did he do? What?
So when he took a break, he would have people like he was in the same creator sphere with him. He would make them each do a video a day.
Oh, yeah.
So just have Menard
I'll set up my stream to just restream yours.
Just have Menard on and make him talk about the greatness of democracy. He would love that.
I bet I could set something up that, like, if your Menard goes live, it just takes a screen grab of your stream and just streams it. I could do that.
Bro, there used to be hosting, bro. Where the fuck did that go? Auto host, bro? That was the thing when I used to stream, actually. Where's it gone? You can't auto host people anymore. You have to just raid.
Yeah.
It's kind of cringe, okay? I can't make people I like auto host me, okay? When you're at camp, I'm gonna DM you on Discord. Host me! I'm streaming! Oh wait, no, I think hosting as a whole is gone, isn't it? You could only raid now,
I'm pretty sure they removed it. I'm pretty sure.
That's so, bro. They're playing on my downfall.
But also, speaking of shorts, dude, these stupid ass shorts I uploaded still haven't blown up, bro. I don't understand.
I mean, yeah. Did you put hashtags in it?
I did, bro. I did like the same exact thing as I did with my other shorts. They will have 400 views, and these just haven't. They just haven't gotten views yet.
Don't fall into that boat I was just talking about. Don't fall into that hole of goddamn. I'm not getting the same amount of views.
They have like 4 reviews, bro. Every other short has 400 views, and this has 100 times less than every other short. I think it is just like YouTube has to promote it, and they just haven't yet.
Listen. Only a fool looks at a seed and makes fun of it for not being a plant. Okay, don't do that.
Oh, true. Okay, it'll happen. Yeah, it'll happen. I think they got a little bit of views on Instagram. Yeah, they have like 40 views on Instagram, but.
By the way, you can't hear my background, can you?
I can, yeah. It pokes through sometimes. Don't you have your phone box?
My mic has a great compressor. Yeah, but I only use that when I record because it's a really big. Like I wouldn't be able to see my monitor if I use that.
Oh yeah.
That's for when I record, just so I can just make sure my sound is really, really crisp. Okay, I'll switch to my shitty mic though. 1 second. I should be off a better mic, or the worst mic actually, just with better compressing.
Well, but yeah,
just so much worse for audio quality. but it's fine. Okay, it's fine.
Also, you want to know? You want to know something of notice? I think like every small Twitch politics creator is like hard capped at like 20 viewers. Like this non-smoker guy, he's getting 13 viewers right now. I've never seen anyone
that, like 20 to 40 range.
No, everyone is stuck like 20 or under. I haven't really seen anyone. I haven't seen anyone. I guess like I don't know, above 20, below like at least 50. Like it just seems like I don't know though.
It seems listen, it's gonna be some econ for you, okay? Because I've thought about this as well. It seems like the supply of like viewers in the political space is really low. So what you see is like you're gonna see that like it's just like the same thing in life. Like you're gonna see those people like grew like more wealth than other people. You're gonna see like there be a 1%. So like I think like the middle class is having less than 20. It is really funny.
Yeah, if you go to politics high to low, there are 3 viewers over 20 and everyone else is under.
Yep. Yeah,
although some of the politics streamers Some of them streaming just chatting though. So
True. Yeah, Hassan.
like
right?
Hassan
But
does,
I have seen this. I've seen something interesting where what the fuck was I gonna say? I looked to my left and looked at that stream. I've realized that once you get past those like first
thank you, Panda Do.
it's so easy to
Panda
grow
Do.
after that.
Kinda, yeah.
Well, because like those first fuck, how do I? Oh, I'm dead. No, I'm not. Yes, I am.
What's up? Welcome
Don't
to
mind
the
me.
stream.
I died in a leak. Yeah. And the problem is I feel like another thing that happens is like the minute you get 13, like anyone who gets 3 is like you're not gonna interact with them. Why would you interact with them? You've siphoned them enough. It seems like that happens a lot. Where like it's so
Welcome
fucking
back,
what's it
Kitty
called?
Ox.
There's tiers. No, there's hierarchy. Yeah, it's so
Yeah.
viewer hierarchy orientated. Which I mean, I guess like what other way you're supposed to see
Yeah,
it.
Twitch is very top heavy. Like even if you go to Twitch tracker, me and I think in total Twitch tracker says I average 7 viewers. I'm top 3% of Twitch with that, which is kind of wild. But hey, that's why I gotta grow my YouTube, man. The YouTube is where it's at.
Is that where the money is?
That is where the money is. Once I get monetized, which is way harder to get monetized in YouTube because you need 3,000 hours of watch time.
Where the fuck does this average viewer number come from? Because it's not right.
I don't really know. It doesn't seem that right.
That is directly conflicting to the number Twitch gives me. I wonder if it counts. I know when you stream, there's like people that like aren't actually viewers but counted viewers, like Twitch. Like there's a lot of those. So I wonder if it counts those.
I don't know exactly how it works. I don't think Twitch tracker goes back as far as Twitch does. If you look at like your all-time average viewers on Twitch, it'll count the streams where you need to stream for hours to nobody when you were just starting. I don't know though. I don't know exactly.
Those were brain rot times.
Yeah, I don't know exactly how Twitch tracker gets its stuff because I think Twitch says I average like 4 viewers.
Yeah, I'm averaging like 3.6 right now.
Well, it's over to 3. Yeah, I average 4 for 2. Although
that's what I be saying.
Yeah. To be fair to me, if you look at my stream graph, usually I average like 6 or 7 or 8 viewers when I'm like reacting to stuff, and then I start reading and it goes to like 2. So then it averages out to be like 4. But I need the research streams, man.
And you're telling me in 2018 I had 6 average viewers? What the fuck?
Yeah, I don't know how well Twitch tracker really does. But if we, if we count on my YouTube short stream, I get like 40 views every time I stream because of YouTube Shorts.
How do you see what percent you are? I was wondering. I want to see where you see that.
I think it might only do that for once you reach affiliate. Because
fuck. So you're telling me I gotta wait a day? Okay.
Yeah.
Oh no, I see. I'm tweaking. My bad.
Oh yeah, I think some of the things it might only show once you reach affiliate, but. Another thing I see, you're top 5%, man.
I know, right? A whole 5, bro. You're telling me there's only 5 people better than me? That's good.
Bro, when were you streaming Who's Your Daddy, man? What the hell?
Okay. Actually,
popular clips, board games with the peeps. I gotta watch this.
Don't watch that. No, stop.
Bro, why are these still up, man? What the hell, dude?
Oh, please don't watch that clip. Please don't watch that clip. That's actually the clip I keep up to keep myself humble. It is me and my friends singing Juice WRLD. Please, not one. Please, not one. Go that shit. Okay, thank you. Okay. Listen, when I say I started from the beginning, I mean that shit. Okay. I started from the rubble. I built up. Do you want to see something? I don't think I've actually shown you this before.
Sure.
So, my friend, right? That I think I talked to. I think I hinted at Cuckgate before, right?
At Cuckgate? No, I don't.
I said I lost. Okay, well, I lost my best friend basically. Not a lot. Like we're still cool. We're just not best friends anymore because of over a dispute we had. Blah blah. Right. Blah blah. It was over a girl.
Sure.
He was with this girl that cheated on him. I was like, hey,
what the
maybe you shouldn't be with that girl that cheated on you. He was like, blah blah blah. Right. Blah blah blah. Then she tried to fight her friend. I was like, hey, maybe you shouldn't let her try to fight her friend. He was like, blah 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 blah. I was like, okay. Basically, I don't know what person you become. I just don't like you anymore. Anyway, during this time, I made parodies of popular songs. Okay, wait. Also, you can see my S&P era as well. But yeah, you should play. I would recommend from I missed the old AJ.
Yeah.
Oh, I seen you from the start. That wasn't from the start. That one was unfinished. That was me literally just saying the lyrics. The ones that were finished were from the start and another one I'll send you. Sorry, not from the start. This one is probably undoubtedly the greatest creation I've made in my life. Okay, just like you have that WAP song.
Stan Cuck. Oh my god. Oh, yeah. The Chuck E. Cheese thing swap. I mean, you could have at least used AI or something. These tools had to be available.
No, listen to Stan, bro. Listen to the totality of Stan, okay? I'm trying to tell you this is a banger.
Wow, dude.
Wait till it switches verses. Wait till I get my friend on that also is talking, okay? Oh. Isn't this the greatest creation in like all of media?
It's a strong contender. Oh my god.
Oh, here's another thing. Yeah. Also, here's your. They're all. Oh, I have to unprivate it.
Oh,
Why are you watching? Hey, why are you still watching? No, you can stop now. Okay, we can stop now. Also, the stream can't hear it. Thank God for that.
Oh shit, the browser's still muted. Goddamn.
Yeah, so I didn't get to hear that.
Who's your daddy, Master at Gaming? Wow.
Everybody, this
Here was that's the OG. That's the OG.
Oh, my screen's black too. What the heck?
That, by the way, was made in 2016. Donald
yeah,
Trump wasn't even president when this was dropped.
I got shit from I think 2017 is when I started. Yeah, we got Fortnite gameplay live. A lot of the videos are privated. This video is literally a slideshow.
Yeah,
I'm not
all
showing
mine
it to you.
Unlisted. Yeah, all mine are unlisted. I'll never unlist mine.
I'm not ashamed of who I was. Actually, most of the old stuff
Why
is
don't you
private.
why don't you just do a stream watching your old stuff and see how long you can go before you just infinitely die? Yo, what's your banner, by the way? I've noticed this. What's your YouTube banner?
I don't know. I made it a while ago. I used to be. Remember that whole like urban fucking transit trend YouTuber stuff when like not just bikes was exploding on YouTube? Yeah, I wanted to get in on that. I never ended up doing it, but I made that banner during that time.
And then the PFP, what's that from?
It's from a Radiohead music video.
Okay. Then the final question, because obviously I gotta finish off all the questions. Non-fun, where's that from?
I kind of just made it up. It's
That's so real.
Yeah, I remember. I don't actually remember how I came up with it. I just remember the first time I used it was in the PewDiePie Tuber Simulator game. And for some reason I just kept using it. So I'm non-fun now.
I've switched like 16 times.
Yeah, I've seen you do it once.
True.
Wait, by the way, bro, you gotta beat the other stupid. You're aware of the other Isaac Rose that comes up when you search your name on YouTube, right? That's a little girl.
Kid. I'm gonna find out where they live. Okay, no. Let's just say there's an influencer boxing match being scheduled as we speak. Okay.
You gotta beat this kid. They got 38 subscribers.
Yeah, there's gonna be a boxing match on the next kick stream. Okay. Oh shit! Never mind. I'm so sorry. Not fun. They're dead.
What? Wait, what do you mean they're dead?
Isaac Rhodes. Oh, not fun.
Oh, what the hell? Oh, what the hell? R.I.P. Isaac Rhodes.
I would like to take back everything I just said. Moving on. Okay. On top of that. Not fun. Moving on. We're moving on. Okay. We're moving on.
Bro, what the fuck, dude?
Okay.
Man, why did you say that, bro? Bro, they're already dead, bro. What?
Because I got to him. No, yeah. That's not. I'm not beating the. That's not a good allegation to have. Okay. So while you're on the internet, why don't you look up like League of Legends download? That seems like a good idea.
How Oh shit! What the hell is getting views on my YouTube right now? Oh, it's probably the YouTube short stream.
Hey, bro, I'll never understand the streaming on YouTube Shorts. Every time I join them, they look so bad.
I mean, the thing is, it gets
Numbers
views.
don't lie, baby. Yeah, oh God, I agree. I got you.
Listen, anything for a view. I stream on Instagram too, man. It's so worth it.
I forgot about that. I can't, bro. That's crazy.
And I would stream on TikTok too if I didn't get banned. I'm thinking about I gotta learn how to stream on Twitter.
How does your CPU not get overloaded? I have this problem where the minute I start streaming, my frames get cut in half. How do you combat that? Just good specs?
I mean, it takes its toll, but part of it is for the shorts, I use a program called Restream, which like mirrors your stream to multiple platforms. So it doesn't actually take up any extra CPU bandwidth when I use Restream. But for the horizontal stuff, I do stream 3 separate streams to Twitch, YouTube, and Kick. Sometimes the stream starts lagging, and usually I'll just end the Kick stream, and it usually helps.
Bro said, I don't want to play with you no more, bro. Said that's his least favorite child.
Yeah. Oh, hell yeah. The Destiny reaction video is getting views now, bro. It's gotten 18 in the last hour, man.
Yes, sir.
It just needed time.
If only someone said that, bro. I'm just saying.
Well, I mean, I was referring to the shorts I made. Those shorts still haven't gotten views, but
well, they're next. They're next coming. Okay.
They probably. I mean, they will at some point. YouTube's weird, but
what is coming to my town? What is Wawa? Oh, it's a gas. Why is there a news article about a gas station coming to my town? Why is that? Is that the news of today? Is that how boring this town is?
It's important, bro. Bro, more gas. Bro, it's Joe Biden. He made the gas prices go up, man. It's his fault.
Okay, so I feel like, do you think that you would be able to do the bro versus bro tomorrow?
Probably, yeah. I just have to come up with games,
nothing but time. Then we're on stream. Okay, you got nowhere to go. Okay, I haven't heard you don't have a wife to take out on a date.
I don't.
Okay, like
I don't. Yep.
So talk to. I got a notepad.
Wait, does Minar have a wife? I didn't know.
Yes, he does. Which is funny because back in the I think he calls her his wife, but she's not his actual wife. He was I don't know. I can't figure it out.
She's my wife. She just doesn't know it yet.
Yeah, he'd wear rings. I've seen him once refer to her as his wife in like a week. He accidentally showed his Facebook messages once, and it was in there. So I don't know though. Maybe he does have a wife, but it's just too conflictory to his beliefs, so he just hides it. It could be the case, but I don't know. All right, here are my game. Where are my games? Let me go find my games. Okay. Okay, my 5. Isaac's 5 games. We had chess. We had Rocket League. We had Super Auto Pet. Did you ever play Super Auto Pets? I haven't. No. Oh, so that's great for me to hear. Pokemon Showdown, which I assume you played a Pokemon game in your life, right?
Yeah.
And now the fifth official one is going to be League of Legends.
Oh boy. Okay.
All right. And then the neutral games were, GeoGuessr will be our first game.
Yep.
Because you have to start off with a neutral. I mean, that makes sense. We've faced on this before. Then the neutral games are Tic-Tac-Toe. Okay, also, by the way, I'll send you this thing once I'm done, so you can see it. Tic-Tac-4, Connect 4, Uno, and then Rock, Paper, Scissors. Because you shouldn't have many good neutrals. Because you shouldn't be getting to neutral a lot, right? The only reason you would go to neutral is if you guys tied it up and you've gone through every game.
Sure. So wait, how does... What do you mean? I thought we... How's bro versus bro work again?
So we start off with a game of GeoGuessr, okay? Whoever wins gets a point. Whoever loses gets to pick the next game.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay.
All right. Non-Fonz games. What do we got? What do we got? Okay.
I don't know. I think
what do you think you're the best at?
You know what I'm best at? There's this really dumb game in Jackbox Party Pack 8. It's the wheel game.
Is it even 1-on-1? I know some Jackbox games built on audience. Okay then. Jackbox game? Okay. Garfield's got to be on there. Garfield, Kart.
I guess Garfield, Kart, Furious Racing, yeah.
Gotta be. Yeah. Alright, 3 more.
Fuck, I'm gonna have to think, bro. I don't know. I'm not good at.
Yeah, you're lucky. You're lucky. TFT's on here. Okay, TFT's another League game that I'm really good at. Okay, but it's an auto battler, so it's like super auto pets. So I was like, I won't curse us to make us play that.
I gotta look through my library, man.
What are you good at in a one-on-one setting?
Like
Mount my
what?
bro. I have mount your friends. Mount your friends one-on-one could be pretty funny.
What is Mount Your Friends?
Oh, okay. It was a game where you were built people, and you would see who could climb each other the best.
Oh
It was a
wait,
very
no, I
gay
have
game.
this game apparently.
Yeah, I don't remember how to
forgot I
play it
do.
at all. That's why I said it was on your thing. Why don't you sort by plate and see what you're a dog at? Okay,
Bro, I'm not a dog at very much.
that's not a good bro. You gotta have confidence, my boy. Let me find your league. I assume it's I can see your Steam name, so I can just look it up.
I have no clue what my fucking
This is not
shit
good.
is with
Okay, never
this.
mind. Are you the non-fawn with the yellow in as your logo?
I
And there's
think.
like a square around it.
Yeah.
Well, there was like 2 non-fawns, so I was a little. Why is your featured game Garfield? Okay. Why is that one of the featured
What's
games?
the problem? What's wrong? I love
It's
Garfield
so
Garfield
bad.
Race Racing.
Yeah, of course.
Oh, and Business Tour Online Multiplayer board game. That should be my second game. Business Tour Online Multiplayer.
Do you want that to be your second game? Okay, how long will that game? Is that even a game where you can face each other? Yeah, it actually is. Yeah, it's a
It
Monopoly.
is.
I'm down for that. Yep, business. If you want it to be one, Business Tour.
Business Tour Online Multiplayer board game.
Mixed
Yep.
reviews scares me. Okay.
What's wrong with it?
Is it a good game? Is it a
It's
good
an
game?
awesome game.
So why is it mixed reviews? Like, what's a criticism you would have of it if you had one?
I don't know. It
Also,
just kind
saying
of
that
fell
you
off
also have
after
a lot of hours
Monopoly
in
ripped it
Rocket
off.
League is scaring me.
Oh, I have
We
800,
could
but
do
that's.
Fallout. We could do Fall Guys.
Oh, we could do Fall. I like Fall Guys. Yeah.
Also, you didn't cover up your password at all.
I forgot.
turned
I
to my
was
right and I
dead
was
as. Oopsie.
Yeah, I just looked to my right and I was like, wait a minute, is that him just entering his password? Like, the one thing you shouldn't do. But, there's Fall Guys. I'm trying to look at your most played. The Escape. I don't think you can play CB. We could do First Take. I'm horrible at that game, though. Counter-Strike 2, we could do a one-on-one. I think I have more hours than you in Counter-Strike, though.
Yeah.
I wish you could sort by games you most recently played on your list. Like, I can only sort by that in my lobby.
Well, wait, do I have 3? I have Fall Guys, Business Tour,
You have
And
Jackbox, Garfield, Business Tour, yeah.
Checkbox,
Do you want to- do you already
Garfield,
have Fall
Business Tour,
Guys?
Fall Guys. Yeah, we'll do Fall Guys.
Alright. You're being explained to explain some clip on Twitter.
They finally found it. What is this? It's some kid with a sword.
Is that you, Nonfon? Is that what this is supposed to be?
This is not me. I wish it was
I don't
me,
know,
bro.
it looks like you. Is that you beating women?
That is, yeah.
What was it? I don't know if he referenced the wrong clip. Did he want you to react to that? Like, and say that's based? I don't know what the point was.
Bro, I love beating women.
Oh, Jesus. Clip it
Ironically,
and chip it.
Twitch. No, bro. Don't do that, bro. Don't you, dude.
I've had a few of those where I'm like, damn, these could really be. I always make jokes with Minar that are like, and I'm like, damn, if someone clips this out of context, I'm gonna look so misogynist. I hope they listen to me.
You know what
defend women
happened
literally
for the
2 seconds
first
after
time
that.
yesterday? Somebody clipped my stream and sent it to another streamer, and then they wanted to chat. I didn't do it because I was right before I was about to end stream. But I was like, damn, wait, I gotta start worrying about people clipping me now.
Out of context.
Yeah. It wasn't even
What
like
was it?
it wasn't even that out of context. Basically, it was about the like Gods of Blockade. It was about the like cookie shit. So from 2007 to 2010,
sugar was used to use bombs.
well, yeah, from 2007 to 2010, the Gods of Blockade was like on a whitelist system. So there was a list of things allowed in, and then everything else wasn't allowed in. So the reason that cookies were banned wasn't because I said like
bomb. Yeah.
Basically what I said is, oh well, it wasn't like they were so evil that they didn't want Palestinian people to have cookies. It was just that they didn't include cookies on a list of things specifically allowed in. And then after 2010, they switched to a blacklist system, which is where they did allow cookies in once they switched to like the blacklist system. It wasn't like a we don't want Palestinian children to have cookies, we're going to punish them. It was just because they were on a whitelist system, it literally banned everything that they didn't specifically put on the list.
Well, I also remember, wasn't a big point that they were used. Didn't one of the once, I don't know who it was, I could probably look it up and find it, but during a press conference, didn't he say it was because they were used as like
oh yeah,
bombs,
so they did use sugar to make the early Quasam rocket things. Yeah, they used sugar and fertilizer. But I think sugar itself was never actually banned. So
yeah, but I guess the argument's going to be that sugar is in those cookies. But I guess that is right. Yeah, like if sugar isn't banned, but cookies are, what was the point?
Yeah, but my point was just that
well, wait. If it was a whitelist system, are you telling me that they whitelisted sugar? I feel
yeah,
like
they whitelisted sugar
for that reason. That seems interesting to me that they would do that.
I don't know how many. I don't know how much of the Quasam rockets were really made with sugar, though.
Yeah, I know what. But the number one means of distributing Hamas's bombs currently are previously used.
Yeah.
So.
What's your opinion on the sword fight?
Games 1, 2, 3, 4.
I mean, that was a pretty sick sword fight. That's my opinion.
I don't understand what the point was. Just admit you beat women, not fun. It's so easy. Jesus.
I don't touch women ever. So how could I beat women when I don't even?
That is sad. Bro, Nonfon, we should do an IRL stream of going to a strip club.
Hell, dude, that would be dude, that would be such a fucking awkward stream. Why don't you chat? Everyone watch us look at women. Like
No. Everyone chat look at women while we watch them too. It would be like a group thing.
Yeah, group gooning.
Alright.
Well, I gotta change my Riot Games password. Hello, why is League on my stream? Because Isaac's a League player.
I've corrupted him!
Hey.
You should probably at least put it through before tomorrow if we're gonna one-on-one this tomorrow.
Yeah. That password though, it's like the I never use that password anymore. That's why I had to reveal it so I knew I was like typing it in right.
Of course. Alright, here we go. Why is the best fucking info I can find about this on fucking r/Destiny? That's actually sad. Okay, and then the Destiny versus Homer debate.
Alright, it's changed. None of you can hack me now. Plus, I have two-factor authentication turned on for like everything. So,
yeah, unironically, half of my like 2 of my passwords that I use have already been like corrupted and like found out because Town of Salem got leaked like in 2012.
Yeah.
but I still haven't changed most of them because two-factor authentication just like keeps everything out. Like it's really difficult to like I don't know how you can beat two-factor authentication when it comes to like texting my phone number.
Yeah.
Unless someone wants to SIM swap me, but if they SIM swap me, fucking they deserve it, okay? They deserve what's in my fucking Steam profile, okay? So it seemed like Israel never banned the item itself, just seized cookies at some point in time. So the common conception was that cookies were banned, but it obviously isn't true of the sugar defense because raw sugar wasn't banned. So at the end of the day, it's hard to know why this item was banned or if it even was. It seems like the fact was that they just took it out in some cases when they were under the belief that the non-standard items were being shipped under the guise of standard ones, is what I'm seeing right here. There has been a list leak that was a unverified list, but it hasn't been verified, so we don't even know like what the lists were, is what I'm reading here.
Like, I know After Destiny did that debate where he mentioned
yeah, that's actually exactly what this is in correlation to.
Yeah, where he mentioned it. Right. Loner Box did a bunch of research on it, and I think his conclusion was what I said. I don't know.
Yeah, the funniest part about this is while the chips and soda ban was pretty silly, I don't think you can actually use that argument to say that they were starving them because they were still allowing such goods as yogurt and herbal tea at the same time. It seems like both points don't have like a clean answer in this circumstance. Yeah. The issue is Israel won't be clear about what their policy actually is. Yeah, it's kind of true. But that kind of makes sense, though. If I told people what directly I was going to be sending away, well, now they know that if they want to send something in illegally, it can't be of these items. But I mean, the case can be made in the opposite. I can't dick suck Israel too much. It's pretty weird not to publish a list.
Oh, in other words, I have seen no evidence that Gaza is forced to go without cookies for 3 years. It seems like some imports were denied, whilst internal production continued. But it doesn't explain the arbitrary measures for that. We have two answers. One, their whitelist included trade partners that they trusted and excluded ones that they didn't. Hence the randomness. They were never scared of cookies. Oh, so the whitelist might have been from
like
certain
a specific
suppliers
brand or something. Yeah.
Yeah, the problem is not the product, it is the packaging, it is the origin, the source, and so on. This is the nature of the problem. Paper is totally innocent, and it's not banned as such. As I said, sometimes there are problems with the people who package or deal with the products, and you don't know what's inside the package. Okay. So it could be the case that it's going to find like a good cookie supplier. Yeah, then my understanding, after 2010, the Gaza flotilla thing happened, and Israel kind of loosened the blockade, and it wasn't. A lot of shit wasn't. Yeah.
I'm gonna head out. I hope you have a go with your stream, because I know your ass is gonna stream for another fucking 15 hours, knowing you. But alright, set us up tomorrow.
I got no life.
I better be seeing you tomorrow. Okay.
Yeah.
Alright. I also added you on Steam. Stay safe.
Oh, yeah.
Don't die. Don't get taken out by Minar.
But I love when Minar wages jihad against me. Okay, I think I downloaded all of the fucking games I need. Did they ever make Kerbal Space Program 2 multiplayer? Is that in the game yet? I kind of doubt it is. Why your stream delay so long? It shouldn't be. Maybe if I stop the kick stream. Jesus, my mic is disgusting. It's not super bad. Oh, we're different on the back better. Oh man. I don't know why the stream delay is so high. I can stop the kick stream. Bro, there's a fucking beaver gnawing through my house or something. I don't know what the hell it is. Alright, hold on. I wanna... Oh, this is it. I'm gonna DM Lonerbox. He said his DMs were open. About the cookie files. Hold on, we should just read this whole thing. We're pulling a Hassan and reading Twitter notes as research. The Raising Gaza cookie debate is a perfect example of how stupid this propaganda can get. In this case, both on the part of Destiny and Omar. A threat in the Gaza blockade, how it changed over time, and why the fuck we're talking about cookies. For any measure, Israel takes against Palestinians, pro-Israel people will effectively say it had to be done for legitimate security reasons, whilst pro-Palestinians will default to the opposite. The only purpose was insufficient, or was to inflict suffering. Let's look at what really happened. Israel had imposed partial restrictions on Gaza after the disengagement in 2005. In 2007, after the Hamas takeover, they imposed an indefinite blockade on the Gaza Strip. On paper, the blockade measures were intended to stop weapons and dual-use items from entering Gaza. However, it was immediately clear that a lot of prohibited items had no discernible military use. Some denied items included books, clothes, toys, tea, coffee, milk, and most baking products. Over the next 3 years, some items, e.g. pasta and toilet paper, were slowly allowed in. Pasta, which had been forbidden in the past, is now allowed after U.S. Senator John Kerry expressed its astonishment at the ban during a visit to Gaza in February. But tea, coffee, sausages, salmonella, milk products in large packages, and most baking products are forbidden. So are international commodities for manufacturing food products, chocolate, sesame seeds, and nuts. Israel does allow importing fruit milk products in small packages and frozen food products, as well as limited amounts of industrial fuel. It is true that sugar, along with potassium nitrate, was used in propellant for Quasim rockets, but it's unlikely that cookies were ever used for the purpose, although it's technically possible. Not least of all because raw sugar was never seemingly banned from Gaza. 5 weeks ago, Israeli allowed margin-term salt, artificial sweetener to Gaza. Legumes have been allowed for the past 2 months, and yeast for the past 2 weeks. Contrary to rumors, Israel has not banned sugar. Between 2007 and 2010, no list of banned items was ever made public, nor was any justification given for such seemingly arbitrary punitive measures. In 2009, one Israeli official told Haaretz, "We don't want Gilad Shalat's captors to be munching on Bomba right over his head." True. In mid-2010, the flotilla incident threw Israel's blockade measures into the spotlight and forced them to change course. Within weeks, most of the banned consumer items, including cookies, started entering the Strip. So why were cookies banned in the first place? Well, it's taken Israel more than 2 weeks. Okay, whatever. In late 2010, Israel Human Rights Org, or Gisha, the Israeli Human Rights Org, managed to provide some insight. It turned out that the Ministry of Defense had issued a whitelist of accepted goods. Almost anything that wasn't on the whitelist was denied, although there was no formal blacklist. Previously, Gisha had collaborated with Gazan traders and orgs to deduce which items were allowed and which were prohibited. Interestingly, cookies aren't mentioned, but there's a caveat on biscuits and chocolate, which were only partially blocked, i.e. never fully banned. The cookie dough thickens. There is at least one company which produced cookies and has been operating in Gaza since 1985. The blockade did seriously hurt them by denying them the right to export, but they don't seem to have stopped operating from 2007 to 2010. That's not what I meant. When I said those cookies were the bomb, Trail. In other words, I've seen no evidence Gazans were forced to go without cookies for 3 years. It seems like imports were denied, whilst internal production continued, but it doesn't explain the arbitrary measures. For that, it seems there are two answers. One, provided by a spokesperson from the Israeli Foreign Minister, argued that the issue wasn't the product, but rather the suppliers. Their whitelist included trade partners that they trusted and excluded once they didn't. Hence the randomness. They were never scared of cookies. Though this makes sense, I don't think it rules out the punitive aspect. As mentioned above, it's undeniable that some Israeli officials either wanted Gaza to suffer or just didn't care, given how easily they were able to lift the restrictions in the face of international pressure. They clearly could have done something sooner, but didn't. It may not have been their explicit aim to punish the population, but the measures absolutely had that effect, and no one seemed to mind until they were forced to. In 2013, Gisha obtained a full list of restricted items from the Ministry of Defense. Anything not mentioned was free to be imported. This updated list has a few contentious items, but none as trivial as the 2007 to 2010 as trivial as anything from 2007 to 2010. Cookiegate was over. This all leads me to wonder, why is Omar talking about a cookie ban, if it was ever fully in place, that hasn't existed for nearly 15 years, as if it is the quintessential blockaded item in Gaza? It is because this is the way he avoids having any conversation about the weapons. Why not look at the 2013 measures? This was an interesting story in there about Kogo announcing that Gazans furniture companies could export to Israel at exactly the same time those companies were collapsing due to a shortage of dual-use materials. The furniture industry in Gaza Strip is collapsing due to a shortage of raw materials, which it needs to make furniture. There's a strong case that a lot of dual-use items, which are important for civilian use, were kept behind unnecessarily bureaucratic walls, and that Israel hadn't shown the effort to balance their security needs with the humanitarian needs of Gaza. Unfortunately, that conversation doesn't happen, because for people like Omar and Ryan Grimm, the only good Israeli is an evil Israeli. Only one man gets his cookies. Regardless of how scant the evidence, the image of the cartoon villains deliberately seizing treats out of children's mouths is too good not to sell. Destiny did look silly, responding to a claim about cookies by talking about sugar and rockets. It seems he started with the assumption that there had to be a security justification for any blockaded item, and just dug in from there, eventually admitting the blockade was too harsh. Omar seems to have started with the assumption that every Israeli action is driven by the sinister intent to hurt Palestinians for no reason. That's why the only blockade measure he's interested in is a highly editorialized version of one that hasn't existed for over a decade. I guess a 14-year-old cookie story is more relevant than the fact that Hamas were importing and repurposing whatever they could in order to launch attacks, which do absolutely nothing to help their population, apart from what? A few more dead and scared Israelis. Some parts of Israel's blockade might well have been punitive, others were definitely not. The fact is, any country on earth in those circumstances would do something similar, and if that part can't be acknowledged, the conversation goes nowhere. Instead, we talk about cookies. P.S. Apologies, I don't have premium and couldn't put every link in each part. If you want my sources, my DMs are open. I should DM. Bro thinks, yeah, is this your third time saying that, buddy? Third time such on. I do think I'm just like him. Is the delay any better? I don't know why the delay is so long. Usually it's not long on Twitch. On YouTube it's always long because YouTube fucking sucks at live streaming. But it's not that long for me at least. But that's the least of my concerns. Yeah, it doesn't seem that long. It seems fine. It seems fine. The shit we find is wild. Cookies, Jesus Christ. I saw Hakeem's video about the Hitler-Stalin pact. Mossa's own public statements in the office of games. Awesome. He was in my chat. I went through it. What an unbelievable menacing. I can't say that on Twitch. Okay. Oh, this is another. I didn't bring this up enough with Minar. I didn't know about this until Destiny did his debate yesterday with that Trump supporter. But Saudi Arabia literally attacked Iran. Or sorry, other way around. Iran literally attacked oil facilities in Saudi Arabia, and Trump did nothing about it. At least when like the Houthis were attacking merchant ships in the Red Sea, Biden immediately, I think, rebranded the Houthis as a terrorist organization, and then he started striking their physicians. Yeah. U.S. officials say they're building a coalition to counter Iranian aggression in the Gulf following last week's attack on Saudi oil facilities. Does this mean talk of war is de-escalating? Seems clear that President Trump is keen to avoid a slippery slope towards conflict that might result from a robust military response against Iran. The presumed author of the attacks. Yeah, but Destiny was right. Like, it probably took more for Iran to strike in Saudi Arabia than it did for Iran to potentially greenlight October 7th. I don't even know if Iran actually had control over if October 7th happened or not, but I don't know. I know there's definitely allegations of them getting funding from Iran, but I don't know. I don't know if I don't know if Iran necessarily green lights. Oh, that's hard immunity too. When he was like, "Oh, why do we vaccinate the children?" Well, it's like it's herd immunity. The children can still carry the disease. Herd immunity is a form of indirect protection that applies only to contagious disease. It occurs when a sufficient percentage of the population has become immune to an infection, whether through previous infections or vaccination, thereby reducing the likelihood of infection for individuals who lack immunity. Once the herd immunity has been reached, disease gradually disappears from population and may result in eradication or permanent reduction of infections to zero if achieved worldwide. Herd immunity created via vaccination has contributed to the reduction of many diseases. Some individuals who can either not develop immunity after vaccinations for medical reasons cannot be vaccinated. Newborn infants are too young to receive many vaccines, either for safety reasons or because passive immunity renders the vaccine ineffective. Individuals who are immunized due to HIV, AIDS, blah, blah, blah. Yeah. This is so fucking boring, bro. Can we watch Patrick Bateman's Sigma mail edits? Bro, the research, this isn't even the deep research streams, okay? Yeah, but herd immunity is important, which is why it's important that you vaccinate even children. Even if they themselves can't die of the disease, they can spread the disease. And herd immunity only happens when a high percentage of the population is vaccinated and can no longer spread the disease. It's important to protect those who can't get vaccinated. Like some of the old people that he's worried about dying. This gamers have been less interested in strategic thinking play. I haven't seen this, but you know what? This doesn't. You and Destiny's guys do all this research shit and still get clapped in debates. You know why? Because it ain't. It's because you don't have Jesus on your side. True. Telling me Jesus wasn't with the Israel. Well, I know. Actually, you know what? You know, Jesus was Palestinian, guys. Jesus was Palestinian. Did you know that? He's pro-Palestinian. You're telling me the king of the Jews isn't pro-Israel? He was literally king of the Jews, man. Watch this. Watch it update. Watch it update, guys. Watch it update. Watch 300 views as soon as it updates. Watch it update. Watch it. Hold on. Watch it update. Hold on. Yeah. 253, baby. All about style. Now it's getting views for some reason. Hell yeah. Okay. I want to make this what it was. Oh wow, BotRex, thanks for the follow. I wish I could like increase the stroke on the text. But I don't think I can. That's why no matter how much you clown on Vajus' info, it doesn't matter because short stack goblin horseborn instantly destroyed it. Yeah. That was, I actually got in fights over that because I was like, because my friend was sending me all this shit with Voss's the horseborn stuff. It's like, I don't care. Why the fuck would I care that he watches horseborn? I don't care. The short stack goblin stuff is a little more iffy, but I don't give a fuck if he watches goblin porn. Okay, what I care about, Vosh like refuses to talk to anybody. He barely does debates anymore. He has his own fortress. Barely talks to anybody. I don't know how bad Vosh is on disinformation because I've bestiality is gross, but I don't care that he does gross shit. Why the fuck would I care that he does gross shit? Also, morally wrong to rape animals. I agree, but we're not talking about raping animals. What we're talking about is watching horse porn. I don't give a fuck if he watches horse porn. I give way more reflective, like how he treated like that rocket that the potentially misfired rocket that fell into a hospital parking lot in Israel Gaza. Like how you treat that story matters way more to me than how you than if you watch horse porn or not. Like if you treated it with like, oh, the information's not out yet. My suspicion is, even if you said like, oh, my suspicion is on Israel because Israel does bad shit and I think Israel's evil, that's fine. But you had these people like conclusively saying like, oh, I mean, they had the Hassan, it's a JDAM meme, right? We had people like conclusively saying like it was Israel when like most of the evidence pointed to being a misfired Islamic Jihad rocket. But even if you want to say your suspicion is that it's on Israel, that's fine. But just say, you have to clarify that you're a streamer and you don't know shit. It's like talking to Destiny, just spam crack jokes. Watch is at very least a non-assumption. Like I just don't give a shit if he watches horse porn or not. Like there's so many things that matter more to me than if you watch this horse porn. Bro, being a kitty diddler should have gotten Vosh kicked out of left. Did he? I don't remember all the Vosh allegations, bro. But that's yeah. You think they wouldn't want someone like that on their side? I don't know. What did Vosh do again? I saw there were weird Vosh DMs when he was still Irish laddies. I don't know. That stuff is important because if you are actually being a kitty diddler, then you shouldn't have a platform because that allows you to be a kitty diddler. That's how you find your victims. That does matter. But like whether you watch horse porn or not, I don't give a fuck, dude. Dude, watch all the weird horse porn you want. Willie Mack Show exposed him. Who, Vosh? Or Vosh? Vosh was exposed long before Willie Mack did anything about him. Oh, I can't say these words on Twitch. No one cares of Destiny, yeah. The whale is definitely poison against Destiny. He may have done it to himself a little bit, but it's definitely poison against him. Shit, there was something I saw. Oh, I saw Destiny. There was a Destiny video. So, yeah, socialists lose this temper talking about Destiny. But I'm pulling a Hassan.
Stick to your.
See this? I tried to watch some of this because apparently make some actual criticisms, but he's like,
can you hear it?
So I just can't. It was too much. What is this?
Stick to your fucking gaming, Destiny. You're not a fucking.
Why is this camera not even in fucking focus?
Okay, I'm pulling this on.
Okay, sorry.
Stick to your fucking gaming, Destiny. You're not a fucking real person. You've got nothing of relevance to say. Just stick to your gaming and shut the fuck up. Like.
Is he crying?
What? Sorry. I just shut the fuck up. Like. What? Sorry. I just really fucking hate Destiny. Stick to your fucking gaming.
Destiny. I hate Destiny. This is the same guy. Wait, John the Duncan. Wait, what was the name of the guy that I debated a long time ago who said that, like, fuck, what do we argue about? I was running around in Rust building large furnaces at night. Was he the one where, like, if you had sex with your girlfriend at night, it's like rape? Oh, this is a different Duncan? How many retarded Duncans are there? My God. Okay.
He wants people to understand why black people might want to be away from their oppressors, why black separatism exists in the first place, and why it is not white supremacism.
There's a difference between being away from and you forcibly expelling people, if that makes sense.
But this is.
We're not talking about the black Kenyans didn't up and leave. They kicked it, or in her words, they got rid of white people. Yeah, and that's good. I mean, like they got rid of the white people who were the settler colonialists. I don't like. Okay, dude, look, I like you. I really do, and I don't want to fall out with you. But what you are expressing there is some really fucking yikesy shit, man. It is absolutely It's good that they got rid of white people. Yeah, f it. I mean, like, obviously what is being referred to in this context is settler colonials, right? Right, but not all white people in Kenya were, like, running the department of all black people. He wants people to...
Jesus. What is this?
Which is, by the way, I think you guys, I don't know if you use the phrase the dolus specialis, that the intentional part of genocide,
because he doesn't know. He's read a Wikipedia article, he's read a couple of tweets, and he's shuffling through his papers as if he has anything of relevance to say about anything besides gaming. Stick to your gaming, Destiny. You're not a fucking real person. You've got nothing of relevance to say. Just stick to your gaming and shut the up. Like, what? Sorry, I just really hate Destiny. And one day I think he's going to be embarrassed looking back at what he did during an unfolding genocide, which was shuffle papers and talk fast as if he has anything relevant to say to try.
I'm not even shuffling papers. I have an iPad, bro. Oh no, I wasn't taking notes on my iPad yet. Sorry. These are my paper to take notes on. Shuffling papers. What a weird insult. Finkelstein brought 2 of his own books to go through. How is shuffling papers an insult? I like how credentialism is important, but then anti-intellectualism is important whenever, just depending on what the
papers and talk fast as if he has anything relevant to say to try and talk over people who have actual relevance and expertise because of some frothing hatred he has of Palestinians. He's going to be
my frothing hatred, yeah,
ashamed and embarrassed of himself, as
says the guy with the Mao poster in the background. You soy fuck.
Should be. He's running cover for a genocide as it unfolds.
Genocide, running cover,
and to do so incompetently that everyone's just laughing at you, even the people on your side.
Oh, and he even repeats the Hassan meme. Yes. Benny Morris, the guy that I had a 5-hour talk with the day before, who agreed with me at every single point of the bro, he was laughing at me, bro. Cope harder. Cope so hard. Oh my God, cope harder, bro.
To make Benny Morris feel shame is incredible. Just, I don't know, maybe quit your job. Get a job working in a cafe or a shop or something. Maybe it's something that you could bring some joy to the world by making their coffee someday, not this bullshit. Waste of oxygen. Oh, sorry. Got carried away there. But just to clarify again, get back on track, contain my hatred.
Okay. Wow, if only black and indigenous people had simply just debated white people, then maybe they wouldn't have gotten enslaved and genocided. So enlightening. This says 492, like, why was this is retarded. This person is retarded. Technically, though, my American history is just not, my American history is not, none of my history is that good. I just need to stop saying that, though, because most of these people don't know any history at all. Couldn't you arguably say that having a penchant for politics actually would have benefited them? Isn't that one of the reasons, like, the Aztecs were able to stick around longer than a lot of the indigenous communities in North America? Is because they did have these, like, sprawling massive empires, because they went and, like, got these communities, like, bounded together, and they were more organized than just, like, the tribal people that existed in other places. Like, I mean, I think they still got obliviated. But I mean, like, unironically, yeah, being able to engage in politics is generally going to strengthen your community versus a group of people that aren't, because you're going to be way more disjointed. And now you could argue that that's not debate, but I mean...
All right.
A lot of racial progress is made from Frederick Douglass debating Lincoln, MLK debating LBJ, etc. Yeah, sure. True. Also, keep in mind that, like, debate more broadly is really just talking more broadly. What debate is saying, or what debate is I'm taking a position that I have and I'm making it understandable to you, and then communicating that and trying to say that it's better than your position, which is arguably all politics is, right? All of politics is an exercise in political power where you're trying to get more people on your side, or you're trying to kill the other people, I guess. My tribe helped fight in the Revolutionary War, Oneida Nation, and didn't get quite as R-worded as other tribes. Retarded or I'm assuming. The name Aztec means the empire of...
Alright. Oh shit, I don't want to read shit though, because I just got food. I just got my rice. Watch this though. First try here, guys. I might just react to this, deadass. Oh, it's still the same thing. I never finished it. Doesn't need to kill Hassan. That's my simple opinion. Not crazy. I do not condone that. I saw Sean the Black, who did advocate for killing Destiny, apparently. I can tone it. That's my viewpoint. That's fine. That's your viewpoint. I don't know. I don't know if that belief should be respected. Why won't this shit? Oh, there we go. Okay. Sierra Leone to Botswana. I don't know my shit, bro. Wait, not mini player. No. Go back.
We document Bosch's logical fallacies, lies, and his blatant false allegations towards one of his Discord members simply because he was a conservative.
And the next person, Extreme Dad, who is a pedophile, has my picture. He actually is a pedophile. We have banned him from our, I'm not joking, Extreme Dad, we banned him from our Discord server.
This was documented and more on my last 2 videos on Vosh. You should check them out. This video will focus on Vosh's historic past of life-ruining allegations and faulty character when it comes to his brand online. Trust me, it is nothing short of lolcow worthy.
This isn't true. I don't know if his son should be deplatformed. I don't know. He definitely deserves to be criticized. Actually, maybe the Houthi shit. That Houthi kid that he brought on, that shit, I don't know. He definitely should have gotten a 14-day ban for that or something, man. Yeah. I don't like Hassan. I don't know if he should be fully deplatformed, though.
That water has not always been H2O?
Yeah. All you have to do is...
Why was I timed out? Because you literally have like a direct call to violence, brother.
Cross the Mexican border. And over there, it's aqua. That's H2O, not water.
I'm going to time you out again.
Aqua means water. Aqua is water.
It's a different term.
Actually, it's agua.
Fellas, get ready to impress.
That is true. Don does way worse things. Rogan literally said a word that I'm not going to say because it would get me banned if I said it, which is wild.
Chick, helicopter dick, go.
We've already talked about in detail how Vosh thinks everyone who's a conservative is a Nazi. I'm pretty sure he's where that left-leaning stereotype came from. He purposefully keeps his definition of a white supremacist vague to make sure that everyone fits into the definition.
White supremacy can be very vague. White supremacy can be very definite. It's very difficult to pin down exactly where somebody falls in that spectrum. I'm just interested in promoting anti-racist policies and anti-racist beliefs.
Yeah.
I'm sure Count Dankula is a libertarian.
I don't know. Nick Fuentes literally tries to deplatform people he doesn't like.
Lover of freedom will agree with me on virtually every prescriptive statement that I have with regards to race, and we shouldn't really have much to argue about.
But I thought I was a white supremacist. I thought that was the point of this, and also I do enjoy that your definition is very, very vague. That's awfully convenient.
Calling people fascist or racist is a huge profit incentive for Vosh.
I have a question. Do you love black people?
No.
Why not? Are you in a fallen state?
I don't love white people either. If that's what you want.
Damn. Answer the question. Why don't you like black people?
I didn't say I dislike black
people. You asked him if he loved them.
No, I asked him if he hated him, and he said yes.
He's doing a Jesse Lee Peterson impression.
No, you asked.
That's actually not what you asked, Vosh.
I never said that.
This incentive has led to Vosh jumping to life-ruining conclusions on videos he knows nothing about. Last year, a video of a white woman arguing with a group of
Oh, I remember this.
black people over
Fuentes is a little. We still try to get Mr. Mika to platform, just make fun of him. Yeah.
a bike rental went viral. The clip is obviously missing context of the confrontation, but that doesn't stop Vosh from picking sides.
Is this an opportunity for me to demonstrate how not racist I am?
Yeah, by putting this white woman in her place.
Please get off. What the fuck is going on, bro? Yo, don't take it, bro. Now you're not getting the fake, bro.
Of course she would be a nurse. Dude, nurses are f***ing psychotic. I swear to God, nurses are like female cops. That's like the female version of being a cop, where you're a horrible, abusive piece of shit, and you get out of school and you want to like have control over people's lives.
You want to see the high protein I'm eating right now? Plain white rice, like a true Giga Chad.
Is this way. Vosh's Chad then correctly points out that he doesn't know what's going on, so Vosh explains it, even though he doesn't know what's going on.
I have no idea what's happening. The black guys like rented these little like city bike things, and then she's just trying to take it, and she's like faking a problem.
He doesn't know any of that. He's just jumping to conclusions. People would then ask for the context again, and Vosh would make it up again.
Hey, stop touching me. I don't touch you. Hold up. Hey, stop touching me. Stop touching me. Why don't you take this bike? Stop touching me.
Context for real. The black guy, they rented the bike, and then the white lady came over and just wanted to take it, and then just started shouting help. This is so petty on her part. It's not petty. She's trying to steal the...
I feel like this matters to me more than the horse porn stuff, okay? I don't give a fuck if you watch horse porn stuff, but this is irresponsible reporting from famed YouTube streamer.
Bike and or get these black guys arrested. These women, this woman is either a sociopath, a racist, or both, and is just trying to like nab simultaneously a free bike and also just get some black guys arrested. It's like this is an attack that could literally endanger their lives. Is she mentally ill? No, she knows what she's doing.
Wow, Vosh knows her medical records too. Incredible. This woman would lose her job due to being labeled racist for this out of context video.
God damn. It sure is fucking crazy that if you're a black guy, like at any point in time, a white woman could just lock onto you and just decide to like ruin
people who definitely care about the short goblin stack
in your life.
Ironically, Vosh is the one actually doing that to her.
Yeah, she like instantly stops crying the moment she realizes it's not working. Yeah. She should be fired for this. I genuinely like if you see one of your nurses, a person who holds the life of patients in their hands, and you see this insane psycho and sociopath shit, she should be fired immediately. Yeah, I don't know what the fuck there is to review. Is it all right to call her a crazy white lady? Yes. I hope she better get fired.
She was doxxed, faced death threats, and had to hire a lawyer. NBC went and harassed her at her apartment.
No one answered at the woman's Brooklyn apartment or returned our calls for comment. This woman lives in her building.
That woman lives in this building with me?
City Bike came in and vindicated the bike Karen's story.
We asked City Bike to confirm her rent.
I'm not touching anything with Cuffles. Never learned anything about her. I refuse to learn anything about her. I do not care. I do not care. I would rather read anything else. I would rather talk about the Phillips curve. I love the Phillips curve.
And if anyone else reserved it around that time, Marino says that's impossible.
That confirms that the bike she was on was definitively rented by her.
So does Vosh correct the story? Yes, but he acts like it's not his fault for misreporting in the first place.
99% of the time, if you see a situation like this, I feel like there's pretty good reason to suspect like the white woman yelling help when it seems like the crowd is
said
like,
like
yo,
two
you're in the wrong
econ things, bro.
Because when we see stories like that, when you see stories that go viral online, especially when it comes to confrontations like this and threats of like, you know, like what you might call Karen behavior, or like maybe some white woman is being racist or whatever the fuck else. When you see stories like this, what's important to understand is that new information can always come out that invalidates what you said previously. Even videos that seem like the most objective, like direct, verifiable, proven, done and done, like we figured it out kind of deal. Some, you know, you could see a news article the next week that'll go, oh yeah, it turns out, by the way, this is this other video footage and there's like 2 minutes of context before it that completely invalidates the perspective and the other person is actually in the right.
He acts like the initial video was so damning against her. It wasn't. His chat called him out for it and he called him wrong.
Maybe there was something that happened before the video started. Why are people, this seems like pretty one and done. I mean, you can see from the behavior in the video that she's acting like a psychopath, faking crying, faking shouting help. The bike was in the guy's, like the guy, it was the guys, like that's why they all had phones out recording her.
You don't.
Dude, you know what's crazy? You know, Vosh was one of the lesser insane lefties too. Okay, Vosh was pro-Ukraine. I mean, it still is pro-Ukraine. I'm talking was because his career is dead. Vosh is pro-Ukraine. Vosh was pro striking back against the Houthis. He was anti-Houthi. He was one of the better ones. And he had to ruin it with the porn. He had to ruin it with the short stack goblin porn. He got to start. Okay, well, wait, listen. That was Irish laddies. We don't talk about Irish laddies, okay? We're talking about Vosh.
Don't know that. There's no reason for him to say this. Vosh now acting like it was reasonable for him to have this take is proof of his inability to take responsibility.
Watching the video, I didn't think like, oh, what if this was just a perfect setup from a group of guys deliberately trying to set up a situation where they could like manufacture this quote-unquote Karen incident. That's definitely possible. Right now, that seems like it's the most likely explanation. Now I feel really bad for, you know, making the assumptions that I did. You always have to make assumptions, of course, because again, there's no such thing as having all the context in a situation. Sometimes all you have to go off of is the video that you have.
What do you mean? You don't have to make such strong assumptions on a 90-second video and then call for the woman to be fired. When somebody asked why doesn't Vosh just wait for more information to come out before giving his opinion, Vosh gives the worst excuse ever.
Maybe you should wait then. You can't wait infinitely. You get more info and it's like, oh, well, what if another bit of info drops? You have to cover
It's a W from my side. You guys have
He's acting like the full story won't come out unless he covers it live. Vosh, you aren't that important. You aren't doing any journalism. Waiting for more information to come out is how you cover stories correctly. He's making excuses for his laziness and lack of...
Wild. Vosh didn't even like fall off that much because like his viewership, I guess, doesn't care that much. Like he still gets like basically the same amount of live viewers and like views on his channel. He didn't even take that much of a dip.
care when reporting on other people's lives. And this isn't the first time Vosh has done this. A few years ago, Vosh would see a video of a cop, and because the TikTok text says that the cop was planting evidence, Vosh believes the video is proof of that, even though it doesn't really show anything.
A Caledonia police officer appears to be seen on camera attempting to frame a black man with an illegal substance. Appears to be. I mean, this is the most clear cut I've ever seen. Look at this. Look at this. Look at that.
This 5-second clip is apparently the most clear-cut
He
case
is still
of
for the
police
progressive victory, is he? Listen, I mean, most streamers have some pretty, like, any streamer has some pretty wild shit attached to them if you go far enough back, okay? I mean, Destiny has a ton of shit. I don't think anyone's as bad as Vosh's shit. Hassan literally wasn't allowed to the White House because of the shit he said about China and Taiwan. Listen, they all have some insane shit. So I guess it doesn't surprise me. Like, if they're willing to work as streamers, they're willing to put up with a lot of stuff, I would imagine.
I think Vosh has ever seen, going as far as to say he was trained for this.
They can nuke any campaign when it touches, yeah.
You gotta record every police interaction, my friend. Now, this cop is trained. Take a look at the cop. Look at this. See how the cop turns his chest away from where he's throwing that? That's because
Destiny got dropped? Well, I thought Destiny left. I thought Destiny, oh wait, no, did he get dropped? I remember the drama over it. I remember Destiny, like, agreed to work with Progressive Victory, and then I thought Vosh and the other people were upset. And I thought he left. Did he get dropped? I don't know. I don't remember all the drama. He tried to canvass for a local election and got dropped. Didn't he do shit in Ohio, though? I thought he literally, like, I saw him, Loner Box, Dylan Burns, Not So Erudite, and a few other people were doing shit, like, in Ohio. I thought it was Ohio. Ohio, Destiny, Canada. I thought that was with Progressive Victory. Yeah, this.
Year-over-year inflation has come down.
Was this not with Progressive Victory?
Both of those. Body cam to pick it up. He turns his chest away from it. See? Chest facing that way, drug plant happening this way. He knew. He has it on him. He just yep, does a little slippy. This is kind of spooky, huh? This is a little bit spooky, a little bit. Upon reflection. If this guy hadn't been recording this interaction, then, well, I assume he would have been up and screwed. Now, of course...
I thought Vosh left, actually, because I remember when the Vosh drama happened, I remember Destiny on stream said, like, this guy could have been, canvassing with me, but instead he stayed home and watched Horseport, and now he got canceled because of that, yeah.
Because it's recorded. It's a big old thing. I want you to really take a moment to consider the fucking black hole that cop has instead of a heart, okay? This guy, because, I don't know, because he wants to up his quotas, just thought, yeah, I'll just frame an innocent guy in a traffic stop and maybe put him away for a long time. Just for nothing. Like, what does he get from this? Maybe maybe there's a quota.
Listen, the worst thing about Vosh is when he misframed my man, my goat, Sam Harris.
Thing. Maybe he's got a bet with a mate or something. I have no idea.
He watched like 10 seconds of Sam Harris's videos and said, liberal, I hate liberals. This is what Sam Harris is saying when it was not what Sam Harris was saying. You mess with my goat? No, I don't like you.
But yeah, just put this guy away. Just completely fucking derail another person's life for nothing. Okay? You ever notice that the same people who are outraged at the existence of false rape accusations don't seem to care that much about cops and their propensity for falsely planting evidence, even though that seems to be like a bit of a bigger systemic problem in terms of abuse of power and everything?
Vosh is making life-ruining claims about this officer over a 15-second clip, even coming up with conspiracies about how he turned. When it came out that the cop took the baggie from another passenger in the car and was not planting it, Vosh would correct the story, but still excuse himself for his poor coverage.
Thing that he recorded could have well been a plant. It just wasn't this time, but it could have been.
It's the same as conservatives who claim the 2020 election was
his boss guy's cringe
moved out of a van. How do you know those are ballots? Well, the text says so. It must be true.
It's good to point out how we need to review evidence. I am okay with, by default, being suspicious of the cops, by assuming their wrongdoing, because they are very powerful and receive very little accountability or oversight.
How about you just wait before jumping to conclusions on these 60-second, 15-second videos? I get that this person was a cop and that lady was a nurse, which might as well be a cop, and all cops are evil to you.
I swear to God, nurses are like female cops. That's like the female version of being a cop.
But they're still people, and you pushing out of context, actually out of context clips of them is wrong. Wait for the full story. I thought Destiny put it best.
These articles are saying that she was the first one to rent the bike. It's just so strange. Assume chat's wrong.
It's just, I like how Vosh is like, I don't understand why somebody would ever do this. Vosh, you're the reason why people do this. Because they know that if they do it, racist f***s like you will cover for them and then amplify their message. You are the reason why. It is your fault.
Vosh has been criticized for jumping to conclusions on these short video clips for years, and he has not gotten better.
This guy.
Part of that good.
So we've got a person here who is essentially unidentifiable, at least by appearance, by way of the full black garb and the gas mask and everything else. Here's the thing that I know for a fact is happening. Undercover cops. There is nothing on earth that can tell me that motherfucker in the black getup with the umbrella smashing those AutoZone windows at the beginning of the protest wasn't a fucking cop.
And Vosh's source for all this appears to be a tweet. And it makes me wonder, how much of an accident is this really? Vosh has a policy saying that it's good to lie as long as it pushes his agenda.
I think that is very, very, very important to report factual stuff correctly.
These conversations,
right
bro.
now, the biggest issue that we're having probably across the world, but at the very least in the United States, is we are widening this chasm of what both sides see as reality. And that widening of the chasm, even if it's for a good cause, I don't think is good. I think at the end of the day, I think that lying a little bit to sell a good message is actually hurting these good messages so much.
If we were to get rid of all content which has any misleading elements for the advocacy of liberal or left-leaning politics, I think that would destroy almost everything. We would be left with NPR-style, incredibly empirical, fact-based, and dry commentary, high-level academia, accessible-only content, and maybe a couple of people left capable of threading that line. Wait, hold on. There are people in chat saying good. We lose if that happens. I
think that this is a bad dichotomy. You can have content that's edgy, engaging, entertaining, aesthetic, that doesn't mislead people or lie.
Well, what's the line then?
The line is when you're misreporting the facts, or if you're like completely misrepresenting something, or if you're being so reductive that you're being incorrect.
Okay, but in this case, I think incorrectness is kind of a gradient.
If you have to lie to spread your policies suck. But here's the thing, Vosh will purposely get things wrong if it hurts people he doesn't like. This is what makes him a trash human. The Israel-Palestine conflict is one of the most controversial events in recent history, and information is being released faster than it can be verified. And dramatized headlines are creating a deeper divide in an already polarized world. That's why resources like Ground News are so important. This app and website show data that
oh my god, Ground News, for real?
Outlets. This is what
Hold on, there's a fucking... It might have been this. I don't know. There's a law article I wanted to read. We were watching a thing earlier about that the guy crying because he didn't like Destiny. Fuck. That video was about whether genocide required special intent. When I think he sort of had a semi-valid point. I didn't watch the whole video, but like all the jurisprudence around genocide is like requires special intent, is my understanding, which is why like the ICJ case against Israel said dolo specialis multiple times. It said it requires special intent necessary for genocide. So it seems like at the very least the ICJ recognizes that it needs special intent to prove genocide. So I don't know why the fuck you would argue against it, but there was an article, like a law article thing I wanted to read on it, but I don't know where it went. I don't know where it went, bro.
Ground News calls a blind spot, meaning you might have missed it if you don't get your information from these sources. They even have a factuality rating, telling us that more than 50% of articles are coming from mixed factuality, and that the coverage is probably pretty sensationalized. Get informed by real, up-to-date news sources that give you all perspectives, and not just some Twitch streamer. Use ground.news/WillyMac to subscribe for $1.
Get all your news from me, guys. Only trust me. I am the only person right on every single topic. Everyone else is wrong on at least one thing. I'm the only one right on everything.
A month, or get 30% off unlimited access through my link. Thank you, Ground News, for sponsoring this video. In my last video, I talked about a conservative in Vosh's Discord named Extreme Dad, and how Vosh and his community labeled him as a pedophile just for being a conservative.
Why can't you just come out and say, I'm a proud ephebophile, and I want to absolutely clap some underage cheeks? Should I ban you from this? I don't want you like courting any kids here.
Extreme Dad has been getting harassed for this ever since, so he asked Vosh again a year later to clear the air on it, and Vosh denied Dad, saying too bad. What I didn't know is Dad asked Vosh just this last year if he could clear the air for him, and Vosh mocked him for it.
If you could tell the people what made you decide to lie and with intent deceive and defraud your audience, calling me a pedophile when you knew that to not be true, and what's kept you from retracting that when all the evidence and everything come out and you've ignored me, you haven't responded to my emails, you know, you cost me a lot, your audience has doxed and harassed me, the compounding negativity that you've caused me.
Wait, is this Extreme Dad?
It sure is, buddy.
Okay.
Do you realize that people still harass me about that today?
No, that's the idea of this being anything other than self-directed is unfathomable to me.
Hold on. Vosh called Dad a pedo over and over again without any evidence and is now denying any of the hate he gets.
Listen, Extreme Dad, I don't remember anything about our engagement.
Well, let me refresh your memory. You said
perhaps it might.
I just want to make
perhaps it might be most effective to just briefly apologize and then.
Wait, I don't know. Apologize. What? Sure. I don't even know what the stakes are.
Saying you said that I was in your server, that you caught me preying on minors in your community. You said on
Discord server. I think I remember
your Reddit account, Irish Laddie, said that I got caught preying on children.
Sir,
Okay,
you have to let him respond. You've made an allegation. Vosh, go ahead.
No, I don't even know. I think I remember like 3 years ago, Extreme Dad was somebody who was on my stream once or twice, and then some years ago, somebody was like, "Oh, he was being
I was rewriting history."
And then later, someone was like, "Oh, what happened to Extreme Dad?" And I was like, "Oh, that happened to Extreme Dad." I don't directly manage this.
I'm gonna do that one day. I'm gonna orchestrate a falling. Actually, you know what's gonna happen, Isaac? After you do your research on Kamala Harris, I'm gonna orchestrate a fallout between us, just like what happened with Destiny and San. And then I'm gonna become a San. I'm gonna become the guy who constantly lies about you, and then you'll become Destiny.
I'm a very busy
No,
guy.
but you directly manage the words that come out of your mouth.
He's lying. He said that Dad was talking to multiple underage girls in his Discord, which is not true.
Should I ban you from this? I don't want you like courting any kids here. We have like a DM system over this website. How many chicks are you messaging right now, Extreme Dad? I know a few of them that are underage. I'm not giving you their names. Flirting with 14-year-old girls, saying like, something like, you know, I can be your daddy. You know, I go rough or some shit like that, knowing that they were 14. We had to ban him from the server for that. We've got screen caps, logs, everything. It's incontrovertible.
Vosh will never directly take ownership for his misdeeds. He'll always weasel around. Dad calls him out.
I don't directly manage Discord server moderation because I'm a very busy
No,
guy.
but you directly manage the words that come out of your mouth.
Okay.
And you went on stream and you said to your audience that you had caught me preying on minors.
Okay, I don't remember.
And that was not true, was it?
Words.
That's pretty much what happened.
If you just stood up and you were like, yeah, you know what, F it. I do go for that sweet teen pussy, and then dropped shit and left the chat, I mean, no one would like you, but there would be a certain level of respect for your bravado, I think.
What? Vosh downplays all of this as all I did was ban you from Discord. It can't be my fault.
Generally speaking, I think that my Discord mods do a good job of assessing. People complain about them, of course, but complain about everyone, of assessing whether or not somebody's like engaging in bad behavior. However, the idea that like you being removed from a Discord server and flippantly mentioned by me has led to 3 years of harassment towards you is, I'm just going to say it without any knowledge at all, insane.
Kamala is a hoe. No, she actually is. She slept her way to the top 10 for this. Go fucking base, dude. What the hell? I didn't know this. And she also blew former... Dude, that's awesome. She's bad news, man. Imagine if Biden dies and becomes president and starts doing orgies.
Debates with you, and I think we have some pretty strong political disagreements. So I think
you already sold man her. You don't have to keep going. The orgies well, we're in the middle of war in Iran or something. Dude, that'd be so odd. What the fuck, dude? That's sick.
At least some of the negativity had to have been warranted based on direct engagements with you.
Yeah, okay. But some of it was probably the result of saying that I was preying on minors in your community, I would imagine.
Well,
right? That would probably cause a little bit of negativity to be sent my way, right?
Well, I mean, I guess if I'm officially...
And that wasn't true. So
right?
I'm just saying, can you apologize for saying it?
Take your word for it. You know what? I'm sorry for all the harm that I've caused you. I don't know.
So
I don't know if I have, and I certainly don't think it was knowing, but I hope that you do well.
The top comments on this video are all dunking on Dad, with one being, never heard of Extreme Dad, but his behavior makes me confident that he was trying to pick up minors in the Discord server. But you see, Vosh has been giving terrible sarcastic apologies for things he actually did wrong for years. Vosh got in trouble for sexually harassing 2 women in Destiny's Discord. It's important to note that for some of this period, Vosh went by the username Irish Laddie. You could still tell it's him by just how degenerate the messages are, though. Alright, I'll try and put this as neutrally as possible. I don't actually support bestiality, but I find it hot conceptually. I love big cock. And horse cocks are as big as they come. Pretty nice looking too. The thought of somebody being so horny and cock hungry that they turn into an animal to slate their carnal interest is very hot. Like the idea of you curiously touching or stroking one. And she goes, I mean, you shouldn't touch a horse like that. Vosh replies, no, of course you shouldn't, but you can fantasize about it and talk about it, clearly egging her on to join with him in the fantasy. She doesn't reply, and Vosh talks about how it gives him a half chub. He then apologizes for pushing her boundary. Okay, done. You realize she's not into it and stopped. But Vosh doesn't stop. Going, you know, I think you're attractive. She says, thank you. Vosh asked, and you, me? She says, IDK. And Vosh replies, wow, rude. She says sorry. Okay, Vosh has now been turned down twice, so what's he do? He offers dick pics. She says no. Vosh then talks about how his penis is so great. She then implies that Vosh is sexually harassing her, and he doesn't want to talk about it. And there's another girl named Poppy that would share a similar story. Poppy was venting to Vosh about her boy problems. Vosh couldn't care less and asked to derail the conversation. There's no real way for me to ask this without coming off as a dude bro. And I recognize this comes from a place of entitlement, but it really does quite confuse me. Why are you so disinterested in being flirtatious with me? And I know that you're not entirely sexually disinterested in men. I also know I'm genuinely pretty sociable and charming. She says she's not into it at this point in her life. Later, she would talk about how her new boyfriend made her like sex. And Vosh would call her a prude. She'd say she's not. Then Vosh says, so now that we brought the sexual tension up to a simmering level in here, I know what you're thinking. She'd try and shift the conversation to politics. Vosh then says, I know you want to see it, but you're a spiteful little fuck, and I know you share my dick pic around, even though it's in the upper spectrum of your preferred dick size range. She then replies, dude, no, don't send me your dick. Vosh writes, yeah, obviously you'd send it around. Prove to me I can trust you. Baiting her for nudes. It's very manipulative behavior. Take this picture of my dick, send me nudes, otherwise you don't trust me as a
I remember what the PDF looked like too. I remember the first page. I don't know what it looks like in my head, but all I can describe is it was like it looked like it had like a blue banner here, and it was like I don't think it was from Minnesota, but it like had it was a thing like this, and it had a blue banner. It was like Dollar Speciality.
This would happen over and over again. Vosh would get put on trial in Destiny's Discord server, and he would play dumb, focusing on the irrelevant.
Never once in the entire time that I spoke with Poppy did I send Poppy a dick pic. In that specific conversation, I was frustrated with Poppy because it seemed like after months of them calling me a racist, they were then making weirdly kind of like, oh, he's not bad comments, which frustrated me. So I sent like, hey, fuck you. If I sent you a dick pic, you just leak it and use it as more evidence against me. Given the context and given that prior she'd spent months harassing
Hold on. Whoa. Okay, I don't know if you normally talk to people with a lot of social problems, but you're lying to me, okay? You very, very, very clearly in this conversation are looking with some sort of sexual reciprocation. This is not something that you're saying.
Let me find the image. Am I? Hold on. Maybe I'm thinking of the wrong image. Hold the fuck on. I'm looking at like, is there like multiple fucking albums?
So now that we've brought the sexual tension up to a simmering level in here, I know what you're thinking. And then she doesn't engage and talks about Trump, and then you immediately re-engage sexually and say, I know you want to see my dick pic. Like, this is not like... And then when you go, and then when you hit it up afterwards with the prove to me and I can trust you, right? Where you're trying to bait out her sending nudes to you, and then in the next message where you continue to say that like I know that you enjoy these conversations. These are not the messages of somebody that's being incredibly spiteful because they're upset somebody said something in Discord. This is you hardcore trying to manipulate somebody into sending you nude pictures. This is like there's no other reading of this. Like
I suppose I disagree.
It's a lot of the same rhetoric Vosh uses to excuse the lolly on his folder or his old CP arguments, claiming things are out of context when they're not.
Obviously, they've been cut together to make me look as bad as possible. If the goal is to make me look bad, that is what you...
To be fair, there were some clips circulating that did take Vosh out of context, but they didn't necessarily... I guess some of them misrepresented his positions, but his positions were insane. And also his position is that truth doesn't even matter, so...
You certainly wouldn't...
What do you guys think about the Iranian leader? No way that was natural, right? Or am I looking too much into it? It looks like it was natural. There's no reason to believe it wasn't natural. There doesn't seem to have been a super great motive for Israel or anyone else to kill him, really. I mean, there was fog. There was fog during when the helicopter was flying, right? And then also, I feel like there was something... There was no good reason to kill him. The Iranian media has a strong incentive to call out, would have a strong incentive to say, hey, we think this is foul play, but they aren't calling it out. It seems like Iran would have every incentive to... Oh, my webcam's frozen. Awesome, dude. Seems like Iran would have every incentive to sort of call out if this was foul play, but they're not doing so. So that's pretty good evidence of them. Yeah.
Not, or saying that it's too old to hold them accountable.
I remember them as I remember them, and it is entirely possible that the specific context which may exonerate or condemn me has been lost to time, or we could just go back and look at the...
Okay, so would you say that you're not being flirtatious with her in these messages?
I would say that my frustration with her is in some way rooted in sexuality, but no, I have no interest. This is
my frustration with her, dude. What the fuck? My frustration of her is in some way rooted in sexuality. What the fuck, dude? I'm curious. Did he actually take a discernible dip?
Right? Sure.
He lost a fair amount of subscribers.
Started arguing with one another because I think that happened in early 2018.
Okay, well, regardless of what it is, I mean, it's just...
I guess he did take a dip, but not that significant. It's kind of significant for him because he's been stagnant for 2 years, bro. I guess timing just was messed up after all those tensions. Yeah, that's where he got. But I just don't. There's not a super great reason to kill him. It does create some type of power struggle in Iran, but I don't know. I don't even know if Israel really wants that.
Just like a bunch of like messages where like they're very clearly like not engaging with you sexually, but you keep trying to push them in that direction.
He's waffling just like he did in his response video for having Lolly on his hard drive. And also like in that video, when backed into a corner, Vosh blames his autism.
And since then, I've been really careful about engaging with people because I am, and I hate to pull this out because this sounds like some bullshit ass fucking invalid self-defense, but I am autistic.
Once more deferring to something people often say to excuse their bad behavior. I am autistic.
With Vosh, it's always that he's answered this before. He's not given a fair shake.
Destiny, I really feel like you're not giving me a fair shake here. I feel like I'm explaining this.
Well, what you feel like is you kind of like wrap together a fairly convincing narrative that would hopefully make me forget about a lot of what I'm reading, and you're trying to tie it together using evidence that we can't look at right now, which is ambiguous voice chats by people that aren't willing to come forward and corroborate any of them.
I never want all voice chats. There are public chats in d.gg and in polychats which would collaborate with what I've said. For 2 or 3,
well, the public chats don't make you any better because the public chats are you making like very sexually explicit comments again about Poppy.
Poppy knows my deep dish prolapse dicking bloodline technique will leave her screaming like a chimpanzee. Let's be real, if there was a politics meetup, I would absolutely be able to seduce Poppy. Vosh will then go on stream and state why he's never going to apologize to Poppy.
Really nasty stuff. Nasty bottle. But that's the gist of it. Poppy is not worth apologizing to. She is barely worth the intrinsic human rights to which all human beings are endowed, okay? She is a disgusting human being. And that doesn't mean
I might have to go looking through my old VODs, bro.
But I would love to have her on stream sometime because she is a nervous, anxious, neurotic liar, and it would be really, really easy to reduce her to a sobbing mess publicly. Would this make me look better in the public eye? No, it would make me look worse. But it would be very satisfying.
This is all because she didn't want his dick pic. Vosh eventually had no choice but to apologize, but it's in a very Vosh way. It would make it sound like it's all from a year and a half ago, even though it just happened 30 days earlier.
It had been a while since I had looked over those logs. I mean, I don't regularly go over old conversations that I had with people who are no longer my friends. And the last memory that I had of those logs was the one which I had when Poppy had first.
Bro, I don't even know when I read it,
sexually
man.
harassing her. When I was
everyone said it posturing against Israel, especially after the bluff following October 7th. If there was any time to claim Israel the president, that time would be yesterday, and now that's what leads me to believe it was an accident. Yeah.
That I had pushed boundaries, that I had been
it was before this, probably before that.
Towards sexual conversation. And people called me a harasser, a sexual harasser. And I thought, no. I'm not a sexual harasser. I just did those things I just described.
I was working to achieve ultimate fusion between socialism, Bidenism, and Elliot Rodgers.
I just was
oh shit.
Perhaps not as
how do I fucking turn that?
The conversational partner's discomfort as I could have been.
Oh, there's no way I'm gonna be able to find it. And if I could pause again, god damn it.
Do those things make me a sexual harasser? And I've thought about it over the past few days. The question seems a little leading. You can probably tell where I got. And the answer is that it doesn't really matter what I think.
Who apologizes like this? Why is this a 17-minute video? This guy has so many skeletons in his closet when it comes to just how manipulative and dishonest he is. Vosh now hates Destiny, so he decides to take Destiny out of context and call him a grape apologist. This started with Destiny responding to a viral tweet of a woman saying, "A dude slipped off his condom during sex after I asked him to wear one earlier that week. It's been bothering me and I was too awkward to say anything." Destiny responded saying if you're not emotionally mature enough to say anything when he does this, then you shouldn't engage in sex. Otherwise, the alternative is men having to treat every woman like a retarded child. Vosh sees this and frames it as Destiny thinks all rape victims are stupid.
Just a person on Twitter who tweeted that she'd been raped like several times.
Maybe Iran
and essentially
did it.
asked men to not do that.
I guess technically the guy who's like there were basically two people in line to be supreme leader of Iran next. Either the guy who was killed, the president who was just killed in the helicopter crash, or the current supreme leader's son. So maybe the supreme leader's son did it. Who knows?
I guess
that's more likely than Israel did it, probably.
Tweeted some snarky shit,
but it looks like it was
and then
natural.
Destiny jumped in and said something about how like if she wasn't strong enough to speak up to the guys who were raping her, then it ended with him calling her like a retarded child for not having the strength of character to speak up to a rapist or whatever. Like out of nothing.
The conversation is about communication during sex and how both sides play a role, not defending rape. But Vosh would push this narrative stream after stream.
When he was doing his like rape apologia arc and like laughing and saying that like a woman who was raped was a child, like if he got banned from Twitch for that, I would have thought, yeah, no shit.
He's slandering Destiny, and of course he doesn't show any receipts or context to back it up, ingraining in his audience mind that Destiny is a rape apologist. They have nothing but his word to go by. What does that remind me of? He didn't show Ethan giving his argument once when responding to Ethan. He didn't show any evidence of extreme dad when framing him as a pedo. He didn't show any of Poppy's messages or complaints when responding to Poppy. He does this so he could revise history and instill that version into his audience. In all of these situations, Vosh claims they're out of context.
The goal is to make me look bad. That is what you would do. You certainly wouldn't showcase any context that makes me look good.
You should really watch this segment. They didn't just watch the out of context clips. They watched some of the explanations too. No.
Sure, he apologizes, but not for what he's accused of. It's for him being autistic or cringe.
I said that I had behaved cringily.
I cringe looking at it. It's great evidence against me if the point that people are trying to make is that I was or indeed still am cringe.
Again, I'd like to remind everyone listening that the worst thing that can be thrown my way, given the evidence provided, which has been admittedly cut up and out of context, the worst thing that one could accuse me of is being kind of creepy and manipulative with one person or two people if you don't want to accept my explanation of the second person.
Or he's sarcastic.
You know what? I'm sorry for all the harm that I've caused you. I don't know. I don't know if I have.
This has happened year after year after year after year with this guy, but he never gets better. I don't think I've ever said this about someone who hasn't done something illegal, but Vosh is a bad guy. He's not someone who did something that's bad. He is bad. He's shit. Vosh is also just kind of a moron. He's lacking common sense. He thinks that if somebody is pointing a gun at you, you don't have the right to shoot back.
One of the guys chasing this guy literally has a pistol drawn. Come on, dude. You're really going to do this?
Yeah.
Really? You don't think that it's fair to assume
the person
that
with the pistol hadn't fired?
You?
The person with the pistol hadn't fired. They were like right up close. It seems like that was more of an attempt at apprehension than it was at murder.
Vosh thinks Kyle Rittenhouse should have better trigger discipline than the police do. Vosh thinks Kyle should live up to the same moral standards as Iron Man.
All I know is I've seen a lot of Marvel movies, and in the part where the good guy gets framed and he turns around and there are a bunch of angry cops and civilians staring at him, he drops the gun and puts his hand up in the air, and he doesn't unleash the Iron Man laser and cut down 300 people. Who are threatening him implicitly by surrounding him and not allowing him free access out.
Marvel movies is where Vosh gets his self-defense analysis from. He's so debate-brained, he thinks water and agua aren't the same thing.
But let's just use the example of water.
I'm reading the abstract and collusion like a
H2O.
giga research chat right now, guys.
That water has not always been H2O?
Yeah, all you have to do is cross the Mexican border. And over there, it's aqua. That's H2O, not water.
Aqua means water. Aqua is water.
It's a different term.
Actually, it's agua. It's not aqua, right?
And we're referring to terms and definitions here.
No, I'm referring to water, the stuff that fills lakes and rivers.
The stuff that fills
about the word water.
Many things fill lakes and rivers.
Okay.
Dude, that's so funny. Many things fill lakes and rivers.
I mean when I talk about water, or are you just being a little difficult? Do you not think water is H2O?
But I think we've come up with a term to describe what we refer to as water.
This guy's retarded. Vosh also thinks he would be great if he was elected into Congress.
I am autistic. And I would fucking crush it in the House of Representatives. Are you fucking kidding me? If I could somehow delete my edgy past and just run on office 20 years from now, are you fucking kidding me? Autism I would fucking obliterate Washington. Holy shit. I could out-talk anyone in the fucking halls of Congress easily. Absolutely, 100%. I'll do it. I'll be the snakiest little fucking worm tongue the world has ever seen.
You already are. Living the dream, Vosh. If I was to like anything about Vosh, it would be that he tried to raise Jesse Lee Peterson.
I'm a homosexual.
You what?
I'm a homosexual.
You're
I have
homosexual?
to be in favor of it, yeah.
Are you really? Mm-hmm. And what does that mean to be a homosexual? What is that?
I'm just like you, Reverend. I love all people, every single one of them.
But you love them in a sexual way, right?
Oh, not the kids. But yeah, absolutely.
He's so weird. He always brings up the children.
I think, by the way, you look wonderful today. So I think
Are you liking me right now?
Oh, no, not like that. I just think that you're fantastic. You're aged wonderfully. You've got all this beard going on. You're well haircut. I think that you're a phenomenal example. If you were into men, you'd have your pick of the cut, let me tell you.
If I was to compliment Vosh, though, it would be that he's not as bad.
Smasher. What's up? Welcome to the stream. Dream is to be
As Hassan when it comes to covering geopolitical issues. He also has expanded mind to his audience as much as one of his biggest offenders. There's a lot of new information there. That will be next video. Subscribe to the channel. Shout out to the homies over on Patreon. Phoebes, Crimson Glass River, Christina Vina, Mac Monkey, Drain Kobex, Necro Valley, Stefan Billman, Abby Blackbird, Eddie Bizzle, Tiz McFitz, Christopher H, TV Anthology Reviews, Kanklemore, Sennial Music, Lucas If, and the mega homies, Reynolds Hughes, Hellison, IGP, Cone, Zombie Fox, or Taxi, Latchkey Gothboy, Cyber Katie, Lori.
Okay, don't care. Keffel. I'm not touching Keffels. I don't care. White revisionist thoughts. I don't know anything about her. I know nothing about her. I know nothing about Keffels. Not learned any of the drama. I refuse to learn anything about the Keffels drama because there are infinitely better uses of my time. Infinitely better uses. I will never learn. She's been involved in like 6 different dramas I don't care about. Thank you, Manic Witness 66. Maniac Witness, sorry. Oh my god. Do you care more about Cody 20? I care infinitely more about Cody 2012 than I care about Keffels. Lovely channel, thank you. Real chill. He's gonna genocide the chat. I might. I don't know. There seems to be some weird people in here right now. Oh my god. I'm gonna ethnically cleanse. Ethnically cleanse the chat. Do I like genocide? No, I do in fact not like it. When you go to Kettle's Drama, make sure to make it a great channel. If I ever do go over to Kettle's Drama, which I won't, I will milk it for as much content as I could possibly get out of it. I don't know why, because I'm Palestinian. It kind of gets me off, though. I really like the IDF roleplay. Do you mean that's sexually? Okay. I don't know what the fuck is going on here, but I don't know if I'm a fan. I don't know if I'm a fan. What is happening, Kyle? That's a good question, Kyle. I don't really know. I started playing a Vosh video, and this is the people you get when you do that, apparently. Who knows? Destiny challenged by Loner Box Agent. Oh, Menard, what is Menard content maxing? Oh, I thought he 101 views. How did Menard get 101 views, man? What the hell? If I just name my stream, bro, no way. No way he made shorts from this. He looked so bad in this. He was outright wrong on this.
Somebody better, guys. He comes to this debate with a false premise saying, hey, all I have to do...
He's wrong on this. Resolution 181 isn't binding. There's no way he made shorts in this. I'm jerking off right now. Fuck you. Okay. Welcome to the stream, everybody. Let's get a twerk break for that one, chat. That was dude, that's sick, awesome, dude.
I know what Menard's gonna do. I know he's so stupid. I'm such a smart guy. So this is what I'm gonna do, guys. I'm gonna go look at his debate and see what's his best argument. His best argument is Resolution 181 is binding. All I have to do is prove Resolution 181 is not binding. That means I win the debate. Turns out you failed.
Yeah, no, I would kind of guess that, white revisionist. I would kind of guess that one. Show you, black man.
Even if I give it to you, which you haven't proven, Resolution 181 is non-binding. All you said was General Assembly's resolutions are generally non-binding, and Security Council resolutions are generally binding. Okay, who cares? I can show you some special circumstances to break.
My name
both
has nothing to do with my Aryan roots.
So anyways,
racist.
so that doesn't even matter. So Resolution 181 was actually, let's say if it wasn't legally binding, yeah, let's say I give it to you, it wasn't legally binding. Turns out, what else does Israel use to rely on? What standard can it rely on to say this is actually our... Is this your...
Emerald, are you fucking... Bro, how do you get 102 views on this? I think it's just YouTube. I guess all this other shit. It's just YouTube being YouTube, so it randomly chooses a video to promote. What is it? Oh no, Minar.
My brothers, how is everybody today, man? I want to talk to somebody, the smartest of all of you.
Oh, I forgot Minar just goes into politics chats.
Which one proclaims to be the smartest?
I should just do that. I should just join random politics chat and find this shit. Minar owns you, little bro. Accurate, true. I love when he waits to see hot on me. I don't.
One of the biggest community.
Am I gonna learn anything from this? Hold on. I'm just curious.
Investigations finished up, resulting in
if you had a drink, you might stop watching politics 24/7. I think you should do drugs instead of politics. Better for mental
being
health.
exposed for misappropriating over $100,000 in donated GoFundMe money.
If anyone ever finds out about how I spent the GoFundMe, I am definitely getting canceled.
Spending it on doxing multiple innocent people. But it's Keppel, so she can't own up to anything. Take accountability for anything. No, she has to frame an artist as transphobic, making the artist go private. I haven't heard from them since. This video isn't just about Keppel's career ending. It's about her trying to bring everything down with her. Her response has been to call everyone transphobic, leading to other left-leaning political streamers to do the same without ever watching the video.
None of this is accurate. Wait, what? It was the first I've ever heard of Keppel's. Is it not accurate? I haven't seen it, so I'm not claiming that it's accurate.
Then she calls everyone drama freaks for reporting her committing a crime.
Angry from drama freaks. I'm not planning on making any sort of response because I don't think I owe anyone a response.
Yeah, we can't let her get away with this. It's so satisfying sitting back and watching 2 years worth of lies finally come crumbling down, and I'm celebrating. with Fume. Not everything in a bad habit is wrong, so why not remove the bad from your habit? Fume is the award-winning flavored air device.
Bro, what if this is the fucking cigarette Bosch smokes?
That does these. Oh, that's the
Don't
good
care,
stuff.
don't
When I'm
care.
working, I get bored and grab another snack that I definitely don't need, or my 4th cup of coffee. Now I just
Don't care.
Go to tryfume.com/WillyMac or scan the QR code and use code WillyMac at checkout to get 10% off today. Thank you, Fume, for sponsoring.
Like, who is Nick Mullen? Dude, I don't know, dude. I'm getting sexual vibes, so unless you want me to come watch it, what is happening? Okay. Awesome. Listen, I don't want you to be timed out yet,
This video.
but just know you're on the verge of being. Oh, you
I've been
banned
documenting
him
and pushing
totally.
back
Yeah,
against couples
okay,
GoFundMe
man.
for 2 years now. Where if you question anything at all, you were framed as a conspiracy theorist, a bad faith actor.
People were so gracious, they came together and they helped me out. And while I really respect it, it's brought a lot of people to do the QAnon brain bullshit about me, where they're saying I'm stealing money from my fans.
I will never do a GoFundMe breakdown for bad
Oh, I'm out of content podcast. Two
faith actors.
ironies.
When people would rightfully ask for updates, she'd respond to them with memes. She'd suddenly have the money for new streaming gear, travel, drugs, rehab, while revealing that she hadn't even started working with a lawyer yet.
But now I'm going to be focusing more on the legal things because I'm settled down, I'm back in Canada, and I have time to work on this now.
And if you questioned her, no matter how much you disavow transphobia, you're transphobic. While through now leaked DMs from her group chat, she proved the conspiracy theorist right. Keffels would write, feels really bad watching the GoFundMe deplete. The rest will cover a year's worth of rent and my psych fees if I talk to a psychologist once a week for the next 11 months. I keep trying to think of how it depleted so fast, and it's just so many little things. Travel and replacing furniture and helping my friends out by buying new streaming gear and clothes. That is not what the money was raised for. None of those things were stated in her GoFundMe. This is fraud, and these messages are from only 2 months after she raised the money, meaning she burned through most of it before she even decided who she was suing. She'd continue, if anyone found out how I spent the GoFundMe, I am definitely getting canceled. Now, it's not just luxuries that the money was wasted on. I want to make abundantly clear, not a single dollar of the used money was spent in a meaningful way. She raised the money to move to a safe location that wasn't doxed, while spending her time tweeting out and streaming her location. But more importantly, she revealed why she moved. It wasn't to get away from her doxers, it was to get away from her ex.
And there was a criticism that I frequently got throughout that time. How does moving to a different country help you with online harassment? And as we found out, it didn't. And
Man, Nightbot is deleting a lot of messages right now. Oh man, guys, can we chill out? Chill out a little. Oh, can't have that, Noah Smasher. Ooh. Can we get a poll if we want to ban? I'm definitely timing out Noah Smasher. For I don't know, 200 seconds to start out with. You need to chill out, man. If you come back and you're not chilled out, man, same shit, different day. Yeah, this is accurate. Then might be looking at a ban. Listen, we'll give him another chance after he's timed out. Maybe 200 years would be better. He gets one more chance. One more chance. I'm a forgiving person, guys.
I left the country because of my ex.
That's not what the money was donated for. Again, that's fraud. But it goes even deeper. The one good thing you could have argued that Keffels did was spend some of the money filing legally through the Human Rights Tribunal of Ontario.
The reason they decided to go with the Human Rights Tribunal rather than a lawsuit is because the Human Rights Tribunal has unique powers that a civil suit does not.
The reason I decided to ultimately go through the Human Rights Tribunal rather than the lawsuit is because the Human Rights Tribunal has powers that a civil suit does not. All I would get is money. I am pushing for police body cams. Papers are being processed and it could take up to 6 years. The London police have already had an initiative to get body cams on every cop by 2025. So really it's just another way for Keffels to ask for more money. I've already torn apart this document in one of my previous videos. Look there if you want more details. I don't have much faith in her case at all. Instead, she's seemingly been spending the money doxing people, posting bad empanada's full name, his address, admitting she's got second thoughts, full name and address as well, saying I did it myself. I never published this info. It's just like a game for me. She got this by paying private investigators for it. Her dream is to retire from streaming and be a professional private investigator, to dox people professionally. Right now, it's just some hobby for her. Half the reason why Keffels was able to raise so much money is because she kept getting doxed. So why is she doing it to innocent people? These DMs are now leaked. Their personal information is everywhere. What are you doing? Did this take GoFundMe money to do? So what is Keffels' response to this career-ending evidence? Well, it's to call everyone transphobic. I understand people have criticisms of me. I don't think I'm above being critiqued. That said, was it really necessary to use a transphobic caricature of me in the thumbnail while not using my pronouns in the video announcement? But if you just click the community notes, you can see that Muda did use her preferred pronouns. As for the transphobic art, it's not transphobic at all. It's drawn by just a worm who makes ugly characters of everyone. It's his art style. Keffels has used his art in her own thumbnails. This accusation would rally her audience as well as some left-leaning creators into bullying the artist into going private.
Just a worm is his name, and it really is just a style. Here's a couple examples. Okay, so here's the thing, right? This isn't a defense.
She has to think so hard to make this terrible argument.
If I call all of my friends, I'm like, you are engaging in some real tomfoolery, in some real baboonery. I can say that as many times as I want. I'm not making that joke about one of my black friends. Because now it's fucking insane. And now it's objectively just racist. I don't get to say, well, I say this about everybody.
Nobody has ever called you racist for that.
You can't just make the same joke at everybody because that's not how society works. You can't just do that.
Well, what do you want?
Which one? You can't say any of them on Twitch, is my opinion, and I don't allow them in my chat. Oh, wait, hold on. I just realized you typed that in your chat, in this chat. Yeah, we don't allow that in the chat, buddy. Twitch doesn't seem to like them. I think I try to avoid saying it for the most part. What, communism? No, not communism. The C word that you just used, I try to avoid saying for the most part. The other C word I have no strong opinion on.
Can we just treat Keffels like a regular person? She wants it to be transphobic so bad.
He can't just like say, oh, well,
Yeah,
it's the
that
artist who
one.
made that drawing.
Yeah,
no,
you can't, guys. You literally can't use it on Twitch. It's insane that Frogan gets to use it, apparently, but I can't use it. I can't use it. If I use it, I'm getting banned, okay? So we don't allow it in my chat because Twitch doesn't like it.
You have responsibility to your audience to not be, I would like to think, not be openly transphobic. And if you're posting like this, it's your YouTube channel, it's your fault.
She's laughing because she knows it's stupid.
What
Fellow
about
artists
the
would show
word?
their solidarity
I don't know
with
what that word. Do I have to be careful about that word, or is that literally just a
there was
nonsense
no
word?
transphobic art, and because she made up this story, there is now transphobic art. She literally willed it into existence. Your wish has been granted. Keffels would make a follow-up tweet. I think if my actions were heinous, you wouldn't need to dehumanize me to an audience of millions of people in order to make the points you wanted to make. The bar was incredibly low, and Mudahar managed to still fumble it. Community notes would get her again, showing that Muda respected her pronouns and that the only insults he threw at her were from her own actions and not from her identity. She'd follow this up with another tweet. Anyways, I'm probably going to get harassed by thousands of people for standing up for myself. Now I'm going to do something fun instead of that. See you all when it dies down. You aren't being harassed for standing up for yourself. You're getting heat for misappropriating crowdfunded money. What's crazy is the GoFundMe is still up. You could still donate to it. Her tweet will get community noted again, citing that she was using a self-victimization method of manipulation, which she is. Every response Keffels or her community makes has nothing to do with the contents of Muda's video. It's all meant to distract you from the damning evidence that exists towards Keffels. They even went after Muda's wife, calling her a Nazi because she liked the tweet making fun of people calling her a Nazi. This is a real video on Reddit people are using as proof that she is a Nazi. It has nearly 1,000 upvotes. Muda dating a neo-Nazi made him go completely off the rails. Oh snap, did he really? Yep, forgot his girlfriend's handle, but she posted a lot of far-right conspiracy theories on here. I follow her, and no she does not. Imagine having to become a fascist just to get pussy. Exactly, and throwing everything you stand for away just for a relationship who hates you being a marginalized minority. So they aren't mad at the undeniable evidence Muda brings to the table. Instead, they're slandering his wife. This next one is insane. Though alt-rightoids ideology, Aryan marrying non-Aryans like Semites, Latinx, and sub-Saharan Africans. Muda and her are a fairly Aryan couple, and I believe Hitler would approve. He then goes in depth analyzing Muda's skin color to determine if he's an Aryan or not. Muda is part Aryan because Bahmins are an upper caste Indian from which the Indo-Aryan people derive. Indians have intermixed too much to be pure Aryans. They nonetheless have Aryan blood. So while they may be an interracial couple, don't marry Muda because of his Aryan ancestry. Or maybe she just married him because she likes him. Nobody knows what the hell you're talking about, man. This is the quality of criticism coming back at Muda. These people suck.
Cool, it doesn't really matter what I do because I'll always stay stuck as a fool. I'll never be cool.
Now Muda's video didn't make waves in Keffels' community, with plenty of people now questioning her. I found videos of someone saying Keffels had issues with fundraisers, but I wanted to know more before I made a choice. Is this that whole she used her GoFundMe to buy coke thing? No, the one with streaming gear and buying legal fees. No mention of Keffel buying drinks. Streaming gear? I'm not aware of this drama. On her subreddit, people were surprised that she lied about being woken up with a gun in her face.
On August 5th, I was woken up by...
Hold on, I'm a fucking idiot. Why did I think it was a girl? I have no clue. I thought it was a guy name. I wrote this shit down. What is this even from?
London Police Services, pointing an assault rifle in my face.
But every time they're retorted with some of the dumbest offenses. Muda's video was retweeted by Stone Toss, and Tipster acts like that makes the information in it bad for some reason. It makes no sense. Another user says, my secret hot take is I don't care if someone ripped off the woke scolds for any amount. That's something that I think a lot of haters forget when they try to use that as an own. I honestly don't care one way or the other. People donate to GoFundMes that fall through all the time. This didn't fall through, it was a heist. When Muda first announced he was making his video, Keffels immediately poisoned the well by calling him evil. Hi, privated the stream and ended early because Mudahar announcing his Catboy Ranch expose gave me PTSD flashbacks to 2022. The swatting, just incredibly dark stuff in my life. I couldn't handle it. I need to take some time. His replies are flooded with Kiwi Farms users right now. He's an evil who knows what he's doing. Yeah, he's the evil one. If you ever want to know how down bad the Keffels Defense Force is, look no farther than Denims. She titled her stream, Mudahar decides to be transphobic. The stream starts by playing other people's videos uninterrupted, auto-playing to the next video when finished.
Don't forget to hit the subscribe button and check out our daily show.
What's up, Greg, and welcome back to another episode of Boomers Getting Fooled by AI.
What the
When
fuck?
she finally
What?
decided to show up, she said she watched Muda's video and that none of it was accurate.
I watched a little bit of it, a little bit. And it was like recounting some streamer drama or something like that. I was watching it and I was like, none of this is accurate. Wait, what?
On note
This
110.
isn't even related to me. But I know the people in this video and none of this is accurate. You're just trying to portray this person as like a villain. And so you just didn't
Oh, it's just
report
this.
on any of their perspective. And then when it came to report on it, you just like ignored it. Like you were like, this isn't worth reading. So maybe, I haven't decided yet, maybe we'll watch the Mudahar video. I don't know if I can do it is the problem.
When challenged on this, she then admits that she's never even seen it.
This video is the first I have ever heard of Keffels. Is it not accurate? I haven't seen it, so I'm not claiming that it's accurate. I'm only talking about the thumbnail. I haven't even started. Whoa. Let's reel back.
Muda's like, here's a video exposing all of Keffels' lies, and she's like, nah, let's only talk about the thumbnail.
Let's talk about a couple things. I'm only interested right now in talking about the thumbnail. Okay? I'm only interested in talking about the thumbnail. Maybe we can watch some of the video. To be honest, the video itself, I don't care about. That's not It's not relevant. It's not important. I only care about the thumbnail.
Yeah, let's focus on this irrelevant thing instead of the actual point of the video. And when Ryan Beard points out that Muda only refers to Keffel's buyer-preferred pronouns, Denham's response is to insult Ryan.
I don't know what happened to Ryan Beard. I'm going to be honest. Who was it that cooked him? Was it FD Signifier? In case you were wondering what Ryan has tweeted, Gaza 0 times, Israel 1 time, ceasefire 1 time, and Palestine a total of 7 times, all of which were to tell people to vote for Biden. But man, do they find the time to tweet about online leftists. And that is like the biggest, like, it just doesn't, like that. This perfectly encapsulates what I'm talking about.
You're yapping. You haven't said anything. Can you tell this is Hassan's mod? Her audience is defending her by comparing Keffels to George Floyd. Can people like Muda stop saying this person is not a good representation for X minority? Like, people haven't learned anything from the BLM protests.
Maybe the AI can...
With the same logic, you can say that George Floyd is not a good representation for the black community because he had a criminal history. George Floyd was a regular dude who was killed while being detained by the police. Keffels is a self-described activist. Keffels obviously doesn't speak for every trans person, but she hides behind being a representative.
I'm a high-profile transgender activist. There's a big target on my back.
That's why people feel the need to point it out. The media seems to be slowly catching on with the Young Turks even correcting the story.
I feel sick to my stomach knowing that I amplified a con artist on the show. Obviously, I did not know she was a con artist. I did not do that on purpose. But at the end of the day, I'm the host.
Dude, I can't believe I fucking lost this PDF. I'm never gonna be able to fucking find it.
And I am responsible for what I say on this program.
Even calling out other media companies.
For all the other mainstream media outlets who fell for this con artist.
I hate this guy Hassan Leeds playing with peas at YouTube.
NPR.
I can't get over
Can we
this, like,
get a correction from you guys too?
I do the same thing every time I go upstairs to like get food or something. I say I'm pulling a Hassan and I leave the video running. It's so based. It's so based. Let's see your PDF, dude. I don't know where to find it. Where it fucking went. I swear I had it. It's literally, it's in one of my old VODs somewhere. So theoretically, I could find it. I just have to go through like all of my old VODs and it would take fucking forever to find. I can't believe I lost it. It's not the only thing that could give you that information. Whatever.
Want to revisit the work they've done and the misreporting they've engaged in. The fact that they were conned by a con artist like Keffels.
This is accountability. This is how stories should be corrected. And the Young Turks should be applauded for it. Hands in the air, get down on your knees. These are extremely serious accusations leveled against Keffels. That's why I find it funny that she acts like it's random YouTube drama.
Yeah, no, I'm not planning on making any sort of response because I don't think I owe anyone a response. When I say I'm done with drama, I legitimately mean it.
This is crazy. I've never seen somebody lie to themselves so much. It's so funny looking back at our old Discord messages. My background is in content creation. I am not great at what I do. I'm honestly too sincere to be good at it. I am too authentic to simply be an actor who makes videos online. Keffels is a chronic liar. I don't know if she'll face any legal repercussions over this, but her career is over. There is no coming back from this. Lied about the GoFundMe, the lawsuit, moving, Kiwi Farms, website zero, got addicted to drugs, 2 years later randomly claimed she was groped by the police, never mentioned it before, admitted to misappropriating the money in a group chat, and when asked about it, she says that it's just YouTube drama.
I don't care about any of this shit.
It feels good to finally wrap up the Keffels story. It's been a 2-year journey for me. If you want more, subscribe to the channel. Thank you, Kristen Nar, for some of the screenshots I used.
Okay. That's the only Keffel thing I'm ever touching. I've never, oh my god. Can't, oh yeah, it will be interesting. They do have to hold elections within 50 days. I guess 49 days now. Moving Islamic Republic hardline establishment facing uncertain future. An ultra-conservative president, 63-year-old Rassi, was killed Sunday along with foreign minister. That guy in a high-ranking official helicopter crash in Vermont's remote northwest. Says that he's still mega cringe cuck, because he's slightly more ripple these days. I mean, he's not a cuck anymore, I guess, because he's got divorced. And I think he recently just said he's gonna axe any introduction to him as progressive because he doesn't like the progressive people anymore. It does come at a delicate time for a country that faces unprecedented challenges at home and abroad. Okay, then he's a little more red-pilled, I guess. Blah, blah, blah. It'll be interesting to see what happens. I should remember over my Iran shit, but I don't. Hold on, where's my fucking textbook? I don't know where it is. I took a comparative government class in school, and I stole the textbook from it. I think I told this story before. But I stole the textbook for it. So I still have it. So I still have like a high quality textbook. And to be fair, I mean, I could just pirate it even if I didn't steal it. And actually, I kind of want the PDF online anyway, so I'm just gonna pirate it anyway because it's easier to like read on screen. But yeah. TYT saying the left has gone too far. You know, there's something going on. Well, Anna Kasparian kind of did her whole thing, whatever. The Twitch politics section feels like the aftermath of nuclear fallout. Kinda, yeah, I don't know. Listen, I never even wanted to be in Twitch politics. Okay, listen, I was a YouTube streamer for so long, and I decided, fuck it, might as well stream on Twitch too. For some reason, oh, what's up, Footboy John? For some reason, even though the myth goes that there's no discoverability on Twitch, clearly there's fucking discoverability on Twitch. Okay, clearly there's more than YouTube live streaming, at least. No one fucking watches my YouTube live streams. Well, I guess they watch the YouTube short stream. Yeah, 41 views right now. Kind of true. Twitch politics is gone through many changes. I've seen them all. I don't know. I've never politics. Not gonna lie, what's up with the terrible haircut? What, my haircut? What's wrong with my haircut, bro? Listen, I asked for haircut suggestions on stream. Actually, no one even told me anything, bro. I wonder if it's like this before October 7th. It was always like this. What do you mean? Yeah, most streamers started uploading with uploading VODs first, even if they're VODs of them on Twitch. Hey, Destiny VODs. Bro's got the Dylan roof cut. What's wrong? What my bowl cut, guys? It's awesome, chat. Awesome, chat. I actually, what's funny is I went to the barber and I specifically said, like, you look like a. It is rather bullish. You have nice hair. Well, thank you, Foolboy John, for being my one true fan here. Don't know what everyone else is upset with. I went to my barber and like specifically said, "Hey, it looks too much like a bowl cut right now." And then she just gave me another bowl cut. I don't know. I could style it more and it would look less like a bowl cut, I guess. But I don't know. Whatever. I don't care. I don't care that much about my appearance. So, but thank you, Foolboy John. Jesus, my one fucking defender. I'm mad, Jimmy. I don't understand what happened to that stupid fucking blah, 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 blah. I definitely had it written down at one point. You look good, man. Well, thank you, Maniac Witness. 2 defenders. Hell yeah. I at least have 2 defenders. Thank you, chat. My 2 chatters who are my 2 only actual fans. Everyone else is a fake fan. If you don't like my haircut, you're a fake fan. Oh, I don't know where it went. I don't know where it went. It's gone. It's gone. I swear I had it downloaded. It's not that. That's a book. Fake fan bandwave. Where the fuck is? Okay, maybe it's. I don't care if you have it. You're rocking it, man. What would be the ideal haircut for me? Low taper fade. I don't actually know what a low taper fade is. It was just funny. I see so many fucking I have no clue what it actually is. Oh, I'm not getting this. Gonna be me, guys. Oh, we might have to dye the hair blue too. I never actually agreed to do it, but I did reach 100 followers. Isaac did end up dyeing his hair blue. Also, Kyle, you'll enjoy this. You know how I did it doing a bro versus bro with Isaac for one of my games. I hope you know what that is. I think you know what that is. I chose the wheel game on Jackbox. You look at proper, dude. Can't say that on my chat. Twitch is gonna get mad. Can't say it in my chat, dude. What the fuck, dude? I'm making this my thumbnail on YouTube. I need Nest to play for you. No, but listen. Last time we played a wheel, I won. I'm pretty sure. So what the fuck? Fucking law. This fucking stupid fucking dumb fucking dude. Stupid fucking thing. Yeah, 1 to 6. How do you know that stupid Zoomer broccoli haircut? I have my haircut. Listen, I went to the barber and I said, do something that looks good. And this is what came out. You're Gen Z, get a broccoli hairdo. I don't even know. I don't keep up with Gen Z trends. You think I keep up with trends? What is this broccoli hairdo you are talking about? Oh, this was a political channel? Oh, it is. I've been distracted because there's a fucking PDF I want. I accidentally copied all this shit. Oops. You gotta fight your barber, bro. Oh, you mean this? Yeah, I should do this. A lot of PDF files around, but there was a fucking PDF I had. I've opened this PDF on stream before, and I was like, oh, I'll read this PDF later. And now it's gone. I don't know where it went. I don't know when I got rid of it. I want to read it, and it's not here. It's nowhere. I don't know where it is. It's gone. I don't know what the fuck happened to it. There was a good law article about dolo specialis and intent and shit, and it's gone. And it's gone. It's nowhere to be found. No clue where it is. What's your opinion on this agreement between Albert Einstein and I don't know. Why would I have an opinion on fucking time theory? Wasn't the other guy proven right though? Wasn't Einstein proven wrong with the fucking quantum physics stuff? Wasn't it like because God doesn't play dice with the universe, and then it turns out God does play dice with the universe. Check your internet history. That might have been in a PDF. It's been so long. It's not going to be in there. I've clicked on so many things. I also switched browsers, and I have to open Opera GX again, and I don't Also, GDX, I have no clue. I haven't read into that. I'm never going to find it. I'm never going to find it. I have to accept defeat. I have to accept defeat. It's over. It's over. It's over. It's over. It's over. What did the best? Not been proven that God's plays dice with the universe, as far as I can tell. With the quantum probability shit, and quantum tunneling, and the fucking collapse of the wave function. What's that shit called? The indeterminate paradox or whatever the fuck. The like paradox where like the more you know about the speed, the less you know about its location. What's that called? I don't know, but that's quantum indeterminacy. Hudson story of Talos creation. Thanks, Kyle. I don't know. I'm never gonna find it. Never gonna find it, bro. It's over. It's over. It's over. Okay. Do you watch Beavis and Butthead? Yeah, I'll put Beavis and hold on. Beavis and Butthead funniest moments. This guy's so real for that. Onions. Whereas through quantum mechanics are compatible deterministic and non-local model universe. What do you mean by deterministic? I don't know. Yeah, is this good for your ADHD brain? Hold on, let me put Bikini Woman on the screen too. Do you guys need this too? Do you need this stimulation? Do you want Frederick? Do you want Dumpster Dog? Is that what you need? I need TP for review. Deterministic means no randomness, but there is randomness at a quantum level. It's just on a quantum level, there's randomness, right? Isn't it? Hold on. Oh, let me get my shit, bro. Okay, here's my fucking. Okay, let me get rid of the nonsense on the screen. No, that hasn't yet been proven? What do you mean it hasn't yet been proven? It's literally indeterministic. At least according to physics, people, I don't know enough to say personally. Quantum indeterminacy. Well established theory in physics that states that some events called Q events are indeterministic. What's the... I don't remember the name of the thing. What do you think of this? It's gonna be some random shit. Time and timelessness. I don't care right now, Gidiox. I'm being so real. Wave function class. What's the... Is it the, what, observation paradox thing? Ugh, I don't think it's what it is. Schrodinger equation. You say Gidiox. Yeah, Panda Dude is Gidiox. He has a new account. Well, I noticed shouldn't hear about it. Oh, I never actually. This is unfortunately. I stopped reading the book. Okay, well, I don't know why the stream deck isn't working. I remember now. I actually got to this part of the book and it was too boring, and I stopped reading it on the quantum indeterminacy part. Oh shit, everything's breaking. Quantum indeterminacy. Yep, there you go. I don't know, bro. Isn't this wacky shit that goes on though? I'm pretty sure that's well established. Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Foolboy John. Oh shit. Thank you, Bfro. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream, man. What's up? Okay, I want to read this. Good one, Foolboy John. I guess we'll leave Beavis and Butthead open since you guys seem to like that. It's like 144p. Okay. So I take notes in self-defense, the exception prohibition doesn't apply if the prohibition itself is not engaged in a conflict is interstate in nature. I can't hear Beavis and Butthead. Yeah, you're not gonna. I don't want you to hear Beavis and Butthead. It's muted for me too, because we're not just watching Beavis and Butthead. I just put this here so your fucking ADHD minds can actually watch me read for a second here. Okay, fine. I'm starting my music. We're reading. We're chilling now. Being chilling. Self-defense applies only if the prohibition on the use of force is engaged. Let's start with this crucial point, one which Napo and I examined in a blog regarding previous iterations of the Gaza conflict, see here and here. Self-defense is an exception to the prohibition on the use of force in Articles 2, Section 4 of the Charter. The exception does not apply at all if the prohibition itself is not engaged, and that prohibition is at least prima facie interstate in nature. Consider the most obvious example, that of a state using force against rebels in its own territory. Even if thousands of people were killed in some kind of uprising, the state sensibly decided that it needed to use armed force to defend itself. This would not be self-defense in the Article 51 sense. Rebels are not protected by the prohibition on the use of force in Article 2, Section 4, which only applies to international relations, and the state doesn't need Article 51 to justify using force against them. Nor would its response be limited by necessity and proportionality, as the Justus Bellum uses the terms. There's simply no Justus Bellum interim. Maybe there should be one, but there isn't. Is this the International Criminal Court? What do you mean? This was written by some legal expert, I forget his name. This guy, professor of public international law at the university, yeah. Co-editor, remember this guy, yeah. This is just a blog post, though. Of war. How relevant is this to Gaza? Because it's not obvious that Article 2, Section 4 prohibition is even engaged when Israel uses force in Gaza, since the status of the territory is so uncertain. What is certain is that Hamas, the non-state armed group, is not as such either bound by or protected by Article 2, Section 4. I don't believe there's any reason against Israel's bombing campaign. It's understandable. But the reality of counterterrorism is a proportionate response only extends war and suffering. That's not true. I don't think you understand what proportionality means, idiots. Obviously, Israel should be bound by the rules of proportionality. Only extends war and suffering because you are constantly playing whack-a-mole of terrorists instead of doing enough physical power to stop them from getting power. What do you think? What do you think proportionality is? It's even not my hair. I hate this. Okay. When Hamas uses force against Israel, or when Israel uses force against Hamas, Article 2, Section 4 is just not applicable. This is a difficult conversation. As Hamas is proportionality is not disproportionate. By definition, so Israel would inflict much damage to Gaza as Hamas did Israel. I believe it should be disproportionate. That's not what proportionality means, though. It's not what proportionality actually means under international law. Proportionality is not Israel gets to kill as many civilians as Hamas kills civilians. That's dumb. That's bullshit. What proportionality is weighing the direct and concrete military gain to the expected damage to civilian and civilian objects. That's what proportionality is about. If the direct and concrete military gain is great enough, to justify killing how many ever fucking dead Palestinians you want in GDOX, then it's still proportional. Doesn't actually matter. Such as the hard work on stripping land in modern age, and a fucking course there's reasonable argument to stop killing children. Listen, chat, don't argue. Panda Dude is GDOX. I don't know. The viewers from before will remember who GDOX is. Ultimately, half of GDOX's argument just comes down to he thinks Palestinians is a fake fucking nations and they don't deserve anything. That's basically what his position is. I think I'm pretty reasonable. You don't. Basically, we're against something I haven't either. Even if you disagree with my conclusions, my reasoning here is entirely inherently unreasonable. How is my reasoning? Did I ever say it was entirely inherently unreasonable? I think I just said I don't think you'll understand what proportionality actually means. Can I show this on Twitch? I didn't even think of that. The implied tone, I am reasonable, because I don't even understand proportionality mean. Like, if you, like, the direct military gain is pretty high here, so, like, if Israel's military objective is to get rid of Hamas, and thinks an attack would do that, you can justify quite a bit of collateral damage under international law. There's no reason a proportionate response would necessarily restrict Israel's response when achieving its military objective. Okay, then we have different definitions going in. Exactly. Except my definition was right. Your definition is not. Why did you imply I'm crazy? Because you are crazy. Because you think Palestine's a fake fucking nation and you believe in the racial spirit of the Jews and you think the Jewish people should control the entire fucking region. I don't believe in a racial superiority. I didn't say the racial superiority of the Jews. I said the racial spirit of the Jews. We're advocating for the genocide deal with a terrorist threat. Many of whom are not even Palestinian, but Egyptian. How many people in Gaza aren't Palestinian? Neither does Article 51. I don't believe in any. I'm aware, GDOX, you don't believe in that. But to be clear, you have said to me before, verbatim, that Palestine is a fake nation. And we could go over all your borderline race realist take, but Gazan Palestinians and Hamas are composed of multinationals. First reward by race. Oh, thank you, Full John. I don't believe Palestinians having a nation state in the current situation is reasonable. I don't totally disagree with that. I believe Hamas would probably have to be gotten rid of before that happens, obviously. But I don't. So it's not. I know we've said it before. Hey, GDX, what do you think? What do you think about the West Bank? Do you think Israel should annex all the West Bank? I don't know if I can show Beavis and Butthead and Twitch, by the way. I forget that they. Article 51 will apply if and only if, in order to use force against Hamas, Israel indirectly uses force against some entity that's protected by Article 2, Section 4. I don't believe, as of now, since the PFLP and other terrorist cells are active in the West Bank, they should do military disengagement. That's not totally unreasonable. You've given away, Geniax, I'm happy for you, okay? You've given away more unreasonable takes before. You're chill. You're being pretty chill now, man. Congratulations. I trained a Palestinian guy to drive a semi-truck. You know, I don't disagree. I don't even disagree with you, Geniax. I don't think Israel should totally unilaterally disengage in the West Bank because there are terrorist cells there. Look at that, Gidiox. Imagine a scenario in which, in response to October 7th attack, Israel only used force for a few days in order to kill Hamas fighters on a territory of Israel itself. This would not be self-defense in meeting Article 51 in Charter because of the prohibition in Article 2, Section 4 would not be engaged at all when Israel uses force against a non-state actor in its own territory. Or imagine a scenario in which, in response to the October 7th attack, Israel destroyed a boat in the high seas, flying no state's flag, which was full of Hamas fighters. This again would not be self-defense in the meaning Article 51 of the Charter, since the prohibition on the use of force is not engaged at all if Israel fires at such a vessel outside the state's territorial sea. Note this is not the same question as to whether an armed attack in the sense Article 51 can be committed by non-state actors. I will return to it below. The point is simply that Article 51 is not kind of some type of freestanding rule that can apply without Article 2, Section 4. It's weird because I have a Palestinian friend. Is he in Palestine? Where is he in Palestine? Is he safe right now? I guess the fighting's kind of dulled down a little bit. At least until the upcoming. Oh, he's in Florida. Oh, okay, so he's a refugee. So what if Israel uses force against Hamas in the territory of Gaza? Do Article 2, Section 4 and 51 even apply? To answer this question would clearly be yes only in one scenario. If Palestine already existed as a state and Gaza was a sovereign territory, the prohibition on use of force would then apply between Israel and Palestine. Israel would need to rely on Article 51 not to justify using force against Hamas, but to justify using force in Palestine's territory without Palestine consent. In other words, if Palestine was a state, the situation would be exactly the same as, say, in the 2006 war between Israel and Hezbollah in Lebanon, or with frequent strikes against Hezbollah on a territory of Lebanon, or against Iran-affiliated groups in the territory of Syria. In all these cases, Israel has been using force on the territory of other states without their permission, and they could potentially justify this on the basis of Article 51. Slow down? No. Fuck you. I read as fast as I want, baby. Not my fault your comprehension's so far behind my Giga Chad brain. Listen, man. Drop a follow and I'll slow down. I will extort you for a follow. I haven't seen you follow yet. Thank you, boy John. I appreciate it. Thank you. Hell yeah. Let's get some Parse Blackman egg gifts for that one. Okay. Article 2, Section 4 would only clearly apply if Palestine had already achieved statehood and glad you're trying to have a conversation about this. Thank you, John. And what's the other thing? And Israel striking, and Israel is striking in its territory without its permission. Although it could potentially use, I should say, it then could invoke Article 51, as it does with strikes in Syria and Iraq, etc. But obviously this raises the question of whether Palestine is a cheap statehood. For most other states in the world, the answer is yes. For Israel and quite a few other states supporting it, the answer is no. There is legally no doubt whatsoever that the Palestinian people have the right to self-determination, which entails that there ought to be a state of Palestine. But there is doubt as to whether the ought has become an is, because the state of Palestine lacks the effectiveness criteria normally required to establish a new state. So because the basic dilemma here is whether the international community has, through collective action, such as recognition of Palestine's non-member observer state status in the UN, compensated Palestine's deficits in other respects. This is again a question with no obvious answer, on which reasonable people can disagree, and which also has implications elsewhere. For response to this argument here, gonna be nonsense, idiots. What even are we on about right now?
That's sorry. I'll just stop cutting you off, Tim. No, go ahead.
I don't know what this is.
No, you're
Who is this guy?
I got you pulled up on camera and everything.
I just Anyway, no, I wouldn't even call it fighting, but we're just defending positions. You know, somebody's got a position, I got a position. I'm not trying to argue with, but I mean, I'm trying to debate the situation, not necessarily have to deal with the insults. So once the insults can stop, you know, then we can have the conversation.
Okay.
You know? And we're working on it with him. You know, it's a slow process. So again, what you would consider fighting, I would consider just a debate.
Yeah, but sometimes it just gets out of hand and everybody's just yelling at each other. Yeah, I understand.
I love yelling at people. I love yelling at people.
This whole name calling, and this is not just for the show. This is for your average everyday life. You know, like you don't have to look at a Democrat and be like, oh, man, look at that fucking idiot with the damn mask on. You know, like you don't have to look.
Me, every time I see a Democrat with a mask on. For my part, I will only say that the case of Palestine state is substantially stronger than it was 15 years ago. The core difficulty, however, is that Israel, the state using force in Palestine's territory, does not recognize Palestinian statehood. Prosecute Fauci? True. Lock him up. This opens the question of whether Palestine, of if international law is worthless. We know you think that's idiots. And for that matter, Hillary Clinton and Obama. Yep, we know. But all the courts are rigged against Trump, clearly, but it's perfectly fine for you to call it lock up all these other people. A lot of Democrat COVID regime bastards in Biden. What has Biden even done to okay, whatever. Statehood, which is the question in which reasonable people can disagree. Ferdinand Duel talking about American Civil War and succession. What do you think? I think he's insane. Do you see the clip of him using ChatGPT to predict the election results? That was wild, dude. Guys, it'll be a landslide victory for Trump this time. Guys, it'll be a landslide Landslide this time, guys. Remember when he was wrong about it last time? Oh, I should take that. Okay, Reddit, awesome. Why would I actually want to watch the video?
Now add all Democrats, voters, and determine the winner.
What's funny is he was like, "Oh, ChatGPT's wrong," and then he said, and then he was like, "Oh, I misread it. It says Trump wins." Oh, it's right.
Victory for Trump, based on the assumption, plugging it all in, and it's totally wrong. Thanks for sitting here as ChatGPT was unable to do it. Let me just try one simple calculation. It's really like, so the numbers it gave us up until this point were good. And then it's okay. Well, actually, it says this projection suggests a landslide victory for Trump based on the assumption that the current independent favorability directly influences the total vote count and that party affiliated voter numbers remain constant from 2020. Oh, well, there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. There's
Well, if ChatGPT says it, it's got to be right, bro. Gotta be right. Besides the Palestinian messaging, later been shot between Palestinian messaging how it's understood in the West. In the original 1988 charter, Hamas clearly lays out the goal of annihilating Israel and Jews through jihad, Islamic holy war. Yet Israel will exist and continue to exist until Islam obliterated it, just as it obliterated others before. The day judgment, yeah, blah, blah, blah. We know. Hamas bad, whatever. Oh, the wait, the rock and tree quote though. The day of judgment will not come until Muslims fight Jews and kill them. Then the Jews will hide behind rocks and trees. Rocks and trees will cry out, "Oh, Muslim, there's a Jew hiding behind me. Come and kill him." Magnitude anti-Jew and anti-Israel self-sacrifice ideology is such a core part of Palestinian youth education media. There are many examples, but here are just a few. The first would be comical, but they weren't so perversive and diabolical. I've seen this before.
طيب انا طيب اسمع يا صديقي في عندكم يهود صديقي يا قيس هسه لا طيب انا سمعت هم بيجوا عليكم كل يوم بس هسه لا خلي وجهه
We have politics, so we don't have to get into fist fights, basically. Wild.
השבוע בחסות הג'יהאד האסלאמי. המופע האומנותי המושקע, על כך אין חולק, היה בגדר חיקוי אחד.
This propaganda has real-world effects. Hundreds of Palestinian children have been used as suicide bombers. I'd encourage people to read through this page, if any. Oh, it's Wikipedia. Well, this was during the Intifada, though. What about since the Intifada ended? On April 15th, what year? Yeah, 2005. It was all during the second Intifada. I don't think they've done anything like this since the end of the second Intifada. Unless this was in 2014. This was just a carrying out attack against it. This doesn't say suicide bomb. It just says carrying explosive. Oh, on his body, maybe. Okay. He took to carry out. Okay. Hamas's actions are in line with their stated aims. On October 7th, Hamas and Gaza civilians can be seen celebrating over dead Israeli bodies. One video shows Gazans cheering, dancing, and spitting on naked Israeli women, reflecting the fact that systematic rape on October 7th occurred. Do they just cite the UN? Yeah. Over 70% of Palestinians support the actions on October 7th. Hamas has promised to repeat October 7th again and again. Yeah.
إسرائيل دولة لا مقام لها على أرضنا.
We'll win this war. I mean, probably Israel's already half won. they're definitely substantially weakened Hamas. I don't know. It just depends if the international pressure makes Israel stop before they invade Rafah. Really, and it depends in the long run. It depends what happens to Gaza after October 7th. Like if Israel would Israel Hamas and they don't do shit to actually address the horrible fucking conditions that Palestinians live in. If they don't, flood aid into Gaza, then Hamas too will just pop up. That is the one. That is the lefty meme. Yeah, Egypt is American. What do you mean? I also see this ideology reflected in Palestinian authority pay for slave that pays West Bank Palestinians a stipend. Yeah, Jordan is American. We also see this ideology reflected in Palestinians. Wait, I read that. Oopsie daisy. The point of sharing these is not to demonize Palestinians and make any sort of justification. The point is that we in the West mistranslate this conflict into a framework that we comprehend and sympathize with. For most Westerners, it's difficult to commemorate with religious fundamentalists. Israel lost any chance to have any of their neighboring nations' population liking them for generations. I mean, kinda. So they continue to live. I mean, they're connected with the West, and just not their neighbors that much. I mean, they're relatively chill with Jordan and Egypt, and Saudi Arabia too, I guess now. SJP, whatever you believe, that Hamas wants to decolonize Palestine, and October 7th was resistance. Israel's the white oppressor, Palestine is the oppressed, yeah. They're chill with Israel isn't going to stop. I mean, they might. I mean, Netanyahu has his arrest warrant out now, right? So, well, actually, it's not finalized yet, but even AI knows Biden cheated. It won't stop. What's the reason for that at non-520? The reason for what? Not population's huge difference. Oh, well, do you mean why the populations hit Israel? For a lot of reasons. I mean, some of it's propaganda. Some of it's because, I mean, there's a lot of anti-Israel sentiment in the Middle East because of the history there, obviously, of the wars they fucking fought. Why are you not an objectivist, non-fon? What do you mean objectivist, Shitty Ox? I gotta start calling you Pando dude. I guess I'm just gonna call you Panda. I don't know. Israel's scared. For about half the world. I think it's for over half the world. The answer is yes. Yeah, streamer, time for fun chat tonight. I guess if you wanna. I already debated with R. Okay. Look, objectivism. Why are you in disagreement with it? Objectivism and what? Philosophical. Oh, Ayn Rand. Oh no, I know. Yeah, I don't know. I haven't done a I don't know. Am I in disagreement with it even? I guess I'm a Keynesian, so I'm gonna. I'm gonna coffee. Be back in 10. Anytime after that, let me know. Or that is cool with me. Then doesn't want that. Want what? Shit. I wish I had energy drinks. I don't have energy drinks, man. story. I don't even remember. I haven't done a ton of reading into objectivism. I don't even know. I don't know if I'm necessarily in disagreement with it. Objectivity with atheist and cap. That's my understanding of objectivity. Not an anarchist? Oh, that's what. They believe in free market capitalism, but not anarchy. The facts objectivists hate anarchism. They're heavily libertarian GDRs, okay? When people say ANCAP, Ayn Rand would fit pretty close into a lot of people's understanding of ANCAP. The real problem would be Article 2, Section 4, Prohibition of use of force, protects self-determination units, not just states, and Palestine is one such unit, even if it's not yet achieved statehood. That's an argument that's much harder to make. I will leave it at that. There's no clear, generally accepted authority supporting this proposition. Libertarians are still a thing in 2024, really. Somehow, man, somehow. I would document El Chapo base. What is clear about Article 2, Section 4? Unengaged simply because Israel is acting outside its territory. It would engage only if Israel using force violated sovereignty of some other state. I respectfully disagree with the Professor Mary Ellen O'Connor recent argument and blog in that regard. The road to Article 51 is limited to go through Article 2 and that prohibition exclusively or near exclusive state. If you redefine what words mean, how do you think you mean? Yes, Iran leaned very heavily to small government and capitalism, but she believed in a police and military force that exist to protect individual rights. You're a materialist, and so is objectivism. Objectivism is also atheistic. If you aren't, GDX, you know I haven't even read into half the shit yet, but I wouldn't necessarily say I am. But am I even necessarily in disagreement with objectivism? I understand you think my central banking shit is going to be in disagreement with objectivism because natural rate of interest, natural rate of interest, I'm an Austrian economist and I'm going to critique Keynesians for building models on empirical evidence, but then I'm going to base my entire business theory on an unobservable, the natural rate of interest, and it's a dog shit theory that has no empirical evidence for it. And all the empirical evidence points the other way. Should be. America always protect Israel in the Security Council, probably, yeah. Why aren't you an objectivist? I don't have a good answer to that. Oh my god, JDX, you're so fucking annoying, dude. What's it a world? I know a lot of philosophy. Do you, how many times have we had this fucking conversation, JDX? Yes. Oh, you're such a fucking big brain. Oh, yeah, you're such a fucking big brain. You have such a fucking big, veiny brain, bro. And it's so impressive that you can quote more philosophy to me. Wow, bro. That's so, wow. Go fucking jerk off to your fucking fantasy of knowing more shit than other people. I don't. That's why I believe the most important quantum interpretation in physics is deterministic. No one believes in free market capitalism. They believe in control capitalism. So true, dude. So true. Also known as a pilot wave theory, its Bohm's interpretation, causal interpretation, quantum mechanics postulates that in addition to the wave function, an actual configuration of particles exists even when unobserved. The evolution over time of the configuration of all particles is defined by a guiding equation. The evolution of the wave function over time is given by the Schrodinger equation. Theory is deterministic and explicitly non-local. The velocity of any one particle depends on the value of the guiding equation, which depends on the configuration. Okay. Is there like evidence for this in theory at all? Libertarians be like hip bong. Real capitalism has never been tried. Accurate, the opinionator. Accurate, bro. Opinion on this criticism of determinism. I'm not like, what type of determinism? Theory of time consciousness posited by the French. This guy. Thought to prove inadequates. He perceived the philosophy. Herbert Spencer. Do you believe to Spencer's lack of comprehension in mechanics? Time and free will, an essay on immediate data consciousness. It is a defense of free will in response to Immanuel Kant, who believed free will is only possible outside of time and space. Not considered discredited in physics. Okay.
In this video, I'll be talking about a remarkable alternative theory or interpretation of quantum mechanics, pilot wave theory, aka de Broglie-Bohm theory, aka Bohmian mechanics. There are people who think that this theory has been disproved or discredited, but more recently, there are also people who think that Bohmian mechanics explains everything quantum mechanics does without any of the quantum weirdness. Both of these positions are wrong, so I thought it was time for me to make a new video clarifying all this, since my old videos on this are now 3 years old. So what is Bohmian mechanics? To answer that, I better quickly explain what quantum mechanics is. 100 or more years ago, physicists were finally able to do experiments on really small things like atoms, and though that was cool, they weren't really expecting to be surprised. Newton's laws and the rest of physics as they knew it should apply just as well to galaxies as electrons. But that's not what they found. Take, for example, the double slit experiment. When you shoot...
Yeah, we're aware. Okay.
But you can't actually see... At least, that's the conventional wisdom. Then came Bohmian mechanics. The aim of this theory is to explain all the same experimental data as quantum mechanics can, but without superposition. In fact, you can prove that Bohmian mechanics produces exactly the same results as quantum mechanics for all possible experiments, but the objects in this theory are always in one place and they have one speed. How is that possible? Let's look at the double slit experiment to understand. In Bohmian mechanics, the particle must have a path from its start through one of the slits to the back wall, since the particle is in just one spot at each time. In contrast, in quantum mechanics, the particle takes every possible path. The first thing that this theory needs to explain is, if your particles all start in one place and they follow a predetermined path, why don't they all end up in exactly the same spot? Bohmian mechanics explains this by saying, you don't actually know exactly where the particles started out. This first particle might have been just left of where the other particle was, which meant that they end up in different places. It's just because you didn't know exactly where it started that you don't know where it'll end up. Now, this is the exact same as in the non-quantum case that we looked at, so that sounds very reasonable. But a fancy way to put this is that the initial position is a hidden variable, since it's a variable that you don't know, it's hidden, making Bohmian mechanics a hidden variable theory. You'll hear the term hidden variable used disparagingly all the time by people, so I thought I'd introduce it to you so you see that it's not necessarily a bad thing for a theory to have hidden variables. Anyway, this is the important part, so to check you're paying attention, let me ask you a question. Suppose that, in the situation that one door was closed, this is the path that this particle would take, according to Bohmian mechanics. If I open the other door now, will that path change or not? Seriously, pause the video now and think about the answer.
I don't know. I don't watch a fucking explanation. I would guess no. We live in still civilization ruled by technology, yet only a small group understand any of it. I mean, you're not entirely wrong. Especially if AI shit, okay. No?
Well, let's see what would happen if the path didn't change. Then all objects that went through this door would end up sort of here, and similarly for objects going through the other door. You end up with the wrong prediction then. But I told you Bohmian mechanics always gets it right. So what really happens is the particle's path does change when the other door is open, even though it's not going to go through it. That means that if that door is open, it feels a force pushing it into some weird wonky path like this. In fact, here's a simulation of a bunch of paths that particles starting in slightly different positions take. and you can see where they end up really does exactly reproduce the interference pattern. So here's the key takeaway point from that. There still is quantum weirdness in Bohmian mechanics, it's just a bit hidden. In standard quantum mechanics, a particle is in a superposition of all possible places, but in Bohmian mechanics, the particle is in one place, but it's aware of and affected by all the other possible places it could be. Just to be clear, this is not a typical feature.
Okay. Wonky, a highly scientific term. I don't know if I can kind of understand some of that shit. I noticed like 5 people left when I started watching that shit. Okay. But for Israel and the state supporting it, the answer is no. Legally no doubt to passing people. Okay, I should probably pee. I need to pee. Okay, hold on. Let me put my bikini woman on screen. Oh, should I put Beavis and Butthead on? Is that what you guys want? You guys get this random Destiny.
I told you guys about someone trying to pick a fight with me.
No.
Basically, I'll tell everything. I don't care.
Fighting with people with what? Oh, my N-word?
Yeah.
I'm not trying to victim any myself. Do you think it's a little crazy that like multiple people on Twitch can make death threats towards me and nothing happens? Not only does their fan base attack me with no criticism of Ludwig or any of the weird that he says about me, which is whatever, then my own fan base attacks me and I'm like, wait, what the
What's up, bro?
Oh, holy shit, I just got mind. Oh, I just heard
you thought you were watching like my yo's, but I wasn't in the room.
Yeah, and then it yoed back to me. What's up? How you doing?
What's up, good man? So you buying a brand new car or what?
Yeah, I think I want to get one of those. I think it's gonna be a Porsche. I think it's gonna be that. It's between the 992 911 GT3, the 991 911 GT3, or that GT4, the Cayman or whatever.
Well, I severely advise against, but it's up to you, man.
Advise against all of them or the GT4?
Just Porsche in general. I think I'm gonna find a lot of haters and a lot of question marks, but it's fine. Don't listen to them. Porsche sell at market price, not at MSRP. You know, so like a lot of times you're gonna pay like incredible markups, like crazy markups, always.
Yeah.
And it annoys the fuck out of me.
I mean, it'll probably come down to like if I'm having to drop over like 400 grand on one of these, it's probably not going to happen. If the cost is too much, obviously I wouldn't. But these seem to be like the cars that I'm looking at in like this kind of price range ish. These I see everybody saying really positive things about all these cars or these 3 basically.
Yeah, I mean, it's an engineering. It's like a marvel. It's like these are like the best cars, you know.
Mm-hmm.
But it depends on what you like in cars, you know. It seems like you're more of a classy guy, you know. So,
well,
sure.
I like Zoomery. Should I say Zoomery? I like I don't know what you would say. I like cars that are fast. I like relatively unique cars. I guess Porsches aren't really that unique, but I like my manual transmissions. I like really stick handling. These seem like, I don't know. They just seem like amazing cars to drive.
Yeah, I mean, I get bands though. This is just my.
Don't care. The soft racer, yeah. Damn, already fell off. Damn, no. Only 170 of you. Actually, I'm perfectly fine, happy with 170 of you. Do it's possible for people to be racist against white people? Yeah. Obviously, it doesn't have the same effect, but yeah. Obviously, there's unique history with like the N-word, and there's unique discrimination against black people, so like these things might not be totally equivalent, but yeah, it's definitely possible to be like racist against white people. It's just doesn't affect them as much because I'm not a fan of the whole racism is power plus prejudice thing, but the power thing does matter at least a little, you know. Dual European Americans are generally better off limiting non-Western cultures. What do you mean by limiting non-Western cultures? I don't know. I mean, I like multiculturalism, but like I also think Western culture is pretty good and something to be defended. It just depends how you do it. Not in favor of like outright banning, like Trump's Muslim ban was unhinged. Like I'm not in favor of like outright banning these things or anything. But I don't know. Americans have settled the Europeans just a few hundred years ago. Do you know Lawrence Southern is? Yeah, no, I'm aware of Lawrence Southern and the fucking Great Replacement stuff, Jidiox. I'm aware. Yep. Nope. I'm aware. So I need yeah. I keep calling him Jidiox, but I really should be calling him Panda, I guess. Okay, people are going to be confused. Native Americans are not complaining of migration. Okay, that's fine. Near thing from the Navajo Nation, for example. Casey streams, right? No. Everyone is from my stream, and when they visit Casey streams, they're visitors from my stream. That's how it works. By the way, I've noticed this. I talked about this earlier with Isaac, but I don't think most of you here. It seems like if I go to Twitch politics, it seems like people are like hard capped at like maximum. Yeah, he's not doing politics right now. He's gaming it. Red Radius, 19 viewers. It seems like a lot of people are like pretty hard capped at 20 viewers in Twitch politics. This guy's 1 viewer right now. Ranger and Roach, he has 10. He's just playing Overwatch right now. He's not even doing politics. He's playing Overwatch too. It seems like a lot of these people are hard capped at 20, at like a maximum of like 20 viewers. That kind of sucks. Yeah, how many? The one person in Twitch politics right now has more than. Oh wait, no, there's I think 2. Yeah, like 2 have more than 20 viewers. You're also looking at 11:30 p.m. EST, I guess. But I've never seen like Gorps or NRK Life or Casey or Red Radius or any of these people ever having more than like 20 viewers on Twitch. It seems like there's a huge disparity. It's like it goes like 20 viewers and then you have like people above 1,000 viewers, and there's basically nothing in between there, which is why the YouTube needs to blow up, guys. I always wonder if there's more not being shown to me. I mean, I don't know. That's why that's why we're going in on the YouTube, guys, okay? Hold on, by the way, this started leveling off in views. Time to change the thumbnail and title. I heard that. Oh, what, Casey? No, you're right, though. BRB restarting. Okay. I wasn't meant as an install. It was just meant as a problem that the entire Twitch community has to face together, okay? Woman, better not accidentally open followers for that. Go get your friends and uncles and mothers to put them on base. True. I just put myself on in a Minecraft server, showing your folders and all that. I don't really have that much stuff to hide on my computer. I don't know. I don't download porn. Believe it or not, I don't think I've ever downloaded porn to watch at a later date. I don't think I've ever needed to do that. Kinky clousy card. I think that's true. I don't actually know. It's not anything I really have to hide on my computer. It's like the way, like, we went through my YouTube history yesterday. Okay, I'm not ashamed of who I am. I don't know what you could find. I mean, you can find like embarrassing stuff I watched or like Googled at the most, but like whatever. Half the shit I Google's on stream anyway. Hunter's laptop. Yeah. Should read this later too. I don't think I ever also read the thing on the West Point of whether it's national or international. I don't really care that much. Isn't West Point just a military base? The LeBaire Institute West Point thing. This LeBaire, it's an academy. Yeah. They write articles and stuff about international law. Events, not event, education. Oh shit! This was recent actually. I didn't read this. It's an academy and why racist one? Is it really racist? It's the first in the U.S. or something. I don't know. Not that. This shit. I write this. Academy of Military. Yeah, they write articles to analyzing international law. Yeah, any soldiers can get there. Oh wait, it was still before they charged them. Oh, oops. Why have I found all this? Aren't they based off the LeBaire Code thing, which was a early 1800? I guess late 1800. Yeah. Military law to govern wartime conduct of the Union Army, by defining and describing command responsibility for war crimes and crimes against humanity, and military responsibilities of the Union soldiers fighting in the American Civil War. Oh yeah. Wow, the server's up, right? It better be. Kyle. Thank you. You take your armor off so nothing... Can you take your armor off so nothing bad can happen to you? I don't know. Fuck, I should get a drink and throw away my rice that I never finished. My plain white rice. A meal of champions. No, the greatest enemy in Minecraft is my building abilities, bro. You should see how efficient my auto mine thing is set up. Look at how efficient this is, boys. I'm getting 16 FPS. Most efficient, best laid out. I don't play Minecraft because I want to touch grass. Okay, well, fuck you. Look at all this iron, though. Free iron. Wow, no way. And free coal. It's just in here, you know, and it gets clogged up because it. Look at the diamonds thing, though. This is set up. Wow. Wow, look at all these. Wow, free money. I forgot my stream is still on here. Really added that mod so we can touch grass more. Ah, he's fucking sleeping. Funny thing is, I actually knew what he was saying, even when he misspelled it so fucking horribly because I had brain rot. Okay, I'm getting a drink and I'm throwing this rice away because it's cold now. Bro, who the fuck is killing me, bro? What the hell, bro? What did I do? I didn't do anything to you, buddy. Okay. Sucks. Let me know when you're ready. I'm ready right now, buddy. Kind of. Hold on. I'm setting stuff up, but Kevin's happened to be a wonderful person who accidentally embezzled some buttons to the famed place of Iron's round tours. I'm not touching any of the Keffel shit. I watched one video on it. I'm never touching it again. Infinitely better uses of my times. Anywhere else. Oh, like, oh my god. I'm never Never touching it again. That's all I want. All I know is all I want to know. That's all I'm ever going to know. What's in your fucking title? It's called clickbait. Okay? Duh. Oh fuck, you don't have permission to enter the stream room. Casey, enter a waiting room. I need to make a role that just gives you permission to enter the stream room without giving you permission to do other shit too, because I don't want people to be mods, but I know that I can. Hello?
Hello?
What's up?
Okay. Oh shit. Okay. I thought you heard you talk about finance. Are you studying finance?
No, not officially. I'm not going to college or anything. So
Rip. Alright.
I will one day, but
Accounting. Yeah, the accounting is for the money.
why would I go into accounting?
I'm just saying that, like, as far as degrees go, like,
Yeah, but I want a macroeconomics degree, bro. I want to learn more about macro.
yeah. I have a degree in finance, but it's pretty useless.
Well, I'm assuming you use it, right? Don't you? I would assume. Do you have a finance job or?
Nope.
Okay, awesome.
Yeah, I mean, the best you get, maybe I could have a good job at a bank or something. Boring. Rip. I'm not gonna do that. I mean, Jerome Powell is the head of the Federal Reserve. He ain't got a single degree in the econ or finance. What up? What a G, right?
Yeah, I want to be the next Jerome Powell. That's my dream job there.
The next useful idiot that head of the Federal Reserve.
Exactly, bro. Exactly.
Oh, all right. Let's talk about cookies, eh?
Sure. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, so I was sort of evaluating that you're in the Destiny loaner box sort of bubble circle. Apparently,
I guess.
you seem to reference them a lot.
Yeah, they come up a lot. Yeah.
Did you agree with Destiny when he said that Hamas is making rockets out of cookies?
No, I don't think that they were ever doing that. Probably not.
No. Okay, well that's good. You're not too far gone with TFG. That's good. But it's really just not even about cookies. We can get on. You get sidetracked on cookies, and to the point that those clipped in my Discord or whatever. Like,
yeah.
What I don't think it's particularly. I don't really see a difference between whether they were whitelisting not cookies or blacklisting cookies. Like either way, they're blocking cookies for. And usually people usually say chocolate. I don't know how recently we got under the cookies, but.
Yeah, it was just the way Omar was using it in a debate. He was making it seem like Israeli officials intentionally blocked cookies because they were evil and didn't want Palestinian children to have cookies. When like if you actually look into it, it seems like they were one, it was a whitelist system, so they were like just oversights on things that probably should have been allowed in, but they just didn't include on the whitelist. And two, they were also concerned about the suppliers for stuff. So like, paper on its own, I think an Israeli official said that paper on its own, obviously it's not used for military purposes, but because they don't know all the suppliers of paper, and the suppliers of paper could be putting other stuff in there, they whitelisted certain suppliers. It seems like also internal, I mean, you said it's not all about cookies, obviously, but internal production of cookies did continue throughout the entirety of the blockade. So they weren't necessarily totally robbed of cookies.
They made their own cookies. But when I said it's not about the cookies, I mean that the list of things that weren't allowed in the Gaza at this time or another time. In one, it's a I have it around somewhere. It's a long list. It includes pasta, rice, diapers, tampons, it's a long list. And these aren't oversights. When the Google somewhere the Obama, 2009, 2010, basically Kerry visited Israel, and he's like, you guys need to fucking like let pasta into Gaza. That's fucked up.
Yeah, yeah.
Like
I read
everyone
about
that knew
that,
what was
yeah.
going on, it isn't an oversight. It's something they knew was happening. There's also an article you could find where the starvation plus diet.
Yeah, to put Gaza on a diet quote. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean that all of the sort of they weren't allowing it because of the wrapping or this or that, like it was all fucked up shit, and like there's no excuse for it, and any excuse I file under like apologetics of actually fucked up shit, like that. Yeah, whether it was actually some sort of like
cheap fucking
group
viewers, let's fucking
punishment,
go.
or
Wow.
more likely they just want to make the people of Gaza like get mad at the Hamas people for somehow like blaming them for not having chocolate or whatever. That's probably more likely it, but it was definitely not an oversight, and yeah.
Well, I mean, I'm just saying, because they were on a whitelist system, there were obviously... It's how I haven't done my full reading into the blockade yet, obviously, but from what I've seen, there were definitely some Israeli officials who either didn't care about the conditions in Gaza or did have some like punitive intentions. But I think the starvation as a method of warfare or whatever, it's definitely the easiest case to make against Israel. I mean, that's part of what Netanyahu's being charged for right now with the ICC. And the other defense minister guy. I think that's definitely the easiest case to make against Israel, especially because what the intention is doesn't actually fully matter here with international law. All that matters is that starvation or some type of Gaza on a diet would follow in the ordinary course of events from putting the blockade on Gaza. And that definitely did happen, especially from 2007 to 2010 when the blockade was definitely overly restrictive.
Right. Yeah, and you're right that's the it's hard to I would say that that what they're doing now is quite a bit different than what they've ever done, in my opinion. And yeah, it is it certainly is as plain as day that they could be allowing more in, and they're simply not.
Yeah, they did recently start letting in more aid, like with the Erez crossing and stuff, but that was only after the heavy pressure from the US and yeah.
Is Israel an apartheid state?
I think the connotation that people get when you hear apartheid is that Israel is doing a racism because it hates Palestinian people. I don't think that's what's happening. You can say there are certain things that are happening in the West Bank that are bad. For example, that the people that are arrested there are sometimes not charged. They're held there without charges, or when they are charged, they're provided documents in Hebrew, which they can't read, and they're in a military court system. But all of this is on the basis of on nationality and a military occupation. I don't think we should be using apartheid to describe that. I don't think the reason is because Israel just hates Palestinians. I think the reason is primarily security concerns from terrorist groups in the West Bank and in Gaza.
What security, because they had a reason for the apartheid state, does that make it not an apartheid state?
I think there are legitimate security concerns in both the West Bank and in Gaza. Obviously, from Gaza, the West Bank has been more chill as of recently, but I mean, I just don't think that's. I don't think that's I think part of the thing that makes it apartheid is that it's racism, right? If they're doing it not for race, if they're doing it for legitimate security reasons, I mean, yeah, that changes things. Obviously, I think
based on race, though. I mean, it's
not.
I mean,
It's based on nationality. It's based on whether you're a citizen or not. It's just because the people in the West Bank aren't citizens of Israel. They're
Why
militarily
aren't they
occupied
citizens? Why aren't they citizens of Israel?
because Israel occupies them.
Oh, okay. So the Nakba was 3/4 of the population of what was then the Palestine Mandate or whatever, right? So the reason they're in the West Bank, a majority of them, is because they were forced to move there because of their race. So to say that it's not about race, they're there. The reason they're not citizens is because of their race.
Well, it's not
like
because
when
the race is irrelevant, really. I mean, you and I could renounce our U.S. citizenship and move to the West Bank, and we'd be treated the same as a Palestinian there, at least legally. Like if we did something bad, we would get arrested. If we were throwing stones, we'd get arrested and have the same rights as Palestinians there. It's not a race thing; it's a citizenship
and
thing.
what if we were Jewish? What if our race was Jewish?
If you were Jewish, I mean, you could. I mean, if you were Jewish and didn't have Israeli citizenship, you would at least theoretically be treated the same. But I mean, you'd also be subject to the right of return in Israel, obviously. So
I could have citizenship in the West Bank, right? If my race was
any
correct.
Jewish person could get citizenship in Israel, right? Because of the right of return.
Correct.
Yeah.
So it is a race thing. That's why they're not allowed to be Israeli citizens.
But I guess, can you accept that there are legitimate security concerns facing Israeli citizens that come from both the West Bank and Gaza?
Security concerns because of the occupation. There wasn't security concerns before the occupation.
I mean, well, the occupation started because of security concerns, right? The occupation only started
tell me more.
in 67.
Tell me more about that. Yeah, why did it start in 67?
In 67, because Egypt expelled the UNICEF troops. Egypt was mobilizing its troops into offensive positions. Egypt actually had a plan to attack Israel that was only thwarted. My understanding from what I've read is that Israel had a plan to attack Egypt called Operation Dawn that was only thwarted by a Soviet diplomat who told Egypt not to attack Israel, but it would have otherwise taken place on like May 27th.
I think this is blatant. I've never actually heard this. I'm really familiar with the apologetics. I've never. Who do you hear this from? Who we read this from? Read this at?
There's a few different things I can send you. The main thing I read.
Remember your source.
Was Michael? Well, that's a few different things. Was Michael O'Barnes' essay, O'Barn, I think, I don't know. Did Israel want the 6-Day War? Which he talks about it in. I can send it. And then, I mean, you can just go to Wikipedia. Operation Dawn. Wikipedia.
GPT says there's historical evidence to suggest Egypt was preparing military actions that could have escalated into attack in Israel in 1967 leading to the 6th War. One such piece of evidence is planned Egyptian Operation Dawn. I asked about Operation Dawn. Here's what we know. Intelligence and preparations. Egypt under the leadership blah 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 blah. This including moving troops. They did move troops. That's that's true. Which was perceived as a threat. That's true. They blocked the Straits of Tehran. That's true. Oh shit!
That too. Yeah, the Straits of Tehran.
I don't consider that an act of war, though.
I mean, it's a blockade, right? They were blockading Israeli ships from entering an Israeli port. Isn't a blockade by definition an act of war, like with the UN Charter?
The Strait of Tehran is that's Egypt's water, though.
It's isn't it international water? Isn't there an international channel through there? My understanding is that they weren't allowed to close those straits under international law.
You might be right. I might even give you that, but still, I would consider this sort of.
I did mention that earlier.
Like diplomatic stuff. Like, I mean, when we U.S. sanctions countries all the time. Like, we block them from places. We even take their ships sometimes. I mean, I would file it under diplomatic sort of, like, it's not war. It's you could say it's an act of aggression, but really getting away from with their security concerns about the Palestinians and in the West Bank. And by the way, there is good assessments. There's well documented assessments by U.S. intelligence and British intelligence that that Israel would stomp Egypt. That it had no chance. It would be a stomping. So to say that Israel had a reason to be concerned about Egypt, not only was that not is that well verified that not to be a legitimate concern, but also it's called the 6-Day War for
And
a
it
reason.
wasn't just Egypt. It was like the entire Arab League, right? I think Israel had. It's fine that U.S. intelligence said that or whatever, but I'm pretty sure there were like literal meetings that Israeli officials had, because they planned to declare war earlier, and it was only the prime minister is what stopped it. He, I think, had multiple delays on declaring war. I think they were literally estimating that like each day that they delayed starting the war, it was costing them millions of dollars and thousands of troops.
Who started who?
The prime minister's cabinet
Of Israel?
of Israel, yes.
Of them delaying the war? By the way, since it should be noted the veracity of specifics of Operation Dawn itself have been debated among historians, while some assert that concrete plan existed and was imminent. Others believe that plan might not have been fully operationalized by the time the 6-Day War started. Blah 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 blah. But
it might not have been fully operational. But the real relevant question is like, did Israel have reasonable fear that Egypt was going to attack it? Reasonable, genuine fear, and it seems like the answer to that is yes. Especially because I'm pretty sure they had intelligence reports that Egypt was planning the attack. So it seems like they definitely had a reasonable and genuine fear that Egypt was about to attack them, along with the other Arab states. They even warned.
Could say that they did, and not warn what?
They warned Jordan
to
not to. Yeah, if they didn't attack, Egypt wouldn't attack them.
It didn't matter because Egypt was in the West Bank as well. Their forces were sort of mixed together, so it didn't actually matter.
Well, because they signed the Mutual Defense Pact. Yeah.
So the idea that Israel had to attack first, and then second, it just happened to not just attack first, but obliterate Egypt and obliterate Jordan, and then I guess we'll just take the territory. That I think it's really clear, when like wars start, like whoever fired the first shot, like it's sort of important. And in this instance, we're not talking about the first shot. We're talking about destroying like the entire Egyptian Air Force before Egypt fires a shot. Like the idea that wasn't Israel, that Israel didn't start the war. You could argue that it had a reason to start the war, and they're not good. That's not good enough. Being afraid of that you're being attacked isn't a good enough reason in my book to start a war, Russia, NATO or whatever. Like I don't buy Russia's fucking argument that NATO is going to start World War III, no matter how fucking close they got.
Yeah, but I don't think Russia had a real and genuine fear, a reasonable, genuine fear that they would be attacked by NATO. I think Israel did have a reasonable and genuine fear that they would be attacked by Egypt and the other Arab states.
Why?
Because Egypt was literally mounting its troops to offensive positions, and it literally had the plans to attack, which I know we can dispute, but.
So there's a reason why they were moving their troops, and that's weird. I mean, you mentioned what I heard, and I could double check this, but that Egypt got a telegram from Russia that said that Israel was stacking troops to the border on the north.
Sure.
And in response, Egypt wanted to be in position because Syria, Jordan, and Egypt had a pact. So Egypt, in response, wanted to be in position to defend or attack anyway. But so I don't moving troops inside your own borders. What
I mean,
yeah,
Russia was moving troops inside its own borders up until it wasn't anymore, right?
Right. Well, I mean, yeah, they were, but to say that even though Russia was probably, I mean, that was more, I think, because we had a good actual good intelligence. Yeah, it was probably likely that Russia was going to attack, but if instead Ukraine decided to attack those encampments inside Russia before Russia attacked, I would say undoubtedly that Ukraine would have started the war.
Well, it's fine that they started a war. I'm not disputing that Israel started a war. They fired the first shot. I'm just saying that war started because of Arab aggression, essentially, because Israel reasonably and genuinely
Arab aggression. No, it's not Arab. It's not an aggression to move troops inside your own border. Maybe you could say that
to offensive position,
Egypt
to plan to attack Israel.
You say plan to attack Israel, but they weren't.
And also closing the Straits of Tehran. That's pretty clearly aggression.
Yeah, you could say that. Yeah, that's an aggression, but it's not the military aggression. It's an economic. It's an economic move.
Well, it's not. It's a military. It was a blockade. It's a military action. I think the UN Charter says as much.
Blockade. But again, I'm looking at the map.
My understanding, Straits of Tehran were some of that territory was, or some of those waters were Egypt, but I don't think Egypt could close those straits under international law.
I would say either way, but I wouldn't. It's certainly not. I wouldn't say it's an act. It's certainly not an act of war. We're doing it to Venezuela right now. Are we doing? Did we start a war with Venezuela?
We have sanctions in Venezuela. I don't know the full extent of our sanctions on Venezuela, but I'm pretty sure
when we see their boats heading towards, or we don't. I think we're let up a little bit. We've caught their oil, the oil ships trying to head to Europe, and we just take them. We just take them.
I mean, we definitely seize. Definitely seize, I think, Venezuelan and Iranian ships, but I don't know if that necessarily constitutes a blockade. I don't know the full definition under international law, but I mean, even if I agree that it is, anyway, it's not really relevant here.
Okay, we can move past this, because whatever the thing is, because in a lot of all of the Israeli apologetic, it all has to deal with you have to sort of lump all Arabs together, like as if they're like one mind or something.
Well,
especially
Egypt had signed mutual defense pacts,
who barely never had any decision or about anything ever. But here it is, okay, 1967, and now they're. Especially those in the West Bank who were they were a part of a state, at least not their own state, but they had citizenship to a state. They were just fucking living there. They didn't attack Israel. So now they're occupied by a foreign occupier. And by the way, when you tried to point out to where does the fucking where the resistance start? As far as inside the occupied borders, as far as I know, it's basically not tell Hamas. I mean, we're talking. So we're talking 15 to 20 years of not being there not being a security concern there, right?
There definitely is a security concern there, right? October 7th proved that. The militants that
Whoa. Hamas is a military group who they're a resistance against a foreign occupier, right? They have a reason to attack their occupiers.
Do they have a reason? So, where do you draw this line between resistance and non-valid forms of resistance, basically? How much of October 7th do we think was justified?
I don't think it's mutually exclusive. I think you could be a resistance force and also
so
horrible terrorism.
videos we have of Hamas fighters throwing grenades into civilian bomb shelters and then shooting the people that run out, are those legitimate forms of resistance, or?
No, that's just terrorism.
Okay, seems like
This is
most of what
murdering.
Hamas did on
But-
October 7th was that type of stuff, though.
Right, but the idea that that Hamas is like, if they were like a country or something, like there's no reason to believe like that why would they, if they had their own country, if they weren't under an occupation, a siege, they had a reason to attack, right, Israel, right, the people that shoot you if you get too close to the fucking fence. And by the way, there was military target. I think that it was pretty obvious that some degree of like, we're hitting this military place, this military place, like that definitely happened. Like, and also, yeah, fucking monsters going ham on a fucking dance festival or whatever, and yeah, obviously it's bad shit, but there was definitely like proper military targets being hit as well. But yeah, to say that, to point to the resistance of your 50-year occupation and say, and be like, oh, see, we had a reason to worry about these people. That doesn't make sense, does it?
I think the occupation only really exists because of the violence. I don't think Israel could withstand not having peace if there were a Palestinian Gandhi who truly renounced violence. But
there has been a few of those, and Israel ends up killing them. No, Israel ends up arresting them or killing them.
It's fine that fuck, you were talking about
What?
October 7th. Fuck, there was a thing I want to say. Oh, it's fine that they did attack some military sites, but I guess can we accept that like Hamas, as a matter of policy, is taking civilians as hostages? That's their policy to do that.
I agree with that. Yes.
Yeah, so are these those aren't like legitimate resistant military aims, right? Those are war crimes. Those are terrorist aims.
Taking hostages.
Taking a hostage
is definitely a war crime. But like I said, I mean, you say legitimate resistance. I don't use the word legitimate. I think they are just flatly a resistance. It's hard to show me a resistance that did it, like that was, because you're the underdog, you have no power, you end up doing horrible shit, like the French resistance in World War II, the IRA. They both targeted those who they considered colluding with the occupation forces. Like they you usually end up doing bad stuff. So I just, like, I don't, this quote unquote legitimate resistance or whatever, like these people, like the people that don't have any power, and that it's war crimes are war crimes, and terrorism is terrorism. I just don't like this word. Yeah, it just resistance is, it just resistance to an occupation, obviously.
I mean, so on October 7th, Hamas literally paraglided into Israeli territory, though, right? Past the Green Line. Is that resistance to an occupation?
Well, how else do they fight the people that are blocking them in a siege?
Well, they invaded Israeli territory. Is that territory that Israel's occupying in your view, or is that?
But the military people are on the other side of the fence. They went on the other side of the fence and they killed the military bros. They did do that, and they did do other things.
But as a matter of policy, they do attack civilians, right? That is their.
Around like 97 or something, they start blowing up buses and stuff, I think.
Well, yeah.
But again, yeah, I don't
But
think how any of this
resistance.
But they're doing well. What they're doing, I mean, it's not the resistance I agree with, but it's the idea of, like, we're gonna be a pain in your ass because you're fucking occupying us. That's the thought, though, right? Even if it's horrible terrorism, I mean, not the monsters, not agree with the way that they're doing it, but they're doing it because they're an occupied people by right. They're living on.
Okay,
they don't have a state. These people haven't had a state, and they don't have a citizenship in 50 years. They don't have any rights to speak of, right?
Do we think? Do you think Gaza is occupied, or is it?
Gaza is occupied.
By what?
Under international law.
Under international law, I don't know if I agree with that.
Okay, and international law does.
Usually, Well, wait. Under what basis? Under international law?
The UN time and again referring to the occupied territories of the West Bank and Gaza. Never have they not referred to them as such. It's
I'm
always
pretty sure.
it's
I mean,
always
after
been
the
occupied.
Gaza flotilla raid. Wait, Gaza has always been. I mean, they withdrew in 2005. I feel under international law, I feel like there's usually more strict definitions that we try to adhere to.
Yeah, it has to do with control. Do they have?
It has to do with substituting the control of the lawful sovereign. Usually, this requires boots on the ground. So there may have been a case for it in.
You say usually, but you say usually there is boots on the ground, but it doesn't require it. If there's effective control over the territory. Does Israel have effective control over the territory? They do, right?
Not necessarily territory within Gaza. I mean, they blockade Gaza, but also it has to be substituting that effective control of the lawful sovereign, right? So, I guess, do you accept Hamas as the lawful sovereign of the Gaza Strip, or who's the lawful sovereign there?
I don't even know what that means.
The
Who
lawful
is
sovereign,
the legal the legal rulers? I guess.
Yeah, basically.
It's the Palestinian. I guess it could be Hamas with or like if it was, they should have control of that territory, but they don't.
I mean, I don't think anyone, even the Arab states, accept Hamas as the lawful sovereign. They all focus on the Palestinian Authority. The UN focuses on a Palestinian Authority. Basically, I don't think anyone accepts Hamas as the lawful sovereign here. So
they don't. Yeah, they usually don't. I mean, I don't know who else it would be. So it's certainly not Israel. So I mean, I would say that I would like Gazans to get a chance at actually electing like real people, but
even Hamas has a lot of governance authority within the Gaza Strip, right? Like they were the ruling power in Gaza. I mean, they were blockaded, sure, but I mean, they were more or less left to their own devices. They could make their own policies.
They were the head, the biggest prisoner, the big prison gang that managed the prison inside the prison. Yeah.
I mean, you're saying they're running the prison. I mean, you can say it's a prison because of a blockade or whatever. But do we think that's an occupation if they are running it?
Here's quote: the UN maintains that Israel retains effective control over the territory. This assessment is based on several factors, including Israel's control over Gaza's borders, airspace, and maritime access, as well as its ability to significantly influence life within Gaza through restrictions on movement and the flow of goods and services. The UN Security Council and other UN bodies continue to use the term occupation to describe the situation in Gaza in line with international law and various UN resolutions.
So do we accept that Egypt is also occupying Gaza then? Because Egypt also enforces the blockade?
So first of all, what I said fucking 5 minutes ago is that the international law and the UN consider it fucking occupied, which they absolutely fucking do. As far as Egypt is concerned, they are merely a participant in fucking the occupation of Gaza, but they're not the ones they're not the ones that to my knowledge, shooting the Gazans if they get too close to the border. Egypt doesn't set the fucking rules, right?
Egypt will do that, though. Egypt does either shoot ships that are approaching Gaza or shoot people coming close to the border. They do, in fact, do that. And also, can you just link me what you're quoting from? Because I know there are plenty of different UN bodies that say different things.
Like what, the UN body?
Like after the Gaza flotilla raid, there was a UN body that did their special investigation, and at the end of it, they concluded that Israel did have a right to blockade Gaza, and it was legal. But later, there was a different UN body, I forget the exact UN bodies here, that concluded that Israel did not have a right to blockade Gaza. Different UN bodies can disagree. One doesn't necessarily overrule the other. Just from what I've read, under a strict international law definition, I don't necessarily think Israel's occupying Gaza, because it doesn't seem like they're substituting control of the lawful sovereign. No one accepts Hamas as the lawful sovereign. And even so, Hamas maintains a lot of control over the Gaza Strip. or at least it did pre-October 7th.
Here's the United Nations Office for the Coordination of Humanitarian Affairs, OSHA, and its documentation and humanitarian briefings. OSHA refers to Gaza as part of the occupied Palestine territory.
What do you mean? How can different bodies group each other? They're filled with different people. They're different organizations. They're just under the umbrella of the UN.
Resolution would be, but that's generally I have seen when resolutions it being referred to as occupied. I don't think there's any doubt as far as it being international considered internationally occupied. And what you just said there earlier that whether or not Israel had the right to blockade it or not the right to blockade it. That this doesn't answer the question of this is not saying that it's not occupied. This is an entirely different statement.
Check my notes here, man. My understanding is that usually when we look at whether it's an occupation under international law, I believe there was a case about this in Congo v. Uganda in 2005. Or no, not in 2005. Usually requires some type of boots on the ground.
Here's UN from the UN.org. Quote, the UN Special Coordinator and I are engaging with leaders in the region to express our concern, not outrage to it, and to advance efforts to avoid any spillover to the wider Middle East. The most recent violence does not come in a vacuum. The reality is that it grows out of a long-standing conflict with a 56-year-long occupation and no political end in sight. Time to end this, blah, 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 blah. This is pretty recently. Well, it's October, so after the 7th, you could disagree with the law, and
the UN is not the end all be all international law. Statements from the UN don't overrule the jurisprudence from actual ICJ cases.
And what the ICJ case ruled that Gaza wasn't.
They haven't ruled that Gaza isn't occupied, but they did in Congo v. Uganda.
Now you're ruling it. I don't give a fuck.
I'm talking about the actual jurisprudence here, and not the statements from UN officials, which aren't totally completely invalid, but they don't overrule the jurisprudence of actual documented.
Not just officials, but also resolutions from the body of the UN. I'm referring to fucking 50 years of history of the international bodies, including the UN. Referring to the territories as occupied, and they didn't stop saying occupied after 2001. They've always considered it occupied.
It's fine. What UN body are quoting right now? Because UN bodies don't decide international law. Don't necessarily. They can in certain cases.
That was a quote from the Secretary General of.
A UN official.
This is just from the UN. Right. What kind of source would you consider to settle the matter?
Some type of legally binding thing.
Well, are you saying a legally binding thing that says that Israel is that some ruling? Why would they need to rule on it if they've just been saying it? If that's just the consensus?
Because UN bodies don't decide what international law is. UN bodies can comment on international law, and they can write opinions of what international law is, but they don't actually decide what international law is. Just because the UN or some UN bodies have an opinion on international law doesn't mean it necessarily overrules my understanding of international law, which my understanding, from what I read, is that the most recent case about this, the most recent jurisprudence for this, is the Congo v. Uganda case, which requires that you have boots on the ground as substitute control of the lawful sovereign.
Quote it.
In order to reach a conclusion as to whether a state, the military forces of which are present on the territory of another state resulting as a result of intervention, is an occupying power in the meaning of the term understood in the Justice Bellow, the court must examine whether there is sufficient evidence to demonstrate that the said authority was in fact established and exercised by the intervening state in the areas in question. In the present case, the court will need to satisfy itself that the Ugandan armed forces in the Democratic Republic of Congo were not only stationed in particular locations, but also that they had substituted their own authority for that of the Congolese government. In that event, Any justification given by Uganda for its occupation would be of no relevance, nor would it be relevant for as whether or not Uganda had established a structured military administration in the occupied territory. And they held that Uganda did not exercise any governmental authority outside the Ituro region in the Congo. The court held that other regions of the country, including one in which Ugandan troops were physically stationed in an airport, were unoccupied.
Can you move the window to the left?
Oh. Too bad.
It's a double. Okay, so that's they had substituted their own authority, blah 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 blah. In that event, any justification given by Uganda his occupation would be of no way. In that event, any justification given by Uganda for its occupation would be over. Oh, I don't know. That's a structural. So the thing that you're reading, what looks like a paragraph of some, well, like a direct quote, but did you just pull up the source there, or?
Yeah, but I mean, it's 119 pages.
If right, so what you want to do is you want to play lawyer and play judge, and you want to make the decision right now, right?
I can have opinions in international
and
law.
make the case. I'm not gonna bother fucking digging through the international star aid or this ISIS or whatever the fuck to figure out what the UN keeps everyone at the UN, all the multiple UN bodies. I've basically never heard them not refer to it as the occupied territories. It's always plural, and the occupied territories of
the Golan Heights is also occupied, right? I'm pretty sure that's undisputed, so it's always going to be plural.
Oh, that's usually what they're referring to. Could be. Permanent sovereignty of the Palestinian people in the occupied Palestinian territory, including East Jerusalem, the Arab populations in the occupied Golan and international. I'm pretty sure I'm reading from a 2018 resolution. 1 second.
You don't gotta be mean to Casey, man. What the hell? Come in dissing Canes, and now you're dissing Casey, man. What?
I think all the occupied territory. Vouchers of the occupied. Okay, expressing its grave concern. This is a UN resolution in 2018. Expressing its grave concern also about the widespread destruction caused by Israel, the occupying power to vital infrastructure, including water pipelines, sewage networks, and electricity networks in the occupied Palestinian territory, in particular in the Gaza Strip, during the military operation. There it is, by the way. Operations of July and August 2014, which I could keep reading, as polluted the environment, in which negatively affects the functioning water and sanitation systems and water supply and other natural resources of the Palestinian people, and stressing the urgency of the reconstruction and development of blah blah blah, including project blah 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 of the facility for the Gaza Strip. This is 2018 UN resolution.
Did a General Assembly resolution?
I mean, probably.
I don't know how you don't know, but General Assembly resolutions aren't binding, and I severely doubt that it's a Security Council resolution because the U.S. would have vetoed that shit.
Hold on. It's been 50 years of that being referred to as fucking occupied. I could find, we want to,
Well, it was occupied from 60. Well, it was actually occupied from 49
okay, well,
until
here's
2005.
20 December 20th December 2017 is what I mean. How many fucking sources do you? I mean, how many sightings do you want of the UN calling it calling it occupied? I mean, it is considered occupied by the international community. Could you accept that by that statement?
By some members of it.
By the international community broadly, nearly fucking entirely.
Nearly fucking entirely? I don't know.
Nearly fucking entirely.
What UN bodies have you quoted again? Maybe?
OSHA. There was OSHA. A direct quote from this is just the General Assembly resolution. There's other resolutions. The Security General's remarks. That's what that.
I don't know. I mean, I could accept that, but it wouldn't actually change my opinion.
Okay. Well. What state? So Gaza is a state then?
No, it's not a state, but it's under a blockade. I don't think it's.
Whoa. Those things aren't even that because you're under a blockade doesn't mean you're not a state. Why don't they have a state? Why isn't there a state? Why isn't
I don't know, they have a state? Well, right now they don't have a state because they militants in the Gaza Strip just invaded into Israel proper and killed 1,200 Israelis, and it's ruled by a jihadist organization.
Okay, hold on. Jihadist organization. You can't be a state then.
Well, I'm just saying that's why Israel's unwilling to negotiate with Hamas. That's why they don't have a state.
And that's fine. That's okay. But where else on planet Earth do people lived for 50 years but they don't have a state? Millions of people.
I mean, it's a pretty unique situation. I don't know. I don't think there's any direct parallels.
Okay, give me anything close to people for several years. There is a swath of land, of territory that isn't occupied, but also isn't a state. Where on planet Earth can I find that?
I don't know. I mean, I don't know if there's a direct parallel. I mean, Kurdistan doesn't have a nation, and they don't have a state, and they're not really occupied by anybody. They have their own autonomous region in Syria, I guess, technically, but.
Kurdistan. That's just
But I don't understand.
That's a pipe dream. That's a.
Well, not necessarily. I'm not advocating for Kurdistan right now.
All of that land it either belongs to Iraq or belongs to Syria or Turkey, right?
I mean, that's fine. I'm just saying that's just another example.
I'm trying to point out the nature
of like a stateless nation.
That either Gaza is a state, or its land currently being occupied by Israel. It's either or.
I don't think it's either.
What else could it possibly fucking be?
Stateless territory.
Being blockaded? Is it a stateless? Where is stateless territory?
I don't.
It doesn't matter blockade or not blockade.
There's only one main in the entire world. Just because there's only one main doesn't mean the actual main doesn't exist. Just because there's only one territory like this in the world doesn't mean it doesn't exist. I'm
asking for the third. What's the third? Okay, what's the third option? Okay, so we could agree that you're a state. There's 2 million people. They're either a state.
It's a disputed territory.
Oh, well, that's a little bit closer. A disputed so Israel disputes that. So they think that they own that territory.
Well, the Palestinian Authority thinks it owns that territory, and Hamas is the one. Yeah.
But the dispute would be between who?
Right now, between the Palestinian Authority and Hamas.
What?
Yeah, Hamas and Fatah don't like each other. You're aware of that, right?
Palestinian Authority is a collaborating fucking government. They're just fucking. They just work for Israel, by the way. Yeah, they don't like
Yeah,
each
no,
other.
I'm
Of course
aware.
they
Yep.
don't. But that doesn't have barely anything to do with Gaza. Yeah, I mean,
I just don't see why it has to
it's
be
just
either or. And then also,
it's just
like,
a
I don't
very
see, if you consider this an occupation, I don't see a very good alternative to the occupation in Gaza. Because, like, if you brought the blockade down, it seems like Hamas would try to do October 7th 10 times over. I don't know.
why did they do October 7th?
Because they don't like Jewish people. I would hope that we'd be able to accept that.
They just don't like Jewish people.
I mean, Hamas is quite
You don't think
literally
they
a
have a
jihadist
reason?
organization.
Do you think they have a reason to not like Israel?
Yeah, they definitely. I mean, they have reasons to not like Israel, but those reasons are their fault, basically. They're the reason that. Why do you think the blockade
It's their
exists?
fault. Well, before the blockade, it was flatly occupied and
Well, yeah,
getting
and
fucking and while settlers were trying to kick fucking Gazans out of their fucking homes. Like,
sure, but they can have
yeah,
reason.
that was the before. I mean, why are they occupied? They're occupied because they're not allowed to be a state by Israel. That's why they're occupied. What?
Well, why would Israel engage in negotiations with the current ruling body there, Hamas? They're occupied because there are a lot of.
Israel has never fucking negotiated in good faith with any Palestinian leader. Maybe Rabin for a minute, but Israel has been on a one-track course for the last 50 years, and it's been the slow ethnic cleansing of Palestinian land. It's for 75 years. The slow ethnic cleansing of Palestinian land, building their ethno-state, replacing the Palestinian population. It just never stopped. It just keeps going. That's all they've been doing. They've never and by the way, you don't need people to agree to give them freedom or whatever. Right? Like the Palestinians have never had any sort of power to negotiate anything. It's all about whether Israel has ever just like let them be their own fucking country. Let them have their own thing. That's the thing about like nation states is like Iran. They're not like a great group of guys over there at Iran, but they don't attack Israel because obviously because they'll get fucked up. Like that's because they have a nation. They have something to invest in, to believe in. They have a fucking future. No Palestinian has any semblance of that. Right? I mean,
I haven't done all my readings into the peace talks yet, but I mean, weren't there agreements that weren't there deals on the table at Taba that like it seemed like were pretty good deals that Arafat rejected?
That was after Oslo, right?
Yeah, that was after Oslo.
Was
yeah,
was Rabin still there or not?
For some of it, I think, until he was assassinated.
Right. Whether or not Rabin was actually he might have been in good faith. He might have been, but Netanyahu has said time and time again that I mean he's on video explaining how yeah he did not let Oslo go through or whatever. Like but by the time that he had to say in it and Rabin was gone, that the Israelis effectively sabotaged the deal, and there's a video of Netanyahu saying just that, exactly that.
Well, I'll always be very critical of the right wing in Israel. I think the right wing in Israel is pretty unhinged. I think like the fact that like the Likud party, their like actual position is a one state solution. Yeah, they don't want a 2-state solution. They've always wanted a 1-state solution.
How many people in Israel think that represents?
I don't know. I mean, Netanyahu's elected right now, although obviously there's been growing protests against him. I don't know, maybe 60%. I don't know.
They just want that Israeli state and in the West Bank and in Gaza.
That support the Likud party. I don't know how many people want a 1-state solution in Israel, but I would. I mean, I think it's,
you know that in the Israeli maps in school, there's no green line.
yeah, to show as greater Israel, and like that's bad, and like I disagree with it, but like we're taught a biased history in our schools too. You'd probably agree with that.
And it's pretty fucked up though that that there's like this YouTuber guy, or he's like a TikToker, and he like talks to Israelis. At some point, he was talking to this guy that, like, I think at the time I was just, I think he was serious, like he didn't actually know what the West Bank was. Like he spoke medium good English or whatever, but like, he didn't even fucking, you know, he didn't even fucking know. He might have been bullshitting, but I
I'm
mean,
not bringing him
it's
up, though.
pretty fucked up
I
that
think he would get pissed.
the idea that
I mean, that's true.
that kids are that people are just raised in Israel just to think that that's their land, right? I mean, that's sort of the
sure, but it seems like there's a significant faction in Israel that wants a two-state solution at least. And then I mean,
how many do you think that is?
I don't know. I saw polls at one point. I'm pretty sure among older Israelis, it's close to like 60%, and I'm pretty sure among younger Israelis, it's dropped to pretty relatively low to like 30%. I remember being shown polls.
There's a 2016 poll, you can find it reported on in Haaretz. 50% of Israeli Jews want to expel all Arabs from Israel. And what do you think they mean by Israel? About that 50%
want to expel all Arabs from Israel. Is that what the poll actually asked, or did the poll?
I'm gonna need 15 seconds.
I mean, we can talk about radicalization on both sides. I think it's both bad, but like the reason people are radicalized on the Israeli side is because they've had to live with the threat of attacks from Hamas and organizations in the West Bank. And the reasons people are so radicalized on the Palestinian side is because they've lived under Israeli occupation or under the blockade and have to deal with threats from the Israeli side.
Right. But one of those two things, again, it's not the chicken or the egg thing. Even if you want to go back to 67, it's not like the Palestinians that had anything to do with anything. It's like they've also never had any power to fucking like end the occupation. They've never had any power to negotiate. I mean, there was decades with like broadly peace before like the real fucking like terrorism started, right?
During what time period? Do you mean from 67 to more
broadly
recently,
67 to I would say 1990.
Yeah, sure.
Before
the
Hamas
also
started blowing things up, basically.
Well, it was the first Intifada started, I think, before the Oslo Accords, right? Because they wanted to sort of undermine the agreements. But I mean, even in the 60s, there were bus bombings. It may not have been as big as today or anything, but there were bus bombings, there were terror attacks even in the 60s. I just feel like even if I like accepted, okay, let's say Gaza's occupied, whatever. What are the conditions required for the occupation to end? Do you think Israel should ever accept ending its occupation with Hamas ruling the Gaza Strip?
No, they could easily like, again, and work with like international bodies to be like the list of like Sinar or whatever, like make a list, make it a long list. Like we're willing to give you guys a state, but these motherfuckers have to have nothing to fucking do with it, basically, like something like that.
Well, but how does that ever happen without Hamas being removed as the ruling authority in the Gaza Strip? Don't we feel like some military operation is necessary there, or do we think Sinwar would just turn himself over?
I think that if the Palestinians thought that the deal was true, that Sinwar wouldn't have much power in Gaza at all.
But they haven't had elections since 2006.
Right.
So they're not really.
But that it's not like they're. But I mean, yes, the Hamas has just been the default. That there was an election and then there was sort of a fight for power. You can call it a coup if you want. Anyway, but yeah, that there's been sort of the default power. Are you expecting like the people of Gaza to? And they're not if they overthrew Hamas, if they like, we're tired of this being rebellious sort of thing and fighting our occupiers sort of thing, like let's be like more like the West Bank and be good little slaves or whatever without rights. Is that what you would expect?
I mean, I don't necessarily expect the Palestinian people to overthrow Hamas, although Israel has been arming Palestinians in Gaza to the Sons of Palestine plan to try to attempt to get rid of Hamas through Palestinian resistance as well as Israeli military action. But I mean, I don't see how a path to ending this occupation ever opens without Hamas first being removed from the ruling authority in Gaza and Hamas's military capacity to launch attacks on Israel being significantly diminished.
What does that mean? You're going to get rid of all of the weapons in Gaza?
Well, not like necessarily all of the weapons, but a significant portion of them. Yeah.
But again, you're inferring that for some reason that the people of Gaza are like the Palestinians. They're just going to attack. They just hate the Jews so much. They just hate, like, obviously they have a fucking reason to it.
What percent of Palestinians support Hamas now? I think it's still above 50%. I mean, and even more support the October 7th attacks.
Well, the Hamas is the force that fights their occupiers. Right? Why wouldn't they support Hamas?
Because Hamas is a jihadist organization that wants to kill Jews.
Yeah, but they don't. It's not and yeah, there's a lot of racism there. I'm not gonna overlook that, but it's like I could understand the fucking racism, but like because these are the race of people who are lauding their power over you. Like,
yeah, but don't you think Hamas is a significant part of the reason why? I mean, the war started on October 7th. The fact that they invaded
war didn't start
on October 7th. Well, it's escalation. I understand the war didn't start on October 7th, but
so two things. One thing I think is important is to note that that whether or not Hamas was like quote unquote ruling over, like let's say some other like government thing. Let's say Hamas and Sinwar and his friends and like they had nothing. Let's say they have nothing to do with governing Gaza. That does governing Gaza. What is governing Gaza and building kites, or I don't know what the fuck they strapped on to fucking fly over the wall. But like you don't have to be the ruling party of fucking Gaza to arrange 100 bros to jump off buildings with hang gliders.
Sure, you don't. What's your point here? You don't have to be the ruling body to attack Israel.
I'm saying there's just simply going to be a resistance to an occupation. You could expect it. It's going to happen.
But what's the alternative to the occupation right now?
Freedom, rights, or human rights and freedom.
Like, let's say Israel brings down the wall and gives Palestine a state. Why don't we have every indication to believe that Hamas would just attack Israel? Would they not?
Why?
Do you disagree with that?
Why? I disagree. Why would they?
Because Hamas is a literal jihadist organization that has already signaled
that they would repeat
October 7th. I mean, there are a lot of jihadist organizations attacking Israel. You're right. Hezbollah does it too.
I don't know if Hezbollah. You consider Iran jihadist?
I don't know if I consider Iran jihadist, but I mean, they fund the Houthis who attack Israel. I would probably consider them jihadists. They fund Hezbollah, which I haven't done a ton of reading on, but they're probably relatively jihadist, and they're allegedly fund Hamas. As well as Syrian groups. So, I mean, they may not be. I don't know if I would consider Iran
Israel's northern border. It's not really a problem, is it? They fire some rockets back and forth every once in a while.
I mean,
it's not the real issue, is it? It's not.
No, not right now.
It's not that big a problem. Just like with the last 10, 20 years.
No, it hasn't been since Israel withdrew. Yeah.
There's no reason to believe. I don't think there's any reason to believe it wouldn't basically be that. And again, and I still agree that like guys like
you think
Sinwar
Israel Do you think Israel should have to just accept that security threat, though? You think they should just have to accept that security
they're
threat?
not
You think
paying.
Israel?
They're not paying.
Israel.
They're not paying the price for their One, they're not paying the price for their occupation. Two, I don't buy this fucking. Oh, there's a security thing. Is the security thing? Is that the why they've moved 750,000 Israelis into the West Bank, and they keep making they've made a bunch of little Gazas in West Bank as they keep taking the land from these people? Is it because of security?
So I mean, the
Or is it
settlements
just
are
'cause they
bad.
want
The
the
settlements
land?
aren't because of security. The settlements are because Israel wants to annex the West Bank, and I don't like the fucking settlements. The settlements are fucking insane. And I'll even agree. Listen, I think Netanyahu and that guy probably should be charged by the ICC. Whether it actually ends up leading to anything, it probably won't, unfortunately. But I have no problem with admitting when Israel does war crimes, it should stop doing them.
My
Yeah, but,
point
like-
was that what Israel has in mind broadly isn't the one their security. It's simply the moving out of one people and replacing it with their people. That's like this, but it's a 75-year process. 75-year process, but more importantly, this idea that the Hamas, it's just the idea that they hate the Jews, so they just no. They're just gonna go suicide because they hate the Jews so much. No.
I mean,
no.
you disagree with that?
That doesn't
Do we
fucking.
need to, I mean, we
that
can
doesn't
listen to
fucking exist.
the phone calls of that Palestinian calling his dad, saying, "Hey, Dad, I killed 10 Jews. I killed 10 Jews. The blood is on my hands."
Yeah. Yeah. There's a lot of people. Yeah. Oh, they don't like they hate the Jews. So
Do
a
we-
lot of, especially those in Hamas. But this idea but that's not why they attacked on October. That they hate them, but they also have a good reason to attack them. So, and I'm saying that you could hate them and then, but also not be like throw your life away just to go fucking go suicide and kill yourself, that type of thing. It only happens in Israel under the fucking occupation. And note what you said, something you said referred to earlier, as if there was there was a
Palestinian Gandhi?
millennial
Oh.
long like a friction in Palestine or something, like they're just playing out the ancient or like this has been going on forever. Or I was actually right before we got on together, but there's nothing about the Jews, the Palestinians, like they live side by side, or I'll say the Muslims and Christians, like for the most part, like relatively like peaceful. Especially in other places in the Muslim world. A third of Baghdad was Jewish before Israel existed. You can go into bad, but I'm just saying. I feel like
so
there's
let's
this
say, like,
idea that
pre-October 7th, let's say Israel says, "Oh, hey, Hamas has been kind of chill lately. Okay, we're going to ease the blockade or get rid of it completely even, and we're going to I don't know, loosen up on some of the border restrictions on some of the borders, the border wall we have Gaza, and we're going to start trying to negotiate for a state with Hamas." Do you not think Hamas would? Do you think Hamas would be chill after that? Or do you think Hamas would probably just end up attacking Israel with the new weapons that they could probably get from the lifting of the blockade?
A few things. What I do think that the top up echelon of Hamas, I do think that in any deal you do have to get rid of them or whatever. But when I'm saying Hamas people, I'm referring to the average guy who doesn't have he's 24 and he doesn't have a job because no one has a job, and he just digs holes, and his mom got blown up by a rocket when he was young. Or this is like the average like Hamas bro. Like yeah, they are also, but there's a lot of anti-Semitism certainly within those ranks. But and by the way, if you give them a state and then their state attacks your state, then do all the things. But you have no fucking moral authority when you're occupying them and sieging them. And they have nothing, like you don't have the moral authority to say that these people don't like they shouldn't be attacking you or what. Of course they're going to attack you.
Don't you think the attacks would be larger in scale if the blockade wasn't at least somewhat effective at reducing the amount of weapons that can enter the Gaza Strip?
Weapons could enter northern Syria. And by the way, Hezbollah is largely made up of Palestinians. By the way, circa the Nakba. But that's not the state in to the north of Israel, right?
What do you mean?
Why would it be different? I mean that they're not trying to invade Israel or that they don't do the thing that you're saying is going to happen in Gaza.
I mean,
and they have rockets,
they have consistently launched rocket attacks into Israel for decades. They may not have done a full scale invasion or anything, but Israel has had to respond with a invasion into Lebanon before.
Oh yeah, they go into Lebanon and they kill a bunch of people every time they do it. But I mean, one of them, I don't remember which one. One of them was on entirely false pretenses, like there was an assassination or something. I don't remember it, but I'm saying that there's certainly like some tit for tat. It's not perfect, but there's some tit for tat. But it's not what you're describing. It's not October 7th over and over again, right? They're not even planning shit like that. It's just
a more violent organization than
like I said,
Hezbollah
the top. Get rid of the top echelon. Get rid of the top 4 or 5 bros. But if your argument is that 15,000 children need to die to kill like 5 people or something, is that the actual argument? Because also the idea of getting rid of Hamas, like what does that even mean? Is it 5? Is it 5 bros? Is it 10? Is it 100 guys? Do they know their names? The most people in Hamas, like once they drop their weapons and just walk away or whatever, Israel doesn't know them from Adam.
Well, so because Hamas operates in civilian clothing, but
because they're not because if they were military, because they're civilians, they're a resistance.
Hamas is civilian. Hamas is an organized armed group. They're not civilians. They can be targeted. Okay, but
I mean, there's like a resistance. As much as resistance are. I mean, it's not an official army, because it's not even a state. It's yeah, right. They don't have military uniforms because they don't have much.
But they could make military uniforms, right?
Yeah. Oh, first of all, if there was a building and it said Hamas headquarters, it would instantly be blown up at any time in the last 30 years, 20 years, or whatever. It would just be blown up just instantly.
So does that justify Hamas building tunnels under civilian residential areas? Does that justify them operating out of refugee camps? Are you saying it wasn't at all feasible for Hamas to section out areas of the Gaza Strip for military purposes? Don't you think Hamas is failing into passive precautions? Literally Hamas was the ruling authority in the Gaza Strip. They could have sectioned off areas in the Gaza Strip for military purposes, but they didn't do that. Instead, they choose to spend millions of dollars building tunnels.
Do you not think that Israel would just blow that shit up?
Yeah, but the alternative is a war crime, right? They'll Hold
on. So you're saying that Hamas should make a military base so they
yes, Hamas should not
target them.
Hamas should not commit war crimes by failing it. Hamas should not commit war crimes by failing in passive precautions. Yes, that is my position. I do not believe in Hamas committing war crimes.
So if you were if you were in Hamas, you were a general in Hamas.
If I was in Hamas, okay, let's see. I would release the hostages and surrender. Problem solved.
No. I'm talking about before October 7th. I'm talking about any time in the last 20
October
years. 7th?
Okay, I would surrender.
You want freedom. What do you mean surrender? What have you done? What have you done?
What do you mean?
Why would you surrender?
Hamas has attacked Israel multiple times before October 7th.
But Israel hasn't attacked.
Well, of course, Israel's attacked. Of course, Israel's attacked Hamas, but usually that's in response to either Palestinian rocket attacks.
Well, that's not even true. But I mean, sometimes it is. But I mean, they mostly kill civilians when they blow shit up in Gaza, right?
Are you talking about? I mean, but it seems like Hamas has a policy of targeting civilians, where Israel has a policy of targeting militants, even if there is obviously collateral damage to that.
They have a history of targeting maybe some militants and maybe some journalists. What the military to civilian ratio of October 7th was what so it's like 1100 or 1110 like 800 to like
I think it's
300
like,
or
yeah,
something.
800 civilians. Yeah, but the ratio doesn't really matter because the fact is Hamas had a policy of killing civilians and a policy of taking civilians hostages. It doesn't seem like Israel has a policy of doing the same thing.
But before, actually Hamas only they true story they used to only target military shit up until like 1994. When in Israeli reservist basically walked into a mosque and they shot up like 60 or 70 people or something. By the way, there's something there's a name for that massacre. There's lots of massacres, mostly by Israelis. But just saying, like if you think that it's like and by the way, the ceasefire, that after Hamas got into power, it was the Israeli fucking shelling of a fucking civilian beach that broke the ceasefire.
Which ceasefire? There's been a lot of ceasefires.
I'm talking the first one. Like the Hamas exists now, and Israel's like, fuck you. Here's a blockade. And it's like, and Hamas is like, oh, okay, we're gonna try to do this right for a bit, I guess, if we're in power. That there was a ceasefire, like right. But I'm talking the first ceasefire, the first shots.
It's possible Israel broke the first ceasefire, but that's bad if they did that.
By targeting civilians. Targeting civilians.
What do you mean by targeting civilians?
I'll pull it up. Shit, actually. I used to be much more organized with this shit. Ceasefires. 2000. It's a Guardian article. Death on the beach. 7 Palestinians killed as Israeli shells hit family picnic. A barrage of Israeli artillery shells rained down on the busy Gaza beach yesterday, killing 7 Palestinians, 3 of them children. The attack has put further strain on the 16-month truce between Israel and the governing Hamas movement. Witnesses describes. Yeah.
Does it state anywhere if they targeted civilians or just that civilians were killed?
It was a beach with families there, and they got shelled. What do you want the IDF to tell you that there was a militant there?
Well,
it was a 16-month truce.
I would hope that there was.
Who are they firing? Who are they firing at them? Why are they firing at them?
Well, I don't know. You'd have to tell me that.
You want apologetics?
I want to know if there's any reasonable claim that Israel was they're firing at suspected militants.
First, they said that they were trying to fire somewhere else, and then later they said that they didn't fire. Then they didn't. That they said they didn't shell. But you could look at all the. But there's no doubt that it was 2, in fact, Israeli warships that shelled the beach. You might find an excuse somewhere, maybe down the line, and there was someone there that they were shooting at that was a militant. Would that make it okay for you if they said there was a militant there?
What do you mean by okay? It would make it not necessarily illegal. It wouldn't. It would mean they're not targeting civilians if they had genuinely reasonably believed that there was a militant there and they were firing at militants with the aim of killing militants. That would mean it was a failure in proportionality, not distinction. Which doesn't necessarily make it okay, it just makes it not a failure of distinction.
And that is, by the way, the Hamas-Israel relationship there, but it coexisting for a very short time. Not that Gaza was a state still under occupation, but it wasn't Hamas that broke the ceasefire. Was my point of bringing it up. Yargle. So did you not think that You went back to like that Israel deserves like some level of peace and security, insurances on their security or whatever. Did the people of Palestine not deserve human rights?
Well, they definitely deserve human rights, and Israel should be abiding by the laws of war. And I think anytime they're not abiding by the laws of war, for example, a settlement, or we can talk about various cases where an attack might not have been proportional, or we can talk about refusing to let humanitarian aid in at the beginning of the war. I think Israel should be prosecuted for those offenses. But I think as a matter of policy, Israel tries to respect the human rights of Palestinians.
No, they don't.
Okay.
Nope, they get murdered all the time by the IDF. It's rarely investigated. I don't. You want examples?
So when you say murdered by the IDF, that can have two meanings. One, it can mean the Israeli army has a policy of murdering innocent civilians, or it can mean some IDF soldiers either were poorly trained or went rogue and fired at civilians when they had no justification to, or they were radicalized and just hate Palestinians. That's entirely possible. But those two things are different because one is a policy and the other is
it's the
not.
middle one, but the policy is to not properly or forget about to not investigate or punish such incidences. Right. In fact, and by the way, and it's not just the IDF. Like there's go find videos of the settlers just going fucking ham on burning buildings, cars, chasing, and the IDF is there, but they just fucking watch or whatever. Like, don't give me the fucking that they give a shit about Palestinian human rights, or like they don't. They absolutely fucking don't.
Also, by the way, Israeli says, I'd have to do more research to know if this is true. Israeli says it was shelling the area in response to rockets. They're firing a homemade rockets. I mean, I'm looking at the article right now.
Yeah, so they shelled the beach full of people.
Yeah, I mean, they even killed on Thursday. The Israeli Air Force killed one of the most prominent Palestinian leaders in the area, like the Popular Resistance Committee in Gaza, the head of the Popular Resistance Committee in Gaza, Jamal Abu Samhana.
Hold on.
I don't think we're talking about the 2014 one. I think we're talking about the.
Oh, the Guardian. On Thursday, Israeli Air Force.
This random 2000.
That's after.
I mean, that's after, but doesn't it?
Before.
I mean, clearly this group did not come about in the few days after Israel did the strike. Clearly, this group existed before the strike. So I would assume that this group was posing some type of security threat to Israel, whether it was with homemade rockets or some type of the incendiary attacks that they like to do.
Did you expect Israel not to have an excuse for why they shelled the beach or whatever?
No, I expected you to have evidence that they were targeting civilians, and you did not provide any evidence that they were targeting civilians.
Wait. They just shot at civilians.
That's not evidence of targeting civilians. It's targeting.
So hold on, but so as long as Israel says that there was someone they were going after, that's fine.
Well, they can't just say it. They have to be right.
Okay, so was that guy that they said that they got, was he on the beach?
I don't think he was on the beach, but what it proves to me is that there was a genuine security threat posed to Israel at this time by resistance groups, which probably gave them justification for doing these type of strikes.
On civilians.
Number one.
In what world, one, is Israel not going to give some excuse like that they were if you always believe, you have to like judge it on its face, on the act that on its face Israeli warships shelled a fucking beach to break full of civilians to break a 16-month ceasefire, and whatever the excuse is, because there's always a fucking excuse, it's not fucking good enough.
What do you mean it's not? What level of security threat to Israel is acceptable to you?
What was the threat?
What was the threat? It was the threat of the thing mentioned in the article was the homemade rockets being shot in Israel by these groups, which are fired at Israeli civilian population areas. Well, it says Israel. I mean, we could do research right now if you wanted to. I'm fairly confident that we could find examples of these groups firing rockets into Israel at the time. And again, the fact that they killed a leader of a prominent group would suggest to me that these groups existed and were posing a threat to Israel at the time.
Because they were certainly making rockets. Maybe they fired one off. Is the rockets are that they're a security threat? You would say
They pose a threat to Israeli civilians, yes, and Israeli military installations, but more importantly, Israeli civilians.
you know, in the 10 years before there was an Iron Dome, of the thousands, maybe tens of thousands of rockets, the death toll for the 10 years before there was an Iron Dome it's 23, which is about civilians, Israeli civilians, 11 Palestinian civilians, because those fuckers just drop out the sky. This fucking and 3 IDF soldiers. That's 10. That's 10 years of rockets.
Okay, so all of that should be factored into proportionality analyses. The direct concrete military gain, I would then assume, would be assessed to be relatively low since the threat pose wasn't that big. Therefore, the collateral damage permitted to do these type of strikes should also not be that big.
Are you aware of the Al Shifa hospital? Sort of the stories around that.
I haven't done all my reading into it yet, but I mean, vaguely familiar. Yeah.
What excuse did the Israel give?
I think there was a tunnel underground near the hospital, and there were Palestinian militants operating in the hospital. I think Israel claims to have arrested 200 of them in their most recent operation there. Yeah.
So the tunnel, there wasn't you saw the 3D render. That's a joke, right?
Well, even if the 3D render is a joke, they did invite journalists into the tunnel, which was, I don't know if it was directly under Al Shifa Hospital, but it was definitely adjacent to it.
So it wasn't there was a bunker, right? It was actually a bunker, and there was a tunnel.
Well, there was also a tunnel.
Yeah, there was
a tunnel. Even if there was a bunker under it, even Amnesty International has said in 2008, at least, Hamas was using Al Shifa as an interrogation site.
What year? 2008?
Yeah, 2008. Although, to be fair, I guess it was abandoned parts of the hospitals in 2008. But
the reason why the Israelis knew that there was something under the hospital is because the Israelis built it.
It's fine if Israelis built it, but if Hamas is utilizing it, that's still bad, right?
But when they took CNN down there, it was vacant, right?
It was vacant. Hadn't they already done their military operation at that point?
Out of the bunker?
Out of the tunnel that they took people inside.
What proof are you referring?
Israel says video, and they I believe they took, I forget what channel they took under there.
Yeah, I think it was CNN, but
NBC,
they brought them.
Well, is it
so there was
NBC
two
News
things. There was the basement scene where they pointed to a chair and they said that's where the hostages were kept, and then they pointed to the calendar and said these are the names of the terrorists. But then every Arabic-speaking person is like, but those are the days of the week that were written here. Did you catch that one?
No, I saw that. Yeah.
Hasbro. That there was that, and then they were like, and then they took them then they took them into the bunker, which again Israel had built in the 80s or whatever, and it was just vacant. So, Salty says NBC. It might have been. Let's see, man. What burden of proof do you think is deserving of an assault on a hospital?
A pretty high one, but it seems like Israel probably has information they haven't released, which is the kind of.
Why wouldn't they release it?
I don't know. They've done a bad job at that.
Or they released a 3D render of that appeared to be their intelligence on what was under the.
Yeah, and it also feels like anytime they release evidence, people just say it's fake, because they did release that video of someone going through all the weapons that they supposedly found, at least, but people just say it's fake. I don't know. I haven't done all my reading into it yet, but I can.
Yeah, they did show a handful of weapons, and if you want to say that that those weapons were there or something like that's fine, I guess. They did show it as if it was disguised in an MRI room, which was a little sus, but okay, so a handful of weapons. If Hamas fighters get shot and then are brought to a hospital, do you think that is deserving of to say that they're operating out of the hospital or something, or like do you think that
If
would be good
Hamas
enough to
fighters
attack the hospital?
if Hamas
If they're
fighters
being
are shot in the hospital, no, I don't think that's enough
no, if
justification.
they're
But
being treated at the hospital, right.
no, if they're being treated, no. But there's also this NATO report, that's from 2008 to 2014, says it finds evidence of Hamas using tunnels. I don't know if it specifically goes over hospitals though, but
Even if there was a tunnel under a hospital, I don't even know what that means. Is it connected about it? But that's the only one I've seen, and that was the bunker that Israel actually built. But basically every hospital has been, or most of the hospitals in Gaza have been attacked, with little to no evidence produced for the reasons. Again, we're a little bit off the subject. I want to refocus on and I don't know. Let me know if it's getting how much time you got or whatever.
I'm gonna go at like 2 a.m. But we still have some time.
This the idea that that Israel has had now 50 years to try to
I'm told about the interrogation site, but anytime you mention a video of the hostages,
basically,
hostages in the hospital, they just go, "Oh, well, they were just treating the hostages."
15,
By the way, Isaac, if you want to
10
hop
to 15
in, you
years before
can just
Hamas
join a
existed,
VC in the server, and I'll
25
drag
years
you in here.
before Hamas ever was actually a thing, and was like a governing body. I mean, there's decades of certainly relative peace that any time they could have been trying to give them their rights, but they never did, right?
What do you mean? What do you mean of negotiating with Hamas? I was yelling at chat. Sorry.
Oh, mostly like before there even was Hamas. We're talking about decades of relative peace. Like, I mean, when I say peace, I mean there wasn't a substantial resistance.
I mean, there were attempts to negotiate during this time, right? The Oslo Accords were set up during this period of substantial peace. The violence only started happening the first Intifada happened to try to undermine the Oslo Accords. Like, there were negotiations that happened during this time. Yeah, but then
I don't think that's right.
Pretty sure if you go first Intifada,
87. Oslo Accords 93.
The uprising lasted from December 1987 until the Madrid Conference in 1901, though some dates conclusion is 1993, to signing of the Oslo Accords. Okay, my understanding was that this happened to try to undermine the Oslo Accords.
Yeah, you were lied to.
Okay. So if I look up First Intifada undermine Oslo Accords, is anything going to come
I think
up?
it's the opposite. You might have said that the Oslo Accords were sort of a reaction to the First Intifada. I think that's more accurate. And I would say I think the Second Intifada was a reaction to the Oslo Accords, or Israel backing out of the Oslo Accords. So basically, mostly.
Okay.
Mostly. Yeah, even if those were even if those agreements were actually made in good faith, again, once Rabin was gone, and I'm
well, yeah.
Then you have Netanyahu, and again, there's multiple quotes from Netanyahu about how he sabotaged those agreements. So where's the off ramp for Palestinians and people who are these conversations always like go back decades or whatever. But I mean, most of the people in Gaza and a lot of people in the West Bank, like they didn't have anything to do with that shit. They're just born and raised under a fucking occupation. They don't have a state. They don't have any rights, especially in the West Bank. But these people that but for some reason Israel's perfect security and they're fucking, and by the way, Israel is a fucking extremely fucking peaceful place. I think that like in the last like 15, 20 20 years. I feel like there hasn't been many terrorist attacks at all. That you could point to the their police state, but like this idea that there was peace before October 7th. Yeah, there's peace for Israelis. There's a brutal occupation for the Palestinians.
Did I ever claim that there was peace before October 7th? I mean, there was definitely less violence, but I don't think I ever.
Right. You said I think you said started the war, and then you sort of revised it. But and I'm mostly quoting. I like to listen to the. I got these super Zio friends on Twitter, and they have spaces, and they're super racist and skitsy. The type of shit that they say. But anyway.
Okay, what do we think like a solution looks like here? Okay, so what do we think should happen next, basically, from today?
Israel gives Palestinians their state and their human rights, and leaves the fucking West Bank because does not belong to them.
So Israel should basically, when you say give them a state and human rights, that means Israel, I would assume, means ends the blockade on the Gaza Strip and allows Hamas to continue existing. They don't go in their offensive. They don't get rid of the remaining brigades.
If you want to add that, again, make a list. We won't respect your state if any of these 100 people are involved in any way. Basically, make them exiles or whatever. Make them live in holes or something. Basically.
All right. Like real quick, do you mind if somebody else joins? Another streamer who's begging to join right now.
Yeah.
All right, Isaac, you can hop in if you want to. All right, he's apparently on his way. But I get, hasn't Hamas literally vowed to repeat October 7th before? Hasn't this been a thing that they've said that they were going to do?
One guy said one time.
Don't they seemingly have a policy of perpetuating these attacks against Israel? I understand that you think they're in response to the occupation.
The 14 years from 14 years, 2008 to 2023. Do you know a general idea of the people killed on either side, on the Palestinian side or the Israeli side?
Well, I know there were way more on the Palestinian side, but that's not really relevant when it comes to the moral standing of the perpetrators. When it comes to the moral standing of the perpetrators, I care about the intentions, not the amount of collateral damage.
Collateral damage. So, and was it 2008 or 2014? Whatever one was the 3 Israelis disappeared. It wasn't Hamas, but it was blamed on Hamas to start the bombing or whatever, or started the escalation to the bombing. Like, I mean, what you just said about the Hamas, as if they were as if they never stopped doing violence. And by the way, it's 6,500 to 300. The 2008 to 20,
but we should probably look at these
22.
the intentions behind them, right? Again, it seems like Hamas has a policy targeting civilians, whereas Israel has a policy of only targeting militants. Even if you want to say that some strikes are disproportionate.
Fuck, only targeting at the March of Return. They shot a civilian. You don't think they did?
No, I'm aware that they shot civilians, but one, I would hope you acknowledge that there were at least some violent parts of the March of Return. 2, I mean, this was a policing activity. This wasn't a war. This is a policing activity. When people were approaching the border, the walled border, with IDFs who had rifles, IDF members shot them. And some of them were definitely bad. Like, I think the UN did their investigation, which is kind of weird that they did an investigation into a policing activity instead of a war. But they did their investigation. And I think the one investigation concluded that they, out of 200 people shot, only one of them had the legitimate cause or whatever. So there were certainly Certainly things we can talk about where Israel unnecessarily kills civilians, but most of these look like lapses in policies and not the policy itself.
You said lapses in policy, but in more so than the actually death count, I think it was like over 1,000 people had just their kneecaps just fucking shot off with basically hollow point rounds.
Yeah, but those were most of those were people approaching the border, right? I don't know why you think you would be able to approach a border that's a militarized border and not get shot.
You say approach. That maybe there was some approaching. Maybe there's a video of one person of a guy standing with his back to the fence and him getting shot. It's hard to find one, but
his back to the fence. He was at the fence. Like
you
I don't
could
know.
see the fence.
I wouldn't necessarily say like all these people should be shot, but you're approaching a militarized border. I think if you're literally approaching a militarized border where the other people have lethal weapons and you know they have lethal weapons, I think it's kind of valid for the IDF to assume that you have some type of lethal intention there when you're approaching people with lethal weapons. I mean,
and you also just can't set the precedent that like if you want to like engage with a force on its border, just bring civilians with you, because then if you do push that border and they shoot civilians, it's wrong, right? Like, obviously this was a no-go zone.
Whoa! No-go zone. Wait. Who said that? You were just inferred that there were like militants that like amongst the civilians, and that's why
that's
they were.
What Hamas claims.
Hamas claims
even like
what?
that there were militants in those groups.
Hamas claims that there are militants in their groups.
You're claiming that there wasn't Hamas in the groups.
I mean, there were
I know that
these groups.
Unarmed civilians were targeted by snipers. Which
but
was
you agree, though,
otherwise a almost entirely peaceful protest.
But you do agree that Hamas is admitted to being a part of it, right? Like that they were in those groups.
I mean, people in Hamas are just people that mostly live in Gaza.
It still is not answering the question. That you agree that people who are a part of Hamas were there, though, right? Like they probably had military aims.
No, there's no evidence of military aims.
So when Hamas claims they were a member there, like why do you think they claimed those militants were there?
What do you mean? In what fashion were they there? And when did they claim that?
Okay, saying that there were members of the militant organization. Of the 7 were Hamas militant and activists. 1 was a global jihad activist, and 1 was a member of the Al-Qusaid Martyrs Brigade group. Some of them appeared in military form in pictures of the event. Hamas says, however, that only 5 of its members were killed that day. 1 of the men in the IDF was a Hamas operative. One was a member of the Martyrs Brigade. And then, according to the organization itself, but according to the IDF, among those Hamas, so even Hamas admits and IDF admit, they just argue about the numbers.
I say you're referring to like a single day or something. But that doesn't mean that they had the military aims. And by the way, we're talking about the largely peaceful protests where many civilians were shot, right? That's what we're talking about.
I mean, if you're going into a no-go zone, though, like under that circumstance, like, do you call like pass? Like, do you think that whenever you pass like a border that you're told not to pass, like you are committing like?
They never passed the border.
So they weren't. Like some of them weren't in the no-go zone. Yeah.
They were approaching.
What's the no-go zone?
The no-go zone is. Let me look it up. Is I think it says 100 to 300 meters from the thing. Oh no, the go zone is 100 meters out from the line.
It's whatever arbitrary line that the snipers want to shoot you. It's probably about that much, yeah. It's not like a physical line, though. Right? And by the way, there's video of civilians getting killed that weren't approaching the fence. So, and we're talking about hundreds of civilians dying. Like the and you usually go, it's a no-go zone. It's a fucking peaceful protest. You're excusing opening fire on a peaceful protest. That's what you're fucking excusing.
My problem is though is you can't say like you can say it was a mostly peaceful protest, but you agree that it wasn't a entirely peaceful process, right? Like there was.
It wasn't entirely,
violence.
yes.
Okay, then at least we agree on that. But I'm just saying, like, you don't like the IDF doesn't have like a scanner they can see like who's going to protest peacefully and who's going to protest like violently. Like, obviously they're going to be very wary of the people who go within these areas that they aren't allowed
Very
to be
wary of what?
of attacks.
Of attack? What kind of attack?
I don't know, mortars being fired.
Mortars.
Firearms
I'm
being
pretty sure there
fired.
were.
Hold on.
I remember a big thing during the March Return was that there were like incendiary balloons that were being thrown over the border, and then they would land on Israeli homes and like burn them down.
Wait. A few things. One, what the fuck is an incendiary? But I read that too. I don't know what the fuck that is. So if you were going to do that, why wouldn't you just do it at night? Why would you walk up in broad daylight and do it? The fuck?
So what I'm saying is one soldier was injured during this from a grenade that was thrown from a Palestinian. Wow. So like there were
one soldier was injured. Wow.
Well,
by the way, I don't give
true,
a fuck
but
about the
that's
injury. You could say
okay.
What the fuck? No. So these people are on the other side of the fence. I don't know how far away the fucking snipers are, but there's obviously no imminent danger. And you're just saying, well, they crossed an arbitrary line, so it's okay. They got open fire on. That's just how it is. Ooh. No, we're talking about fucking snipers, fucking just shooting at the crowds of civilians. And by the way, and fucking medics and journalists, including a U.S. fucking journalist. By the way, BT Dubs clearly fucking marked as a journalist, fucking just murked. Fucking Israel denied it until the FBI actually threatened to investigate. They're like, okay, it was us. That's what.
Also, I don't know where I ended up falling off, but I don't know if I want to backtrack on this because I don't know how you guys ended it. But we agree that like Hamas like can't be the power that like Israel will ever make a diplomatic peace agreement, right?
Well, I don't think Israel would make it. Well, one, I don't think Israel would make it with anyone. But two, so I don't think it's right to
even
like
though
frame it.
You've attempted to in the past.
When the fuck have they ever in the past?
I mean, wasn't the like initial agreement put on the table accepted by Israel? Isn't that
what initial agreement?
The UN partition plan.
UN partition plan. The Israelis said yes to it, but they didn't abide by it.
Well, because
that was after the Arabs rejected it, though.
Yeah.
Okay, first of all, the Arabs, like it was mostly like the Arab countries. Yeah, they're going to reject the. Did you see that map, by the way? So the Palestinians.
I'm not arguing that it was a good or bad deal. I'm
I
saying
think
that
that's
your
in.
claim
I might
was that
chill
they
out a
wouldn't
bit
accept
to
peace,
have
but yet they did.
done one
Right?
we
If they
want a
didn't want
bit
them there, they wouldn't
to
accept
make it
peace
more
under
fair.
that agreement.
So first of all, again, you want to go back 76 years. And second of all, even though the Israelis said yes to that agreement, the Israelis still didn't abide by it themselves.
Well, that's a mute claim. Obviously, they're not going to abide by an agreement that wasn't approved. The other side didn't accept it. Obviously, they're not going to.
Of course, they're not going to accept it. So it was a fucking horrible fucking map. So what's your point?
Why are you saying that Israel didn't abide by it? Of course they wouldn't. It never was taken to approval.
What?
Your claim was, well, they didn't abide by it. Well, why would they? It wasn't accepted by the Arabian side.
The UN basically drew a border for Israel, and Israel's like, okay, sure, that's our border.
Again, I'm not arguing.
And then they immediately fucking took land that wasn't within those borders.
Wasn't immediately. It was after the rejection of the deal from the Arab side.
Okay, so they have borders, and now
they don't though. They don't though.
The other side didn't accept them.
So if you, as long as you fucking draw a horrible map that no one would agree to, then therefore it's okay to fucking steal their land, or like the idea that the Palestinians ever had like a chance for fucking peace. No, that's the inference.
Also, again though, what land are you talking about?
What?
The land that was under full control from the UN, the land that was under full control from the British. Like, what land are you talking about?
I'm talking about fucking Palestinian land.
Yeah, what land
who was it owned by during that time? Yeah. What you're saying is the people who had power over that land drew borders upon that land, and it was not accepted.
What's the point?
The main point was that you said that Israel wasn't looking for peace with the Palestinians, but I was trying to show that they were in the past. So obviously that can't be true if they were looking for peace. Even if the deal was horrible, it shows that they were looking for peace in some aspect. They're not rejecting every deal off the table full-heartedly just because they're Palestinian.
You
right?
realize that there was a deal offered before that, with Israel had a smaller territory, and the Israelis, the Zionists, I should say, at the time, that they denied, that they said no to that deal.
The
And
Peel
I forget the
Commission,
name
you
of it. It might have been, or it was like 3 years. I forget the name of it, but I could Google it. But they basically said no, they said no to that agreement. It was a much smaller. Israel had got the much smaller piece of deal, or a piece of land or whatever.
all I'm saying is your point was that they weren't accepting of Palestinians having a land, and this shows that that's not true. I mean, if you're so is your claim that they would accept Palestinians, but only if the deal was great for them, or is your deal that they wouldn't accept the deal at all because they're Palestinian?
Who wouldn't accept the deal?
Israel. Because that was your claim, is that they wouldn't accept any deal.
Wouldn't accept any deal when? I'm sorry.
I mean, we can backtrack now. It's fine. Yeah, we don't. Maybe my memory's bad. You said they wouldn't accept the deal, obviously, and I
said that they've never offered. The Israelis, the Zionists, if you want to go back that far, have never actually offered a two-state deal to the Palestinians.
But they have accepted one in the past. So
But
that's kind of contrary.
But they themselves again don't even.
I don't know why we're getting into the semantical part of it.
Borders.
But again, wait, why are you saying that? That makes no sense. Obviously, didn't abide
They
by
didn't
it
abide to
it was
agreement
never
that never
accepted
went
from the other
through.
side. I don't understand what mind twisting we have to do for that. Like that doesn't make sense. Well, of course they didn't follow the contract. It was never accepted.
So you say accepted, but it wasn't a direct deal. I mean, it was something the UN drew it up.
They brought it to Israel. Israel accepted it. They brought it to the Arab group, and they said no.
The no is basically a UN vote. I think that's that they might have been a no before.
The Arab Higher Committee said no.
Yeah, there was.
There was okay. Okay, so they would say no, but in that scenario, the UN still gave Israel a land. Why? What makes it okay for Israel then?
Wait, when did they give them land?
Wait. The UN gave Israel land in the
partition plan?
47. Yeah, partition. Yeah.
But that was never accepted. So I mean, that didn't get through. The deal was never accepted. So why would you look at that deal for anything? Again, why would you look at a contract that never got approved to say how the contractual agreement should have been taken out? They've never been approved.
But just because the Zionists said that yes, but they had every intention of not abiding by it, or
you can say that, but we'll never know because the Arab side never accepted it.
And again, this idea that all of the Arabs are like one entity or something.
I'm not saying all of the Arabs.
We're just referring to the Arab state, the Arabs living in the area at the time. It was called the Arab Higher Committee, right? I mean,
all of the different Arab leaders in the area had their own things going on. Like I don't even know who was representing the actual Palestinians at the time. Obviously, what happened with that map is actually what you expect to happen, which is fucking Jordan went to get the piece that was near Jordan, and Egypt went to get the piece that was near Egypt, and Lebanon was jerked off. I don't even think they did anything. I mean, that's what fucking happened. The idea that all of these Arab people like the fact that these people like that they're all one people or something. No. There's a lot of fucking like crazy shit going on. But we shouldn't have to
argue that the representation for the Arab side wasn't the representation for the Arab side. Like I've never seems like a really weird argument to bring up in this case.
Well, you say Arab, you say Arab side, but yeah, I'm saying that there isn't an Arab side. I'm saying that everyone involved had their own wants and needs, and that the idea that, for instance, the Jordanian leader was at all interested in giving Palestine its own country, it wasn't. Jordan wanted the entire thing for a while. I don't know why. What was your original point? Why are we going back?
Oh, because you said that they would never accept a peaceful deal, and obviously that this shows that they would.
I don't think that proved that it would.
What do you mean? Your point was that they wouldn't accept the Palestinians living with them, but they accepted a deal that would have had that.
Don't you think that it would have behooved Israel
You
as
can-
like, hold on, this group of people, the foreigners from Europe that are giving a bunch of land, UN says this is your land, for them to not even abide by
An
the
unknown
fucking
person wants to
majority
join.
land that they were
No,
fucking
PPG
given.
cannot
Well,
join
but they were
because
never given that land. The
PPG
deal never
is
went
a
through.
banned streamer,
again,
and
it
I'm
took
not.
me-
By giving them
impacting
land,
it.
I'm talking about when the
Okay, you're talking about
when the
the-
UN voted yes on the yes you're a state.
What is the
or
fucking?
Israel said we're going to be a state, and the UN is
Who made
like
it windy? What?
Yeah,
Wasn't
okay,
that right after?
basically ratified it. Yeah, basically right away. Maybe that.
Yeah, it was right after 1948. Yeah.
What does that sound? Oh, that's
Anyway,
this
so
video.
and going back 75 years is ridiculous because yeah.
Well, I wasn't doing it for like a timeline. You just said that they wouldn't accept a deal. Like that seems like to go against it.
I'm saying for the last certainly the last 50 years like that Israel's been interested in one thing, and that's the entirety of what they consider Israel and taking it for greater Israel. Like that's what their actions say every step of the way. Like, and I usually say that maybe Rabin was serious, maybe.
I mean, I agree that there probably are some problems with the fact of they aren't like Israel isn't looking for a lot of peace right now, but I don't think that's Israel's fault.
Hold on, why isn't it Israel's fault?
Because they've been given every reason not to.
What reason?
October 7th? Do you not
Okay.
think that might have a play on people's opinions right now?
No, I'm talking about the 50 years that they occupied the West Bank and Gaza.
I mean, so in like 67 there was 6-Day War, in 56 there was a Suez, in 1973 like in 1982 there was the Lebanon War.
Wow, none of that has to do.
Wow, watch this. I
Well, your
changed the
point with that
thumbnail and it
50
started getting
years.
views again. Hell yeah, I love making 15 different thumbnails and just changing the title and
But I'm saying
thumbnail
there's
every
been
time it stops getting views. I'm an excellent
also, the
YouTuber.
6-Day War, I'm pretty sure Palestine had a case in that.
There was
The
I don't know if
PLO
they
was
had-
unable to establish any control on the ground. It established its headquarters in Jordan, home to hundreds and thousands of Palestinians, and supported the Jordanian army during the War of Attrition, which included the Battle of Karem. However, the Palestinian base in Jordan collapsed with the Jordan-Palestinian Civil War in 1970.
Okay.
So they were involved, and then
You're
5 years
saying
after
that
that.
you're saying that they helped the Jordanians.
No, I'm saying that
try to
it seems
hold
like there's always been
West Bank?
conflict. You said like in the 50 years there wasn't conflict. It seems like there was probably you can agree that played
There's
a
only
factor
the
in peace
KFC
talks, right?
Colonel Sanders, true.
What did?
That the fact that the history of Israel has been fighting for its life for its state.
When did it fight for its life?
I mean, the times I just named.
The war that they started in '67.
No, he
just
thinks
saying the
Israel
wars
is
in
always going to
general.
win every war. It doesn't, yeah.
Wait. That's not starting a war that you won in 6 days. That's not fighting for your life, is it?
I think Israel had reason to believe that the Arab states
Yeah,
wanted
for sure
to
most
exterminate
people-
it.
Most historians agree that I mean Israeli historians unfortunately agree that the evidence does show that there was probably some bad things about to happen to Israel.
Nope, they don't.
No? Okay. Well,
Well,
even then, no. Even if they started the wars, okay, I'll even give you that. Okay,
they definitely
Israel
started the war.
Okay, well, I mean, like in like the political, like who's really started? We know what I mean. 20 different things. Okay, I'm saying just in totality. Okay, let's say Israel did start the war. You do agree though that even if they did, the war would have an effect on the peace talks.
The peace talks with Palestinians.
Yes.
I'll give you like I guess so. But
You don't think,
I'll give you
do
an
you
I
think
guess so, but-
Palestinian violence makes Israel less likely to accept peace? That should be the easy thing to
Palestinian
answer.
violence. Okay, well,
Palestinian
okay,
and or Arab aggression.
So
I mean,
Israel then after that they're occupying these territories. If they respected these people,
bro, what's up with this
they might
YouTube
have
chatter,
tried
man?
to I don't help them have a state or something.
Why?
Instead of
I'm saying why would they? Explain to me that. No, I'm not saying that like I'm saying that like rhetorically. Why would they do that?
right because the land that they took is considered illegally
It's not even-
occupied under international law.
Again, though.
Oh boy.
What?
But again, though, I'm saying what Why would they? If Russia takes Kiev tomorrow, Russia's not going to give back Kiev, and the UN's not going to be shit about it. Okay, so why should they? I'm saying why do you think they should?
All right. So is this what like a might
Also,
make right
just
argument?
real quick, Casey. I'm just curious.
Saying.
Wait, continue. I'll hop in after.
No, you're good. You're good. Go.
Well, no, hop in after because it's kind of.
Nope. You were first. You gotta go.
Okay, fuck you. Okay, Casey, briefly, let's debate. What do you think makes Israel's occupation illegal under international law? What do you think makes it illegal?
This is a whole new debate.
This is the shit you tried to do earlier. You want to play fucking international law or whatever. When I say that what is the law?
The British did cause the problem.
Law. Like this is the status quo. This is what the UN has been saying for 50 years. This is everyone said. So that's the consensus.
So I didn't actually ask what the UN said. I asked what is the basis for it being illegal under international law. Actually, it's not even what the UN says because UN.
I'm not a fucking.
Yeah, to be fair, you are asking for a law.
UN 242, 1 isn't legally binding, 2 doesn't even require Israel to withdraw from all the occupied territories, and 3 ties the withdrawal of Israel from occupied. It ties Israel withdrawing from the occupied territories to Arab recognition for peace. The way international law works, if you're doing something illegal, you have to immediately cease that illegal activity. No negotiations, no whatever. So the fact that it ties Israel's withdrawal to negotiations with Arab states actually directly supports the notion that Israel's occupation is on the whole legal, even if certain things they do within the occupation, like the settlements, are illegal.
No. It's not. It's illegal to take territory in a military
annexation.
war.
Annexation is illegal. Occupation resulting from a war of self-defense is not illegal. But annexation is illegal. So, like, for example, the annexation of the Golan Heights, when Israel passed that law, that was illegal. That is bad. The UN did condemn that, rightfully so. Same thing with the Israeli annexation of parts of East Jerusalem. That was bad. It's illegal. Annexation is illegal. Occupation resulting from a war of self-defense is probably not illegal.
So they could remove every Palestinian from the West Bank.
That would be a violation.
They could build new cities there, and as long as they don't quote what do you? It
is still entirely possible to commit crimes within the West Bank.
As long as as long as they don't pass a law that says they annex it.
As long as they can,
international, like that would violate international law.
The annexation would.
I mean, that's what they're doing. But what I'm saying is,
international law. And so the settlements also do violate international law because you can't build settlements in military occupied territories. Certain things that they do within the occupation are illegal, definitely, but that does not extend to making the entirety.
The occupation is illegal because it's land that they've taken by force. They have total control over it.
It doesn't really. At the end of the day, unfortunately, it doesn't matter what you believe because the way the UN.
No. This is what the UN believes. This is what fucking the body.
Well, then why does UN Resolution 242 tie withdrawal from the Israeli territory to Arab negotiations with Arab states? Doesn't that directly support the notion that the occupation itself isn't illegal?
It's 1967. Concern, emphasizing, further affirms the fulfillment of the charter, affirms further the guarantee freedom of navigating through international, This the design is special rapporteur request the Security General to report. There's been about like 50 resolutions after this one. I'm not sure why we're looking at this one, but.
Well, UN 242 is just what a lot of people cite when they say the occupation is illegal. But yeah, there's been other resolutions, but a lot of them either aren't legally binding or don't even necessarily call the occupation illegal.
Do you agree with that it is international law that you can't take territory basically by force in a war?
Yes.
No, because that's.
Well, it depends what you mean.
Legal ways to do it, yeah.
You can't start a war to take territory, but occupations can be lawfully created in a war of self-defense. That is my understanding of international law.
I don't even think it's. I don't think actually you could. I don't even think you could take the territory, even if it was self-defense. Not that would. I think that would be a lot more moral or whatever. But I don't. my understanding, it is illegal either way. But and I could double check.
Well, if it was illegal, why would UN 242 not state as such?
Give me a second.
Oh, get to Muhammad, true. I think the U.S. has lost a direct conflict only insurgencies. I don't think the U.S. has lost a direct conflict only insurgencies. I mean,
oh shit.
Vietnam was somewhat of a direct conflict, right? We were fighting insurgent movement in Viet Cong as well as North Vietnam, but
resolution determines that the Israeli settlements in the occupied Arab territories, including the West Bank and East Jerusalem, have no legal validity and constitute a serious obstruction to achieving a comprehensive, just, and lasting peace in the Middle East. Additionally, 2, 3, 3, 4, and I mean 2016. I could double check these. It needs to be double checked.
I mean, again, I agree that settlements are illegal because that's annexation, right? Or well, the settlements are illegal.
Activity and constitutes a flagrant violation. But on the first one, that the 1979 446 Israeli settlement. Okay, the settlements. Blah blah blah. It says settlements. I could specify. It'll take. None of them explicitly declare the occupation itself to be legal. They primarily focus on settlement activities. Okay. However, UN General Assembly resolutions have been more explicit in declaring the occupation itself illegal. So,
which aren't
General
binding.
Assemblies.
General Assembly resolutions aren't binding. It's just what the majority of states feel like saying that day.
I mean, they've been pretty consistent about it, but also,
but they never called for it like in any legal sense.
Call for what?
They never made a call in the legal sense to push for it. Like, why do you think they haven't done that? Isn't that interesting? Isn't that
also, there's different ways that
to do what?
General Assembly resolutions can be ordered. So some are just requests, like UN Resolution 181, which is the original partition plan, was just like a request. It was phrased as like a requesting that this happened, which means it's not even as strongly worded as it could have been. It wouldn't have been legally binding either way. But so some of these General Assembly resolutions are just requests, basically. They're just asking nicely.
Yeah, I mean, and those the word that they're usually stated. It's usually just like it's always like we affirm this and we affirm that. Like that's on every one I've ever read. That's basically the format of it. As far as the General Assembly resolutions. Here's the legality of acquiring territory through war is a complex issue governed by international law, primarily the United Nations Charter, customary international law. According to Article 22.4 of the UN Charter, member states are prohibited from using force against the territorial integrity of political independence of any state. This includes unilateral acquisition of territory through war, even if the war is defensive in nature. And there's a however and nuanced. It's however nuanced, and then it goes on. Belligerent occupation, blah 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 blah. Yeah, Yargle. But sorry, we got hung up on me saying that there was an illegal occupation.
Okay, go back to, I don't remember what point Isaac was about to bring up, but
I don't know. There's a lot of, I don't know. I don't even know where we were at. My biggest thing is that I just want to move back again. I know it's a weird talking about this. I feel like because I asked you this, and then somehow we got to talking about the UN and the participant plan for a little bit. I feel like you can't ever think that Hamas is like an actual good like party for peace. That seems like one of my biggest things. Like I don't think you can ever advocate for peace with Hamas staying in power.
I like I said that earlier. I sort of half agree that the current leaders of yes Hamas and basically Hamas. I basically agree that that the top echelon of Hamas and by the way, but I think this can be negotiated.
About. I mean, yeah, you
Um,
could even make the case that under Benjamin Netanyahu, it's the same. Like you could agree that I think he's too right wing to actually get a good faith like peace deal done.
I mean, he's been saying that Palestinians don't deserve a state for his whole life. But I think that it would be possible to basically say for Israel because they have all the power. They basically you guys could have your country, but these 10 people or 20 people can't have anything to do with the fucking government. And if they do. Oh no, we're going right back to We're going right back to bombing, or like I feel like you in all of this, like, well, they have their own country, they'll do this or do that. Once they're their own country and they fucking attack another country, then I say it's fucking, then it's on, But that's well, like yeah, and I have to agree that the upper echelon, especially is like Sinwar, is hardened in 20 years in an Israeli prison. He is the embodiment of what was said earlier about basically I'm killing as many of these Jewish people as possible or whatever. So certainly the upper echelon, I would agree, but that's not. It just still doesn't make sense though to to destroy all of Gaza to quote unquote eliminate Hamas. How Israel considers it or whatever, or seems to be considering it. Like the idea that you're going to get like even a majority of the fighters, but you don't even know who they are once they drop their weapons or whatever.
Well, true, but that's not Israel's fault. That's Hamas's for operating as civilian zones. Fighting with civilian clothing. Like obviously, it's going to be Hamas's fault, right?
No, it's not it's the person who kills civilians. Their fault. It's always their fault.
So then,
but Hamas is making it purposely hard to distinguish between them,
right? When are they doing that?
When they operate as civilian zones, when they're fighting in civilian clothing. I mean, those are two pretty big things that are also war crimes.
There's certainly incidents of like rockets firing from like they could have definitely traditionally they could have done better from like getting out a little bit more in a little field before they fire the rockets. They
didn't have to commit war crimes, fighting under civilian clothing.
Well, that's civilian clothing. I mean, most of them are just like bros, and yeah, most of them are just they don't have a. I mean, like you think that they're like an actual like military or so. They're just. I mean, they're just a bunch of fucking angry bros who dig holes all day. I mean,
it's still a war crime. It doesn't matter like what they are. They're still the reason and also you would agree. I mean, you probably don't, but the reason they are doing that is so they can get that like second of hesitation from IDF soldiers.
No, I don't think so. But when like what second of hesitation? There's barely like any like actually like actually like there's some like back and forth fire, but the vast majority of like it's rockets and it's shells and it's they don't what you want them to wear a military uniform?
I mean, even an armband would legally be enough. They just need some insignia or some symbol to show, right? It doesn't take a lot. I don't like to hear the claim like, well, I mean, obviously they can't get in a full military uniform. Of course, yeah, I agree. But they can very easily wear something to signal that they are them. And then I hear the claim, well, obviously though, if they signal that they were Hamas, IDF would just kill them. Yeah, that's kind of how war works.
Well, I inferred that earlier when in that like why don't they have like a military building or something? It would just be blown up immediately. But
I mean, true, but that's like how war
That's
works.
yeah. That is not a justification for failing in passive precautions. You are required under international law to separate civilian from military infrastructure. And Hamas, as the ruling Gaza in the Gaza Strip since 2007, had ample opportunity to section off parts of the Gaza Strip for military purposes, but instead
it would just be blown up.
But instead, they spent their millions of dollars building tunnels under civilian areas.
Wait. Okay, first, why would they section? We will section this off so we'll all go here. So Israel, you could just fucking bomb us randomly or whatever.
I mean, the majority
no
of other
would,
nation
no
states
one
do
would
that,
ever,
right? They section off specific areas for military bases. Like that's what Israel does.
Gaza isn't a nation, and
Gaza isn't a nation, but
they're constantly getting fucking bombarded by Israel, right? Like,
I mean, obviously.
So that's a justification for you for committing war crimes.
Yeah.
That's what you're doing right now. Like at the end of the day,
wait. No. What I'm justifying is
a war
of
crime.
course no one in their right mind would build a building if it's just going to be blown up in a week.
What you're doing is you're justifying war crimes right now, though, right? Like you're saying, like obviously they can't build the military buildings; they would just get beaten. Or obviously they can't dress in not in civilian clothing; they would just get killed.
I mean, hold on. I'll give you the civilian. I'll give you the civilian clothing one. They should wear something. They should wear it. Like you said, armband.
Yeah,
I'll give you that
armband.
one.
Yeah, it'd be the easiest one. Yeah, do what the Crips do it better. Goddamn. No. And then
But
also,
I'm not
like,
going to give you the fucking building. That will just be fucking murder faced in a week.
I mean, then the most minimalist thing I can ask, and it's crazy that I have to ask this, is that they could at least evacuate these buildings before they use it for military purposes. And we see that they don't.
What do you consider military purposes?
Doing
operating out of that building to fire
out of
at
these
Israel,
buildings.
or,
Yeah, anything.
Having militant stationed in that
militarily.
building for a military purpose.
Storing guns, storing people, storing like
Hostages.
arms, like anything. Yeah, anything military objective. That because like the problem is what makes something able to be fired upon is if it is a military objective and our target, and the way it becomes a military target is if a military is using it. So the minute you use it militarily, whatever the fuck that word is, they can fire upon it.
Debatable.
I mean, that's just how that is.
That is how it works. There are
wording. There
are very specific circumstances, like with certain protected sites where they have to be given advanced warning. But it seems like Israel's pretty good at doing its advanced warning stuff. But yeah, these areas lose their civilian protections when they are being used for a military purpose.
I'll give you a mostly. But the idea that if two guys are there and they're Hamas and they're discussing something or something, that's like like the military purpose. You could be pretty liberal with that.
Well, you can say it like that, but the problem is like, what if there's a group of Hamas fighters and they're using that as a meeting site, right? Like, then it is a military target.
I think that's debatable.
It's not debatable under international law.
Hold on, I think it's debatable under the pre October 7th pretense. Because
there wasn't like a direct I got you conflict that they could point to. I mean, if that's where you're gonna point to.
I would almost say like the expectation that it would be bombed at any time wouldn't really be there. But it would be more expected now. But as far as like the tunneling is concerned, like mostly when like the majority of like Gaza City gets like destroyed or whatever, like most of that like isn't even hitting the tunnel.
Okay,
so and if they didn't build the tunnels, then it would have tried the buildings being blown up.
How much of Gaza do you think has been damaged or destroyed? What percent of buildings?
I don't. The number 60 pops in my head. I don't remember specifically.
During this war, a bunch of college academics and a few research agencies have been using a new technique that has never been used before. Its effectiveness has never been evaluated before, where they use publicly available low-quality satellite and radar data to try to estimate the number of buildings damaged or destroyed. That's where we get these numbers like 60%. The UN, which has access to much higher quality satellites and uses conventional methods, which have been tested and been seen as relatively effective in the past, comes up with a number 35% damaged or destroyed.
Yeah, 35.
Okay. But and earlier I referred to Gaza City. I'm sure that number is
Well, it might
at
be
least 70%.
high in Gaza City, but I would stress that Israel warned Gaza City to evacuate for weeks. It conducted daily pauses
Not
in
weeks.
fighting.
No. You gave it 24 hours, and they even
not true.
bombed. Yes, there's 24 hours, and they even bombed the roads.
They delayed their invasion.
The invasion, yes, they delayed their invasion, but they were just
they warned them.
They just bombed for weeks.
They warned them, I think, like on October 13th, and then didn't invade until like October 29th or something.
No, it's not about the invasion. It was about the fucking blowing up buildings. And that was 24 hours. They got 24 hours to move their asses before shit started blowing up. It doesn't. The invasion doesn't fucking matter.
Well, the invasion was where the heaviest fighting was, right?
What do you mean?
I would imagine. I would imagine a ground invasion is.
I think
pretty
most
dangerous for civilians.
I think most of the civilians that were killed were probably shelling or bombs being dropped. I assume. As far as like tanks rolling in, I just and by the civilians, I would just say I would think most Palestinians, whether they were Hamas or not, probably weren't killed in actual like close-ish combat. Do you agree with that? Like somewhere, but
maybe. Hold on, I'm looking into when Israel started bombings, but my understanding is that they, at least before the invasion, they gave a lot of warnings, and they conducted daily pausings and fightings with dedicated safe routes for these civilians to flee.
Yeah, after they blew up one of the targets after 24 hours, after the roads on 24 hours, and the Palestinians don't necessarily trust the Israelis, but I don't think 24 hours and then start bombing. I don't think that's not the very generous.
Israel issued the warning to Gaza on October 13th and did not invade until the 27th. Although we could look into the air raid things. I was just making sure I knew the correct dates.
Yeah, there's an article. It was within one with a 1 to 2 day gap of them dropping the flyers of the basically a big truck caravan of people heading south but blowing up as a video. Anyway, not too generous, I'd say. I don't even remember how we got on this, but
okay. Did you ever respond to? Do we ever get a good response to Isaac's question? We keep getting sidetracked. I feel like.
Bro, I've given up all hope. I feel like every time I ask it, it goes somewhere.
What's the question?
The major question was: Do we agree that Hamas can't be a good faith party in the
partner for peace?
Partner for peace, and I think the last time we all agreed.
I agree. I agree with that. Yeah. But also, I don't want to say that I think that's a reason enough to. Yeah. Well, that's how we got to blow up all Gaza.
I don't
agree
that's not enough reason.
Okay.
But I do think that there are multiple reasons why Hamas shouldn't remain. But
yeah, the leaders of Hamas, especially Sinwar, it's just there's several of them. Yeah, they're just on a fucking mission. Especially one of the leader guys. It's like I think it was like a month or two ago. Basically, his family got blown up. God. Rip. Yeah. So. Yeah, but and also the Palestinian Authority is garbage. What's the older
we hate on the PLO? What's going on?
Yeah, the PLO, they're still aroundish. I think that they're like the only legitimate sort of power structure thing. I think they're still around.
What do you mean the PA? The PLO the PLO controls the PA, right? That's getting that right?
No. I mean, the PA it's its own thing by it's led by the president, quote unquote, president of the boss, and they're basically they basically work with Israelis, more or less. But the PLO was basically have been exiled for years. That's what the Arafat. It used to be Arafat's organization, but it was his organ. They were always outside of Palestine. They had the shit with Jordan for a while, and then they had shit with Lebanon for a while, and they were always sort of outside of Palestine and Israel, but there's some structure of them still being around. I know that the UK basically has an ambassador or something, a Palestinian ambassador that basically is basically a PLO or whatever. 'Cause the Palestinians certainly don't think that don't respect the PA as an authority, as a leading authority for them.
Wait, I was right. The PA is a newer institution led by a PLO faction called Fatah. Fatah is a PLO faction.
We sure.
At least
Hey,
Google.
how's Fatah's approval rating going on right now?
Yeah, how well is the boss doing right now? Why isn't he held elections?
Israel doesn't want them to.
I mean, that's probably true because Abbas is relatively moderate, and they feel like if they had elections, they would elect a pretty radical guy. So you know what? I might give that to you, but that's because they're worried about the next radical that might come in.
I'll say that's somewhat. I mean, that's definitely true, but I'll also but the Israel relies on the PA for a lot of collusion shit. Yeah,
I mean,
in fact,
what do you mean by that? Like, what do they do with them? I know they have some joint security measures.
The PA, they basically spot Israeli spies. They will arrest. They'll arrest people for having weapons. They'll.
Isn't that good? Isn't that they're doing that because they have joint security control in Area B with Israel, right? So.
Well, you say good, but as far as like the Palestinians are concerned, their leaders are rats. So they're quote unquote leaders. Which
yeah, but do we think it would do you think it would be better for Palestinians if the West Bank was more like Gaza and more people were launching attacks against Israel, or do we think it's probably good that the attacks against Israel are minimized for Palestinian people?
In the short term, you're right that it's better that it's not that they don't actually have a resistance. That's short, but in the long term, it's it's the slow death. It's living under guard towers and cameras and insane settlers and in the long term. Fuck the PA.
So you don't like Hamas. Yeah. You don't like the PA. How do you think Palestinians?
Like
well, that's true because they're more radical. How do you think we should be negotiating for peace then? Like, what is
would you like the people that were colluding with the occupying force? Like you wouldn't like them, would you?
Well, I mean, I guess you admitted it was better in the short term, at least. I mean, I feel like I would like the people stopping attacks against Israel because that means Israel won't attack me.
If that's your only concern, then yeah.
That would be one of my major concerns if I was Palestinian, would be being attacked by Israel, yeah.
Do you think that these Palestinians do you think they have the right to resist violently?
Not in the way that they are.
I think that the easy answer is that they used to. I think that multiple times throughout history, they did have the right to return. They had the right to fight, but unfortunately they lost. And I feel like that in any other circumstance that we've ever seen, that whenever they lose, usually people from the losing side usually have to give something up in return for peace, because I mean, they did fight and they did fortunately lose. And that's such a fact. It is a sad fact, but it's a sad fact to life.
Yeah. I feel like after they lost in 48, they lost in 67.
Yeah. How did the land that's illegally occupied get occupied, right? It wasn't Palestinian land.
Well, who's Palestine wasn't Palestinian land. Hold on, but you say lost. As far as Palestinians, like there was like a relatively small military group around Jerusalem, but most of it was just like guys that Israel's coming this way towards a town, and a few guys maybe have guns that are there or not. Like it's like the people who fought in 48.
stroking off Hamas. Like that's the point.
It was Israel. It was actually Israel, and it was Jordan's army, and it was Egypt's army. That was mostly it. But no, you said they lost or whatever. What do you mean they lost? What do you mean?
I mean, the Arab states and Palestinians organizations lost war and lost territory.
It was taken from them
in a conflict called war.
Yeah.
Right.
In a war that they lost.
A war. They were ethnically cleansed out of their land from a war that was forced upon them.
Even if we accepted all of that, that would still be. I mean, that'd be. Yeah, they lost. They lost the war.
Okay, so you might as long as that's it. Whoever wins the war gets all the things, and you got the fucking lead.
Well, is the solution just infinite violence? Is the solution we just support Palestinians infinitely launching rockets into Israel, or we think that Palestine should maybe make some concessions?
Who owns America currently?
Oh my God! Wait! Palestinians should make some concessions. When the fuck has Israel ever made one fucking concession? What concession? They don't have fucking any rights. They don't have human rights. Their fucking land gets stolen from them fucking all the time. What do you mean make concessions? The fuck kind of concessions are they?
Seems like Israel's put deals on the table before where they were willing to give up like 97% of the West Bank, and Palestine would be compensated with land swaps. I mean, they withdrew from Gaza in 2005. At various times, they have freeze the settlements. Even Netanyahu freeze settlement expansion for like 8 months.
Because I don't know what year you're referring to. Bush put that stipulations on aid in 2001. And by the way, Biden was against it. Fucking insane, Biden. But I think that's what you're referring to.
No, I think Netanyahu in 2012 free settlement expansion for 8 months.
Do you think it was some pressure on him, or just?
I'm assuming there was some pressure on him.
Yeah, probably. But the idea that Palestinians need to make concessions, all they've ever done is have land fucking stolen from them. Let me ask a question that I asked earlier. Do Palestinians have the right to fight against their occupiers?
They don't have an infinite right.
The question is they did, yeah.
They can't just keep resisting and resisting forever and never make any concessions for peace.
What concession is going to bring peace? Tell me the concession.
I mean, again, there have been deals put on the table by Israel before.
A deal? Please don't go back to
like the Taba Summit deals. I think one of the best deals that Palestine has ever gotten was at the Taba Summit, where the deal was put on the table that I think Palestine would get 97% of the West Bank, and they would be compensated with land swaps, and there would be a highway connecting the West Bank to Gaza. And this deal was rejected by Arafat, and then Arafat walked away, never put a counter proposal on. And I think later he did come around to accepting the deal, but I think by that time a new Israeli prime minister was in Israel that did not accept the deal.
Hold on. Do you have a year on that?
2000, I think.
2000. But it was after Oslo?
Yeah, 2000 Taba Summit.
Every time, I found it. Every time I fucking look into these, by the way, every time. There's been a lot of them. Every time it's entirely bullshit. It's not a real state. Every fucking time. There's like 10 of these. It's like, they offered them a quote unquote state thing. Of course, they can't have a military, and Israel keeps their military presence, and in their state, the Swiss cheese. It's always.
I've read the Noam Chomsky too. Okay, I've read the false equivalencies. I love them so much. I love my Noam Chomsky, but I guess, do we accept that there are legitimate concerns that, like, if Palestine was offered a fully sovereign state overnight, let's say, that this means the Palestinians who have been launching attacks against Israel for decades could now do coordinated military activities with Iran?
Who cares? Hezbollah's doing it. Hezbollah's doing that already. But the idea, who's more likely to like lash out, like attack you, like the people that you're occupying, like who are probably going to get help from Iran, maybe anyway. That's if they have any semblance of freedom or something, as long as you're occupying them. That if you occupy a people harshly enough, they will fight back. That is just a fucking fact of life. It doesn't matter where in the world it's happening. Again, in the idea that if you give Palestinians a state, that they'll attack Israel or so. Why the fuck would they do that?
Well, aren't there at least? I would hope you at least admit there are some radical factions in Palestine, even if they aren't a part of the official government, that would likely be able to get weapons from Iran if Israeli security control of the area was fully
radical. The fucking IRA was fucking radical as fuck. They fucking killed all kinds of crazy people, blowing up shit, whatever. That they were fighting for something in particular, and when they got even part of what they were fighting for,
okay, when I
there
say
was no more fighting.
Radical, I mean the people in Palestine that are fighting for the removal of Israel entirely. Not the people fighting for a two-state solution, the people fighting for a one-state Palestine solution.
You think that they're fighting for like the perfect solution, or is it?
I would hope you would acknowledge that at the bare minimum that there are some factions that are fighting for that. Yes, I'm pretty sure that's the position of most factions in the Gaza Strip, as well as some in the West Bank. Like I know Islamic Jihad operates out of the West Bank. I'm pretty sure that's their position. They want a one-state solution. Hamas has never.
Everyone. Oh, it's like you could ask them, "Hey, do you want the whole thing?" And they're like, "Well, fuck yeah, I want the whole thing." Like everyone answers it that way. Yeah. What?
Well, yeah, but it's in their charter
state,
that they don't accept the state of Israel, and they want to continue fighting for a one-state solution.
Hold on. Well, first of all, wait. Whose charter?
Islamic Jihad. It's my understanding.
I'm not familiar with. Hamas has several times basically said, Israel, we think you're on our territory, but we're willing to make we're willing to do a two-state. Basically, like fuck you, Israel, but okay, let's do a two-state. I think that they revised the charter in like 2018 or something.
2017. They've only ever accepted an Israeli state as a temporary thing. I think the longest they've said it for is 15 years in their 2017 charter. Article 20, which is the one you're quoting from, which says they accept an Israeli state, is contradicted by two other sections of their charter where they don't accept an Israeli state. They literally have the Palestine is a integral territorial unit that extends from the river to the sea. And no Zionist entity should ever be recognized in the integral territorial unit of Palestine. They, are not in favor of two-state solution, even in that 2017 charter.
I think you're wrong on that. I can double check.
I mean, I have my notes. I know you're quoting Article 20 of the charter, but
I mean,
basically, my understanding is the point of it was Hamas basically wanted a truce with Fatah, which is why they temporarily accept a two-state solution. Yeah, but you can read Article 2. Palestine, which extends from the River Jordan in the east to the Mediterranean in the west, and the, I don't know how to pronounce this thing in the north, and I don't know how to pronounce this either, Al-Rashraz in the south, is an integral territory unit. It is the land and home of the Palestinian people. The expulsion and banishment of the Palestinian people from their land and the establishment of the Zionist entity therein do not annul the right of Palestinian people to their entire land, and do not entrench any rights therein for the usurping Zionist entity. And then there's Article 19. There shall be no recognition of the legitimacy of the Zionist entity. Whatever has befallen the land of Palestine in terms of occupation, settlement building, jurisdiction, or changes to its features or falsifications of facts is illegitimate. Rights never lapse. Yeah.
Wait, yeah, it was basically that we don't like Israel and they're on our land, which I sort of said before. That's always going to be their position.
No recognition.
And I think that they're basically
Israel.
That's basically true, by the way. And they don't recognize Israel. Hold on. I think you could take it. Hold on. But if later they're like, but we'll agree to a two-state solution, I think that's would be in some way, recognizing them. Hold on.
Must recognize Israel.
It left open the possibility of future political agreements. So it stopped short of recognizing Israel.
15 years. The article from AP, the Palestinian militant group has said for more than 15 years that it could accept a two-state compromise with Israel, at least a temporary one. I guess it says at least a temporary one. But unless they refuse to say or recognize Israel or renounce it, yeah.
And we're going back to Hamas, who, again, that was written by the more extremists.
Oh, wow. Best viewers on URL.me, guys.
The Hamas is Hamas because they were the most extreme, most nastiest bros, in
I gotta check this out, guys.
That's why Hamas is
Hamas will
Hamas.
never accept as a country, bro. Yeah, I recognize that. This other guy doesn't seem to.
But the idea that look,
This is a video I've
so
been
here's
wanting.
and what's important on all of these little like fucking deal things is it if you want to give people, if Israel wanted to give Palestine their state, their land, their rights.
Oh, thanks.
They could
Minar
even
reports,
fucking do
even
it
though you've definitely
and keep their fucking 3%
been
that they
subbed
said they were going to
before.
keep or whatever. Just like, okay, here's 97% of your land. Have fun, bros.
I think it's updating the
That
YouTube
would be
subs
a
now, so
fucking
it'll
joyous
probably run through a few
fucking
different
joyous-
YouTube subs.
And by the way, that would never fly in Israel. By the way, just saying. Yeah, you don't. It's like a over and over and over again. It's like a master saying that's like, man, I keep negotiating with my slave, but we can't quite make a deal. We can't quite make a deal for his freedom. We can't. And I've been working on it for. No, you just fucking do it. You're
So
talking about a fucking.
What do you think a fair deal for Palestine would look like?
67 borders. That's fair. The fuck out of the West Bank, Israel.
Any concessions for the settlements at all? Any land swaps?
Yeah, if it's green for green, then yeah, that would be appropriate. But that would be appropriate as long as it doesn't Swiss cheese anything. The agreements were like, yeah, where the Palestinian quote unquote state in the West Bank isn't a fluid. What's the word? Contiguous. That's all bullshit. But yeah. Yes, I've seen this land swap for this land 3 for 3 years, something they present something like that. As long as it's Greenland for Greenland and not Greenland for desert. I've also heard Israeli officials offer up some of the areas where the towns are mostly Arab Israelis. So I've heard them offer up that stuff for.
Yeah, they've
very,
been
very
pretty
kind.
open to land swaps in the past. Yeah,
you live in a state and they're negotiating away you and your town. But we're never gonna get that. But I think the idea that I think that the idea that Israel is that Israel is the West Bank and Israel is Gaza, or that it's all Israel. I think it is so ingrained in like Israeli society that this thing there's only one solve, and that's a third party. There's only one third party that can do it, and that's the U.S. forcing the settlement, not giving any fucks. No fucking negotiation. This is it. We're going to do a little land swap. That's it. Boom. Fuck. And it's not slow. It doesn't give any people the opportunity to sabotage or do some shit. It's here's your side. Here's that side. For the next 10 years, we're gonna have this border right here, and we're gonna be walking up and down it with fucking UNICEF fucking armed guards, and you fuckers are gonna fucking get along, you motherfucker. That's the only way. Actual
dad's
way.
position.
That's the only. I mean, every other resolve is basically a genocide. So either in one way or the other. But it's looking like one side is more likely to get it than the other at this point. Fucking bots. Fucking.
This is my dad's position. He says, "Oh, well, it's going to be a shit show if we draw this line. It's going to be a shit show if we draw this line. So just flip a coin, choose a line, and just let it be a shit show." That's his position.
I mean, yeah. Why are we flipping a coin?
To choose what line we're going to draw.
Oh. Actually, fuck. I forgot I was looking for that article earlier. I do have I think it's not well talked about, like how sort of fuckered Israeli society is. They're pretty well racist, I think, and which is why I tend to think sort of the worst about the Israeli military doing shit. And again, not to say that Hamas and a lot of Palestinians aren't racist. These people fucking hate each other. They fucking hate each other.
One thing, speaking of racism, Isaac, do you want to go over your take on is Israel an apartheid state?
Whoa, what's with the racism? Whoa. What? Currently not really, because I feel like any claim that you can make about apartheid is more easily shown to just be out of fear of an attack from Palestinians.
You're saying it's apartheid state, but it's okay that it is.
No, I'm saying that the claim of apartheid probably doesn't fit because there's a more easily explainable answer that is that Israel is fearing out of their safety of what they're doing, not from a top-down plan to make a minority the majority through laws.
Hold on. This apartheid is simply, or it is really a word that was made up for South Africa. So, but loosely, there's two races, and there's also two classes. And generally speaking, the second class of citizens is designated for a second.
Apartheid refers to the implementation and maintenance of a system of legalized racial segregation in which one racial group is deprived of political civil rights and is deprived of political and civil rights for the goal of making an ethnic majority.
Yeah. So political and civil rights is the Palestinian people in the West Bank, are they deprived of political and civil rights by another ethnicity?
Yeah, but it's not off the goal of making that ethnic majority, right? We can agree that there probably is a genuine fear of safety.
Wait, what do you mean the goal of making? How in South Africa would the goal of?
Because the goal was to make white people superior, like the people in power. I mean, if you want to take that part out, I'll agree. There's definitely systematic racism going on in Israel, but there's a reason those are two different words.
Systemic racism, and no, but the thing that you said there that defines apartheid, which was a word that was made up for South Africa, doesn't seem to even apply to South Africa.
What word?
Hold on. The definition of that to add on to that one side is trying to
top down. That's my understanding. Okay, now you're making me pull up my notes. Okay, I'm trying to log into Minecraft.
It sounds like a tacky sort of qualifier that doesn't really belong. Here's a policy, a system of segregation or discrimination on grounds of race. Yeah, that's the part of it.
Then what's the difference between apartheid and systematic racism?
So if it was depending how I would say it's the segregation. If it's systemic racism and segregation, then I'd say that is apartheid. I think there were parts of Jim Crow South which are basically apartheid. And actually, yeah, and which in South Africa's a lot of their shit was sort of based off of Jim Crow shit. Like, oh, you could do it that way, and you know.
And I guess
apartheid was conceptualized in South Africa in the 20th century based on the idea apartheid aimed to separate the minoritarian white population from the black population.
Yeah, that's subject to segregation. That's fine.
I'm saying what my big point is that I feel like as long as you're not saying that like there is a reasonable fear there, I feel like if you can agree that there's that's my biggest point.
But I'm saying that your point is it might be apartheid, but there's a good reason for it. That's your argument.
No,
that makes it not apartheid.
It's not apartheid, yeah, because it's not being done based upon race. It's being based upon fear. Yeah,
based off of fear, they're doing it by race.
If let's say a man who's pink is holding a knife and walking down the street towards me, and I cross the street, I'm not crossing the street because he's pink. I'm crossing the street because he has a knife. I'm saying that I don't think you can. I think you can very easily point to the fact that they were doing it out of fear and not of a hatred of their race.
They're definitely racist.
But can you agree? But do you agree that there's very much a reasonable fear?
Fear of what?
Of
settlers, people being attacked.
As we've seen throughout history.
Throughout history.
I mean, you can laugh about that. That's just the facts of the matter.
The facts of the matter is a really fucking massacre
hooligan.
out there.
I
Israeli
appreciate the
fucking
chats,
massacre.
but yeah, you can't say that in Twitch,
but,
man.
But you're saying that the West Bank. So again,
let me get this down on paper though. So your assessment of it is that most of the wars that happened were caused by Israel, for Israel, by Israel. There was no aggression from the other side. It was just a slaughter, as you described it.
Do you know people don't have a huge platform? Yeah, man, I don't have a huge platform. Do you think I have a huge platform?
When I say slaughter, I'm talking about the.
I'm not going to do any more debates tonight, but if you do, exclamation point Discord.
And
you go on my Discord server.
There's another one in Lebanon. There's a fucking long list of fucking Palestinians being slaughtered by Israelis. That's what I was referring to.
That when it comes down to it, there has been aggression from both sides, and that Israel
no,
does have a reasonable right
I'm a
to
Destiny fan. I'm kind of
side.
interested in space. Thank you, man.
There's
I
some
appreciate it.
fundamental disconnect there between us.
Thank you, man. Also, a lot of people started watching Twitch. I'm multi-stream to Twitch and
you keep
Kick.
saying that side, you're referring to a racial group, right?
If you do exclamation point Twitch, you can watch on Twitch. I know the YouTube chat's delayed and the YouTube stream's delayed, so people like watching on Twitch.
It's not that fact off race; it's a fact off area that they're coming from.
There's not a lot of Palestinians in both of those places.
And you're right, and we don't. But yeah, exactly.
But I like people who watch on YouTube because it gives me YouTube watch time.
It's not because of them being Palestinian; it's because of them being attacking us. Sorry, us.
Whoa.
Like Amar Iris,
but Israel is in current occupation of the Palestinians, the West Bank, which doesn't belong to them. So the segregation is happening in the West Bank. It doesn't make sense that Israel would
even
be
made a good point
segregating
that I didn't even think
else.
about. But you can agree though that Palestinians aren't being discriminated against everywhere, right? Like there are Palestinians in Jordan and they're not being attacked. There's Palestinians in Syria, they aren't being attacked.
Why?
I mean, why is the West Bank under? Is it the West Bank who's under better conditions than the Gaza Strip? If I'm correct.
Yeah, the West Bank is under better conditions, significantly better.
So why is? Yeah, I mean, they are significantly better. You can. I'm not saying
debatable.
They're good.
What do you mean debatable?
Yeah, this is like commonly. I think even pro-Palestinian people would agree with me on that. Maybe I'm crazy.
Would you rather live in like a?
You realize?
Would you rather be stabbed or shot in the chest?
People from Gaza have to go to the West Bank for medical treatment. Like the West Bank has functioning hospitals. I thought it had an airport, but.
Also, I'm not arguing that. Hospitals. I also hate this argument. Whenever I'm saying something's better, I'm not arguing that's good. Saying that's beating the fuck out of someone, and then I'm saying shoot them in the chest. If I'm saying beating the fuck out of them is better, I'm not saying that's a good thing. I'm just saying it's better than the alternative.
No, but I'm saying that the West Bank is its own special hell with this cameras, security everywhere, like Israeli security forces waking up in the middle of the night to take pictures of you and your whole family.
The way you said it's a very different hell. So you think it's a very different situation, right?
Yeah, it's a different situation.
Yeah. Okay, yeah. So, but those people there are under the same race as the Palestinians in the Gaza Strip, correct?
Correct.
So then, don't you see that's kind of like that's a disconnect from your general argument?
No. How so?
Because your statement is that they're doing it based upon they are enacting these things against them based upon race.
Correct.
But it seems like they're treating people of the same race differently.
Yeah, the people that they treat differently, and it would go. That's just because they're treating Palestinians different in the West Bank, and Palestinians then they treat Palestinians in the Gaza, or that they treat Palestinians in Jordan. It doesn't matter that South Africa that wasn't being a racist to Africans in Congo. It matters about so. It just matters.
They weren't. Wait. They weren't acting differently though. Black people and white people were discriminated based on race directly. So if you were a African from the Congo and you came over, you still weren't allowed into those buildings because you were still black. If you were in the West Bank and you were in Gaza Strip, it is different.
As long as you're, yes, it's different. If you're,
as long as we're in the
Jewish,
Gaza Strip, yes.
If you're Jewish,
on area, not by race.
No. If you live in the West Bank and you're Jewish, there's an entirely set of different laws.
Well, it's not if you're Jewish. If it's you're a citizen.
Yeah, I see
any of us could renounce our U.S. citizenship, move to the West Bank, and we would be treated the same as Palestinians there because we're not a citizen. Even if you were Jewish, although, I mean, we argued this before. If you are Jewish, you can claim the right of return. So
and then you're just a citizen, and then there's roads that you could drive on, and that Palestinians can't because of your race. You can be a citizen of Israel.
I just explained because of
Right.
because of citizenship. It's
What?
not because of race, though.
But what they allow citizenship to people of a certain race.
Well, Jewish people, because it exists as a Jewish state for the right of Jewish people to self-determination.
Okay, so yes, it's an ethno-state. They have a reason for it. That's fine. There's a reason for them to treat this race differently than that race. That's fine. But let's not forget. Let's not like look past the fact that that's what the fuck is going on.
Then how do you? But again, how do you like resonate that with the fact that it just doesn't seem like it's connected to race and it seems like connected to area? Like, why are these people being treated differently when the only difference is the area that they are in and not the race that they are? Like the general outlook on the West Bank compared to the Gaza Strip, that it is under better rights, and because they're not being attacked from that area as much, and it seems like that would kind of just directly like poke a big hole in your argument if true. And I think the general consensus is it is.
No, it actually doesn't make any sense. They don't have as much control over Gaza, never has, so there's more resistance there. So it's just a different situation, but
on
it's still
policy,
racist.
there's more rights.
More rights for who?
The occupied people.
And yeah.
In the West Bank than versus Gaza. I mean, they treat the areas differently. That's true.
But people. Yes. Okay, let's stay there. And the people there though, and the West Bank and the Gaza Strip are of the same race, right?
Sorry, say that again.
And so let's stay there. Yes, they treat them differently there, and we agree that people in Gaza Strip and of the West Bank are of a majority of the same race, right?
Yes.
So then it seems like the race doesn't seem to be a factor in the way they're being treated. It's instead of the area of their origin. Sorry, when I say area of the origin, I don't mean like race and where they're born. I mean like where they are at currently.
Right, so
origin was a really bad
if
word.
it helps to just like focus on the West Bank, just because you discriminate against one type of people in two different ways in two different locations doesn't disprove the fact that you're discriminating against them or that you're discriminating against them
like
versus via race.
Basic
It only means that in two different locations you're just discriminating them differently. It doesn't like.
And then when you ask them why, they give a very good reason why they are doing this, and it isn't, well, these people are Palestinian. It's, well, we are seeing more attacks from this area than the other, which would put a direct hole in your argument if you agree with that.
Forget about the difference of like we're treating this place this way. The West Bank. So there are Palestinians there, and there are Jewish people there. Basically, it's Jewish people and not Jewish people. The Jewish people have one set of rights, and they have they're allowed the one set of laws and that govern them and police force and if you're of a different race, you don't have those rights. It's two levels of
race interchangeably
rights.
with citizenship, right? Am I correct here? When you say race,
Based,
you also mean citizenship, right?
No, because there's the West Bank. If you are an Arab Israeli, you can. I say you cannot. It's extremely rare, like 1% less that to actually get a home live in the West Bank. The West Bank on the for Israelis is almost entirely Jewish Israelis, where Israel proper is 20% Arabs, but when the West Bank, it is almost nearly entirely Jewish Israelis in the settlements, and that basically get their houses paid for. By the way, so it's not citizenship, it's race, and also the people that are holding the guns at the guard posts or whatever, they're also not Arab Israelis. That the military service in Israel is only for Jewish Israelis. And by the way, then they give a bunch of special shit to people who have served at the militaries. It's a very fucking look at us be give advantages to this group of people without us spelling it out necessarily about what we're doing anyway. And by the way, the reason why there's a bunch of Palestinians in the West Bank is because of their race, they were ethnically cleansed from the rest of from what is now Israel proper. That's why they're there, because their race is one thing and not the other.
I feel like every time you say like race, there's some underlying thing that can more easily be pointed to, and when it is pointed to, like common sense will lead you to that answer.
The fuck?
I mean, that's how it was last time. Last time you did the whole argument of, well, you know, they do treat them differently in these different areas, and I was like, well, wait, if they treat them differently in these different areas, doesn't it make sense that it's probably more of the effects that come from these areas than the race of the people in these areas?
Just because, again, South Africa might treat the
oh my
god,
South Africa would
person,
not treat South Africa would not treat a person from Dominican Republic differently from a person from the Congo. Okay, they directly treated people directly on their race. So I don't know why you make that argument. Doesn't connect.
But
that's why it doesn't connect, because it's not
And
apartheid.
again, in contrast to that, if we renounce our citizenship and move to the West Bank, we would be treated the same as the Palestinians because we aren't citizens of anything.
I assume what you're saying is we have the same rights as well.
Oh, that is somewhat. So that's why I said earlier. I actually said earlier that it's about the Jewish and not Jewish. That's what I said earlier. But it is race. But yeah, the idea that because Nazis were killing Jews in one place and having them be in work camps in another place, that doesn't mean that they weren't discriminating based on race. That doesn't make any fucking sense. They're just discriminating.
What was the key factor that put people in those areas, though?
Their race.
So that's what you're missing here.
What's the key factors of someone being in the West Bank?
Did they put them in the West Bank? Did they take them?
Oh my god.
3/4.
I'm sorry. If
3/4 of Palestinians were ethnically cleansed from where they lived in 48. And then in 67, another 200,000 were removed from their home ethnically cleansed. And also they were like even in Israel proper in the 50s they were also like random like get the fuck out of here. You need to leave.
This is gonna open a whole another thing.
Go into the whole
but
thing
like,
of the wars. Yeah.
Can we acknowledge that, like, for example, I can find a name of it in my notes, but there was one village specifically that the Israelis captured, and they took it and they chose not to demolish it, and then later Arab irregular forces captured that village and started launching attacks against Israel from that village, and then from then on Israel basically had a policy of burning villages that after the civilians left, after they captured the village, basically. Like there were security in the 48 war, in the 47 to 48.
Is it after the war actually started or before that? Because
after the war started,
before any Arab army entered the Palestine.
I literally said Arab irregular forces. No, this was after the Arab armies entered.
Right. What I'm saying is before any Arab army entered the area of Palestine / Israel, 300,000 Arabs had already been ethnically cleansed.
Oh, boy.
It had already begun. And then you're going to tell a somewhat ridiculous story for why it's okay that they were that they ethnically cleansed. I guess that was your point, but I don't know where.
What do we
I don't think that was ever
think?
brought up. I am saying, first, that's a whole other can of worms, okay? But all I am saying is that when it comes down to it, you can very easily say, well, look, there is a fear from what is going to come from these areas, not we don't like these people based on how they look. And I think everyone can agree, if they're not biased, that is a plausible fear that Israelis will have.
Hold on. So there's two people in the West Bank, and one of them is Jewish and one of them is Palestinian, and you're saying that they're being treated different because they fear one and not the other.
With citizenship, though, and obviously countries do discriminate based on citizenship. Every country does ever.
Whoa. Right, that's why we just went back to 48 because to show that the reason why the most of the people that are in the West Bank are in the West Bank is because they were removed from the rest of Israel because of their race. That's one. Two, there are Arab
questionable.
What?
I said
what's
questionable? Race was questionable. Well, because you're basically saying the whole Nakba was done off of race and not because of any other 20 external factors that was going on at the time. You're basically saying you're generalizing it all under race.
Yeah, fuck yeah, I am. That was, that's the idea of Zionism, is that our race has our own fucking state. That we have the majority of the state. That this
Do you
we
think
control
anything happened like slightly before the Nakba that could have like influenced it at all?
You could say you could excuse it.
Wow,
But just
more
note,
stronger than I would.
right, but you could excuse it. You could say that there's a good reason for it or whatever. But these are just simply the facts. I'm saying neither good or bad. Just the neutral idea is that that Zionism is about an ethno state. It's about having a state that's full of this race and not the other. And the place that they chose
there. It's not. Whoa, because there was a lie there. It's not full of this race and not the other. It is a home for this race. They've never been directly on the idea of kicking out the other race. They just wanted a state of their own.
How do you?
Majority.
So, right. The land that was given to them, or
that was
actually
offered
they
to
ended
them
up with,
would have Palestinians
What?
there. I mean, what would be Palestinians?
in what majority? In what percentage?
I don't remember. Well, now, do you have your notes up? You can give me that one.
What percentage of what? Sorry.
What percentage of what would have been Palestine would have been what would have been Israel?
Oh, I don't know. I think it was like 55% Israel and 45% Palestine or something, I think. And then Jerusalem was the international zone, right?
What you just said is entirely false.
So you think that the Zionists would be okay with just with a 10%?
I mean, hey, you can speculate all you want, but the problem.
No, I don't
is
need
that
to. I don't need.
You
to
do have to speculate
because
the Arab side didn't accept the deal.
They fucking so it's
matter.
okay that they ethnically cleansed all the fucking Arab people.
Do you understand though that you're just goal pushing now though? First, you said that because you said the idea of Zionism was to kick out the other race, and I said no, it wasn't. They were going to accept the deal of the other race. Well, then you're like, well, then what do you think about it after the fact? You said that Zionism inherently would have kicked out the other race, but that's not true because they would have accepted the partition plan that would have had 45% of the Muslims. You can say, well, they would have kicked them out. We'll never know because the other side didn't accept the deal. So you can't even make that claim. You can't look in foresight. It just doesn't make sense.
But you're also saying that Israel was given borders, and not only did they engage in ethnically cleansing within those borders, but they also expanded past those borders and ethnically. These are just fucking facts.
Borders, though. They never accepted the deal, so the borders never went through. I don't know why you say that because we already agree that the deal never went through.
Right. Okay. So because some bros in some place didn't agree to an unfair deal, then what do we? Then then
do you think they should have accepted
the Arabs?
Do you think they should have accepted the deal?
No one.
Do you think they should have accepted that deal?
No one would have. No one could would have.
Then why do you say 3 people declined the deal? Like the minority is who.
Maybe there was I don't know, the group of the people that were.
It seems like you're saying that to make it seem like a minority declined it. It was the majority that declined it.
There wasn't a fucking vote.
Yourself.
You think there was a fucking vote? There wasn't.
No, but I'm saying is you asked, and if you sent someone out there, you would agree that the majority would have declined it because you yourself said you wouldn't have taken that deal.
Wait, a vote for what? On whose side?
He's saying that if you took a vote
the
of
Palestine-Israel mandate.
Oh, the Palestinian. Okay.
I'm saying that the group consensus, which even you agree with this, is that they wouldn't have taken that acceptance, and they didn't.
Right.
But you point to it as well, look at these 3. Yeah, but what you just said earlier was, well, these 3 people declined it. Like the group consensus was to decline it. Like it was obvious that that was the plan on their side, right? Like that was their intentions.
Okay.
So it wasn't Israel's though, because Israel's accepted.
We reverse a little bit. All I was bringing up was that Arabs were removed from the house because they were Arab and not because let's say that they weren't Jewish, so they were. You could give a reasons, but that's correct, right? They went town for town. Oh, you're not Jewish. You need to leave. You can say that. Well, there was.
You actually think that's what they did?
You're talking about during the Palestine War, right?
That's exactly what they fucking did.
So you're talking about during the war, right?
The 47 and 48. Both 300,000 Arabs were removed before the war started. Before the.
But you're talking about the Nakba. That was during 1948, which was during the war. Like you're talking about that, right?
It started before
right, but the Civil War started in 47, right? There was a civil war in mandatory Palestine from 47 to 49.
They call it the Civil War, yeah. But
every historian calls it a civil war. Yep.
Yeah, even the pro-Palestinian side calls it a civil war.
Isn't that wild?
Yeah, a civil war. The Israelis had more than 30,000 troops, and in Palestine had like 400 people around.
Maybe they should have took the
around
deal.
Jerusalem.
Like,
you just keep going. You keep going back to that, but we're just laying down. You say, well, they should have done that. So then you're saying it's okay that the Arabs were ethnically cleansed.
no, what you're describing
were
was
they
an
not
action
ethnically
during.
cleansed?
Well, wait. You understand you're describing actions taken during in a war, right? Like you're saying, well, these people, pushed
so
out.
ethnically cleansing is okay during a war.
That's not what I'm saying. Okay, I'm just saying we can agree though. I'm just trying to agree to a central point here. We agree that this happened during war, correct?
I don't consider 40. Fine.
then why?
There was warish things going on. Okay. In 47, and then there was all-out war in 48. Yeah.
So I'm gonna ask it again. Do you think there might have been some fear of security other than from race?
Fear of who?
Of Arab forces launching attacks against Israel from these villages.
Oh, Arab. You say so Arab people. So the race.
Arab people.
Oh my God!
There was fear of Arab people.
Referring to the people who were predominantly Arab and the Arab states and the Palestinians who are Arab launching attacks against Israel, not based on race, based off the security threat they posed.
Oh, no. Wait, shut the fuck up. Just say that the differentiation between I'm scared of you, but I'm not scared of you. No, the difference that the thing that they're making the decision on is their fucking race. That's the determination. That's the thing. That's the thing that they're deciding on whether they're fear them or not. It's because of their fucking race, right? That's the determination that this person is Jewish, this person is not Jewish. The not Jewish person, okay, like we fear you, whatever it is, whatever. That's a reason for for removing the person based on their race. That
they weren't removing people from these villages based on their race, though. They were removing them out of concerns the villages would be used by, yes, Arab irregular forces because the Arabs were the ones invading, but it wasn't just because, oh, you're Arab, you're leaving. If you're Jewish, you get to stay. It doesn't matter what race the people there were. They were going to be removed regardless because Israel had security concerns over the foreign military forces using those to attack to attack Israel.
Using what to attack Israel?
Using Arab villages.
How would they use our Arab villages?
There's our documented example. What do you mean? Arab militias would go into villages and attack Israel from them. I'm fighting blazes right now, bro, but I could literally pull up my notes. There's a very prominent example of this.
What are you referring to?
Oh my God.
What are you talking about?
In 1948, bro.
Okay, you're saying
and in 47, but in 47, to be fair to you, there weren't foreign militaries there yet in 47, but
you're saying that the Arab people that they might have colluded with the foreign military, and so that's
not
why
that they necessarily colluded, but foreign militaries would
fear that they would.
They don't have to collude, but foreign militaries could use these places to operate out of, and they did. An example can be found in an attack on a prominent village on the Palestinian village of I was going to call it Q because I have no clue to pronounce it. On April 3rd, after taking the village, commanders did order the destruction of the village if it did order the destruction of the village if it offered no resistance, despite concerns that it would be used by foreign militaries. The commander on the site appealed against the order, saying that leaving the houses intact made the defense of the place difficult, but permission to raise the village was not granted. On Jesus fucking Christ, I can't read. April 8th, the concerns were realized when Arab irregulars took control of the village. The Haganah found out that the destruction of the village was simply the more effective military strategy, and not doing so would cost them. So the lesson of Q was extended to other sites.
Wow, that's some serious apology. Why did they have to destroy all the homes?
I just told you because there were concerns about these being used by Arab irregular forces to launch attacks against Israel.
They couldn't just remove the people temporarily? Or
they
something?
did remove these people, and the Arab irregular forces still took the village. Yeah.
Sorry, what was the village name?
Okay, I can send it. I can send a name of it in general.
Can you spell it?
Kostal. Yeah, Coastal. I don't know.
April 7th. Uh-huh. Map. April. Why didn't they let the people back after the war ended?
Well, a lot of people's villages were destroyed, right? So they didn't really have a place to go back.
They,
but I mean, the Zionists
some
felt
of them
like
were, and some of them weren't. What?
I mean, I'll agree with you. I think the Zionists definitely were probably pretty expansionist in the 48 war. Yeah, they wanted to conquer that territory after, but I mean, that was after the Arabs rejected the peace deal, right? So.
Oh, the Arabs, in quotes. All of the Arabs rejected the peace deal. No,
what term would you rather me use? What term would you rather me use? Please tell me what terms you would rather me use when I say what side rejected the peace deal. Please, what is the alternative term there?
No. The idea is that there is an Arab side.
Okay, what term should I
never
use?
An Arab side.
Tell me what term I should use. I'll use whatever term you want me to. Just please tell me what I should say. When I say blank rejected the peace deal, fill in the blank. Please tell me what I should use, bro.
What would the people from the leaders from like the Arab countries that weren't Palestinians, right? There were other Arab country leaders that but the point was, and I'm not saying that what you're saying is wrong. I'm saying that just lumping all of the Arabs in like as if they were all like one interest, and then because of the quote unquote Arabs, but really like the leaders of these different countries that all had their own shit going on and all wanted their own more land for themselves, because the quote unquote Arabs didn't agree to this thing, therefore it's okay to remove all the Palestinians from their towns or something. Although it had nothing to do with these fucking people. That there honestly was the idea of like that of actual Palestinian a nationhood. It really wasn't that big of a like that they weren't that connected, honestly. That's sort of true. That's sort of an Israeli talking point, but it's sort of true. There wasn't a lot of leadership anyway. I just to keep on putting back on to the Palestinians like what the other Arab leaders did or whatever. Just to get back to that.
Okay, so I should say Arab leaders.
No, it's fine. No, it's the making of excuse to what happens to the Palestinians.
Just tell me what I should say, please, dude. Please.
It's fine.
I don't know what I'm supposed to say. What do you want me to say?
Jesus, okay. Jesus Christ, man.
Okay.
So why didn't they let the Arab people, Palestinians, back to their homes?
I don't know. Zionism. The Zionists were cringe at the time. I don't know what to tell you. I haven't done a ton of reading into it, but listen, I'm going to start my Benny Morse book soon, so.
But it's because they're Arab, right? It's because they're Arab, right?
Well, I mean, they have the right to return for Jewish people because it's meant to be a place for Jewish self-determination.
But that's why you can't let the Arab people back to their homes. But wasn't it said earlier, as long as they have the simple majority,
it's fine? Conquered that territory, right? Like,
right, they took.
You can say it was justified or not, but they did conquer that territory. They didn't feel like they wanted to let Arabs back in because it's a place for the self-determination of Jewish people. That's why they didn't offer the right of return to them, because it meant for Jewish people.
And because the territory that they took, if they let everyone back in, they would vastly not have been the majority. So
Yeah,
the
exactly.
people, and we get back to the why does so many people end up in the West Bank because of their race? And now we're back to where we started.
Has there been another time in history where apartheid is applied to an occupation?
So the word was basically made up.
South Africa did occupy Namibia, but we never called South Africa's occupation of Namibia apartheid, right?
It was a word that's sort of made up for South Africa. Like it basically, yeah. But generally speaking, again, this is just a general definition that there's two classes, different rules for different races. It's definitely what goes on in the West Bank. There's
I was just asking.
The same citizenship.
No, it's not,
fine if you say it's a unique situation, but you seem to be upset when I say Gaza was a unique situation before. Is there any other case where like there's been a military occupation that has been described as apartheid in the same way that like Israel's military occupation is supposedly apartheid?
Is it supposedly? I don't know of it's
But that
usually
argument, yeah. Also, the big part about apartheid was it was under both citizenships. I don't think Palestinians are citizens, right? I mean, I don't want to get into that whole argument, but
this argument is sort of okay. But then that argument is basically that it's worse than apartheid because they don't even give citizenship to these people because of their race. So, because at least black people were given some rights. Were given actual citizenship, some rights. The Palestinians don't have any rights.
That's a pretty.
At the West Bank, it's actually worse. Yeah, it's worse.
I mean, I don't compare tragedy, but I mean, I just don't. There seems like there's so much more like that happened in like South Africa that you can actually look to and point at like directly.
That the situation was, or the people that were treated worse, or something.
Well, first, these people were citizens under this country. Okay, both of these groups were, and they were treated differently under the direct link of race, where it is completely different in Israel and Palestine, where firstly they aren't citizens, and when there is a link of race to be made,
why aren't they citizens?
Oh my god!
Because of the race. They don't. Their race isn't the correct race. They don't have the correct race.
I'm sorry. Are there no Palestinians that have ever become Israeli citizens?
Yeah, isn't 20% of Israel Arab Israelis too? I mean,
I don't know. But the fact is,
no, wait. You just said no. You just said that no Palestinians.
No, I didn't.
You agree though? I'm saying okay. Sorry. Yeah, I did kind of go a little farther. Okay, you agreed then that there are Palestinians that are Israeli, right?
Yes.
So then why aren't you fighting about them, right? If it is based upon citizenship, why aren't you fighting on them?
The thing that you flipped out on, what I said was that if these people were a different race, then they would be allowed to be a citizen of Israel. Is that the statement wrong? Is that statement wrong?
I don't know. I don't remember how the right of return works.
Also, the right of return is still
something like a grandparent, or as far as it's Jewish, it's something like grandparent showed that your grandparent is Jewish or something.
Yeah, it's very weird.
But it's also entirely possible for a state to have like certain racist policies that aren't apartheid. Like, for example, France pays Roma people to leave the country. Like, France will literally pay Roma people to leave.
No, just kidding.
Okay. And do you consider that apartheid?
Is it that? It sounds racist, but I wouldn't say that it describes a people living under two different rights systems.
Sure, and then Germany also has a right of return. So German law allows people descending from German nationals or ethnicity, or people of German ethnic descent, living in the former Warsaw Pact countries to get German citizenship. Like, Germany literally has a right of return. Does that make them a fascist ethno state? Like,
hold on. But it's I could look it up, but I'm sure that it's if your grandparent was German, and a lot of countries have. If your grandparent was like a Canadian or something, that you have some right to Canadian citizenship, even though you were born and raised in America. Like most places have, but it's tied to nationality. Yeah. It's tied. Your grandparent was a German national. Your Canadian national. But that's different from race. That's different from like, oh, you prove that you're this race.
Well, do you think
therefore you can have
Jewish
citizenship?
is
No one does that.
more of a
Except for
race, or do you
Israel.
think it's more of a like ethnicity? Like the whole idea of Zionism, right, is is that the Jewish people are a nation that need a state, right?
If you were Jewish, you would be belonging to that state, I think is the case trying to make. But also, you notice that like every country on this planet, I think, discriminates between citizens and non-citizens, right?
Yes.
So then, why aren't those apartheid?
Why aren't those part? I think you could make a decent argument about how we treat illegals in the U.S. But but generally speaking, when you get arrested in the U.S. for committing a crime, it doesn't matter even if you're illegal or not legal. Second of all, you keep forgetting about the whole thing about how these people aren't allowed to be citizens because they're not the right race. You just keep
But again, that's just not true.
Yeah, but like non-Germans aren't allowed to be citizens of Germany because they aren't the right. I guess you could call it not race if you don't want to call Germany a race, but they're not the right nationality.
No. Yeah, nationality. Like if you're related to a German national, you could apply for citizenship. That's not based on race. They could be an African German.
Well, what do you
whatever.
What do you
only
what do you consider? Do you consider Jewish a race?
Jewish people consider themselves a race.
But you
they also consider themselves a nationality, right? That's literally the whole idea of Zionism. It's that it's a nationality too. That's the entire.
It's not the nationality, but.
Okay, but they consider
that was the whole
themselves
movement. Yeah, that was the whole like pushing them. But also, if you agree that like, okay, so then isn't it like, okay, 73% of Israel is Jewish, 21% is Arab. Doesn't that show that Palestinians Arab, sorry. Doesn't that show that then Palestinians could become citizens in Israel?
You keep making very just random. You keep on saying random shit.
Sorry, your claim was just that they couldn't become citizens. That was your just direct claim 20 seconds ago.
No, right. They can't become citizens if they're not the citizen because they're not the right race.
But then how did they become citizen?
Well, yes, they were given citizenship when they after the war, basically. Eventually.
So Israel was giving them citizenship, is what I'm hearing now.
Once upon a time, they gave some of them citizenship. True.
So isn't that?
Did you know that if you're a Palestinian and you marry a Jewish Israeli or any Israeli, you still can't be a citizen. They still don't give you citizenship.
Why do you think that is? Because they're Palestinian?
Yep.
Or do you think there might be a fear of Palestinian people, like Hamas? You think
again, you keep pointing to a reason. You keep pointing to a reason for why they're being racist.
Like Jewish identity is a hard thing to nail down, but there are a significant amount of people who consider Jewish people to be a nationality as well. Like if you look it up, the Google AI answer is yes, Jewish people are an ethno-religious nation that originated from the Israelites of the ancient Near Egypt. I'm not going to pretend to have a ton of knowledge of Jewish identity, but it's a very complicated thing because it's a religion, but it's also a nationality. It's also an ethnicity. It's a very complicated thing. But the point of Zionism is that Jewish people are a nation as well as a religion.
Fine.
So I mean, if it seems like you accept that, it would be this. It would be the same thing as Germany. If you're a Jewish national, you can claim the right of return, just like German nationals can claim the right of return.
What you just said was Jewish people. Jewish people are part of the nation of Judah or whatever. I made that shit up. Because
ancient...
right. But how do you know you're part of this nation?
Because of your ethnicity? What do you mean? How do you know you're part of any nation?
Because of your race. Apparently, this particular one is based off of it. Because your race is Jewish, you belong to this nation of Jewishness. Or your Jewish nation or something. That's the belief that you're espousing. But it's still based
if I take a 23andMe
and
it says I'm. But wait, if I take a 23andMe and it says I'm 70% Irish, I'm gonna be like, well, I'm connected to Ireland now, right? Yeah, that's how that works most of the time.
Okay.
So why are
Does
you
that mean?
It
Does
seems
that?
like you're questioning it. It seems like that's the commonly accepted
I,
way.
I keep saying like factual things you guys bring.
I
Robert,
haven't
so
heard one yet.
we go back to, but does that would that make me an Irish national first of all?
I mean, maybe.
Wait,
I don't know if Ireland has a right of return, but like,
be based upon their laws.
If 10 fucking or 400 years ago, I traced my grandparents back to Ireland, Northern Ireland. Am I now a Irish national?
I mean, that would depend on if
Nope.
Ireland has a right of return that would respect that.
I'm still American. I'm just American. And if the answer was yes, then that would be based off of race. That's the real point. That's the real point, right? Would you agree with that?
I mean, it seems like a lot of people consider Jews to be a nation as well. Like,
yeah. But it's circulated to say that a lot of people consider Jewish people to be to be a nation. But how do you know that you're in the nation? What's the defining
characteristic? A lot of things: a shared culture, a shared religion, a shared.
Am I in the Jewish nation? Am I
probably
a member?
not. I don't know. Is your mother Jewish? Is your
like? Do you have a personal connection to the area?
What do you mean? Hold on. When you say is my mother Jewish, what do you mean that is she a part of the Jewish
Well, that was one
nation?
possible thing. I mean, it could be. I don't know.
How would I figure out such a thing?
There are multitude of ways to figure out.
One's going to be religion.
One's going to be go up and ask her.
You think it would be a DNA test?
I mean, Ashkenazi or not Ashkenazi Jews.
Yeah.
Ashkenazi Jews are the European ones, right? But like Judaism is like this ethnicity that.
So it's based off of race.
Judea thing.
So it's based off of race.
It's the same way that the German right of return is based off of. What do you consider race versus ethnicity?
I feel like we're getting in. This is like a nationality versus like race debate going on right now. Like I don't.
Okay, I don't care about Germany, but you're trying to like the fucking Israel is a fucking ethno state. That was the plan. They ended up with 20%.
Oh wait, that's
Arab
wrong
people.
though. That's not wrong.
Oh,
they weren't
20%
claiming.
Arabs.
One second.
What?
No, the first deal wasn't it 45% Arab,
45% Arab, 50. Yeah.
Yeah.
What about it?
So then you agree that the goal wasn't to have a like full country of Jewish people?
I understand it's not non-Jewish Israelis, but you can be a Jewish ethnicity,
population of.
I think the plan was always to ethnically cleanse.
But the problem is, though,
would you have possibly done?
The facts just don't show that.
What facts?
The fact that they accepted the deal, the fact that the other side didn't.
Who cares about the other side? Hold on, we were just talking about the Zionists.
Okay, you're right. Yeah, you're right. Let's just look at it from one side. They accepted the deal.
They said yes to a deal, and then they immediately did not abide by it.
Wait, I don't know why you made that claim. It's the stupidest claim I've ever heard.
Oh my God!
A deal that didn't go through. Obviously, they didn't.
Yes, at 49, they basically argued that they in 49 there was
just real quick.
Can we agree? Can we just agree that this claim of they didn't abide by that deal is such a stupid argument because obviously they didn't. Who abide by a deal that didn't go through? Can we just agree? I hate this argument because can we just nip it in the bud? It makes no sense why they would follow through with an agreement that didn't go through.
Agreement that the other side didn't agree to and wasn't even binding.
Stop saying that they agreed to this.
I'm not saying when they never
followed through.
Agreed to it. That says that when the deal came to them, they agreed to it. If I say someone agreed to a deal, that doesn't mean the deal gone through. That means their side accepted it. That is followed by fact. When you say, well, they didn't go through with it, it's because the deal never went through. When you're saying that, you're making it seem like Israel broke the deal, or Israel did something wrong in the deal. Israel didn't break the deal. Israel didn't go against the deal. The deal never went through in the first place. That's the problem. You're setting it in a very, very bad faith light when you say it like that. That's the reason. Like, the reason you're saying that is to paint Israel in a bad light, like they'd go against the deal. They didn't go against the deal never passed.
I believe that the UN, when they accepted the Israeli nationhood,
after the partition plan.
Yeah, it was based off of that plan. Like, these are your borders.
But it didn't happen based upon that plan because the plan never went through.
Okay, but then you can't claim that they were ever abided by a rule.
They abided by it. I am saying they accepted the deal.
all they did is said a word. And by the way, if you read
and the
in
Arabs didn't.
if you read into it, that
That's my big point.
the idea was whatever the next deal was for them to accept it, and then just take the land that they want anyway. Like that's
You can say that, but again, they accepted the deal. The other side didn't.
Great. Okay. Great. Good.
But
Cool
can we
shit.
just nip that in the bud, though? Can we agree, though, that the other side, like Israel not following the side, just doesn't make sense? Obviously, they wouldn't. It's you're just saying that to paint them in a bad light. Like that's the entire point of that.
I'm just stating facts. So
when you say that, though, you're not. You're saying they didn't follow through with the deal. There was no deal to follow through on.
Great.
Wait, I mean, like we can walk through this like point by point. You agree that there was no deal for them to follow because it never went through, right? You can't follow through with a deal that's not enacted. The answer is yes. Next point would be, was the deal declined?
No.
Yes. Okay, so was the contract made null? Yes.
You keep saying deal. You keep saying deal.
Oh my
but
God.
it was never. It was more of a.
Sorry,
they call it a
plan.
mandate. They call it a mandate. That's sort
Call
of
it a plan.
But
Partition
ultimately,
plan.
I
UN
don't
Resolution
fucking
181.
care. Israel was always meant to be a state of one ethnicity, correct? For
Not
one
of
ethnicity,
one
for
ethnicity.
Jewish.
No, hell
Wait,
no.
For the
What
Jewish
fuck?
nation.
Wait, are they of one
Again,
ethnicity
45%
today?
in the
Wait,
original partition
they-
plan.
Also, are they of one ethnicity today?
They're
not. That's the easy
They're
answer.
not,
Okay.
They are 80% Jewish Israelis.
But yet they're not of one ethnicity, so that
Okay,
we said
so
was wrong.
Okay, how many would make it not an ethno state or but the idea was always a majority. It was a Jewish state for Jewish people. It's for us by us.
We've mentioned
Is
that
not,
before.
Do you not think that's not
It's
what
like we don't
Zionism
know
was?
because they didn't.
Listen,
because the Arabs
idea
didn't
was to have
accept the
an ethnic.
deal.
Can we just agree though that it was never to have a 100%?
Why your dumbass is getting involved?
A complete
I
Jewish
read
state. Can we
a
at
little
least
bit of
agree on
Benny
that so we can
Morris,
continue?
so
And we don't have to make these
tell me
really
don't get.
bad words to like poke at Israel, even though they don't connect.
What's that it was never going to be 100%?
That it was never meant to be a complete Jewish state. Can we agree? They
do you
were
mean
always going
complete?
to accept complete. What the word complete means.
Like,
We
is that 100%?
agree. Sure. I'm
I
saying
think
that do we
to
agree?
say that 100% would be unreasonable.
Okay, so then we also agree that they did accept that there would be some minority that would be probably Arabian in that state, right?
Yes, some of the early leaders foresaw the Arabs as being a sort of slave race for them.
Then in the future, let's not use words like a, complete Jewish state. Like it doesn't make sense because it wasn't complete Jewish state.
Okay.
Okay, then we can keep going. Just want to nip that in the bud early because I have to. I realize I have to do that.
Also, just
So you can keep going. I don't know where you were at. I might have derailed you, and if I did, I apologize. But
I keep saying this like very true thing, and you guys like flip the shit out about it. Oh, and by the way,
true
just
thing?
by the way, like as far as it was brought up earlier, the poll is 2016. Oh, the Times of Israel quote: nearly half of Jewish Israelis want to expel Arabs. Survey says, and Pew finds 79% believe Jews should be preferential treatment over Arab citizens. Number of those who believe settlements are helpful to Israel's security growing. Blah 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 blah.
Are these what these polls actually asked, or are they editorializing? It was possible that they're.
This is the fucking Times of Israel. I'm reading the Times of Israel.
That's fine, but I don't. Just what did the poll? Did the poll actually ask? Do you think Arabs should be expelled, or did it ask something more tame? Do you think that Israel should annex Area C, and then just interpret it from that?
Nearly half of Jewish Israelis agree that Arabs should be expelled or transferred from Israel,
question.
And a solid majority.
Link.
You want to find the fucking poll? You're not.
No,
just
give me the link. Just give me the link you're on.
Times of Israel.
Just give me the link.
Non-form chat.
And his okay. I'll pull up the chat. I'll pull up the chat. You're good.
Apparently it's Pew. If you want to find it, I don't think Times of Israel is going to misstate the question. Not that I trust Times of Israel, but they have no reason here to apply.
Wait, I'm sorry. Was this? survey made no distinction between Palestinian Arabs of the West Bank and citizens in Israel, and its questions of whether Arabs should be expelled from Israel.
Though I should say most Israelis consider the West Bank as Israel. Just as a side.
Wait, doesn't that go contrary to your point then? Why do they consider them Israeli? They're Palestinian, shouldn't they hate them based upon race? You just said that the West Bank.
But that the majority of Israelis believe that that Israel, that basically the West Bank and Gaza should be Israel or belongs to Israelis. Basically, I brought up earlier that in Israeli schools there is no green line. There's no different. In fact, in 2020, a school district put the green line, the West Bank green line, on their map, and then there was a lawsuit, and they had to take it off. True story. True story.
Teaches, this is on the comment of the thing you said. As someone who teaches statistical methods and proper verses and proper survey methods, I would like to point out this particular poll is essentially worthless since the wording of the questions was so poor that the answers can't be properly interpreted.
What were the question? What was the question?
I mean, it says it up there. What Arabs do those Israelis want expelled? Those convicted of acts of terror, those who incite terror attacks, those who commit other non-terror crimes, those who are living in Israel illegally, like the illegal immigrants, or legal immigrants, or who are not citizens or legal residents, and call for the destruction of the countries host them. Loyal Arab citizens, disloyal Arabian citizens. Otherwise worthless without clarification. Wanting illegal immigrants who are responsible for a large spike in crime to be deported is entirely different from wanting to strip citizens of the right in residency. Until you distinguish those two, don't bother publishing such garbage. That is the first comment I see. But I mean that everything you just said makes sense.
Everything that person just said made sense?
Did it not?
Wait, what was the fucking question? If we have such a big problem with the question, what was the question?
Because they grouped the entirety of it as Arabs. They didn't make any specification into polling at all. That is a problem.
What specification?
It didn't make any, so I can't even point to one.
Arab, that's the specification. Do you want the people who are Arab removed from Israel?
Again, that can be interpreted in 80 million different ways, though. That's the problem.
Tell
me
four.
Can you name Arabs who are there illegally, Arabs who are there illegally, Arabs who want peace, Arabs who can commit crimes, Arabs who are advocating for the
this is
country?
bad. This is bad face shit. So
easy.
So if you were asked,
wait a minute. Think in America. I can actually
do you want black people removed from America? What's your answer?
Wait, you understand that's the same? Yeah, that's what I was about to say. Make a connection to this to like Mexicans, okay? If Republicans got that, do you think Republicans are going to interpret Mexican as illegal or illegal? That was a question.
Well, hold on. Well, Mexico is a country.
So I said, sorry, Mexicans. Sorry,
Mexican is a nationality.
Okay, so what do you want me to give you then?
Is Arab a nationality?
Sorry, what do you want me to give you?
But it's a bad analogy because you pointed to a country. Nationality. Give me a race. Hispanics.
Okay. What if there was a polling by Hispanics? Okay. Do you think that Republicans, when they look at that bill, are going to think of illegal or legal?
The Pew survey. Excuse me, sir. Do you want all Hispanics to be removed from America?
Wait. It wasn't all.
Did it say
Hispanics.
all? Yeah.
It didn't even give you all. It said Hispanics. Do you understand?
Do you want? Oh, that's not the question. I want the actual question. The Pew.
The question was, do you want? Okay, I'll give it to you in the Mexican sense. Okay, but let me read the question word bar for bar. It's crazy that you don't even know the question, but you cited this as evidence. Arabs should be expelled or transferred from Israel. So imagine there was Hispanics should be expelled or transferred from America. Do you think that there's going to be some Americans that read that as illegal, and some of that read it as illegal and illegal, and some that read it as many different ways? The problem is that can so easily be interpreted in so many different ways.
Sounds like hard coat, my dude.
Really? So you think if I brought that question to a Republican, that's not what they would think about it? You don't think that at all?
Well, one, there isn't a legal problem, but if this question that two should Hispanics be removed or transferred from America? That's the phrasing, right? That's the phrase. As like I just leave out the word all, right?
Yep, they did leave out the
Yeah,
whole
they
word
did
all,
not
which is
say all.
crazy. Because it's
quote,
crazy to
so
have
random
a title.
American. So random American. Should Hispanics be removed or transferred out of America?
Expelled, but yeah.
This is like the
And if I asked
mainline
him-
position of the Republican Party, by the way, because Trump is
Yeah.
openly saying that he's going to use the military to deport a ton of illegal immigrants. Any Trump supporter who gets that
that's not
question,
the same as Hispanic people, is it?
no,
Yeah,
but the
you're right.
point
If
is
only
you
there was a
have
way
to
they could
specify more.
clarify.
Yeah, if only.
I'm just saying, like, even
But
like I
if they
think the
don't
comment
clarify, what does it mean?
that people are going to interpret it wrong. That's the problem.
People are going to interpret it differently.
People are
It's
going
just
to
not a
interpret
super
that
useful
differently. You're going
result.
to get a swayed arguments. Yeah.
Okay,
Dude, actually, here's another here's another one of the comments. Here's the top comment: how to not write poll questions. Peripheral treatment was one of the questions. That can mean anything from official state holidays following the Jewish calendar to the law
that's
of
true.
to any sort of discrimination without the state. Without more specification, this question is meaningless. The same is the question about Arabs being expelled or transferred. All rate Arabs, West Bank Arabs, Arabs are convicted of terrorism charge, Arabs who are in Israel who are disloyal to the state, blah, 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 blah.
Dude, wait. You think that means that somehow it means that do you think Arabs should be removed from Israel? Oh, yeah. Oh, yes. And the answer yes. And you're thinking it's the ones who have been convicted of a crime? That's
He's
not
saying that in totality.
That can't
Why are
be
you,
fucking
why are
good faith.
you're straw manning right now?
No. That's his fucking argument. That's his.
No, his
that was
argument was that it
fucking
could be.
argument.
That was not his argument. His argument.
No.
was that it could be
If you throw out
interpreted
the
in many
fucking
different
horribly,
ways.
no.
Why did you point
but
out
you,
one specific way and say, look how
yeah,
bad
because
this
that's
one is?
one of the ways that he listed, and no one in
Yes,
their right
then talk about
mind
all
would
of them.
interpret it like that. Oh,
True.
well, you don't know if
Okay,
it's,
maybe
if
that's
it's
even true.
red-haired
Maybe
Arabs,
that's even
or
true.
you don't know
But
if
do
it's
you
fucking
agree that there are
Arabs that have a
so
disease.
many different ways it could be interpreted?
No, that it says what its meaning is very fucking explicit.
Not. They could have used the
It's
word
very
all.
much not explicit, though.
Yes, how is it not
Oh my
explicit?
God. Because it doesn't specify what Arabs. It doesn't even say all Arabs.
Yes, it does.
I'm
It
not
says
an expert on
Arabs.
It does not
polling.
say
It just
all
says
Arabs.
Arabs. It
Yeah,
just says
exactly.
Arabs.
Just.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's
just.
the question. Yep, no qualifiers, just Arabs. That's the
Yeah,
question.
exactly, no
It's very
qualifiers.
clear. It couldn't be more
And the same
clear.
thing with the prefer. It could very much be more clear. Same thing with the preferential treatment thing. Like I would
is
assume
actually crazy. Can we at least agree on that one? That one is
preferential
worded
treatment could
horribly?
literally just mean the law of return, which I totally understand why Israelis would want to protect. Like
The law of preference.
the right of
Agree, though, that
return,
preferential
the law of
return could
return.
literally mean
Hold on.
anything between like getting an extra 5 cents off the dollar or actually killing everyone else in
Do
your
you
state.
know that is a Israeli law? The
not calling it a law,
fulfillment.
I'm just saying
stop
that the
it,
word-
stop it, hold on. The fulfillment of the right of national self-determination in the state of Israel is unique to the Jewish people. That's fucking law in Israel.
Wait, it's not. We went over the German right of return too.
Excuse me?
This is just obfuscating. Let's go back to the general point. You agree, though, that the wording of preferential treatment leaves so much up to interpretation, right?
No.
Do you think that if Americans got a poll that says, do you think that Israel should give preferential treatment to Americans? What do you think the polling's going to be on that?
Wait, say the question again.
If Americans got a poll today that said, do you agree that Americans deserve preferential, I can't say that word, Jesus Christ, my dyslexia, treatment in Israel, do you think that a lot of them are going to say yes? I can put the polling in general so you can see the polling. The way it's worded is utterly horrible. It could literally mean anything between.
straightforward.
It's not. It could mean anything from getting the like the person said it really well. It could mean anything from getting Jewish holidays to killing everyone else that isn't Jewish. I'm
Could mean that
surprised
latter
the
thing.
numbers. Yeah, and I'm surprised the numbers aren't higher. That's like crazy because it's worded so horribly.
No.
Okay.
I don't understand.
So do you
because
think
this,
do you
like,
think this is a better question than, for example, asking separately? Do you want the law of return to remain here? Do you want Jewish holidays to be protected? And then maybe like a third question of like, do you want Jews to pay less in tax or something?
The question was specifically that the Jews should get preferential treatment over Arab citizens. it's entirely referring to domestic
What do you
shit.
think? What do you think the polling would be on the Palestinian side if the same question was posed?
Are you just whataboutism now?
No. I just want to make sure that we both agree. Like we both have like a good view on like the reality of like this. We're not like broken.
Do you think that your race should have preferential treatment of another race, or do you think your race should?
Dude, I can't believe Minecraft
I don't know
added
what the most
Israel
Arabs,
debates. What the hell?
Israelis would say probably
The expelled
no.
question.
What are you talking
Do you
about?
think if Palestinians got a question that said, do you think that Israelis should be expelled from, let's just say the West Bank or Israel? Actually, wait, yeah, they already think that because that's their entire fucking goal is to expel Israel from Israel. So I mean, what's the point of asking that question?
I agree that most Palestinians would love the idea of Israelis leaving Palestine and possibly being forced out. Probably they're pretty racist over there.
I just don't understand how many hoops you have to jump to. That not like I think most people would agree that these questions are worded horribly.
It's very straightforward. You're mask coping. I don't know.
Okay. So
Okay,
I'll even $20 bet. Okay, because whenever whenever Donald Trump comes to my state, I'm gonna go to their fucking thing. $20 bet right here. Okay. Actually, fuck it, wouldn't matter because it'll say you'll bet on it anyway. But I mean, I'll still do it. That I can go up to them and I can ask them this question. And do you think that they would think if I said, or do you think that Hispanics should be expelled or transferred from America? Do you think that they are going to give the same, better, or worse numbers on this?
Way worse. Or way worse. Lower. The fuck?
Okay.
I mean, I think that they're.
At least you're consistent. I mean, it's all not
I
true,
think.
but hey.
I mean, if you want to say that, like, there's certainly like you sort of have to be something for like low IQ to like to interpret that question wrongly.
Crazy because there was like so many other ways to make it a better question.
If you want to say it could have been better, that's fine. But if you're saying that it's not clear in what it's asking, that's not fine. It is very clear. Do we all agree? Do we all agree what it's asking?
1 second, I have to find out who did this study.
Well, the problem is it's peer research. The problem is people could interpret it differently, right? It's that some people are going to read preferential treatment and just think of the law of return.
There's always idiots who read polls wrong. But does everyone here agree on the poll's meaning?
What do you mean?
Because I don't think the people who took it agree on the poll's meaning.
No, that's not my question. Do we hear all? No, so we don't agree on what we think the poll's meaning is. What do you think it means?
So when you say poll, do you mean the question or the totality of the answer?
The question of the fucking question.
Arab should be expelled or transferred from Israel. I mean, I guess, but
what
if you're asking
would you
me to
talk
if we each put like 30
about? I don't
sentences
know.
down on what we think the answer would all be different, right? Obviously, that's true, but my point is
I think we all agree what we think it means. We all agree on what we think it means. Now, you could say that there are people who would probably think it differently, but I think, and you put a number on it, you could say like that. You could say that
streaming on YouTube too.
Whatever what's the plus minus on statistics. Maybe it's higher. It's probably maybe higher than it should be because they didn't word it as good. But any reasonable person reads the question, both questions, the same, and that same thing, that same is how we all fucking read it and understood it.
Oh, you mean like why don't we come to Twitch? I mean, do you don't think it's reasonable for a person in Israel to see that and say, "Oh, I think preferential treatment could be referring to, for example, the law of return"?
It specified citizens, did it not?
Israeli citizens did it? I don't know.
One second, let's see. Israeli Jews who agree/strongly agree that Jews deserve preferential treatment in Israel. That was the exact question.
Again, if you want to say that
isn't it crazy how it didn't specify again? Like we should probably keep pointing at how the fact that like it's just not.
What would you want it to specify?
There's so many, and what question? Because I can word both of these questions.
The second one.
Better.
The second one.
And in the preferential treatment one.
Mm-hmm.
What percentage of Arab Jews strongly agree with the idea that Jews deserve the right to return in Israel? That would have been a very specific question. That would have given you a very specific answer. That would have given you a very specific
Hold on,
way the
no. I told you to rephrase their question. You said you asked a different question. You said an entirely different fucking question.
So wait, what you're saying is you need to rephrase their general question and not make it general? Obviously,
No. Their question needs to be their question, and we all know what the question is. And you're saying this question could be better.
The question,
yes, we fucking
wait,
do.
Wait. Okay, wait. Well, then let's go by point by point because this is so stupid. Okay, do we agree that the right to return could be preferential treatment, right?
Yes.
Okay, do you agree that exterminating every single person?
Sentence,
wait. Yeah. And then every single person being killed that isn't Jewish, is that also preferential treatment to Jewish people?
Technically, yeah.
So do you understand that both of those people could view it as those separate options and it be preferential treatment?
No, I understand that anyone who would think that is basically have 2 IQ. Do you have 2 IQ? Is that what you thought when you read that?
You understand that I'm like step 1, we agree, right? Yeah. Step 2, yeah. So we agree on the conclusion, right?
No. Wait,
why is this Socratic method failing right now?
What we agree on, if you are a total fucking retard,
then let's do it.
You might interpret the question differently. That's the thing about like all like questions, like that's how you take tests and like did you interpret the question correctly?
Do you agree someone who's of average intelligence could interpret this as the right of return? Do we agree?
No.
We don't agree?
No.
Awesome. Let's get some subs for that one, chat. Oh my god, this is killing me, dude.
Do you agree that this could have been about? What do you think this was about?
Jewish citizens having preferential treatment over non-Jewish citizens.
Whoa! Where did that come from?
It says citizens.
It says it doesn't. We just read it. It does not. I'm looking at the question right now.
Read it again. Also, link me it.
It's in general. How do you cite a source and then defend the source? And you don't even know what you're talking about.
My source was the.
What do you mean? What was that?
Your link.
I don't know what you're talking about.
I sent you a screenshot off of your link.
Sorry, this is all fucking mad cope, by the way. Oh no, it's in general.
Yeah, I know it is crazy when your own like you don't even know your source that you're citing. I know it is mad copium, right? When the facts go against you.
What facts? The fuck. You're the one
you keep pulling words out of your ass and saying, "Oh, it was talking about citizens," when it never once mentioned that word. And then when you're pushed on it, well, I mean, it was Israel who said it. No, they didn't. They never said the word citizen. You're just putting at this, and you're just wrong. Will you admit that you were wrong about that? That it doesn't say citizen? Can we at least agree?
Yes.
Okay. At least, okay, I'll give you that. At least you're not too crazy. You're not Menard brained. Okay, I'll give you that. Sorry, I've had too much brain on this community. I was really expecting you not to do that. Okay. So then, can we agree that? I don't understand how you don't think it could be interpreted in many ways. What does preferential treatment mean to you?
No. But there's 2 things they're saying. What the first thing you're saying is that it could be interpreted different ways, and that we agree. But we don't agree is that the reasonably intelligent person would interpret it in any other way than what we interpret it as.
Do you agree that I bet we don't interpret it in the same way? Like right now, let's do it for a bit, okay? I'm gonna go onto a Google Notepad and I'll write the way I interpret it, and you write the way you interpret it. Do you think we're gonna have the same answer?
Okay, actually, there's 2. Okay, I'll give you. There are 2 ways to interpret it.
Okay, so then non-font. If we have non-font write down on a Google Notes, do you think he's gonna give me a different one?
It's gonna be one of the 2 it's gonna be one of the 2 ways.
We can do this right now. I'm actually found. Okay, Google. Guys, pull up your notes.
Wait. The fuck?
I mean, because you said there's only 2 ways to interpret this, right? So obviously, if we write out our ways.
But I said there's only 2 ways of a reasonably intelligent person to interpret it.
Okay, I got a 112 on my SATs. Let's see what we can do, okay? All right, let's everyone pull out our notes, okay? I think non-font.
You guys are both biased sources. You could just tell me if you interpret it differently. You could just say it.
See, but the problem is, that you're backtracking now. First you said it could only be interpreted in 2 ways. Then let's all write out. I'm just saying this is a very easy test. Let's all write out the way we interpret it, and let's see if they're the same. Or see if there's only 2.
You keep misquoting me.
You said there's only 2 ways that it could be interpreted. Was that correct or not right?
No, I didn't.
I'm sorry.
We can. I'm corrected that 10 times. That what I said was there are other ways to interpret it, but any reasonably intelligent person would interpret it
and then
correctly.
I have a 112
in one of 2 ways.
I'm pretty sure everyone else in this call is smart. I think you're smart. I think non-font smart. Let's all write our ways out and see if there's more than 2.
But not that there can't be more than 2. If you're an idiot, there's infinite ways to interpret it.
I think everyone in this call is smart. Let's try it and let's see if we can find some more than 2. Because I guarantee. Wait, actually, what are the 2 you even think?
The 2 that I think is the of what you consider Israel. Is it out of Israel proper or out of also the West Bank and the Gaza?
What?
The interpretation is what are the borders of Israel?
I don't even think anyone took that poll. Okay. Oh.
On the second one, I mean, Thanks,
Yeah.
Apollo. I think it's actually more straightforward, but also I don't care that much.
What do you
do we care?
What do you even think this poll is proving? What do you think it's proving? It's just that a
we
lot of
shouldn't have been
Israelis
on
are
it for this
nationals.
long. Hold on, I was going down the Israel is an intensely racist society that I just throw that I was providing evidence to that degree.
Okay.
You disagree with that statement?
I don't intensely racist. I don't. They're definitely nationalistic. Like I don't know if a lot. I don't know if a lot of Israelis are intensely racist.
I say Israel as Israel societies, and they're probably a lot of Israelis. Also, my favorite one from this little sheet I got here. Actually, sorry, hold on. Oh, it's a funny one. Hold on. One second. Damn it. Oh no.
When the fuck did news articles stop citing their sources? This is pissing me off. Okay, they mention it, but they don't give you a link, and that's actually
know,
driving
it's
me insane.
wild.
I've been
It's
trying to
so
find this
insane.
study for so long.
An Israeli Arab advocacy group has accused the educational ministry of forcing students to undertake, quote, racist, that's in their words, online propaganda course, that's in their words, before they are permitted to go on class trip overseas. One question asks, for example, quote, how do Palestinian organizations use digital social networks? The correct answer of 4 possible choices is encouraging violence. That's an official test.
Wait, what was the? How do Palestinian organizations use social networks?
Use digital social networks, and the correct choice is to encourage violence.
I mean, me and Isaac talked to an Israeli before. I mean, he mentioned that he doesn't think they're really taught a fair history. But like, I don't think any country is necessarily taught a fair history of what their country did. I would hope we could acknowledge that there probably are some flaws in the Israeli education system, but it seems like there's also some anti-Jewish sentiment expressed in a lot of Palestinian education.
I don't think it's in the education. I think it's just generally within the culture.
I mean,
But
there
I
are
don't buy
graduation ceremonies where like.
Yeah, I would point to the culture, but it doesn't matter. It's all the Palestinians are racist against Jewish people. Certainly. But also, yeah, but it's pretty easy to be when they're occupying you. But yeah, both sides are intensely racist. Is my point. Also, there's an after-school government-run program. It's for kids the idea is to teach them not to marry Palestinian people or whatever.
I mean, you've probably seen this Bee cartoon before.
Let's see the subtitles. I'm already worried.
Haven't seen
עכשיו
that one.
להצגת סיום.
This one is insane.
Reminds me of, did you ever watch fucking, is it the Borat movie? It reminds me of the beginning of the Borat movie. When they're doing like the chase the Jew. Okay, I'm not saying I want a TV show of like World Wars, but like fought with kids, but it would be really funny to watch. I want to see D-Day, but like with like children acting. Okay, it'd be really funny.
You have paintball guns.
Paintball guns.
Wait, what's wrong with the audio? What was wrong with the audio? Was it just
can you
loud?
make a child choose to be Hitler, like act Hitler? I feel like that's such a, you're dooming them at that point.
Yeah, I got that as a role too. That's that the group I mentioned earlier. They get together every year, and basically a bunch of kids shouting "Death to Arabs." Cute shit, cute shit. Again, these people hate each other. And at this point, I have no doubt in my mind that if Israel's left to its own devices, there basically won't be many Palestinians in Palestine in 10 years or so, for sure.
Okay. How do we feel about Joe Biden?
Fuck Joe
Let's
Biden.
completely change subjects.
Well, I'm just asking because a lot of people won't vote for Joe Biden based on Israel-Palestine. That's basically what I'm asking about.
Ding ding.
Yeah. I think we should go for Trump. He said he'd let them do what they need to do. Like, Jesus Christ. That was such a crazy statement he made.
Yeah, so are you gonna vote for Biden, Casey? That's what I'm asking.
Not voting for Biden.
No.
I
Yeah.
can't do it.
Oh,
Are you going to get an RFK vote in there? That's a pretty good vote. I think if you're not
One,
going to vote...
he's dumb and he's an idiot. He's also a Zionist.
But, oh, is he? Fuck, I thought he was for ending the Forever Wars. That was like one of his big things. God damn it. Did he just back out? Was he like only Ukraine though, not Israel?
Yeah, I think that's basically it. Threw everyone when he went off on all the Israeli talking points. It threw everyone off. It's
Yeah,
like,
I'm on his End the Forever Wars page, and I did control find Israel, and there's not a single mention. That's actually so sad.
but do we? I don't.
He'd
Do
be
we
a cool
think? Don't
vote,
we
though.
think that
He's
Biden is
obviously
probably?
not a chance.
Don't we think that Biden's probably better on Israeli policy than Trump is?
Probably, but you're gonna get the claim of, well, why would you vote? Just because someone's better on something doesn't mean you should vote for them, right? If someone's gonna punch me, not stab me, doesn't mean I should support the person who's punching me.
I don't. What's better? How do you get better? What's better than? Sorry. What's worse than right now? What's worse than from my
Biden, I
point
think
of view?
Biden airdropped food into the Gaza Strip. I don't think Trump would have done that. Biden encouraged Israel to delay their invasion. I don't think Trump would have done that. Biden built the pier on the Gaza Strip. I don't think Trump would have done that. Biden heavily encouraged Israel to allow humanitarian aid in, which Israel is finally doing. I don't really think Trump would have done that.
Really. But actually, there's an article from like 3 days ago that WHO said that Israel hadn't let in medical supplies in 10 days. The reason why there's the ICC warrants were issued is they keep holding back the aid. There's some going in, but also, if Israel didn't ever let any in, they're always managing international pressure, and it is mounting despite us covering for them. But and none of that. First of all, the pier was fucking Israel's idea. It worries the shit out of me because I don't know what the fuck they're gonna do with it. But it was actually.
What do you mean that you don't know what they're gonna do with it? What?
It was Israel's idea. It was Netanyahu's idea to build that fucking pier. If it was for food or aid, they would just let aid in. So it's not for the fucking aid. So why the fuck do they want a pier?
Well, I'm pretty sure the pier can only really be used for aid. It's a temporary pier. It's not like a super built up thing. But I feel like usually they're concerned with stuff potentially being smuggled into the Gaza Strip when it comes through trucks that are like from Egypt. And they're less concerned with that when it comes from ships. Yeah. That it's from U.S. ships mainly, I think.
One, I think they're checking stuff anyways in Cyprus. Two, the main slowdowns, they go through all the shit, but also they turn trucks around. They turn trucks around for having surgical scissors in them. The CNN video was like a month ago. But basically, they give a very short list of drivers that they would allow in. Like it's always something different. If before the war they could they checked it. By the way, remember they checked everything before the but now that they've pulled everyone up into the military. Now they can only manage to get half at best of the trucks checked, the reason why there were two orders from the ICJ to fucking stop blocking aid, and the reason why the on the ICC warrant it was like that you guys are fucking they could a lot of things that they probably considered putting on those fucking warrants, but the most provable, the beyond any doubt what is happening is that the Israelis could be letting in more aid, but they're simply not. That's from every organization that is like that is involved in getting aid into Gaza, Save the Children, or UNRWA of World Pantry Food or whatever, something food. All of them said the same thing, that Israel is sort of slow, is put out like a bureaucracy. Is slowed down by bureaucracy, but definitely on purpose. That's undoubtedly happening. But anyway, that yeah.
Okay.
If Israel wanted to get the more aid in, that they simply would. They simply
I think
would.
I said at the beginning of this debate, the aid is definitely the easiest case to make against Israel. I think Israel should be letting more aid in. Yeah. Do you have anything else?
Mostly that the list of how things get worse is, or what Biden's done. I think there's a crappy list. Some people say that like U.S. troops on the ground or something. I say fucking good. I don't think U.S. troops will fucking not be murking unarmed Palestinians as Israelis occasionally do, or sometimes, often, whatever. I think that things would go better with U.S. troops on the ground. Not that I'm for U.S. troops, but yeah, I can't fucking conceive of Biden actually being worse on the Israel per my point of view of Israel's fucked up shit. But so if the shit with Israel can't get worse, maybe it'll get better. Fuck, probably not. Probably not. It's Trump. Come on, it's probably not. Probably not.
And then that bitch pulled out a shovel.
I appreciate the conversation. Okay. It was fun. I'm sure we'll talk more. I think we are doing something economic soon.
Bruh. Nah, you're an econ fan? No.
Finance, bro.
I know he has a finance
I always
degree.
predict non-fun on that. Oh shit! Actually, shit. So he's like a professional, but you want to be non-fun. You trying to be in econ, bro. You kind of.
I don't use it. I just have the paper.
It's
just under my. It's under my bed.
That's the real shit, actually. Alright.
Well,
I'm also gonna head out. I don't even know. I literally opened your stream while I was in bed, and I was like, I want to join this. Seems pretty cool. I think I did push you. You pushed me back. I didn't think just so you know, no bud. I love you. You were pretty normal. Yeah, you never seemed to be too crazy. You did some really strong points. So I hope I don't push you too hard to give you a bad opinion. And I'm gonna head out. Have a good night.
Yep.
Well, have a good night. Yeah, it was very pretty cordial. Any time where people aren't like constantly interrupting.
Yeah.
But yeah. Appreciate the convo, both of you guys.
Yep. All right. See you later. Jesus. Is Casey gonna keep streaming? Because if Casey hosts me, I will keep streaming. Also, the YouTube video is blowing up right now, bro. God damn. Dude, it was flatlining. I changed it. How old am I? I'm 18. I changed the title and the thumbnail. And yeah, my internet is out. Oh, no.
Yeah, hey, Skate, what? Blargle. Blarg. Yes, Skate.
Read 18 in the report. You're 18. I read that report I put in chat. What?
Blarg.
Oh, are you talking about what Blake said?
I'm glad they didn't roast me for GPTing some stuff.
Oh, I should have roasted him for GPPing stuff. I should have done it, guys. Listen, I still got that. By the way, 699 subs. Almost at that 700. Almost at it. And this video's still getting views, so it's sooner rather than later. God damn, 114 views. God damn. YouTube is goated. YouTube is goated. Oh, what's he talking about now?
And then it's like, it's yeah, it goes to so it'll go the LMM one. Let's say it's let's say it's GPT or Chat GPT or whatever. So
So hoping you're grifting off this. Yeah, I'm grifting, bro. Hope you can get your tag forced over. You really think I'm grifting? That's how I know I've made it. First grifting allegation. There's legally no doubt whatsoever that Palestinian people have the right to self-determination. I understand that. Okay. I read that. Another way out of this problem would be to argue that Article 2, Section 4 of the Prohibition on the Use of Force protects self-determination units, not just states, and that Palestine is one such unit, even if it has not yet attained statehood. That is an argument that is much more difficult to make, and I will leave it at that. There is no clear, generally accepted authority supporting this proposition. What is clear, however, is that Article 2, Section 4 is not engaged simply because Israel is acting outside its territory. It would be engaged only if Israel, using force, violated the sovereignty of some other state. See my ship example on the high seas above. I would respectfully disagree with Professor Mary Ellen O'Connell's recent argument in the blog in that regard. The road to Article 51 in its limits go through Article 2, Section 4, and that prohibition exclusively or near exclusively applies to states. Oh, this shit's breaking. All right.
I'm fucking the worst. Like, I'd rather. I'm more friends with fucking. They're not even fucking.
I'm chatting on check. Invade Iran, sent non-women to the front lines. No, bro. I don't want it, bro. I don't want to do it, bro. I don't want to do it, man. That was an awesome debate. Can we get some subs for that debate? Can we get some Can we get some? Can we get some subs and follows in here, chat? Chat. Can we get some? Can we get some subs for that one, chat? Okay, locking in. Oh shit! Casey Lee gave me a shout out. Thanks, Casey Lee. IRL. Call you Grifter because you are actually invested in this. Oh, thanks for the follow, by the way. I don't know how to shout. I know how to rate people. How do I even shout people out? I don't know how to shout people out. Is it just slash shout out? Going to war because you're too dumb to avoid. That's fair. How do I shout out at CaseyLeeIRL? There we go. See, I can do it too. Hell yeah. Even though I have less viewers, but I'm cooler and awesomer. Article 51 self-defense would most likely be relevant only if we accepted that Palestine is already a state. Paradoxically, this means any informal invocation of by Israel self-defense when it uses force against Hamas could be taken as some kind of implication implicit recognition of the idea that prohibition on the use of force is engaged, and that it needs to justify breaching it, in some sense supporting the state of Palestine. If, however, Article 2, Section 4 is not engaged, Article 51 would not apply at all. This doesn't mean that Israel will be prohibited from using any force against Hamas, just that the Justice Bellum would be irrelevant in assessing the legality of that use of force, which could only be judged on the basis that the rules of IHL and human rights law. The position... I think he's just... what the hell? I think he's like talking about it, man. Yeah. I like doing my reading. He's always not making money. Joke's on you. I make like 30 cents a day when I stream on Twitch. So, cashing into big bucks. If you think about that, listen, I've been streaming. It's like I get paid like less than a cent an hour. No, I get paid more than a cent an hour. It depends on what I do. If I'm just reading shit and I have 2 viewers, then I get paid like a cent an hour. But if I have more, then I get paid more. Making into big bucks, baby. Listen, we'll see after this stream how much money this stream made. 12 hours at work. I'll be able to see. It's not really work though, because I enjoy doing it. I would be doing it even if I didn't get paid at all. Like I was doing it when I didn't get paid at all for years, right? So clearly I enjoy doing it. I don't get paid for doing it on YouTube, but I still do it on YouTube. Although I do get hella views. Pulling hella views right now. Yeah, baby. Tax-free nonprofit. Yeah. Okay. Where's my YouTube? Dude, how does this have 200 views? Bro, Minar is blowing up. No, Minar was right, bro. He is blowing up. God damn. Haha, but I'm blowing up too. 616 views in the last 48 hours. Minar just has this one viral video that he clickbaited with Destiny. Although, to be fair, I clickbaited with Destiny in this video, which is currently blowing up, and this one, which has 2,000 views, and this one. I'm responsible for Minar typing him up. I taught him how to control himself. At least he taught him how to control himself, man. Even though it's hilarious when he yells, it is funny when he yells. But I enjoyed a good faith conversation with Minar when we're not all totally yelly screamy. Usually we get yelly screamy enough that I can make a good intro, even if the whole conversation isn't yelly screamy, that's the perfect balance. Okay, I need it to be yelly screamy enough at certain points where I can at least make a killer intro. Okay, but not so yelly screamy that it's totally insane. I love the ambient. Oh, you guys can't hear it. I don't think you guys can hear Minecraft. I love the ambient sound noise. Or ambient sound mod. Oh boy. Okay. Shit, this is longer than I thought it was. Wait, we read this. Which could only be just in base. Okay. The position would be no different than if there was fighting between Israel and a non-state actor on Israeli territory. I'll repeat myself because clearly you can't read it. I'll put it in caps. I care about Israel-Palestine conflict because as a human being, I'm against genocide. And guess what? As a human being, I'm against genocide too. Thank you. We can stand united. I need some follows for that. Listen, man. I saw your chats, man. I know you don't like me, but I saw your chats. I would love for you to be in my streams and yell at me through chat. Or even if you want to yell at me through Discord, we can do it then. Not tonight, but but if you want to, what I'm getting at, bro, drop a follow. so you can yell at me next stream. All right. Thank you guys for watching. We're going to raid somebody now. I had fun. It was a good stream. 12-hour stream. Goodbye, chat. But stay for the raid. Hold on. How do I? Okay. Where's the raid? Raid channel. Oh, I should probably raid Casey, right? I don't know. I don't know anyone else streaming right now. I could choose a random person. I could do that. I don't know, probably best to just Casey. Okay, chat. Head over to Casey. I think we're probably only gonna get 4 people. Goodbye, chat. I appreciated the stream.